The so-called technique of the three bodies refers to transformation, substitution, and duplication. Within a classroom at the Ninja Academy in the village of Konoha, a teacher clad in a green vest stood at the front, imparting knowledge to his students. Below, a row of children, aged around 8 or 9, sat upright, their expressions earnest as they absorbed the lesson. The only sounds resonating in the room were the chalk scraping against the blackboard and the teacher's voice elucidating the concepts. However, in the back row, there was a boy wearing goggles who appeared somewhat out of place in the surrounding environment. In fact, he seemed rather unconventional, for he was currently sprawled across his desk, soundly asleep. Obito, wake up! If the teacher catches you sleeping again, you'll be in trouble. A girl with shoulder-length hair nudged the slumbering boy with her elbow, whispering a gentle reminder. Two faint purple marks adorn her cheeks. Rin, what is it? Is class over? Obito mumbled, groggily lifting his head. Having endured a long, restless night, he had succumbed to slumber far too late, resulting in his current state of lethargy during the lesson. Unbeknownst to him, his query, "Is class over?" drew the attention of every student in the classroom. Obito really is a fool, one student chuckled. Isn't that the truth? Obito always manages to irritate Teacher Raiden, another chimed in. Guess what punishment Teacher Raiden will impose on him today? Running laps, doing push-ups, or carrying sandbags. The students couldn't suppress their laughter, whispering conspiratorially among themselves. A few had already begun to relish the prospect of Obito's impending embarrassment. Obito, it's you again. Always late to class. Now you're disrupting the lesson. Ryotan bellowed, unleashing a torrent of saliva and indignation. This was a unique manifestation of the teacher's wrath, one that no student could withstand. Sorry, Teacher Ryotan. They'll pay more attention next time. Obito scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Fortunately, he was seated in the back, away from the front row, where a classmate named as Sumasuratobi was already wiping away the spittle that had landed on his face. A look of dismay etched across his features. TCH, don't think an apology will suffice. You are responsible for the classroom cleanliness this week. Ryotan retorted, his lips curling in disdain. Had it not been for the third Hokage's explicit instruction a few days prior, forbidding any form of corporal punishment due to potential negative repercussions, he would have relished the opportunity to have Obito perform 500 push-ups right then and there. Understood. Teacher Raiden. Obito nodded earnestly. 2.5 years ago, Obito was not the individual he was today. No, it would be more accurate to say that Chun Fan had traversed into the world of Naruto 2.5 years prior. He had descended into Obito's body, taking possession of it, and thus, Chun Fan had lived on as Obito ever since that. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years have elapsed, and Chun Fan has long since come to terms with his identity as Obito. However, for reasons unknown, it seems as though Obito has been ensnared by a peculiar enchantment, reminiscent of a grandmother's blessing. Almost every few days, he finds himself encountering elderly ladies crossing the street, necessitating assistance from him. A paragon of virtue in his previous life. How could Obito possibly shy away when these grandmothers require help? Thus, each time he aids an elderly lady and subsequently rushes to school, he invariably ends up arriving late. This habitual tardiness consistently earns him the ire of Teacher Liang Tian, who imposes penalties upon him. Nevertheless, Obito rationalizes that these punishments serve to strengthen his physique and enhance his martial skills, so he does not dwell on the matter excessively. Today, however, something inexplicable has transpired. Teacher Liang Tian has inexplicably changed her demeanor and refrained from administering physical punishment. All right, let us resume the lesson, she declares, turning her back to the class to jot down notes on the blackboard in preparation for the upcoming lecture. A chorus of discontented murmurs arises among the students, clearly dissatisfied with the lack of discipline. The atmosphere of anticipation for some entertainment has been dampened, leaving Obito feeling somewhat disgruntled as he casts a glance at his classmates, all of whom are familiar. Faces: Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, Mike Guy, Anko Mitarashi, Shizen, Ibiki Marino, Mizuki, and Genma Shiranui, among others. Among them sits a boy named Shimura Kenkoku, occupying a front row seat. He boasts of being the top student in their grade and flaunts his connection as the nephew of Shimura Danzo. His arrogance is irksome, as he perpetually parades around the school, exuding an air of superiority. Naturally, Obito, often languishing at the bottom of the academic hierarchy, cannot escape his ridicule and taunts at this moment. Shimura Kinkoku regards Obito with a disdainful glare, his face a mask of contempt. Fool! Obito unabashedly raises his middle finger towards him, mouthing a silent greeting in return. How infuriating! Uchiha Obito, I truly find you insufferable. Shimura Kinkoku seethes, his frustration boiling over as he plots ways to teach Obito a lesson. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonates within Obito's mind, startling him. Ding! Congratulations, host. The God-level replication system has been fully loaded. System? Have you finally completed your loading? You actually decided to show up? Obito can hardly believe it, nearly overturning his desk in outrage at the audacity of the system. The system has been exceedingly unreliable, having first appeared when Obito transcended into this world. However, it merely displayed the loading screen at that time, and it has taken a staggering 2.5 years to finalize its activation. Obito had begun to suspect that his external aid was irrevocably malfunctioning, leaving him without a chance to turn the tide in his favor. One must understand the harrowing nature of the battles during the Third Shinobi World War. Given Obito's initial status as a perennial underachiever, his ultimate fate would inevitably lead him to be ensnared in Uchiha Madara's machinations. What colossal stone crushes? Half of the body. What white absolute manifests as half of the being, inheriting the will of Uchiha Madara to exact vengeance upon the world? It seems all of this is inescapable. Although Obito might seize the moment when Uchiha Madara himself removes the oxygen tubes from the outer path golem to mount a comeback, the half-transformed Obito, with his twisted visage, is far from perfect. Would it not be delightful to rewrite destiny with a newfound power, using this handsome face to charm the ladies? Ding! As this system is a divine-level system, the loading time requires a longer duration. Such absurd excuses are hardly worthy of Obito's belief. He pressed on. Stop with the trivialities. Quickly tell me what functions you possess. Ding! This system is known as the Divine Copy System, allowing the host to replicate any individual within a 200-meter radius. Note: the replicated entity may exhibit any ability categorized for the host's utilization, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, forbidden techniques, and more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 2 opportunities for replication. Chapter 2. The Kaleidoscope Awakens, is it true? Obito exclaimed, utterly bewildered. He found it hard to believe that such fortuitous luck could befall him. The ability to replicate ninjutsu, taijutsu, and forbidden techniques? Just imagine, he could casually copy the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato. With this thought, Obito's gaze shifted towards the youth seated ahead. Clad in a snug green jumpsuit and sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, the young man was none other than the charismatic Might Guy, who often spoke of youth with fervor. Might Guy was a master of taijutsu. If Obito could replicate his 8 gates, it would indeed be a game-changer. Eagerly, Obito activated the System-S replication ability and directed it towards Might Guy. A shimmering white light, visible only to Obito, enveloped Might Guy. Almost immediately, a notification chimed in Obito's mind. Congratulations, host. You have replicated Might Guy's life skill, eating while doing a handstand. What on earth? Obito was taken aback. What was this system trying to convey? Wasn't it supposed to replicate ninjutsu, taijutsu, and forbidden techniques? What use was eating while doing a handstand? Determined not to give up, Obito activated the replication ability once more, this time targeting Asuma in the front row. If he couldn't replicate the 8 gates, perhaps a fire technique would suffice. Congratulations, host. You have replicated Asuma's life skill, brand recognition for cigarettes. Are you kidding me? Obito fumed. Where were the promised taijutsu, ninjutsu, and forbidden techniques? This system was utterly useless. He felt like flipping the table in frustration. Please listen carefully, host. The skills that can be replicated from the target may include ninjutsu, taijutsu, and forbidden techniques, among others. Obito was once again perplexed. It seemed the system was playing word games with him. The mere mention of others felt dismissive. Note: the higher the intimacy level with the target, the more powerful the abilities you can replicate. Intimacy? Was that the reason he only obtained trivial skills from his 2 attempts? It dawned on him that he lacked sufficient closeness with those individuals. How shameless of the system to withhold this information until now. System, are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to trick me? I shall remain loyal to serve the host. Please rest assured, the system replied. Your loyalty is nonsense. For 2.5 years, you remained inactive. Do you have any idea how I survived during that time? Do you even care? Obito's mind roared with indignation. The system remained silent. Currently, the host is granted a unique beginner's gift package. Please take note to receive it. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a limited edition iPower gift package. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 opportunities for duplication. Reminder, for each passing year, the host will automatically receive 1 duplication opportunity. Additionally, the system will periodically issue tasks to the host. Completing these tasks will also yield duplication opportunities. The system's prompt echoed persistently in Obito's mind. Upon hearing about the limited edition iPower gift package, Obito was overwhelmed with eagerness to open it, barely paying attention to the subsequent 5 duplication opportunities. Hurry, open the iPower gift package. Ding. The limited edition iPower gift package has been unlocked for you. As the system's voice resonated once more, a soft red glow floated out from the virtual interface, enveloping Obito's eyes. He felt as if his eyes were enveloped by a powerful iPower. In an instant, his originally black pupils transformed into a deep crimson. The bloodline limit of the Red Eye clan was successfully unlocked at this moment. Yet, this was not the end. As the infusion of iPower intensified, the Tomo within his eyes began to manifest. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the single Tomo Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the triple Tomo Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. With each successive system prompt, the Tomo and Obito's eyes underwent a rapid transformation, ultimately forming a triangular pattern, which was the unique Manjiki Sharingan of Obito, the Eye of Kamui. To prevent the awakening of his Sharingan from being observed, Obito had already leaned over his desk the moment he activated the iPower gift package. Knowing that his Sharingan had reached the Manjiki state, he was so ecstatic that he nearly leaped onto his desk, shouting at his classmates. Who else? However, Obito remained mindful that they were in class. Creating too much of a commotion would likely provoke teacher Ryo to erupt in anger. He had to stifle his excitement, his shoulders shaking as he suppressed laughter. Obito, are you all right? Rin observed Obito's unusual demeanor and shook her head helplessly. She assumed Obito was upset for being reprimanded by the teacher. It's all right. Don't be so sad. Being scolded by the teacher is nothing to worry about. Rin gently patted Obito's shoulder, offering quiet comfort. Obito finally managed to contain his laughter and lifted his gaze to the side, where Rin was squinting at him, her face radiating warmth. Don't worry, I can stay behind to help you clean the classroom. Rin, you. Obito gazed at her face, momentarily entranced. No wonder his previous self was so infatuated with Rin, to the point of being obsessed with creating a world that included her. Who could possibly resist such a gentle and understanding lovely girl? The reason why Rin could become the sole luminous figure in Obito's heart likely lies therein. Thank you, Rin. After expressing his gratitude to her, Obito shook his slightly dazed head, withdrawing his gaze from Rin's delicate face. Regrettably, he was no longer the Obito he once was. While it is certainly feasible to create a world that includes Rin, this world cannot solely revolve around her. It must encompass many more charming girls. Otherwise, the long journey of a ninja would undoubtedly become rather monotonous. Ding 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 soon. The theory class had concluded, and the bell rang to signal the end of the lesson. As Leontion uttered the words class dismissed, the students within the classroom immediately transformed into untamed steeds, racing out to revel in their newfound freedom. Chapter 3. National Defense Provocation Beneath the Blazing Sun. The summer season is in full swing. The time for post-class merriment is always fleeting, as the bell for the next lesson soon chimes. All the students of Leontion class have gathered on the grassy expanse of the school playground, forming 3 rows. Next, there will be training in throwing ninja tools and physical techniques. When I call your names, those selected will come forward in groups of 3 to demonstrate their throwing skills, and I will provide an approximate assessment of your performance. After surveying the class and confirming the number of students present, Leontion spoke. At the edge of the playground stand 3 targets. The training in throwing ninja tools and physical techniques is a staple of their daily regimen. Aside from theoretical courses, practical training is of utmost importance in a ninja school. The primary focus of the curriculum revolves around these fundamental skills. Mastering ninjutsu is no simple feat. Aside from the basic body replacement technique, the school does not offer further instruction in ninjutsu. Generally, those from prominent clans possess a rich heritage of techniques, such as the fire release of the Sarutobi clan, the mind-body technique of the Yamanaka clan, and the shadow imitation of the Nara clan. For ordinary ninjas from humble backgrounds, acquiring ninjutsu necessitates undertaking ninja missions to accumulate sufficient merit points, which can then be exchanged with the 3rd Hokage. However, the range of ninjutsu available for exchange is quite limited, predominantly comprising D and C rank techniques. Obtaining A or S rank ninjutsu is a daunting challenge. The instructors at the school possess only a handful of ninjutsu techniques themselves, making it unrealistic to expect them to impart their prized skills. Asuma, Kurenai, and Might Guy, while conversing. Teacher Liang Tian had already begun to call the roll. Yes, Asuma and the others responded in unison, stepping forward to each stand a dozen meters away from a target. They each retrieved a kunai from their tool bags and swiftly hurled them forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the kunai slicing through the air resonated. Subsequently, a series of dull thuds echoed as their kunai struck the targets. Given the distance from the bullseye, it was impossible to discern the precise location of the hits. Liang Tian hastened to the targets to assess each throw and then announced the results. With a satisfied nod, Liang Tian declared, "Well done. Asuma, 80 points. Kurenai, 86 points. Guy, 79 points. You all have room for improvement, but achieving these scores is commendable." "Yay, that's wonderful," Kurenai exclaimed joyfully, leaping in delight at the teacher's praise. Guy energetically swung his fists in the air, exclaiming, "Yes, my efforts have finally paid off. Youth is about pouring sweat into hard work." Asuma let out a soft sigh, feeling a slight thrill at his exceptional performance that day. As the 3 individuals returned to their original positions, Liang Tian commenced a new round of announcements. Next group: Uchiha Obito, Midakahara Azuki, and Shimizu Hokuto. "Yes, Teacher Liang Tian." The trio nodded in agreement and promptly stepped forward, each selecting a target to stand by. Shimizu Hokuto turned to Obito, his face brimming with provocation. He gestured with his thumb pointed downward, delivering a rather unfriendly sign. "Obito, you will always be the perpetual underachiever. Are you brave enough to compete with me?" Obito retorted with an unapologetic middle finger. "What is there to fear? Uchiha Obito is not intimidated by you." A smirk of triumph appeared on Hokuto's lips as he replied, "All right, you said it. Winning by throwing shurikens is hardly satisfying. Are you daring enough to spar with me in the upcoming paired practice?" Hokuto was calculating, having successfully provoked Obito, but merely defeating him in shuriken throwing would not suffice to alleviate his frustrations. Should Obito dare to accept the challenge in the paired practice, Hokuto was confident he would leave Obito looking like a beaten mess. "Fine, I'm up for whatever challenge you propose." Obito regarded Hokuto with an expression of disbelief, yet he chose not to expose Hokuto's ulterior motives. "I am no longer the underachiever I once was. Do you still view me as such? A contest is a contest, and the loser will undoubtedly be you." This time, Hokuto grinned triumphantly, declaring, "Good. Uchiha Obito. Whoever loses must clean the school restrooms for a month without pay." Obito nonchalantly nodded, "Sure. I suppose you've just appointed yourself as the restroom supervisor." Hokuto was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his composure. However, with teachers and students present, he had to maintain the dignity expected of a class leader and bit back his frustration. At this moment, the entirety of the playground was occupied solely by this class, as the other classes remained in their classrooms. Thus, the exchange between Obito and Hokuto resonated clearly among their classmates, who began to whisper amongst themselves, eager for the spectacle. Shueimu wore a contemptuous expression. "Obito really is both foolish and dim-witted. He dares to accept Hokuto's challenge. I fear he will soon be left battered." Ibi, puzzled, inquired, "Why is Hokuto targeting Obito so specifically? Obito ranks last while Hokuto is at the top of the class. What could possibly be compared?" Shiranui, discarding a toothpick, quietly reminded. I seem to recall Hokuto mentioning earlier that Obito had offended him in some way. Yui shook her head in resignation. Obito is truly unfortunate. Though he has always been the perennial underachiever, Hokuto is clearly using this competition to bully him. Karen clasped her hands, worry etched on her face. Obito, you can do it. I believe in you. As the instructor, Liang Tian naturally overheard the dialogue between Obito and Hokuto. He merely stood to the side, arms crossed, quietly awaiting the commencement of this contest. The Ninja Academy is inherently a place for the cultivation of ninjas. Regarding the occasional conflicts and frictions among students, the teachers generally permit the resolution of such matters through this form of competition. After all, it serves to ignite the competitive spirit within the students, fostering their rapid growth. Alright, with that, Obito, Kakashi, and Akane commenced their shuriken throwing. Observing the students' enthusiasm being stirred, Liang Tian nodded in satisfaction and issued the command to begin. Chapter 4. The perfect score of Obito Uchiha. Although the kunai throwing competition had yet to commence, an air of anticipation settled over the participants. Shigemura H. Koku demonstrated exceptional prowess across the board, undoubtedly achieving a score exceeding 95. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko was also proficient in kunai throwing, likely to attain around 90 points. Only Obito Uchiha, during the previous kunai throwing test, had become somewhat of a jest. His kunai had flown awry, with 2 landing on other competitors' targets and another hurtling directly towards teacher Ri-Den's face. Consequently, Ri-Den was now too apprehensive to stand beside the target and instead positioned himself near the throwers to provide guidance. With a sharp command from Ri-Den, the trio Obito, Anko, and H. Koku simultaneously hurled their 3 kunai. However, Obito's eyes transformed from black to crimson, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan flashing momentarily. A series of dull thuds echoed as all 3 kunai struck the target with precision. Ri-Den swiftly made his way to the target, first examining Anko's shot. After assessing her score, he called out loudly, "Mitarashi Anko, 90 points. Very impressive." "Yay!" Anko exclaimed, flashing a victory sign to her classmates, her face beaming with joy. Ri-Den then turned his attention to H. Koku's target, nodding in satisfaction. "Next, we have our top performer, H. Koku. His score is 95. Truly a consistent display of excellence." Ri-Den was indeed pleased with H. Koku, whose outstanding performance had aided him in securing the title of excellent homeroom teacher multiple times. In stark contrast, Obito, often the perennial underachiever, seemed to serve as an obstacle in Ri-Den's pursuit of accolades. His habitual tardiness and peculiar antics did little to endear him to the teacher. Anticipating yet another poor performance from Obito, Ri-Den's expression betrayed a hint of disdain before he even glanced at Obito's target. However, upon finally focusing on the bullseye of Obito's shot, Ri-Den's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How can this be possible? All 3 kunai had struck the very center of the target, with hardly any space between them. This unprecedented level of skill in kunai throwing was astonishing. Even Ri-Den doubted his own ability to achieve such precision. The minuscule size of the bullseye made it exceedingly challenging to land the second kunai on the same spot as the first, as they would invariably overlap. Yet, Obito had managed a trifecta, landing all 3 directly in the red center. Obito, a perfect score of 100. As murmurs of incredulity began to ripple through the crowd of students behind him, Ri-Den had no choice but to announce the results loudly. What? This cannot be. Asuma's eyes widened in astonishment, mirroring the incredulous reaction of Ryoshin. Mizuki, filled with skepticism, shouted in disbelief, "Ryoshin-sensei, surely you must have misread the target. That underachiever Obito could never have scored full marks. It must be the diligent Kaguo who achieved that." Gazing at Obito, who was approaching leisurely from afar, Rin's face lit up with a glimmer of joy. "Obito, did you truly accomplish it?" The other students largely shared the sentiments of Asuma and Mizuki, convinced that Ryoshin-sensei had mistaken the targets, confusing Kaguo's with Obito's. A perfect score of 100 for shuriken throwing? Such a jest is not to be taken lightly. Even Kakashi, the prodigious genius who graduated early, had only managed a record score of 98. The benchmark of 100 is exceedingly demanding. While most students were unaware of the criteria for achieving a perfect score, they were almost certain that Uchiha Obito could not possibly attain such a feat. The image of his clumsy demeanor had been ingrained in their minds. Only Shizen, who had been observing Obito's expression intently, discerned a hint of confidence in the smile gracing his lips, leading her to suspect that he might truly have triumphed. It seems Obito has indeed succeeded. She mused quietly to herself. Ryoshin, unfazed by the students' reactions, cast a complex glance at Obito. Classmates, I assure you, I did not misread the target. You must trust the teacher's judgment. Obito truly scored 100 points. Despite his reluctance to believe it, Ryoshin understood his responsibility as a teacher to stand by his words. A wave of astonishment swept through the students upon hearing Ryoshin's definitive confirmation. Their incredulity towards Obito's expression deepened, and some of their eyes even flickered with jealousy. Asuma questioned, could it be that Obito has truly risen from mediocrity to become a genius surpassing even Kakashi? Mizuki scoffed dismissively, humph. That guy will forever remain an underachiever. Even if he did hit the target, it would surely be by sheer luck. Kurenai shot a disapproving glance at Mizuki. You must acknowledge the excellence of others. You, Mizuki, are merely second to last in class. What right do you have to speak so? Akamichi Karui nodded in agreement. I also feel that Obito seems quite different today. He appears far more confident than usual. Mizuki's eyes flashed with resentment. Kurenai's words struck a nerve within him. Being second to last in class was not a shame. He was merely a child of humble origins, lacking the advantages of those from esteemed families who possessed far superior resources. What was there to boast about? Obito, wearing a gentle smile, quietly observed his classmates as they engaged in discussion. He simply stood with his arms crossed, saying nothing. The facts would ultimately speak for themselves. With the activation of his three-tomo Sharingan, Obito employs the insight and predictive abilities inherent to the Uchiha clan, coupled with their unique shuriken techniques, making it far from arduous to attain a perfect score. Over the past 2.5 years since his arrival, Obito has not idly wasted his time. Each day after class, he diligently practices alone in the woods, honing his shuriken throwing skills among other disciplines. As for the numerous blunders he made during previous assessments, they were merely a fade. Obito intentionally refrained from attracting undue attention to himself. He understands all too well that the higher-ups in Konoha are shrewd and calculating. To stand out too much could potentially invite the scrutiny of Umbu or Root, leading to a life devoid of privacy, particularly in recent years. As relations between the Uchiha and Konoha have deteriorated, it has become increasingly imperative for Obito to safeguard his life and avoid excessive attention during such a precarious period. Chapter 5. The situation has changed significantly. Obito has awakened the dual Kamui, rendering him nearly invincible. Continuing to endure this would only lead to an unbearable existence for Obito. Much like a character such as Shimura Banho, the more one tolerates, the more fiercely he barks like a dog. Conversely, revealing a modicum of strength can silence others and earn their respect. This is inconceivable. Teacher Ryotani must be mistaken. Shimura Banho shouted angrily, hastening towards the target. As he observed his peers gradually accepting the reality of Obito scoring full marks, the brilliance that should rightfully belong to him was snatched away by a laggard like Obito, igniting a firestorm of rage within him. However, upon witnessing Obito's precision in hitting the target, his anger dissipated instantly. The manner in which 3 shurikens were launched in quick succession to strike the bullseye, could this truly be an accomplishment of humanity? At present, Shimura Banho found himself utterly incapable of such a feat among the other students on the playground. Many shared Shimura Bancho's disbelief regarding Obito's full marks. Yet, as they observed Banho return dejectedly, it became apparent to them that this was indeed the truth. Consequently, the gazes directed at Obito began to shift. Most were filled with curiosity, while a few exhibited admiration. Shimura Bancho's anger intensified. He pointed menacingly at Obito, declaring, Obito, do not get too pleased with yourself. In the upcoming pair competition, I shall surely pound you into a pig's head. Humph. Obito scoffed dismissively. In his eyes, Banho had become nothing more than a jester. Could it be that Obito was afraid? Contemplating retreat? Noticing Obito's lack of a direct response, Mizuki seized the opportunity to stir the crowd. Obito cast a cold glare at Mizuki, who was indeed loathsome, constantly fawning over Shimura Banzho and complicating matters for him. All right, everyone quiet down. The weapon throwing continues. We shall address any issues later. Before Obito could interject, Teacher Ryotani called out. Glancing at the roster, he continued. Next group. Shizune, Ibiki, Mizuki. Step forward for the weapon-throwing test. Understood. Shizune and the others replied, stepping forward to commence the test. Shizune excelled, scoring 92 points in weapon throwing, surpassing most present. Ibiki also performed admirably, achieving 86 points. Only Mizuki languished at the bottom of the class with a score of 76. Even lower than the inept Might Guy by 3 points. Oh dear, the second to last has now become the absolute last. Obito couldn't help but taunt aloud. As Mizuki shot him a look of fury, Obito felt a surge of satisfaction. What now? It's permissible for you to annoy others, but not for them to reciprocate? Individuals like Mizuki, having lingered in Konoha for so many years, remained mere genin even during Naruto's era. A lack of qualifications is one aspect. But equally significant is the narrow-mindedness and unscrupulous nature of the individual in question, spending every day as a mere sycophant, lingering around Shimizu Hakakoku. Surely offers no prospects for advancement. Had he, like me, diligently honed his skills in the secluded groves after school, he would not have been relegated to such a lowly status. Incidentally, it seems that Shimizu Hakakoku never appeared in the original narrative. Such a character likely met a swift demise as mere cannon fodder during the Third Great Ninja War, falling on the battlefield without warning. The trio's practice in throwing ninja tools continued unabated. With around 20 to 30 students in the class, it took nearly half an hour to complete the assessments. All right, we shall now commence the next round of evaluations, the paired sparring matches. Riden stood at the forefront, surveying all the students as he began to outline the subsequent curriculum. Upon hearing about the paired sparring, the students instinctively directed their gazes toward Obito and Hakakoku, engaging in hushed discussions. Do you think Obito can triumph over Hakakoku? One mused. I doubt he stands much of a chance. Hakakoku is proficient in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Another countered. Yet, I have a feeling Obito might be the dark horse among this year's graduates. Everyone had witnessed Hakakoku's earlier provocation towards Obito, and they were all eagerly anticipating the commencement of this confrontation. Eager to ascertain whether Obito's perfect score in throwing ninja tools was a testament to genuine skill or merely a stroke of luck, Riden clapped his hands together, smiling as he proclaimed, I trust everyone is eagerly awaiting the duel between Obito and Hakakoku. Let us allow them to begin first. Hakakoku's face lit up with delight, mentally exclaiming, Excellent. This is my moment to shine. I shall surely knock Obito to the ground. In contrast, Obito remained remarkably composed, simply striding toward the center of the training ground. No sooner had he taken a few steps than the voice of Rin resonated behind him. Obito, go for it. And if you truly cannot hold your ground, just surrender. Obito turned back, flashing a reassuring smile at Rin. Don't worry, Rin. A foe like him is no challenge at all. Such bravado, came the mocking voice of Mizuki. Obito and Hakakoku had now reached the center of the training ground. At Riden's signal, both parties formed the hand seals to initiate their duel. They then charged toward each other with fervor. Obito, prepare to be beaten. Hakakoku roared, launching a left hook towards Obito's chin. Obito leaned back slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Now, a right whip kick. Hakakoku pressed on, leveraging his speed for a sweeping kick aimed at Obito's side. Obito raised his hands to block the incoming strike and retaliated with a swift kick to Hakakoku's abdomen. Bang! The kick landed squarely, sending Hakakoku staggering back several meters, clutching his midsection in disbelief. How could you so easily block my basic attack? Obito, with a dismissive curl of his lips, remarked, Your ordinary rooster? Pathetically weak. Though he uttered such words, he was acutely aware that in his former self, triumphing over Keikaku would not have been a straightforward endeavor. However, the Uchiha clan was akin to a family blessed with extraordinary abilities. The prowess of the Uchiha members escalated alongside the advancement of their Sharingan. With a double tomo, one could at least attain the rank of a CH Nin. And with a triple tomo, the rank of a J Nin. Although Obito had yet to awaken his Sharingan, The subtle enhancements it bestowed upon his physique had already significantly bolstered his strength. Humph. Do not revel in your triumph, Obito. Just now, I was merely careless and failed to evade. This time, watch as I leave you crawling. Keikaku gritted his teeth in fury. His countenance twisted in rage as he charged once more at Obito. Chapter 6. The Initial Trial of Illusion. The Lightning 5-Strike Whip. 1 strike. 2 strikes. Shimizu H. Koku's voice echoed with frantic cries as he surged forward, his speed significantly heightened compared to before, charging directly at Obito. Each of his attacks was fierce, with whip-like legs striking like lightning, targeting Obito's vital points. Obito had just kicked H. Koku, primarily due to H. Koku's underestimation. Now, with H. Koku unleashing his full power, Obito found himself cornered, his eyes shifting from black to red, compelled to activate his 3-Tomo Sharingan in response. Look, it has appeared. That is H. Koku's lightning 5-strike whip. Indeed, I heard that last time. H. Koku used this very technique to defeat the previous year's graduate, Senior Ebisu. H. Koku's lightning 5-strike whip is truly formidable. Not only are his strikes sharp and decisive, but his speed is also astounding. The students watching from the sidelines widened their eyes, eager not to miss a single detail of this battle. Might Guy, a ninja skilled in physical techniques, held a different opinion. With arms crossed, he gently shook his head, saying, "Have you not realized? Obito is equally remarkable. Though he appears to be on the defensive, he deftly evades H. Koku's attacks each time." Asuma nodded in agreement. Indeed, Obito might have a chance to win. Upon hearing this, Mizuki grew displeased. He held a grudge against Obito and naturally wished for H. Koku's victory. He scoffed, "Humph. If that underachiever Obito can defeat H. Koku, I'll do a handstand and fly." Bang! Before Mizuki could finish his sentence, H. Koku was struck by a punch, his cheek instantly swelling. He staggered back several steps, eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Obito. "Impossible. Not even my lightning 5-strike whip could overcome you." "Wait, is that the Sharingan?" H. Koku's expression turned to one of astonishment as he realized that Obito's eyes had transformed. His face was filled with disbelief, momentarily forgetting to attack. As the first in his class to graduate early, H. Koku was well aware of what those eyes represented. The Uchiha clan's ninjas capable of activating the Sharingan are extraordinarily powerful. Yet, Obito had awakened the 3-Tomo at such a young age. Why had he never utilized those eyes before? A flurry of questions arose in H. Koku's mind, and he began to feel a sense of retreat. He understood that, given his current strength, he stood no chance against the Sharingan. Simultaneously, the students observing the battle erupted in astonishment upon hearing H. Koku's words. "What? How is this possible? Obito activated the Sharingan? Look, it's real. My goodness. 1, 2, 3, it's in the 3-Tomo form. Oh my. So Obito is actually the hidden top genius of our generation? Was that underachiever Obito truly him?" Among the students, many hailed from prominent families. From a young age, influenced by the teachings of elders, I naturally became acquainted with the lore surrounding the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Unlike the era of Naruto and his peers, after the massacre of the Uchiha clan, the villagers were forbidden from speaking of them. Consequently, the graduating class of Naruto's generation remained oblivious to the existence of the 3-Tomo Sharingan. How infuriating. Could this truly be Obito? Even teacher Raiden wore an expression of disbelief, vigorously rubbing his eyes to confirm his sight. Alas, the truth remains unaltered. No matter how much he rubbed his eyes until they bled, Obito's Sharingan would not vanish. "What's the matter, Bakugo? Are you afraid?" Obito taunted, his tone dripping with mockery. Just moments ago, Bakugo had boasted with fervor, yet now he seemed hesitant. As Bakugo contemplated conceding, Obito's voice rang out again. "If you're genuinely scared, it's perfectly fine. I, Obito, won't hold it against you. But you cannot deny the punishment of cleaning the toilets for a month." With a mischievous grin, Obito's words extinguished any lingering thoughts of surrender in Bakugo's mind. Everyone understood that this contest was instigated by Bakugo himself, who had confidently declared his intention to beat Obito into a pulp. Yet, now he appeared meek and indecisive. Whispers and jeers began to circulate among the onlookers, some already clamoring for the spectacle to continue. Could Bakugo really be afraid? After all, you are the top of the class. This isn't like you at all. Indeed. Go, Bakugo. We believe in you. Bastard. Who says I'm afraid? Bakugo exclaimed, on the verge of tears. He was acutely aware that he would lose this fight, yet he felt compelled to press on, for he could not bear the thought of facing his peers without dignity afterward. Prepare. Unleash. Transform. With renewed determination, Bakugo charged full speed toward Obito. If he were up against an ordinary classmate, such a fierce assault would yield impressive results. Unfortunately, he now faced the three-tomo Sharingan. Obito, utilizing the perceptive and anticipatory abilities of the Sharingan, perceived Bakugo's movements as if they were in slow motion. In the intervals where Bakugo's attacks missed their mark, Obito was able to deliver powerful counterstrikes that landed squarely on Bakugo's face. In no time, Bakugo was left bruised and battered, appearing utterly wretched. Yet, these were merely superficial injuries. Although he was in pain, Bakugo's inner fury blazed ever brighter. The murmurs of his classmates resonated in his ears, each word a profound humiliation. Uchiha Obito. Today, either you perish or I do. In a fit of rage, Bakugo launched himself at Obito. Very well. Today, I shall employ my ancestral technique, forcing you to regain your memories of a past life. Obito scoffed, rolling his eyes as he began theatrically weaving hand signs. Ninjutsu, rebirth of past lives. Swiftly evaded the direct punch from. He then fixed his gaze upon Sai's as the three-tomo of his Sharingan began to whirl rapidly, activating the Genjutsu. In an instant, S attack came to an abrupt halt, his eyes glazed over, standing in a daze. The Genjutsu employed by was rather simple. It merely implanted a command within its mind. I am a courtesan, and I must serve my clients well. Otherwise, I shall earn nothing to sustain myself. Upon receiving this command, immediately turned to face the students, ultimately locking his gaze on. As he tore at his own clothing, his face contorted into a lewd expression. He swayed his hips and made his way toward. Ah, tonight you belong to me. Be sure to obey and do not resist. Chapter 7. The Dark Horse and Obito on the playground. The students were utterly astonished by the flamboyant and reckless display of Shimura Bakoku. Bakoku had torn his shirt into shreds, and as he rubbed his flat chest with both hands, he shouted for Xiao Yang Tian. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, triggered by an unknown student who could no longer contain themselves. Soon, all the classmates joined in the raucous laughter, with several clutching their bellies and doubling over in fits of mirth. Haha, what on earth is Shimura Bakoku doing? I never imagined he could be this outrageous. Haha, I simply cannot handle it. His antics are beyond absurd. How could he sink to such depths? Did you not hear what Obito just said? It seems he cast a jutsu on Bakoku to awaken his past life memories. Could it be that Bakoku was a courtesan in his previous life? Haha. The laughter enveloped the playground, but amidst the merriment, one individual stood out, unable to suppress a look of terror as he took cautious steps backward. This unfortunate soul was Liang Tian, the teacher, who had fallen under Bakoku's gaze. Bakoku, could you please calm down a bit? This is a school, and you cannot behave like this, stammered Liang Tian, retreating further. Xiao Yang Tian, don't be shy, come on. Bakoku blew a playful kiss towards Liang Tian. Then, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Bakoku lunged at Liang Tian. However, Liang Tian, a seasoned ninja with years of experience, was not easily caught off guard by Bakoku's antics. In a swift motion, he subdued Bakoku, pinning him to the ground with his foot on Bakoku's head. Despite Bakoku's desperate struggles, Liang Tian dared not relent. Should this lascivious individual manage to break free, the consequences could be dire, jeopardizing his reputation and future in the Ninja Academy. Obito, what exactly have you done to him? Liang Tian roared in frustration, though he was unsure of the specifics. He sensed that Obito was behind Bakoku's bizarre behavior. Obito shrugged nonchalantly. It's nothing much. Didn't I just say? I merely helped him regain his past life memories. Don't worry. He will come to his senses shortly. Liang Tian shot Obito a furious glare before turning to the crowd, calling out, Why hi Kurenai, please come and assist your teacher. Although Liang Tian had limited knowledge of the Sharingan, he understood that ninjas possessing it were often skilled in Genjutsu. Given Bakoku's current state, it was highly probable that he had fallen victim to an illusion. The Waihai clan was renowned for its expertise in Genjutsu, and having Kurenai take a look might uncover the underlying issue. Yes, Teacher Liang Tian, Kurenai replied, stifling her laughter as she stepped out from the throng. It seems that Bakoku has indeed fallen under Obito's Jinjutsu, Kurenai observed after examining Bakoku's eyes, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Obito, tinged with a hint of envy. Though the Y-Hai clan may not be among the most prominent families in Konohagakure, they have nonetheless established their reputation through the art of illusion. However, the techniques employed by the Y-Hai clan, even when executed with the finesse reminiscent of her father, the illustrious Kurenai, cannot rival the power of Obito's Sharingan, which can effortlessly ensnare adversaries. Obito is indeed formidable. Who would have thought he concealed such prowess so adeptly? Y-Hai Kurenai murmured contemplatively. Riton nodded in agreement. Indeed. Y-Hai Kurenai, you are quite remarkable. Are you able to dispel it? Should be possible, Kurenai replied, her hands gracefully weaving intricate seals. Release. With the final hand sign completed, Kurenai uttered a soft command, gently placing her fingers upon the forehead of Keikaku. Instantly, he ceased his erratic behavior, his eyes regaining clarity. What just happened? Rita-sensei, why are you standing on me? Keikaku queried in confusion. Rita shot him a disapproving glare. And you dare to ask? What were you doing just now? Keikaku, bewildered, sprang to his feet when he noticed his classmates pointing and stifling laughter. He glanced down at himself. His brown kimono was tattered and covered in dirt. The lingering memories returned, and he vividly recalled his earlier foolish antics, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Fuming, he glared at Obito, exclaiming, Uchiha Obito, today one of us shall fall. Obito merely shook his head dismissively. You've already uttered that line, Keikaku. Repeated threats diminish one's credibility. These words struck Keikaku as a grave insult, igniting his rage. Uchiha Obito. I will not let this go, he declared, charging at Obito in a frenzy. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, Rita once again restrained him. You are no match for him. Do you not feel embarrassed enough? But I, Keikaku sobbed, as the top of my class. How could I endure such humiliation? All of this is due to that detestable Uchiha Obito. Though Keikaku struggled to swallow his pride and accept this reality, he ultimately regained his composure under Rita's stern guidance. The farcical confrontation between Obito and Keikaku gradually reached its conclusion. However, Keikaku's reputation as the top student had significantly diminished in the eyes of his peers. Meanwhile, Obito truly emerged as the dark horse that some had prophesied, a ninja wielding the three-tomo Sharingan, a force to be reckoned with, be it within the Uchiha clan or under the auspices of the third Hokage. He would now be a prime candidate for nurturing. This signified that the once mediocre Uchiha Obito had vanished, never to return. From this moment forth, Obito's path would undoubtedly be smoother and more promising than ever before. On the training ground, Rita continued to preside over the ongoing matches. However, many individuals present harbored their own thoughts and secrets. Uchiha Obito, I shall exact my revenge. Bagua's gaze towards Obito was filled with resentment. Ya-Tian furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, why has Obito concealed his true strength until now? This is indeed highly suspicious. I must hasten to inform the third Hokage. As Yuhaharu observed Obito's retreating figure, a flicker of curiosity and admiration unconsciously surfaced in her eyes. Why did Obito choose to mask his abilities in the past? Was he merely attempting to amuse everyone by feigning ignorance? Nevertheless, it is truly remarkable that he has attained such prowess at such a young age. Chapter 8. The unwitting trio. The afternoon class concluded swiftly. Upon Teacher Liangtian's declaration that the class was over, the students joyfully departed the school. They congregated in small groups, chattering animatedly about where to indulge in leisure and savored delightful delicacies. However, only 4 individuals remained: Dato, Rin, Bagua, and Shuemu. Dato stayed behind to fulfill his promise of cleaning the classroom. Rin, seated beside Dato, willingly offered her assistance. As for Bagua, he lingered out of pride, having lost a bet to Dato and vowing to complete his share of the school's restroom cleaning duties. And then there was Shuemu, whose unwavering devotion reached new heights. He shamelessly volunteered to assist Bagua in his restroom duties. Before long, the classroom was tidied. As Dato and Rin exited, Dato turned to glance toward the restroom. Bagua and Shuemu were diligently at work, one wielding a plunger while the other maneuvered a mop under the faucet. Unable to contain himself, Dato waved and called out, "Baogwa, Shuemu, keep up the good work. This is just the first day. There are many more days of cleaning ahead." Baogwa, seething with anger, shot a fiery glare at Dato. "Damn it, Uchiha Dato, I will make you pay for this." Shuemu chimed in, "Baogwa, don't stoop to Dato's level. Getting angry will only harm your own health." Baogwa retorted, "Just you wait. I will inform Uncle Toanzo and ensure he deals with him." On the street outside the school gate, Rin walked alongside Dato. She seemed eager to speak, frequently glancing at him, yet she hesitated to find the right words. "What's wrong, Rin? If you have a question, feel free to ask." Dato encouraged, easily discerning her dilemma. Rin nodded. Dato, may I ask why you were not this formidable before, yet today you suddenly awakened your Sharingan?" Coming from an ordinary background, Rin was not well versed in the intricacies of the Sharingan. Nevertheless, she had gathered from her classmates that it was an extraordinary ability. "Rin, the truth is, I have always possessed this strength. I simply chose not to exhibit it until now," Dato replied with a chuckle. Although his words might seem somewhat audacious, they remained an undeniable reality in the eyes of others. They could hardly fathom that Dato's prowess stemmed from an underlying system that allowed him to activate the Mangeki in an instant. Throughout their years at the Ninja Academy, Rin, as Dato's deskmate, had spent almost every day in his company. She had a rough idea of his capabilities. Rolling her eyes, she thought, "I can't believe you." "Whatever, I'm just curious." However, she candidly admitted, "Honestly, it felt quite satisfying to see you teach that annoying Baogwa a lesson." Dato chuckled, "Rin, if it pleases you. Should Baogwa ever upset you again, I shall be more than willing to confront him." In the Hokage office on the second floor, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, cradling a crystal ball in his hands. The images within the orb revealed the scene of a women's bathhouse in Konoha, where dozens of young maidens, unclothed, were frolicking by the hot spring, splashing water and laughing merrily. This one is delightful, with a curvaceous waist and ample hips. And this one too, with her generous posterior, surely destined to bear strong children, he chuckled heartily. Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with mischief as he fixated on the crystal ball, intent on missing not a single detail, nearly pressing his face against the orb. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the office door, accompanied by a male voice from the corridor. "Hokage-sama. Teacher Ritan from the Ninja Academy is here to see you." The interruption dampened Hiruzen's enjoyment, and he turned toward the door with irritation, exclaiming, "Ask him what he wants. If it's not important, don't disturb me. I'm busy." "Hokage-sama. Teacher Ritan insists it's urgent. Perhaps you should take a moment to meet with him." "Fine. Let him in." Reluctantly, Hiruzen set aside the crystal ball. The office door creaked open, and Ritan hurried in, bowing respectfully before the desk. "Hokage-sama." Hiruzen acknowledged him with a slight grunt. "Speak your mind." Ritan nodded yes. "Hokage-sama, I wish to report an incident that occurred this afternoon. Uchiha Obito triumphed over Nara Shikaku in today's matches." "Oh?" Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He had been following the progress of the graduating class. Nara Shikaku was the nephew of Danzo, well regarded for his strength, a fact not lost on Hiruzen. He was also aware of Obito's reputation as the underdog. "So, it appears Uchiha Obito has significantly improved his skills?" Ritan affirmed, "Indeed, Hokage-sama, but there is more. Obito has awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the 3-Tomo Sharingan." "What?" Hiruzen, having just lit his pipe, inhaled sharply and began to cough violently. After a moment, he managed to regain his composure, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Ritan. "Do you understand what you're saying? Ritan, are you jesting?" Obito awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The process of awakening the Sharingan typically begins with a single Tomo, progressing through mastery to the next stages. I have thoroughly researched this matter. Even among prodigious Uchiha, it is rare to unlock the double Tomo upon first awakening. To achieve the 3-Tomo all at once is unheard of. Ritan, sensing Hiruzen's skepticism, quickly began to clarify. "Hokage-sama, I speak nothing but the truth. This afternoon, all the students in my class witnessed the moment when Uchiha Obito awakened his 3-Tomo Sharingan on the playground." Observing Ryo's earnest expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that this account was likely genuine. He composed himself and revealed a faint smile, saying, "Ryo, you have performed admirably in this matter. I shall commend you with a 20% increase in your monthly stipend next month." "Thank you, Lord Hokage," Ryo replied, nodding with joy and bowing respectfully. The 20% increase in salary was not the most significant aspect. What truly mattered was earning the Hokage's recognition, which could potentially lead to future promotions. Sarutobi Hiruzen added. "Well then, you may return now." Ryo expressed his gratitude once more before turning to leave. "Uchiha Obito, huh?" Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, gazing at Ryo's departing figure. Chapter 9. Hidden Intentions. The ability to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan is considered a hallmark of exceptional talent within the Uchiha clan. If one could devise a means to win over Uchiha Obito and align him with the direct faction of the Hokage, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset in the future. With this resolution firmly in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen rapped the table and called out softly, "Come in." No sooner had the words left his lips than a ninja clad in a silver vest leapt through the window, kneeling on one knee before the desk. "Hokage-sama, what are your orders?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Fetch me the files on that boy, Uchiha Obito." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The ninja nodded in acquiescence and vanished from the room in an instant. Approximately 10 minutes later, the silver-vested ninja returned, presenting a document to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Obito's parents are deceased, having perished on the battlefield. His only living relative is a grandmother. Additionally, Uchiha Shursui is his cousin." "Shursui, you say?" A flicker of surprise crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. While he had not previously paid much attention to Obito, he was quite familiar with Shursui. Shursui was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, who had once served as a guard to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and had been a longtime comrade of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan and Konoha had long maintained a strained relationship. Uchiha Kagami had acted as a lubricant for the interactions between the two factions, helping to ease tensions and prevent the situation from worsening. However, following the deaths of both Uchiha Kagami and Senju Tobirama during the Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan had failed to produce another figure capable of bridging the divide between the two sides. In recent years, due to their takeover of the Konoha police force, the Uchiha clan had increasingly found themselves at odds with various prominent families and the villagers, leading to an escalation of conflicts. As tensions mounted, the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha deteriorated further. Deep down, the third Hokage was reluctant to witness such a scenario unfold, regardless of the circumstances. The Uchiha clan remained a vital part of Konoha and should not be ostracized. Yet, certain matters were beyond his control. He could not manage the villagers' sentiments, nor could he oversee the Uchiha's handling of police affairs. If he could cultivate this boy Obito properly, perhaps he could emerge as a significant ally, akin to Shursui. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his chin, feeling a sense of triumph at having conceived such a brilliant strategy. He perused the details in the file concerning Uchiha Obito, which primarily indicated that Obito had been a lackluster student, largely unappreciated by his peers, while the sudden awakening of his three-tomo Sharingan was indeed astonishing. It left many pondering its implications. However, with exceptional prowess, Obito has undeniably become a coveted figure in the eyes of the third Hokage. The minor flaws and trifles do not warrant excessive scrutiny from the Hokage. If necessary, further inquiries can be directed towards Obito later. Dispatch someone to meticulously observe this lad named Obito. Following the graduation assessment, ensure he is placed in Minato's class, instructed Sarutobi Hiruzen to the Umbu before him. Minato, being Jiraiya's disciple, is also a sort of grand disciple to Hiruzen. By placing Obito under Minato's guidance, he naturally becomes a ninja aligned with the Hokage lineage. In the future, should Hiruzen wish to draw Obito closer, whether as a protector or as a facilitator of relations between the Uchiha and Konoha, it would all fall into place seamlessly. The Umbu ninja nodded. "Hokage-sama, rest assured, I shall take care of the arrangements." Sarutobi waved his hand, signaling the end of the discussion. "Very well. There is nothing more to address. You may leave." At the residence of the Shimura clan, within an expansive and opulent courtyard, Shimura Danzo sat in the main hall, cradling a teacup and savoring a fine brew. Shortly, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, accompanied by a youthful voice calling out, "Uncle Danzo." Are you there? Even before seeing the visitor, a smile graced Danzo's face upon hearing the familiar voice. Ah, it's Keikatsu. What brings you here today? Danzo once had a dearly beloved son, tragically lost on the battlefield during the war. Fortunately, within the Shimura clan, a promising nephew like Keikatsu has emerged. Although still young and yet to graduate from the ninja academy, Keikatsu exhibits remarkable abilities, and Danzo holds great satisfaction in this nephew. Before long, Keikatsu rushed into the room. Upon seeing Keikatsu's bruised visage, a flicker of surprise crossed Danzo's expression. What has happened? Keikatsu, who did this to you? Keikatsu, with a look of grievance, recounted his woes to Danzo. Uncle Danzo, it's that guy named Uchiha Obito. He was the one who hit me. You must help me teach him a lesson. Uchiha Obito? Who is that? Danzo inquired, perplexed. Keikatsu indignantly narrated the events that transpired that afternoon on the school playground, embellishing the tale with numerous disparaging remarks about Obito, including unfounded rumors of Obito peeping in the girls' bathhouse and claims of him not bathing for 3 months. Yet, the more Danzo listened, the greater his astonishment grew. His focus was not on Keikatsu's plight or the bullying he endured, but rather on the revelation that Obito, at the tender age of 8 or 9, had managed to awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan, simultaneously, akin to the 3rd Hokage. Danzo began to entertain thoughts of drawing Obito into his fold. Keikatsu, are you certain you aren't deceiving me? Danzo asked. Keikatsu nodded emphatically, of course. Uncle Danzo, you must help me punish Obito. He deserves a good thrashing. Tobirama shook his head, remarking that it would be futile to resort to violence. For the sake of the nation, a true man must not be swayed by trivialities. The boy, Obito Uchiha, has awakened his Sharingan at such a tender age. His future prospects are undoubtedly limitless. There are already numerous formidable ninjas around that old coot, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It is imperative that we strive to bring this lad into the root organization. Bakoku, with tears streaming down his face, implored, Uncle Tobirama, what do you mean by that? Are you unwilling to assist me? Do you no longer care for me? Tobirama gently patted his shoulder, offering consolation. Bakoku, you must endure this for now. There may yet come a time when you both have the opportunity to work together within the root. Uncle Tobirama, I despise you. Bakoku cried out, bursting into tears and storming out of the room in a huff. Tobirama sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He then rapped on the coffee table and called out, come here. Outside, 2 figures swiftly appeared, kneeling before Tobirama in unison. Lord Tobirama, how may we serve you? Chapter 10. The Invitation of the Roots. Tobirama instructed, A.B. You two shall go on my behalf to attend to some matters concerning the Uchiha clan. In a certain street of the Uchiha territory, Obito, as was his custom, walked partway home with Rin after school, preparing to return for dinner. Grandma, I'm back. At the corner of the block. Obito paused in front of a somewhat dilapidated wooden house, then pushed the door open and entered. Ah, little Obito has returned. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is nearly ready. The gentle voice of his grandmother echoed from the kitchen. He was immediately engulfed by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Grandma, what delicious meal have you prepared today? Obito dashed into the kitchen, wrapping his arms around his grandmother's neck and playfully standing on tiptoe. Today, we have your favorite, corn stew with ribs, she replied, patting the back of his hand. My dear grandson, be obedient and wash your hands quickly. Ribs? What is the occasion for such a feast? Obito was slightly taken aback as he turned on the faucet to wash his hands. Given that both his parents had passed away and his grandmother was elderly, their household had little income. His grandmother was always frugal, often foregoing her own meals to ensure Obito had the best. This filled him with warmth, yet also a pang of sorrow for her. There is no special occasion. I just thought with your upcoming graduation assessments, you might need a little nourishment, she said while bringing the stew to the table. I see, Obito replied, hastily grabbing a bowl and chopsticks, following her out of the kitchen. The two began to discuss the mundane events of the day as they enjoyed their meal together. Suddenly, a loud knock resonated through the house. Who is it? His grandmother turned to glance at the door. Obito quickly set down his utensils and stood up to open the door, guessing it must be Shursui come to join them for dinner. Shursui, as Obito's cousin, shared a good relationship with him. Over the past 2 years since Obito had traversed into this world, their bond had only strengthened, with Obito becoming increasingly attentive to Shursui, who was destined to be a prodigious ninja capable of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. In the interim, while his abilities were still developing and his prospects uncertain, it was prudent for Obito to seek out a strong ally. Creaked, the door swung open, revealing two figures clad in standard silver vests of the Umbu, their faces obscured by masks. Each held several large packages and gift boxes in their hands. "Are you Umbu?" Obito asked, bewildered. "Are you Uchiha Obito?" One of the masked ninjas responded, his voice a mixture of authority and curiosity. Toby nodded slightly. "Yes, it's me. What brings you here?" At that moment, Grandma also sensed something amiss. Hastily setting down her bowl and chopsticks, she emerged with an anxious expression, inquiring, "What has happened? Did my Toby get into some trouble?" It was well known in the village that the Umbu rarely visited without cause, and such occurrences seldom boded well. "No, I haven't caused any trouble," Toby replied, shaking his head. Aside from having dealt a beating to Shimizu Keikaku earlier that day, he couldn't recall any other incidents. Another Umbu ninja, adorned with a bare-faced mask, quickly interjected, "Grandma, please don't misunderstand. We are subordinates of Danzo from the root, here to discuss certain matters with Toby." As they spoke, the two ninjas presented gifts to Toby and his grandmother. "Haha, if you've come, just come. No need for gifts. It feels overly formal," Grandma exclaimed, her face lighting up upon hearing that Toby was not in trouble. She eagerly accepted the presented gifts, exchanging pleasantries. Toby chuckled as well, receiving the gifts even faster than Grandma. "Yes, it's quite embarrassing for you to go through such trouble. If you come again, perhaps you could bring something as well." The two root members, unbound by any tongue-binding curse, displayed typical human emotions. They exchanged glances, their lips twitching beneath their masks, bemused by the pair's antics. This grandfather-grandson duo truly knew how to play the politeness game, yet their eagerness to accept the gifts was almost comically impatient. Little did they realize that for impoverished folk like Toby and his grandmother, these luxurious gifts represented a significant sum of money. Should they sell these items at the shop? They could exchange them for a considerable amount of silver, affording numerous sumptuous meals. Cradling a pile of gifts, Toby glanced through the packaging. There were fine wines, ginseng, tea leaves, and various gourmet items. Clearly, these two had spent lavishly and invested considerable thought into their selection. "By the way, you're from the root? What do you want from me?" Toby inquired, looking up at the two ninjas, pondering whether this visit was indeed related to his confrontation with Shimizu Keikaku. The corners of the root ninja's mouths twitched again. "What is wrong with you? You accept gifts without even inviting us in to talk? Don't you have the most basic hospitality?" Fortunately, after placing several gift boxes inside, Grandma promptly called out, "Toby, let them in to sit and talk. I'll prepare some tea." "Understood, Grandma," Toby nodded, stepping aside to clear the way. The two root ninjas entered the house, taking their seats as directed by Grandma. Meanwhile, Toby placed the gifts aside and returned to the dining table, picking up his bowl and chopsticks to resume his meal. "You've had dinner? Haven't you?" he asked, gnawing on a rib while glancing at the two ninjas. Not yet. The ninja with the tiger mask shook his head, intending to say that they hadn't had the chance to eat dinner. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Obito, who stated, "My grandmother and I only prepared a meal for two, so we won't invite you to dine with us." The ninja with the tiger mask twitched his mouth in irritation. Did Uchiha Obito truly believe anyone cared for a meal from their household? If it weren't for Lord Danzo's orders to persuade you, I would have no interest in this wretched place. The bare-masked Umbu ninja was equally perturbed, but he exhibited greater composure than his tiger-masked counterpart and began to establish rapport with Obito, articulating his purpose for visiting. "Obito, it's quite all right. We're not hungry in the slightest." Just then, a disgracing rumble emanated from his stomach. His cheeks flushed, but thankfully the mask concealed his embarrassment. "Obito, we are here on Lord Danzo's behalf, specifically to pay you a visit." Obito nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, I see. What is the matter? Is it regarding my defeat of Pakura?" The bare-masked ninja shook his head. "No, Lord Danzo remarked that Pakura was defeated due to his inferior skills. Moreover, Lord Danzo holds your abilities in high regard and hopes that after your graduation, you will consider joining Root." Chapter 11. The Journey of Might joining Root? Obito expressed mild surprise. He had initially assumed these two individuals were troublemakers arriving at his door, only to discover they were sent by Danzo to extend an olive branch. Typically, any ordinary Konoha ninja, upon receiving an invitation from the esteemed Danzo, would likely be swayed by such overtures. However, Obito was a traveler from another world. He was acutely aware of Danzo's character. The man was far more ruthless than the third Hokage. The third Hokage could at most be described as hypocritical, while Danzo was the very embodiment of treachery. In the original narrative, Danzo not only plucked Shirsue's eyes, but was also a principal architect in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Aligning himself with someone like Danzo would leave Obito perpetually anxious about being ensnared in a plot, fearing for the safety of his own eyes. Even though he currently possessed the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, he harbored no trepidation towards Danzo. Yet, being in the presence of such a man would inevitably evoke discomfort. Thus, he resolutely declined the invitation to join Root. Before Obito could voice his thoughts, his grandmother emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming cups of tea, which she graciously offered to the 2 ninjas. With a warm smile, she inquired, "Gentlemen, what exactly is Root? Is the salary there quite generous?" The 2 ninjas accepted the tea and politely removed their masks, nodding in gratitude towards her. The ninja with the bare-faced mask replied with a smile, "Rest assured, dear lady. Regarding salary, with Obito's exceptional talent, he is destined to become Lord Danzo's right-hand man, and his monthly stipend will undoubtedly be substantial." "Oh, is that so? That sounds splendid." His grandmother beamed with delight. She glanced back at Obito, puzzled as to why her usually underperforming grandson suddenly garnered such attention from the higher-ups in Konoha. Yet she deemed it a positive development. "Grandma, please come back and have your meal," Obito said, somewhat helplessly. His grandmother had faced considerable hardships while raising him, and her concern for monetary matters was understandable. Fortunately, he was on the verge of graduating, and he could easily undertake various ninja missions to earn a decent commission. The future, he thought, would gradually improve. With this in mind, Obito addressed the 2 Root ninjas. "I appreciate your goodwill and ask you to convey my thanks to Lord Danzo, but I must deliberate on this matter further." It felt somewhat inappropriate to outright refuse after accepting their gifts, so he chose his words delicately. "Very well, we shall relay your message to Lord Danzo. We'll take our leave now." The bare-faced ninja nodded, and he and his companion stood to depart. "Obito, those 2 were quite polite, and they seem to hold you in high regard. Why not accept their offer?" his grandmother queried, watching the pair retreat. Obito shook his head. "Grandma, some matters are not as straightforward as they appear. The people from Root are not to be underestimated." Grandmother merely inquired casually about Obito's future plans, showing little desire to engage deeply in the matter. After dinner, Obito took the initiative to wash the dishes. Subsequently, he bid his grandmother farewell, announcing his intention to go out for training, and hurriedly left the house. The following morning, after breakfast, Obito set off for school. On a somewhat secluded road, he unexpectedly encountered an elderly lady once again. Alas, age renders one less capable. Even walking proves to be a challenge. The old lady, hunched over, trembled as she attempted to cross the street, lamenting her plight. "Grandmother, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you." Demonstrating his commendable character, Obito swiftly lifted the elderly woman onto his back. He dashed across the road, heading determinedly to the right. The lady, jostled by the rapid pace, urgently patted Obito's back, exclaiming, "Young boy, please slow down. You're going the wrong way. My home is in the opposite direction." Obito nodded, turning around to sprint in the correct direction. "Why didn't you mention it sooner, grandmother? I am Konoha's most enthusiastic citizen. I shall ensure your safe arrival." Upon safely delivering the elderly lady to her doorstep and setting her down, he noticed her eyes rolling back, having been jostled into a faint state. She wobbled unsteadily before collapsing onto the ground. Inside the wooden house, a burly man witnessed the old lady fall and rushed out, eyes ablaze with fury. Grabbing a pole, he shouted at Obito, "You little rascal! What have you done to my mother?" Obito quickly turned to flee, calling back, "Sir, she is fine. I merely escorted her home." "Stop right there. You won't leave without handing over 100,000 silver coins." As the man pursued him, Obito sprinted away, swiftly disappearing around the corner of the street. Is this child a rabbit? He runs remarkably fast. The man panted, ultimately resigning to return home. Obito leapt down from a nearby tree, heart still racing. That was quite perilous. I must be more cautious when assisting elderly ladies in the future, lest I be wrongfully accused. Presently, time was running short before class, and Obito was quite far from school, certain to be late. Yet, he felt no urgency, for the night before, during his training session, he had conducted numerous experiments and grasped the various abilities of Kamui. Among them, the long-distance displacement posed no limitations. As long as he had marked a location with Kamui, he could sense it and reach it swiftly. Furthermore, he had already left a Kamui mark outside the ninja school the previous night. Kamui. Obito's eyes transformed from black to red, the three tomo swirling within his gaze, morphing into the shape of a windmill shuriken. A distortion rippled through the space ahead of him, and Obito's body was drawn into another dimension. Following the direction indicated by the Kamui mark, Obito activated his Kamui ability once more. Outside the Ninja Academy, amidst the thickets beside the road, a distorted wave of space rippled, and Obito stepped forth from the void. Ah, the beauty of chaos. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Obito sensed something amiss. A series of breathless moans, accompanied by the heavy panting of a man, reached his ears, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. What on earth could it be? Was someone engaging in a rather provocative duel in the wilderness this early in the morning? Bewildered, Obito turned to look. A few meters away, in the corner, a disheveled couple was involved in an act that words could scarcely describe. This portion is often overlooked, thus omitted. Is that not Riden-sensei? Obito's face was filled with astonishment. Though he could only see the back of a head in a silhouette, he recognized Riden without a doubt. Having served as the homeroom teacher for 4 or 5 years, Obito was thoroughly familiar with him. Chapter 12. A notable reputation for Obito, the woman cradled in Rita's arms bore a striking resemblance to a teacher from their school. Though her face seemed familiar, Obito could not recall her name. Rita had always harbored a certain antagonism towards Obito at school. Now that Obito had discovered a potential weakness of his, was it not the perfect opportunity to turn the tables? A mischievous grin appeared on Obito's lips as he concealed himself behind a large tree, silently forming a series of hand seals for his jutsu. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Obito tilted his head back slightly, cheeks puffing out. With a forceful exhale, a stream of fire erupted from his lips, coalescing into a blazing sphere that rolled away into the underbrush, igniting wild grasses and withered branches along its path. In the instant the jutsu was completed, Obito swiftly darted out from the thicket, positioning himself on the walkway and bellowing at the top of his lungs. Fire! Someone! Come help extinguish it. Where's the fire? Over there. Look, it's in the woods. That way. At this hour of the morning, many students and teachers were hurrying to school. Upon noticing the thick smoke rising from the thicket, several individuals rushed in, eager to combat the flames. Rita's choice of location for this escapade was hardly discreet. The spectacle of him and the female teacher was instantly laid bare for all to see. Ah! The teacher's shrill scream pierced the air as she bashfully shielded her face with her hands. Rita, hastily adjusting his trousers, waved his hands in frantic explanation. Please, don't misunderstand. We didn't start that fire. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Everyone understood that they had not set the fire. They were far too preoccupied with their own antics to have done so. Rita-sensei, Teacher Keiko, how could you, as educators, engage in such disgraceful conduct in broad daylight? Indeed, this is utterly sordid and shameful. I feel embarrassed for both of you. Obito, the architect of this chaos, couldn't he suppress a stifled chuckle at the commotion unfolding within. To avert drawing excessive suspicion, he refrained from lingering and made his way towards the school entrance. However, as he stepped onto the campus, he noticed that several students passing by were casting furtive glances in his direction, whispering amongst themselves. Look, that person seems to be Obito Uchiha, the perennial underachiever. Isn't he the one who awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan yesterday? Don't call him an underachiever anymore. Haven't you heard how formidable the 3-tomo Sharingan is? Even the talented Shimura clan's prodigy, Shimura Kikugo, was soundly defeated. I heard my father mention it yesterday. A Uchiha ninja capable of awakening the three-tomo Sharingan is destined for greatness. Obito Uchiha will undoubtedly be favored by the third Hokage in the future. Is that true? If you look closely, Obito is rather handsome. Quite tall. His looks are decent, though those goggles are a bit outdated. As Obito listened to the murmurs around him, he could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The news spread remarkably swiftly, within the span of a single night. Nearly the entire school was aware of the situation. Moreover, my dear brother Dato's goggles are anything but outdated. They are, in fact, quite appealing. They possess a fashionable and unique charm, which is merely unappreciated by that girl. While I pondered, Dato had already entered the classroom. Numerous classmates had arrived early. Their gazes directed towards Dato, notably altered from their usual demeanor. Previously, when they saw Dato, their expressions were predominantly those of ridicule. However, now there was a hint of curiosity and envy in their eyes. Dato, congratulations. You have become quite the celebrity in school, a classmate named Lin teased. Unable to suppress her laughter as she sat beside him. Lin, please, do not just at my expense. Dato replied, awkwardly scratching his head. Lin shook her head. I'm not joking. I genuinely wish you well. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai approached, hands clasped behind her back, and stood before Dato. Dato-kun, may I join you for training after class today? She asked, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she gazed at him with a touch of nervousness. Kurenai was widely regarded as the beauty of their class, and it would be an understatement to say that she was not considered the most attractive in the school. However, in the realm of ninjas, prowess reigns supreme, and such rankings are seldom acknowledged. Kurenai's bold action immediately captivated the attention of every student in the classroom. Wow, Kurenai is actually asking to train with Dato. What does this mean? The murmurs of disbelief filled the air as classmates recognized her apparent affection for Dato, marking yet another sensational piece of gossip for the day. Oh no, my goddess is about to be sullied by that fool Dato. Asuma lamented, tears streaming down his face as he watched Kurenai's retreating figure. He silently returned the pack of cigarettes he had prepared for her back into his pocket. Realizing that his thoughtful gift would likely go unaccepted, Shinju tugged on Shigemura's arm, inciting discord. Shigemura, that Dato is utterly despicable. He has stolen your glory. And now even Kurenai has begun to favor him. Shigemura seethed. Do not worry. I have arranged for someone to take care of that brat. He will not have an easy night ahead. Dato stared blankly at Kurenai, momentarily at a loss for words. Why would she want to train with him? Was this fortune bestowed upon him without effort? Beep. Detected that Kurenai has expressed affection towards the host. Please engage in the specified dialogue with Kurenai to obtain a replication opportunity. Kurenai, after class tonight, let us venture to the grove. I can guide you in dual training. Suddenly, the system's prompt resonated in Dato's mind. He was left speechless. System, what on earth are you doing? I am not that close to her, and saying such things would be utterly inappropriate. It would lead to misunderstandings. Please complete the task as specified, or the existing opportunity for duplication will automatically reset. How infuriating. Is this a duplication system or a system designed to frustrate? Obito felt quite vexed. Yugao stood there, hands clasped behind her back, waiting patiently. The collective gaze of everyone upon her made her feel increasingly bashful. Her cheeks flushed like ripe persimmons. Obito, is there something troubling you? If so, I sincerely apologize. Not receiving a response from Obito, Yuga bowed in apology and turned to return to her seat. Wait, hold on. Obito hurriedly called out to her. Chapter 13. The Mischief System. As the sun set, Shiri Hong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After class tonight, she struggled to articulate the dialogue assigned by the system. However, the latter part of the sentence was simply too mortifying to utter, especially in front of so many classmates. Huh, Dato, what are you saying? I didn't catch that, Shiri Hong inquired, her face adorned with confusion. Let it be. Dato clenched his teeth, seemingly resolute, and declared loudly to Shiri Hong, after class tonight, let's go to the grove together. I can accompany you for dual cultivation. Silence. A stillness akin to death enveloped the classroom. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the students seemed to be frozen in place, their mouths agape in sheer astonishment. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the assigned dialogue task. You have earned a replication opportunity. The system's voice echoed in Dato's mind. Yet, At that moment, he was too mortified to pay any heed. All he wished for was to find a crevice to hide in. This was excruciatingly embarrassing. What audacity! Dato had shamelessly invited a girl to join him in the grove. And what was that about dual cultivation? Such terminology was hardly respectable. Dato had truly set a new standard for shamelessness. Before long, someone among the classmates reacted first, launching into a teasing tirade against Dato. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of chatter and laughter. Dato, you. Shiri Hong finally regained her composure. Feeling utterly flustered and unsure of what to say, Dato, equally crimson-faced, quickly attempted to explain, "Please don't be angry. I'm known for my jokes. Everyone knows that. I was just kidding." However, before Dato could finish, Shiri Hong had already covered her flushed face and hurried back to her seat. Lin shook her head in disappointment. "Dato, I never expected you to be this kind of person." Dato felt as though he could weep. Why was this happening to him? Why did the system have to put him in such an embarrassing situation? "Lin, let me explain. That wasn't what I meant. Actually, I didn't mean that." Fortunately, having been Dato's desk mate for many years, Lin understood his character well. She was merely teasing him, and wasn't truly upset. Dato's rambling explanation elicited a chuckle from Lin, who covered her mouth and said, "All right. I was just playing with you. I'm not mad at all." Before long, the class bell rang, and everyone returned to their seats, sitting up straight and waiting for teacher Liang Tian to commence the lesson. However, to everyone's surprise, despite the bell having rung for quite some time, Liang Tian had yet to arrive. This was due to the minor incident of a fire outside the school, which a few students in the class were already aware of. However, the number of students who knew was limited, especially since everyone had been captivated by the commotion surrounding Shiri Hong and Dato. No one has mentioned the scandal involving Liang Tian and teacher Huizi being caught in the act. At this moment, everyone's interest in the gossip surrounding Dato has waned, and they have resumed chattering about Liang Tian's disgrace. Dato, being the instigator of the arson incident, is fully aware of the details surrounding the events. He does not have the leisure to engage in discussions about Liang Tian and instead activates his replication ability, casting it towards the front row where Hinata resides. He wonders if, after the recent ordeal, Hinata's fondness for him has completely vanished. Amidst Dato's murmurs, the system's voice resonates in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have replicated Hinata's illusion technique, magical tree binding kill. Note, the caster disappears from the enemy's sight. A tree grows from behind the enemy, binding their body, while the caster emerges from the tree to launch a lethal attack. Impressive. A direct replication of an illusion technique." Dato feels a surge of joy. The system's replication ability largely depends on the intimacy between Dato and the target. The fact that he could replicate an illusion technique indicates that Hinata's fondness for him remains intact. Although he does not understand the reasons behind Hinata's feelings for him, Dato does not dwell on it. Having a girl who likes him is undoubtedly a positive development. Creak. After approximately half an hour of class time has passed, the classroom door is pushed open from the outside. A slightly unfamiliar ninja in a green vest enters and stands at the podium. The previously noisy classroom falls silent instantly, all eyes fixated on the newcomer. The green-vested ninja scans the students and nods before starting to introduce himself. "Students, I am the new teacher. My name is Mookie, and you can call me Teacher Mookie." A wave of astonishment ripples through the students. Teacher Liang Tian has not come to class? It seems the rumors about him and Teacher Huizi are indeed true. "Teacher Mookie, where is Teacher Liang Tian?" a bold student inquires. Mookie nods, providing a vague response. "Due to certain circumstances, Teacher Liang Tian cannot be here for the time being. Let us cease our discussions and begin the class." The scandal involving Liang and Huizi is quite disreputable, especially in a ninja school, where even though the children are quite mature for their age, it still casts a negative light. Mookie prefers not to elaborate further, and the students understand. The change of teachers does not elicit much dissent among the students. After all, any teacher teaching is still teaching. However, their curiosity about the gossip remains. After class, they begin to venture out to other classrooms to gather information. According to the latest intel obtained by the students, both Liang Tian and Huizi have been taken to the third Hokage's office. No one knows how they will be dealt with. Upon hearing such news, Dato feels a twinge of guilt within him. Initially, I merely intended to tease Liang Tian a little, never anticipating that the situation would escalate to such severity. However, one must wonder if Liang Tian and that female teacher named Huizi will indeed face suspension due to this incident. The day's lessons concluded swiftly, and as the final bell rang, students surged out of the school in a fervor. With the system confirming his affinity for Shi Hong, Obito approached her desk without hesitation. Inviting, "Hong, let us go train together." Shi Hong organized her textbooks and lifted her gaze to meet Obito's. The recollection of his earlier remarks about the small grove and dual cultivation caused her cheeks to flush involuntarily. She averted her eyes and softly murmured an acknowledgement, neither refusing nor explicitly agreeing. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Fortunately, Rin approached at that moment, linking her arm with Shi Hong's and cheerfully saying, "Hong, do not be upset about this morning's events. Obito is simply a fool, and he meant no harm." Chapter 14. The Public Opinion of Hataki Tsukumo. I am not angry. Yukimura Akane gently nodded. She then turned her head to glance at Obito, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. "Lin, I concur with your observation. Obito truly is rather foolish." Lin chuckled in agreement, and the two girls, hand in hand, strolled out of the classroom, leaving Obito in a state of bewilderment. He had never seen such camaraderie between these two girls before. Was it typical for friendships among girls to blossom so swiftly? Was it merely because they both perceived him, Toby, as a simpleton? Lin was rather harsh. He was anything but foolish, possessing remarkable intelligence. "Hey, wait for me." As they distanced themselves, Obito hurried to catch up. Inside the classroom, most of the students had departed, leaving only two individuals behind, Shimura Kakakoku and the sycophant Mizuki. Mizuki, observing Obito's retreating figure, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Kakakoku, look at that guy Obito. Didn't teacher Ryoshin tell him to clean the classroom for an entire week? How can he just run away like that?" Kakakoku, appearing sullen, smacked Mizuki on the head. "Are you an idiot? Teacher Ryoshin didn't even come to class. What is he supposed to clean?" As he spoke, Kakakoka made his way to the supply cabinet at the back of the classroom. Mizuki, cradling his swollen head, looked utterly aggrieved. "But, since teacher Ryoshin isn't here, shouldn't we also forego cleaning the toilets?" Kakakoku retrieved two plungers from the cabinet and playfully jabbed them at Mizuki's face. "You fool, are you incapable of thinking? We are in gambling with teacher Ryoshin. I lost a bet to that underachiever Obito, and naturally, I must fulfill my promise. Otherwise, it would be a laughingstock." Mizuki, tears streaming down his face, removed the plunger from his visage, revealing a bright red circle on his cheek. He mumbled softly, "The one who lost the bet was you, not me. I am merely assisting you in cleaning the toilets. Can't you treat me a little better?" On the street, Obito, Lin, and Akane walked side by side. The two girls chattered animatedly, as if their topics were inexhaustible. Obito had initially hoped to find an opportunity to join in their conversation, but was drawn away by the murmurs of the villagers nearby. "Have you heard? Hataki Tsukumo actually abandoned a crucial mission for the village and chose to flee. I never expected that Konoha's ninja, the White Fang of Konoha, would bring such disgrace upon us. Disgrace aside, I heard that due to that failed mission, the third Hokage had to pay an exorbitant breach of contract penalty, causing severe losses for the village. Indeed, originally, this month, we were supposed to receive funding to build houses, but now, because of Hataki Tsukumo, we have no new homes to live in." At this moment, Lin and Akane also ceased their conversation, perking up their ears to listen to the surrounding gossip. Hong turned her head and asked Obito, "Kakashi's father must be Tsukumo Hataki, right? What exactly happened?" Kakashi was in the same class as Obito before he graduated early. For such a prodigious talent, who entered the academy at 4 and graduated at 5, everyone in the class was aware of him. Tsukumo Hataki was not only a top-ranking shinobi in the village, but also someone whose prowess could be compared to that of the legendary Sannin. Naturally, everyone knew about him. Obito nodded. Indeed, he is Kakashi's father, but it seems that he is being discussed due to a failed mission. As a time traveler familiar with the original story, Obito recalled some plot points. Tsukumo had sacrificed an important mission to save the lives of his comrades, which ultimately led to him being criticized and gossiped about by the villagers. Even the comrades he saved failed to understand his actions and reproached him for his decisions. This culminated in Tsukumo's emotional and physical decline, leading him to take his own life as a statement of his despair. Lin pouted, "That doesn't just sound like gossip. They were openly attacking Tsukumo-senpai's character. It's downright personal." Obito, somewhat surprised, turned to her and asked, "Lin, it seems you know something more?" Lin shook her head. "I don't know, but I believe everyone makes mistakes. Even if Tsukumo-senpai erred, he shouldn't be subjected to such backstabbing remarks." "Is that so? You make a valid point." Obito nodded. He initially thought Lin understood the circumstances surrounding Tsukumo's mission, but from her words, it was clear she was merely standing up for justice. It appeared that Lin was not only gentle and kind, but also held a more righteous perspective than most, while others were swayed by rumors. This young girl managed to maintain a clear head. Nevertheless, when it came to Tsukumo Hataki's situation, Obito felt he could only lament the tragedy. He could offer little assistance. The villagers' gossip was relentless. Tsukumo had succumbed to depression, leading him to take his own life. Obito did not consider himself eloquent enough to pull someone who was determined to die back from the brink. "Lin, Hong, let's go. I'll treat you both to ramen. After we eat, the three of us can head to the grove," Obito said with a cheerful grin, extending the invitation. Upon hearing the grove, both Lin and Hong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and they shot him a disapproving glance. Hong admonished, "Obito, please don't make such jokes, otherwise you might find yourself on the receiving end of our wrath." Obito feigned innocence. "I meant after we finish eating ramen, we can all practice together in the grove. That's all. Do you even have the money to treat us to ramen?" Lin laughed, covering her mouth, well aware of Obito's financial struggles. Obito proudly brandished the pouch of coins at his waist, declaring, "Don't worry. I definitely have enough for ramen. If I run out of money, I can always sell some of those gifts Toby gave me yesterday to get some cash. Besides, graduation is just around the corner. Toby, can take on tasks and earn money effortlessly." Rin, with her small hands behind her back, shook her head and chuckled, saying, "No, thank you. I still need to return and help my mother at the store. I don't have time to join you all. Perhaps next time." As she spoke, Rin waved goodbye to Kurenai and turned to walk towards the fork in the road ahead. "Goodbye." Kurenai nodded. She then glanced back at Toby, her cheeks flushed, perhaps due to the anticipation of spending time alone with him. "Let us go, Kurenai, just the two of us for some ramen." Toby, ever generous, called out and continued to stride forward. Chapter 15. The Three Fools' Greetings. "Older brother, I would like a bowl of char siu noodles." Outside the Ichiraku ramen shop, Obito lifted the fabric curtain and, accompanied by red-haired Rin, approached the counter and took a seat. Obito instinctively began to address the owner as uncle, only to realize that Ichiraku was still a youthful lad, prompting him to quickly amend his address. Ichiraku appeared to be no older than 30, and his daughter, SHBU, was merely 6 years old, 3 years younger than Obito and Rin. "I would like a bowl of noodles with sauce," Rin said as she settled beside Obito. "Certainly. Please wait a moment." Ichiraku greeted them with a warm smile, showing great hospitality. SHBU busily began to assist by arranging bowls and placing condiments. "By the way, Rin, what prompted you to join me in training?" Out of curiosity, Obito could not help but voice his question. He had intended to ask earlier that morning but felt hesitant due to the crowded classroom. "Actually, my father encouraged me to spend more time with you, so I—" Rin's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she chose not to conceal the truth. Obito looked puzzled. "Your father? Does he know me?" Rin shook her head. "No. He doesn't. Yesterday, I told him about your competition with the student from the Bakugu clan, and that's why he suggested I spend more time with you." "Oh, I see." Obito nodded thoughtfully. "It seems my reputation for awakening the three Tomo Sharingan has spread." Rin's father might be akin to Danzo, recognizing Obito as potential. "However, Obito, please don't misunderstand. My father does not expect me to fawn over you." Rin quickly waved her small hands in explanation, seemingly worried that Obito might misconstrue her words. Obito chuckled. "No worries. Regardless of the reason, I am genuinely delighted to train alongside you." His words were heartfelt. How could sharing training with such a lovely companion like Rin not be preferable to solitary cultivation? Regardless of her father's intentions, it only underscored Obito's own capabilities. Nevertheless, Rin proceeded to elaborate on her conversation with Tsunade. Tsunade had expressed admiration for Obito's outstanding talent, believing his future achievements to be limitless. Although the High-GA clan was considered one of the prominent clans, they had experienced a decline in recent years, leading to their marginalization within the village hierarchy. Tsunade's intention was to foster a connection between Rin and Obito, believing it could enhance Rin's skills in Genjutsu. As both the Uchiha and the High-GA clans were renowned for their mastery of such techniques, since Obito and Rin were classmates, strengthening their mutual abilities through interaction was undoubtedly beneficial. Thus, it led to Rin's suggestion that morning to train together. Outside the ramen shop, around the corner of a narrow alley, three men clad in gray kimonos whispered to one another, casting furtive glances towards the ramen shop. The young Master Bakugu instructed us to teach a lesson to Uchiha Obito. That must be the boy, without a doubt. He bears the crest of the Uchiha clan. By the way, isn't there a rumor that the lad has awakened the Sharingan? Do you think the three of us could possibly defeat him? Upon hearing this remark from his companion, one of the bald men among the trio immediately felt displeased. With unwavering confidence, he patted his chest and declared, "What is there to fear? Just follow my lead. I am a special Jonin, accompanied by two Chunin. Surely, we can handle a mere young lad." The young Master Baowa had already stated that this Uchiha Obito had just opened his eyes yesterday. Even if he is a prodigious genius, he surely cannot yet master those eyes. The boss is right. Let us change our clothes quickly to avoid being recognized. Consequently, the three men produced tattered garments belonging to villagers and began to dress themselves. I am full. In the ramen shop, Obito contentedly patted his stomach. Hinata's appetite was rather modest. She could not finish a single bowl of noodles, adhering to his principle of not wasting food. Obito polished off his char siu noodles and then finished the remaining half bowl that Hinata had left behind. "Let us go, Obito," Hinata called out as she stood up and lifted the cloth curtain to exit. Obito nodded and followed closely behind her. As the two reached the crossroads ahead, three tall men suddenly emerged from around the corner. Their fierce expressions suggested that they resembled bandits descending from the mountains. "Obito, what do they want?" Hinata instinctively took a step back. After all, the three were fully grown men, and their intimidating demeanor genuinely frightened her. This was an excellent opportunity for Obito to display his valor in front of the girl. How could he possibly let it slip away? He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Hinata. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Hinata nodded, and her admiration for Obito grew significantly as she gazed at his resolute figure. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Obito shouted with conviction. The bustling street around them was filled with passers-by, all of whom were drawn to the commotion by his voice. The three burly men, however, appeared undeterred. One of the bald men stepped forward and shouted at Obito, "You are Uchiha Obito, aren't you? My family lost 200,000 taels of silver yesterday, and you must have stolen it. Return the money at once." As soon as these words were uttered, the surrounding villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. Some had even begun to cast accusations, claiming that Obito was a delinquent, stealing at such a young age. Hinata's face was filled with astonishment as she tugged at Obito's clothing and whispered, "Obito, what is happening?" Obito shook his head, replying, "These three are clearly looking for trouble." How could one believe such words? While speaking, he pointed at the clothing of the three men, shaking his head in mockery. "Come on. If you three wish to disguise yourselves as villagers, at least do so convincingly. The insignia of the Uchiha clan is showing through your garments. You're talking nonsense." "That is impossible." The bald man's face turned pale with shock as he hurriedly lifted the tattered outer garment to inspect the clothes beneath. The other two men mirrored the same actions, tugging at the villagers' garments, inspecting the circumstances surrounding them. After a considerable pause, one of the shorter men scratched his head and inquired of the bald fellow, "Taro, isn't it strange? Our clan's attire seems devoid of any family insignia." The bald man rubbed his bald head, suddenly enlightened. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? I was deceived by that young lad." With his arms crossed, Obito regarded the trio with a mocking expression. "Precisely. I did deceive you. Who would have thought you would be so foolish as to reveal your identities yourselves? It must be the Shimura clan's loyalists who sent you to provoke trouble." A soft chuckle escaped from Yugao as she covered her mouth, surprised by Obito's cunning, and even more astonished by the sheer foolishness of the three adversaries. Chapter 16. Illusion. Tree-binding death. Taro, what should we do? We've been recognized. A short man, with a foolish expression, inquired of the bald man. The Shimura clan had strict family rules. Should the clan leader, Danzo, discover that the three of them dared to bully a few ungraduated students, he would undoubtedly be furious. Let them recognize us. Enough of the nonsense. Let us take him down. The bald man ground his teeth, fully committed to the confrontation. After all, with the young master of the Hokage as their backup, he would surely speak favorably of them in front of Danzo. Understood, Taro. The other two men responded, their expressions turning fierce as they charged towards Obito and Kurenai. Kurenai, be careful, Obito called out, his eyes shifting from black to red, three tomos spinning rapidly within his pupils. The bald man clenched his fist and launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Obito's face. His speed was remarkable, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Though they had just begun to engage, Obito had already assessed his strength to be likely above that of a Chunin. Yet, he remained unfazed. Utilizing the insight and predictive abilities granted by his Sharingan, he deftly sidestepped, evading the forceful punch. The air whistled past his ear as Obito seized the opportunity, lifting his leg to deliver a sharp kick to the bald man's abdomen. A dull thud echoed. The kick landed squarely, prompting a pained yelp from the bald man. However, being a special Jonin and an adult, he possessed significantly greater strength than Obito. Though the kick caused him discomfort, he merely staggered back a step before seizing Obito's ankle with both hands. You brat, you're seeking death. The bald man, furious and embarrassed, gripped Obito's ankle and violently flung him towards a wall several meters away. Obito felt a sudden loss of weight. Yet, even while being hurled, he did not forget to retaliate, striking the bald man's cheek with the instep of his other foot. Ouch! The bald man cried out again, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, Obito's kick had considerable force. Conversely, despite being thrown, Obito managed to brace himself against the wall as he approached, dissipating much of the impact. He executed a graceful flip in midair, sliding down the wall and landing steadily on his feet. The bald man wiped his mouth, noticing the blood staining his palm, which only fueled his rage further. He bellowed to his two companions, "What are you standing around for? Get that kid." "Yes, Taro." The two responded, charging towards Obito once more. Kurenai, witnessing Obito surrounded, anxiously stamped her feet on the side. She longed to assist him, but the numerical superiority and evident strength of the opponents made her hesitate. "Obito, I'm coming to help you." Ultimately, Kurenai mustered her courage and dashed forward, positioning herself in front of the stout ninja. Illusion. Tree-binding death. Kurenai's small hands danced as she completed a series of hand seals for the illusion technique. A tempest swirled around her, and in an instant, she vanished from the sight of the corpulent ninja. Almost immediately, a grand tree emerged behind the rotund figure, its vines entwining tightly around his form. Meanwhile, the previously vanished Kurenai Yuhi reappeared, half emerging from the trunk, her hand gripping a kunai, poised to press it against the ninja's throat in a bid for him to surrender. "Damn you, you little brat," the fat ninja bellowed, struggling fiercely against his bonds. The vines binding him could scarcely withstand his strength, cracking under the pressure. With a resounding snap, they shattered completely. Kurenai, forced to confront the backlash of her illusion, felt her spirit wane, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Ah!" She cried out in pain, clutching her chest, her body collapsing weakly to the ground. Though she had mastered a formidable illusion technique from her father, her youth rendered her spirit insufficiently robust to fully control a ninja of the fat man's caliber. Her illusion had initially succeeded, but it had only lasted a mere 2 seconds before being forcibly undone. "You little girl, with such meager skills, you dare to challenge me with illusions? A fool's dream." Enraged, the fat ninja paid no heed to Kurenai's identity and lifted his foot, aiming a powerful kick in her direction. Fire style, fireball technique. However, as the hefty foot was raised, a massive fireball rolled towards him, leaving a scorched trail upon the concrete. Should he choose to continue his assault on Kurenai, the fireball would inevitably sear him. Though not the brightest, the ninja quickly deduced his best course of action. He rolled aside onto the pavement, narrowly evading the fireball's trajectory. With a resounding crash, the fireball collided with the wall across the road, igniting a burst of flames. The villagers who had gathered to watch gasped in shock, relieved that they stood far enough away to avoid the conflagration. Meanwhile, the previously downed Kurenai was lifted by Obito, who vaulted several meters backward, landing atop a wall several feet high. "Kurenai, are you all right?" Obito asked, concern etched across his face. "Cough, cough. I'm fine, Obito," Kurenai replied, her breath slightly labored. For reasons unknown, from this angle, she found Obito's profile strikingly handsome. "You're bleeding. You were hurt to protect me." Obito felt a pang of guilt. He then cast a fierce glance down at the three ninjas standing below. "You three, you will not leave here unscathed today. At the very least, one of you shall be missing something." The fat ninja scratched his head, puzzled. "Missing what?" A bald man kicked the rotund ninja in the rear, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? Why are you engaging him? Just beat him up." Obito sneered coldly, "Let it be whatever it is. Missing an arm, a leg, or even fingers is acceptable." Upon hearing this, Kurenai Yuhi's eyes filled with concern. "Obito, let it go. They should at least be nin. We should leave this place swiftly." Kurenai was acutely aware of the significant standing of the Uchiha clan within Konoha. Aside from the Sarutobi clan, the Uchiha wielded the most power in the village. She was reluctant for Obito to escalate matters due to her, leading to potential ostracism from the Uchiha. "Kurenai, worry not. I can still handle these three." Obito gently set Kurenai down, allowing her to sit atop the wall. Chapter 17. Who is that little genius? Nevertheless, I, the illustrious Tori, now wield the dual divine powers and possess an unparalleled replication system as the protagonist. Am I to endure indignities at the hands of these petty fools? Should they dare to provoke me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. At present, the trio of bald men, aware that their identities have been exposed, no longer conceal themselves. In the midst of their flight, they each cast numerous shurikens towards Dato and Akane, who are positioned atop the wall. The sounds of clashing weapons ring out in rapid succession. Dato and Akane swiftly draw their kunai, deftly deflecting the incoming projectiles. "Akane, stay here. I can handle these three on my own." Dato calls out, his hands moving swiftly to form hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. As he completes the fire technique, Dato tilts his head back slightly, his cheeks puffing out. As he exhales, a stream of fire bursts forth from his lips, rapidly coalescing into a blazing fireball that surges towards the three adversaries below. Earth style, earth flow wall. The bald man, being a special jonin, is not easily intimidated by such an attack. He swiftly performs hand seals, and as the earth trembles beneath him, he crouches and slams his palms onto the ground. Instantly, a wall of earthy hue rises before them, effectively blocking the fireball. The wall measures approximately 3 meters in width and 4 meters in height, providing ample coverage to thwart the fiery assault. The fireball collides with the earthen wall, unleashing a wave of flames that spreads outward. "Capture that brat. I want to teach him a lesson." The bald man urges his companions, his fury palpable as he disregards caution, intent on making Dato suffer. "Understood, Taro." The rotund man and another ninja respond in unison as they rush out from the right side of the wall. Meanwhile, the bald man veers to the left, maneuvering around the earthen barrier. However, as he rounds the wall and his vision clears, he finds Dato has inexplicably closed the distance. Sharingan. In that fleeting moment of eye contact between Dato and the bald man, the three Tomo within Dato's Sharingan begin to whirl, activating the ocular illusion. Even though the bald man possesses formidable mental strength as a special jonin, he is no match for the terrifying prowess of Dato's kaleidoscope form of the Sharingan. In an instant, the bald man's eyes glaze over, and he stands frozen in place, lost in a daze. Moments later, he perceives the vibrant street scene fading from view, only to find himself transported to the center of a grand ballroom dance floor. Radiant, colorful disco lights whirl overhead, and the pulsating beats of a DJ's music reverberate in his ears. Surrounding him, women clad in revealing attire engage in an eccentric dance, their movements resembling that of horseback riding, with hands clasped and feet slightly apart. The bald man was instantly captivated by the surrounding atmosphere. He joined the nearby girls, leaping into the horse dance, reveling in the moment. At that moment, A hefty figure and another ninja emerged from behind the ochre wall, exclaiming in surprise as they intended to confront Obito. However, they were taken aback to find only the lone figure of Sunset Red perched atop the wall, while Obito had vanished without a trace. "Where did that brat go?" the hefty one inquired. "I have no idea," the slender one replied, shaking his head. Turning around, they discovered their bald companion still dancing the horse dance by the earthen wall, lost in his own world. The hefty one looked bewildered. What on earth is Taro doing? Has he lost his mind? The slender one shook his head, uncertain. Could it be an illusion technique? They were somewhat perplexed. Yet, the slender one quickly discerned the situation. "Taro, wake up." They exchanged glances and hurriedly approached, attempting to rouse the bald man. Unbeknownst to them, Obito had already circled around to the back of the wall, successfully avoiding their line of sight. Just as they drew near, Obito sprang out from the other side. Surprise! With a powerful leap, he delivered a hard kick to the back of the slender one's head. With a resounding thud, the slender one barely had time to register what was happening before he felt a sharp pain at the back of his skull. The force propelled him forward, causing his head to collide with the ground. A large bump formed on his forehead, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Damn it! It's you sneaking up on us. Can't you play fair?" The hefty one turned around, furious to see Obito incapacitating a comrade. He brandished his hefty hands, fists slicing through the air as he charged at Obito. Anticipating this, Obito executed several backflips, evading the hefty one's clumsy punches. As the hefty one lunged forward once more, ready to unleash a savage attack, Obito prepared his next offensive. Lightning 5 strikes. 1 kick. 2 kicks. Obito unleashed a series of rapid kicks, each landing squarely on the hefty one's face. The hefty man endured the blows, his cheeks twisting and distorting, saliva and blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Yet, his resilience was remarkable. Even after 5 heavy strikes, he merely saw stars, his cheeks bruised and swollen. You can actually perform young Master Baoba's lightning 5 strikes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The hefty one exclaimed, astonished. The lightning 5 strikes was a signature move, each kick a fierce assault, not something just anyone could master. Obito disdainfully scoffed. What is so impressive about the lightning 5 strikes? I can even replicate his transformations. As he spoke, Obito charged forward once more, launching a series of straight punches aimed at the hefty one's cheeks. The sound of fists colliding with flesh echoed in the air. Once again, the rotund figure began to contort his cheeks grotesquely. Yet this time he suffered a far greater beating, with several bloodied teeth flying from his mouth. How is this possible? I cannot believe it. The rotund man's eyes spun wildly, and he could no longer maintain his footing, collapsing to the ground with a thud. This altercation had persisted for quite some time. Numerous passers-by had gathered along the street, though none wished to become embroiled in the conflict. They also did not simply walk away. Each person stood in clusters, a few dozen meters away, observing this fierce duel between ninjas. Ha ha, look at that bald fellow. What on earth is he doing? Why is he dancing in such a peculiar manner? It's absolutely hilarious. Indeed, he appeared quite comical. Yet, who is that youth donning goggles? How is he so formidable at such a tender age? Who could possibly be the progenitor of such a prodigy? Judging by his age, he likely has not yet graduated from ninja school. I know. He is a classmate of mine. His name is Uchiha Obito. Chapter 18. The police department squad among the distant onlookers. There were indeed a few students heading home in the same direction, classmates of Obito. Upon hearing that someone was aware of Obito's identity, they immediately began inquiring with those students about him. Red, I mentioned wanting to leave them lacking something. What do you think would be fitting for them to miss? Obito inquired with a mischievous grin towards Yuhi Kurenai. As he spoke, he extracted a kunai and advanced steadily towards the 3 unconscious figures. At that moment, the trio had lost all capacity to resist, leaving them entirely at Obito's mercy. Obito, perhaps it would be best to let this go. The Haven tea truly harmed me. Kurenai hurriedly jumped down from the wall and rushed forward to intervene. After all, they were in Konoha, and she wished to avoid escalating the situation. If it spiraled out of control, it would be difficult to manage, and Obito would surely face consequences. Let it go? That's simply one tea do. How about this? Let us knock out a tooth from each of them. Obito's eyes gleamed with determination. While the adage about not striking a dog without its master held some truth, Obito was undeterred by the Uchiha clan. Just as Obito prepared to act, three figures leaped into view from a distance, positioning themselves before him. Instinctively, Obito tightened his grip on the kunai, ready for confrontation. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them. They were clad in the distinctive green vests of ninjas, with identical black hair. On their arms, they bore the emblem of a fan. Half red and half black, an unmistakable insignia of the Uchiha clan. Leading the trio was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, who also served as the captain of the Konoha police force. Fugaku was the father of Itachi and Sasuke, though at this time, Itachi had yet to be born. Three-tomo Sharingan? You must be Uchiha Obito, Fugaku remarked, astonished as he beheld Obito's crimson eyes. As the leader of the Uchiha, Fugaku was a busy man and could not possibly know every member of the clan, especially one as inconspicuous as Obito, a mere underachiever at school. However, the circumstances had shifted. News of Obito awakening his Sharingan had spread throughout the ninja academy. Fugaku was well informed and had quickly learned of Obito's achievement. Yet, he found it hard to believe that someone could awaken the three-tomo form on their first attempt. Was it possible that Obito had been concealing his true abilities until now? Nevertheless, Fugaku did not rush to inquire about the details, given the crowd of onlookers. As a member of the police force, it was imperative to exemplify proper conduct and prioritize the resolution of this conflict. Ah, so the clan leader has arrived. Even you have taken notice, Obito replied with a nod, his tone somewhat formal. Yet internally, he couldn't help but scoff. The law enforcement officials truly baffle me. Just moments ago, when those three ruffians sought trouble, you were nowhere to be found. Yet, as soon as the brawl concluded, you appeared to intervene. We happened to pass by and, upon hearing the commotion, came over to investigate. Fujikaze remarked, glancing at the trio from the Uchiha clan. He turned to Obito and inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Obito, arms crossed, replied candidly, "It's nothing. These fellows were looking for trouble, and I simply gave them a taste of their own medicine." Oh? Fujikaze furrowed his brow. Though he grasped a fragment of the situation, Obito's vague explanation left him perplexed. "Hello, uncle. Allow me to assist Obito in clarifying things." Kurenai stepped forward, seemingly anxious that Obito might stir up further chaos, and hurriedly began to explain to Fujikaze. "Uncle." The corners of Uchiha Fujikaze's mouth twitched. "What sort of perception does this girl have? Am I so old? I am still a young, handsome lad in my 20s. Kurenai paused, realizing that the tall, square-faced man before her was evidently sensitive to the term uncle. She quickly amended her words. Brother, what I meant was, I can help Obito explain. I am aware of the entire sequence of events." "Very well," Fujikaze conceded with a reluctant nod, feeling somewhat disheartened. The girl's change of address was clearly forced. She likely still considered him an uncle in her heart. Subsequently, Kurenai recounted the entire story, including the entanglements involving Kakashi and Obito, as well as Kakashi's connection as Danzo's nephew, and that these three were indeed Kakashi's subordinates, among other details. "Members of the Shimura clan?" Fujikaze mused, his brow knitting in concern. "This complicates matters. Danzo, a man who wielded considerable influence over the Roots, was notoriously protective of his own. Should he learn that a member of his clan was assaulted, Obito would likely face dire consequences." Having solidified his thoughts, Fujikaze turned to Obito and proposed, "How about this? Obito, accompany me to the third Hokage's office and report this incident to him. We shall seek his assistance in resolving the matter. Otherwise, if those three return to Danzo to file a complaint, you may find yourself in quite a predicament." Fujikaze understood that when it came to the Shimura clan, even the law enforcement officials would find it difficult to intervene. Fortunately, the circumstances were in Obito's favor, as long as the matter was brought to the third Hokage. Assistance from him would likely smooth things over with Danzo. Fujikaze expressed all these concerns, awaiting Obito's response. "Obito, perhaps you should heed the clan leader's advice and visit the third Hokage," Kurenai gently urged, not wishing for the situation to escalate. The course of action Fujikaze proposed seemed the most prudent choice. "All right then, let us proceed," Obito nodded. He was genuinely taken aback by the clan leader's earnest consideration for his well-being. Was it due to his potential, now that he had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, that he was being given such attention? Is the esteemed clan leader truly so devoted to the affairs of his kin, regardless of the underlying reasons? Following Fugaku's directive at this moment appears to be an admirable choice. You too, secure them and escort them to the Hokage's office. Fugaku instructed the two members of the police force behind him. Understood, Captain. They replied with a nod. As members of the police department, the Uchiha clan refers to Fugaku as captain when they are outside, but upon returning to the clan, they address him as clan leader. Obito, let us depart. Fugaku called out to Obito. Chapter 19. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favor well. Obito nodded, then turned his gaze towards Yukiharu. Today, I cannot train with you. Would you prefer to accompany me to the Hokage office, or shall you return home first? Yukiharu rolled her eyes, retorting, Obito, your confidence is quite remarkable. You refer to handling such significant matters at the Hokage office as merely playing? A confident smile graced Obito's face as he replied, Of course. I am certain this matter will not affect me. They will not harm me in any way. Yukiharu looked puzzled, asking, Why is that? Did not clan leader Fugaku just mention that a man named Danzo is difficult to deal with? That remains a secret for now, Obito said with a mysterious smile. Following Fugaku towards the street ahead, he was well aware of Danzo's notorious reputation for being difficult. In fact, he was rather underhanded. Yet, Obito chose to believe that the three members of the Uchiha clan seeking trouble were undoubtedly sent by Uchiha Tsukumo. Moreover, Danzo was oblivious to this. Otherwise, why would he have sent gifts to Obito yesterday, attempting to recruit him into route? It seemed contradictory. Obito, stop being cryptic and tell me why. Yukiharu pouted, catching up to Obito. If I tell you, you'll find out soon enough, he chuckled. As they conversed, the trio soon arrived at the base of the Hokage office building. Along the way, Fugaku subtly attempted to inquire about Obito's newly awakened eyes. But Obito skillfully evaded the questions, prompting Fugaku to refrain from pressing further. Wait, Mr. Fugaku, what brings you here? At the foot of the stairs, two guarding ninjas blocked Obito and his companion's path. We have urgent matters to discuss with Lord Third. Please inform him, Fugaku replied without elaboration, knowing that explaining to the guards would be futile. Very well, please wait a moment. One of the green-vested ninjas nodded and hurried upstairs. Before long, the ninja returned, stating, Mr. Fugaku, you may proceed. All right, Obito, let us go, Fugaku affirmed, leading the way upstairs. Obito exchanged glances with Yukiharu and followed closely behind. The two other Uchiha members struggled somewhat, as they were tasked with carrying the three burly men from the Shimura clan up the stairs. At this point, the three men had regained consciousness. Though their hands and feet were bound and their mouths gagged, they resisted fiercely, making it quite challenging for the duo to transport them. Fortunately, the two guarding ninjas came to assist, enabling them to carry all three up together. Fugaku, what is the meaning of this? On the second floor of the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, observing the three men being unceremoniously dropped onto the floor, his expression filled with confusion. Lord Third, these three individuals are from the Shimura clan, Fugaku explained candidly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, responding, Oh, what exactly is going on? Please elaborate. Very well. Third Hokage. Fugaku nodded and then pulled Obito closer, saying, This is a member of the Uchiha clan, named Obito Uchiha. A couple of days ago, Obito engaged in a combat match at the academy with a boy named Shimonari H. Koku, but unexpectedly, that boy refused to acknowledge his defeat. Fugaku recounted the events as described by Hinata Kurenai, explaining thoroughly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, upon hearing Fugaku's introduction of Obito, Sarutobi's gaze remained fixed on the young Uchiha, scrutinizing him intently. Is this little fellow truly Obito Uchiha? Even Fugaku has come to speak well of him. It seems the Uchiha clan has begun to place significant emphasis on this youth. Sarutobi mused to himself. He was acutely aware that, despite Fugaku's outward deference, the Uchiha clan had faced various forms of oppression and restrictions over the years in Konoha. Deep down, Fugaku was reluctant to engage too closely with him, the Hokage. Sarutobi could even sense the underlying resentment Fugaku harbored against him. Yet, at this moment, Fugaku was willing to come to the Hokage's office to advocate for this boy Obito. This alone indicated Obito's burgeoning importance in Fugaku's eyes. It appears my previous thoughts were indeed correct. If I cultivate Obito well, allowing him to serve as a bridge between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, it will surely be a wise endeavor. Sarutobi resolved inwardly. At this point, Fugaku had nearly recounted the entire sequence of events. I understand everything now, Sarutobi nodded, then turned his gaze back to Obito, his face breaking into a gentle smile. You are Obito, correct? I heard about you yesterday. Oh, yesterday? Obito feigned surprise, though he had already formed a rough idea of the situation. It could be that an Umbu from the Ninja Academy witnessed his match with Ichikoku. Or perhaps that scoundrel Rita had reported to the third Hokage about him awakening his Sharingan. After all, awakening the three-tomo Sharingan is no trivial matter. Just from the way people treated him differently after he opened his eyes, one could discern the significance. Sarutobi smiled and nodded. Yes, Obito, you performed admirably. What occurred today is not your fault. As he spoke, Sarutobi turned his attention to the door and called out in a low voice, Come in. A green-vested gatekeeper ninja entered and bowed respectfully to Sarutobi. Third Hokage, how may I assist you? Sarutobi frowned and instructed. Fetch Danzo for me and tell him I have matters to discuss. And also, bring his little nephew Ichikoku along. Understood, Third Hokage. The green-vested ninja nodded in agreement and swiftly departed. Fugaku, how is the situation in the police department lately? Sarutobi inquired with genuine concern, once again looking towards Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's rare visit presents an excellent opportunity to strengthen our bonds. The third Hokage reassured, rest assured, everything within the police department is functioning normally. Fugaku inclined his body slightly in a respectful bow and replied. While the two were engaged in official matters, Hinata pulled Obito's arm gently and whispered, Obito, congratulations. It seems the third Hokage holds you in high regard. It appears he intends to support you. Obito chuckled softly, I told you so. I assured you that coming along with me would pose no trouble. You are truly mischievous, Hinata pouted playfully. You made me worry for so long without revealing the reason. Chapter 20. The reprimand of the patriotic nation. The curiosity of Yuhi Kurenai was piqued. Well then, I shall tell you, he whispered. Leaning closer as he sensed her growing irritation, recounting the events of the previous day involving the Root personnel and their gifts. What? Even Root? Kurenai gasped, covering her mouth. She had heard her father mention the organization before. It was akin to the Umbu, yet rarely appeared in the public eye. Shoo! Obito quickly gestured for silence, indicating that she should not speak too loudly. He had not outright refused the invitation from those two members of Root yesterday. Rather, he had politely suggested that he would consider it. He was uncertain whether they would return today after discussing the matter with Danzo. If Danzo indeed had further intentions, Obito would gladly accept the gifts. However, the notion of joining Root was out of the question. After all, he would keep dangling this bait in front of Danzo. If he wished to offer gifts, that was his prerogative. Soon, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the office. Two figures, one tall and one short, entered through the door. They were none other than Shimura Danzo, a high-ranking official of Konoha, and his nephew, Shimura Bakoku. Danzo had likely inquired about the situation on their way over. Upon entering, before the third Hokage could speak, Danzo interjected, Sarutobi, I have already heard about this. Where are those three members of my clan? I will ensure they are dealt with appropriately. A hint of displeasure flickered across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. The three members of the Shimura clan had been left bound on the floor, clearly visible as soon as one entered. What pretense was Danzo putting on? Yet, maintaining his usual demeanor of tranquility, Sarutobi refrained from exposing Danzo's true nature. He gestured toward a spot near his desk, stating, It is those three who brazenly caused trouble in Konoha, and their target was none other than a student from the Ninja Academy. Danzo, I have heard that this matter involves your nephew. From the moment he entered, Bakoku had kept his head bowed, exuding an air of guilt, likely having received a stern reprimand from Danzo. Upon hearing the third Hokage mention him, he instinctively sought to admit his fault. However, the assertive Danzo did not grant him the opportunity to speak, continuing, I know. It was that boy Uchiha Obito, right? This is indeed Bakoku's fault, and I will ensure he receives a proper lesson. As he spoke, Danzo's gaze shifted toward Obito. The disdain for the Uchiha clan, a legacy of the second Hokage, seemed to have been effectively inherited by Danzo. When Danzo noticed Uchiha Fugaku was present, a flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. Yet, he did not greet Fugaku nor acknowledge Kurenai. How could I, the proud assistant to the Hokage, lower myself to associate with the malevolent leader of the Uchiha clan? At most, I should find a way to cultivate a connection with the rising talents of the Uchiha clan. The intention was simply to extract some advantage from the Uchiha clan. This young man must be Uchiha Obito. Danzo approached Obito with a few strides, forcing a smile that lacked sincerity. Greetings, I am Uchiha Obito. Obito nodded indifferently, offering little in response. Who are you trying to impress with that condescending demeanor? I, Uchiha Obito, am not swayed by such antics. Danzo nodded, maintaining his self-assumed amiable expression, and remarked, indeed, a true prodigy. The Uchiha clan is undoubtedly a powerful lineage within Konoha, renowned for its exceptional bloodline limits. The fact that you awakened your Sharingan at such a young age foretells a future of limitless potential. Danzo's words elicited a roll of the eyes from Uchiha Fugaku, who was present. He felt a strong urge to chastise Danzo for his shamelessness, as it was evident that Danzo was resorting to flattery to curry favor with Obito. Anyone casually inquiring around the Uchiha clan would know that Danzo was the one who frequently troubled them. Not only did he often sabotage the Uchiha's law enforcement efforts from the shadows, but he had also orchestrated the clan's forced relocation to the outskirts of the village in recent years. And now, here he was, openly praising Obito while simultaneously elevating the Uchiha clan to lofty heights. If he truly admired the Uchiha, why did he consistently seek to make their lives difficult? Mr. Danzo, you flatter me, Obito replied nonchalantly. Danzo seemed unfazed and called out Kagami. Come over here. Yes, Uncle Danzo, Shimura Kagami replied, approaching with a drooping demeanor, standing beside Danzo. Danzo continued, you owe Obito an apology. This time, it was indeed your fault. When you lose a match, you should graciously admit your inferiority, not seek assistance from the elders of your clan to confront a fellow student. Danzo had mentioned this demand for an apology during their journey here, and Kagami had initially been adamant about refusing. I, Shimura Kagami, am the top student in the Ninja Academy's grade. Why should I apologize to someone like Obito? However, under Danzo's imposing influence, Kagami ultimately had no choice but to concede. After all, he understood that while his uncle treated him well, a genuinely angry Danzo could result in dire consequences for him. Obito, I apologize. Kagami bowed to Obito, though his tone was begrudging. What? I didn't quite catch that. Obito feigned ignorance, leaning in closer. Kagami felt a surge of anger and was ready to retaliate, but upon noticing Danzo's piercing glare, he quickly deflated. He was left with no choice but to raise his voice once more. Obito, I am sorry. This incident was my fault. I hope you can forgive me. Kurenai hurriedly tugged at Obito's arm, exchanging meaningful glances with him. Obito understood that Kurenai was subtly urging him to let the matter rest. He nodded slightly, feigning magnanimity as he said, Baogwa, considering your sincere apology, I shall refrain from holding this against you. However, resorting to seeking assistance from the elders of your clan when you cannot handle a fight is rather lowly. Baogwa, enraged and gritting his teeth, felt powerless to retaliate. He could only glare at Dato, remaining silent, especially with Uncle Danzo's presence looming over him. Danzo stepped in once more to mediate, saying, Dato, rest assured. Upon my return, I will certainly give Baogwa a proper lesson. Dato shook his head, replying, a lesson is unnecessary. Regardless, I want to be able to witness it anyway. This caused Danzo's lips to twitch in irritation. What was up with Uchiha Dato, becoming rather bold? Though displeased, Danzo chose not to express his frustration at that moment. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Hiruzen, let us conclude this matter here. What do you think? Chapter 21. A conversation with Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a prudent and astute individual. Through the series of actions taken by Danzo after his arrival, he has discerned that Danzo is deliberately attempting to win over Obito. However, he refrains from making any significant comments or taking overt measures to obstruct this. Although Hiruzen harbors similar intentions toward Obito, he remains unhurried. He understands that Obito is on the verge of graduation, and subsequently, he will have the authority to determine the allocation of classes. At that time, he can place Obito in Minato's class, allowing Minato to mentor the boy, thereby restricting Danzo's influence. Hiruzen nodded, saying, "Yes, of course, you may take those three back with you." Thus, the matter reached a temporary conclusion. Danzo escorted the three members of the Uchiha clan away, while Hiruzen resumed his official duties. Obito, Rin, and Fugaku then departed from the Hokage office building. By now, evening had passed, and the sky was gradually darkening. Outside the office, Rin waved goodbye to Obito, saying, "Obito, let's call it a day for training. We can go together tomorrow." Earlier, the illusion was forcefully dispelled by a heavier opponent, leaving Rin feeling somewhat unwell. She wished to return home to rest properly. "All right, goodbye. And be careful on your way," Obito replied, waving back. "I understand." Rin nodded and turned to walk toward the right side of the street. At this moment, Fugaku had reached the end of his workday. Initially, he intended to return to the Uchiha compound, but upon encountering the situation with Obito, he decided to accompany him to the Hokage office. "Come, Obito, let us head back," Fugaku said. Obito nodded, responding with a soft mm, and walked alongside Fugaku. "Obito, congratulations on successfully awakening the three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age," Fugaku remarked after they had walked a short distance. "Ah, thank you," Obito replied nonchalantly. Over the past few days, he had heard similar sentiments expressed numerous times. Often, people are oblivious to you when you are merely an inconspicuous figure. However, once you attain wealth or remarkable accomplishments, distant relatives and neighbors alike rush to congratulate and express their goodwill. Previously, Obito could not grasp the essence of such observations, but he now understood them profoundly. Fugaku, being astute, immediately sensed Obito's sentiments, realizing that Obito was merely offering a perfunctory response. "Obito, I perceive that you may think I, like Danzo, approach you with ulterior motives. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I previously ignored you, and now, post your awakening, I show you this warmth." Obito was slightly taken aback, surprised by Fugaku's quick perception of his thoughts. "Leader, you..." Before Obito could finish, Fugaku waved his hand, urging, "Please allow me to complete my thoughts, Obito. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has a multitude of members, and as the clan leader, I am burdened with numerous responsibilities daily, inevitably leading to some individuals being overlooked. As you may have observed, the state of the Uchiha clan has been less than favorable in recent years. Our clan members, engaged in law enforcement, frequently find themselves embroiled in conflicts with the villagers. On occasion, while visiting taverns, I often overhear disparaging remarks about the Uchiha clan, accusing us of abusing our authority and employing excessively violent measures in our enforcement. The reality is far more complex, with many instances instigated by unseen forces. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan currently finds itself in a rather precarious situation. Although we are part of Konoha, a significant chasm exists between us and the village. Fugaku Uchiha undoubtedly bears a tremendous burden. He candidly laid bare the clan's hardships in front of Obito, even though Obito might have had his suspicions regarding the clan's plight. Hearing it directly from Fugaku was still quite astonishing. "Are you suggesting that someone is intentionally conspiring against the Uchiha?" Obito whispered. "Shoo, lower your voice," Fugaku replied. Frowning and shaking his head, he leaned in closer and said, "Obito, I am already investigating these matters, but do refrain from speaking carelessly about such conspiracies in public. One must be cautious, for walls have ears." Obito promptly covered his mouth and nodded. "Understood, clan leader." Fugaku smiled, patting Obito on the shoulder. "To be frank, I, like Danzo, hold your talents in high regard. The ninja world has always been one that reveres strength. In the past, you may not have showcased your remarkable abilities, thus remaining untouched by such matters. However, given that you have awakened your Sharingan at such a young age, even without my prompting, the elders of our clan would undoubtedly place significant emphasis on you. As an Uchiha, there will undoubtedly be burdens that you will need to carry in the future." Obito turned to gaze at Fugaku, feeling a twinge of sympathy. This young clan leader bore an immense weight on his shoulders, responsible for the entire clan's well-being and survival within Konoha. This survival, however, came at the cost of widespread dissatisfaction among the villagers and the rampant rumors and instigation propagated by the higher-ups in Konoha. Simultaneously, Fugaka had to restrain the impetuous youth within the clan, preventing them from causing disturbances in the village. It was no wonder that at just over 20, Fugaku already bore the visage of one far older. With such constant worry, it was a miracle he hadn't lost all his hair. The fact that he could share these intimate thoughts with me indicated a certain level of fondness, I mused to myself. Obito glanced once more at Fugaku, pondering quietly. Then, he activated his replication ability and directed it towards Fugaku. With a brilliant flash of white light enveloping Fugaku, a system notification promptly resonated in Obito's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated and acquired Fugaku Uchiha's ninjutsu, fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Phoenix Fire? Quite impressive indeed. In his heart, Obito felt a surge of delight. Realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct, Fugaku held a favorable view of him. Once more, Obito activated his duplication ability against Fugaku. Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated the Uchiha Fugaku's ninjutsu, fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Glancing at the system panel, he noted that 3 replication opportunities remained. Obito resolved not to use these chances further. If the next technique were yet another fire-style ninjutsu, it would be rather unwise. Before long, Obito and Fugaku found themselves within the Uchiha clan's territory, parting ways without any promises or excessive displays from Obito. Fugaku was not entirely wrong in his assertions. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Obito ought to consider the clan as current plight and contribute in some capacity. However, such matters were not his concern at this moment. After all, he had yet to graduate and lacked the authority to navigate these intricate disputes. All would be addressed in due time. After all, there was still a considerable span before the night of the massacre. It was a time before Itachi's birth. So there was no need for haste. Obito decided to enjoy a few more peaceful years, focusing on amassing wealth and enhancing his abilities through the acquisition of more ninjutsu. Chapter 22. Genius Shursui Grandma. I have returned. As he pushed open the door to the dilapidated wooden house, Obito stepped inside. In the center of the living room, a meal was laid out on the dining table. The night had long since fallen, and his grandmother, still clutching her bowl and chopsticks, was in the midst of her dinner. Obito, beside his grandmother, sat a small figure, also at the table, enjoying the meal. This was none other than Obito's distant relative, his cousin, Uchiha Shursui. Oh, Shursui is here too. Obito chuckled as he approached the table, glancing at the dishes. Braised winter melon with meat, tomato, and eggs. And stir-fried eggplant. 3 dishes that had barely been touched, as if they had only just begun to be served. Grandma, Shursui, why are you eating so late? His grandmother cast a reproachful glance at Obito, her tone laced with mild admonition. How can you ask? I was waiting for your return. The food has cooled considerably. Why did you come back so late? Obito scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Grandma, I was having dinner with my classmates outside and forgot to tell you. I'm sorry. Typically, Obito would return home for dinner every evening after school. This was the first time he had dined out with friends. And it was no wonder his grandmother had waited for him. You must inform me next time. Don't be so careless, his grandmother sighed. Obito nodded. I understand, Grandma. If there is a next time, you needn't wait for me. Grandma, I'm full. Shursui set down his bowl and, with youthful exuberance, ran over to grasp Obito's arm. Obito, let us go train together. I've learned a new jutsu and want to spar with you. At merely 4 years old, Shursui had become quite close to Obito after he had intentionally befriended him over a year ago, seeking to gain some influence. Shursui occasionally visited Obito's home to share a meal and then drag him off for training. This little fellow was nearly obsessed with mastering ninjutsu. Though he had only just enrolled in the Ninja Academy, he had already perfected his shuriken throwing and even learned the great fireball technique before Obito. It was no wonder that some gifted individuals seemed almost otherworldly. I've been practicing tirelessly after school every day to master the great fireball technique, while for Shursui, it required hardly any effort at all. A new jutsu? What kind of jutsu? Obito inquired, puzzled. Shursui scratched his little head and grinned widely. It's the Phoenix Fire technique, Obito. Come on, I can't wait to spar with you. What? Obito was left speechless. Is this for real? This little guy has already mastered the Phoenix Fire technique? You're only 4. Is there any justice in the world? Are you going to leave anyone else with a chance? What's wrong, Obito? Are you upset? Shisui asked, confusion evident in his eyes. Obito ruffled Shisui's hair affectionately. No. Let us go. I'll show you my new jutsu too. You may have exceptional talent, but I have my own tricks up my sleeve. How could you, my little friend, possibly surpass me? However, on a different note, having the prodigy Jisue by Obito's side is undoubtedly a boon. Jisue shares a profound bond with Obito. In a few years, once Jisue fully matures, Obito will be able to directly replicate ninjutsu from him. I wonder if the system can replicate Jisue's Kodoame Tsukumi. Just imagining the possibility of duplicating Kodoame Tsukumi while already possessing dual Kamui seems utterly monstrous. Grandma, we're heading out now. I will return later, Obito said. Wrapping his arm around Jisue's shoulder as they made their way outside, glancing back at his grandmother. She nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, don't stay out too late. Come back early to take a bath. I will prepare hot water for you. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Obito, Rin, and their companions are now on the cusp of graduation from school. During these 3 months, numerous events transpired. For instance, Obito and Yuhi Kurenai would often venture into the small woods together after school, their relationship blossoming rapidly. Additionally, shortly after rumors began to circulate, Kakashi Hitaki's father, Tsukumo Hitaki, chose to take his own life in a tragic act of protest. Before Tsukumo's demise, Obito, Rin, and Kurenai had even discussed visiting him to offer their support. Obito had shared some encouraging words with Tsukumo, hoping to uplift his spirits. Yet, being merely a child, Obito's words bore little weight with an adult. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. Tsukumo succumbed to the unbearable mental anguish inflicted by public opinion and chose to end his life. Moreover, the teachers Ryo and Keiko were dismissed by the third Hokage and reassigned to patrol duties for the village's defense. Furthermore, that old rascal Danzo continued to send gifts to Obito through his subordinates. Naturally, Obito accepted them all without exception, yet he never showed any inclination to join Root. In addition, within the Uchiha clan, the clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha's wife, was expecting a child. Fugaku's wife, Makoto, is the mother of Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. If all goes well, Makoto's unborn child is likely to be Itachi, heralding the arrival of another Uchiha prodigy. In the Hokage office building on the 2nd floor, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, puffing on a pipe, clouds of smoke swirling around him. Shortly, a ninja clad in a green vest entered. He was a man with golden hair and blue eyes, adorned with a gentle smile. He was none other than the future 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato came to a halt before the desk and inquired, "3rd Hokage, I have arrived." The war in the ninja world raged on, with constant frictions between the nations. Minato had only recently returned from the field and was surprised to be summoned by the 3rd Hokage so soon after a brief respite. "Minato, have you been managing to rest well lately?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Minato. Minato nodded. "Fortunately, Master 3rd. You called me here regarding the new graduating class of the Ninja Academy, correct?" Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and replied, "Indeed, Minato, you have guessed correctly. I summoned you for this very reason. This afternoon marks the graduation of the new cohort, and I hope you can take the time to guide those young ones effectively." Minato had been informed of his role as the lead instructor for the new graduates shortly after his return. However, the rosters for the other instructors had long been distributed, and he had yet to receive his list of students. He was taken aback when summoned personally by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato expressed his confusion. "Are you referring to?" Chapter 23. Namikaze Minato Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, "The 3 individuals under your charge are Uchiha Obito, Noira Rin, and Hitaki Kakashi." Hitaki Kakashi? Was he not already a graduate some time ago? Minato inquired. Despite being immersed in the battlefield, he was somewhat cognizant of village affairs, including Kakashi's early graduation and the recent demise of the Leaf's White Fang. Hiruzen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Kakashi has been a graduate for quite a while. However, following the incident involving Tsukumo Hitaki, Kakashi has been profoundly affected, leading him to adopt a rather extreme approach to his duties. I have received numerous complaints from various squad leaders, expressing concerns that Kakashi executes missions with excessive fervor, disregarding the well-being of his teammates. Recently, I assigned him to other squads, yet he has struggled to integrate and remains in a state of isolation. Minato, Hiruzen continued, Kakashi is an exceptionally gifted child. I wish for him not to be perpetually overshadowed by the tragedy of Tsukumo's death, as it could irreparably damage him. Minato nodded thoughtfully, grasping the third Hokage's intentions. The other members of the squads also harbored an aversion towards Kakashi, unable to accommodate his radical demeanor. Lord Third, you wish for me to assist Kakashi in overcoming his shadows and returning to a semblance of normalcy, Minato surmised. Hiruzen confirmed, precisely. Kakashi's mind is still maturing, and I believe you can provide him with the proper guidance. Additionally, there is a young lad named Uchiha Obito. I would appreciate your attention towards him as well. Minato queried, Uchiha Obito? Is he not the prodigy who awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 9? The Uchiha clan has certainly produced another remarkable individual. The news of Obito's awakening of the Sharingan had already stirred considerable excitement within the village, and Minato was well aware of it. Indeed, Hiruzen affirmed, I have interacted with Obito on several occasions. He is a commendable youth. However, I trust you are also aware of the intricate and delicate relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. I hope Obito can serve as a bridge, much like Uchiha Kagami, fostering understanding between the Uchiha and the village. His talents are exceptional, and I entrust his guidance to you as well. Minato nodded, I understand, Lord Third. In Konoha Village, at the Ninja Academy, within a certain classroom, Maki held a roster, calling out names to assign students to their respective classes. Class 3, Might Guy. Waihai Kurenai, Shimizu Taka. Class 4, Saratobi Asuma, Waihai Kurenai. Noera Girin. Class 5, Shimura Kanichi, Mizuki, Narashikaku. Class 6, Mitarashi Anko, Morinabiki, Yamashiro Aoi. Class 7, Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin, Hataki Kakashi. The students listened attentively, eagerly awaiting the mention of their names. However, upon hearing Kakashi's name, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Hondo turned to Dato and Rin, inquiring, Hasn't Kakashi already graduated? Why is he still in the same class as the two of you? Quietly, Suin chimed in, Indeed, I heard that Kakashi was promoted to Chunin long ago. Why is he still mingling with us? Rin, her face adorned with confusion, shook her head and asked, Do you know, Dato? I'm not sure either. Once you see him, why not ask him yourself? Dato replied nonchalantly, reclining in his chair with his hands behind his head. Although he had read the original story, he could no longer recall the specific reasons for Kakashi's current situation. Soon enough, the class roll call conducted by Teacher Muki came to an end. Out of more than 30 students, only 18 graduated successfully, while the rest would have to repeat the year and undergo reassessment. The lead teachers of the various class groups entered the classroom consecutively to escort their respective classes away. Rin and Dato waited in the classroom for a full hour. The last two left behind. The curiosity of their classmates to inquire about Kakashi remained unfulfilled. Fortunately, not long after everyone departed, Minato Namikaze finally appeared at the classroom door. With a gentle smile, he waved at Dato and Rin, asking, Hello, are you Uchiha Dato and Noera Rin? Dato pouted, complaining, Teacher, you're too slow. Minato awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled, I apologize. I was delayed by some matters on the way. Rin tugged at Dato's arm, squinting with a smile at Minato. It's all right, Teacher. We haven't been waiting long. Minato nodded lightly, saying, I am Minato Namikaze, and I will be your instructor for the time being. As he spoke, he turned towards the classroom door and called, Kakashi, please come in and meet them. A soft rustling of footsteps heralded the entrance of a white-haired youth. His face obscured by a black mask, it was Kakashi Hataki. Kakashi stood beside Minato and coolly remarked, There's no need for introductions, they already know me. Previously, when Dato, Rin, and Yugao visited Kakashi's home, he happened to be there. During that time, rumors about Tsukumo Hataki had circulated throughout the village. Yet, Dato and Rin's visit had been motivated by genuine goodwill. Deep down, Kakashi felt grateful for the support of his classmates, for during that period, very few in Konoha chose to engage with the Hataki family, save for Dato and his friends. Minato did not take offense at Kakashi's aloof demeanor. He nodded and said, I see. Well then, from today onward, Team 7 will officially be established. Let us depart from here. Having spoken, Watergate turned and walked out of the classroom. Understood. Teacher Watergate. Rin and Kakashi replied in unison, following his lead. Kakashi remained silent, trailing behind them. Before long, Watergate led the trio out of the school and across a street, arriving at a grove of trees behind the institution. The ground was adorned with lush, green grass, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, evoking a sense of comfort and ease. Watergate came to a halt just outside the woods, glanced back at the three, and declared, All right, this shall be the chosen location. Today, you will undertake your first task following your graduation assessment. Chapter 24. The new assessment. What is the task? Obito inquired with curiosity. According to the customary rules following graduation from the Ninja Academy, shouldn't there be an assessment involving a bell-grabbing exercise? Although the bell was not fixed, the content of the examination was predominantly related to teamwork. Minato cast a glance at the three of them and swiftly began to weave hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a perfect duplicate of Minato. The task is quite straightforward. You three must collectively defeat my shadow clone. Only then can you be deemed to have successfully graduated today. My shadow clone possesses the same abilities as my true self and can perform all the ninjutsu I excel in, including my Flying Thunder God technique. While the shadow clone dissipates upon receiving an attack, its strength is indeed proportional to that of the original. The more formidable the original, the more powerful the clone. However, Minato was a Nin renowned for his exceptional mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Under normal circumstances, it would be an arduous challenge for Obito and his companions, who were still so young, to confront even a mere shadow clone of Minato. Obito surmised that Minato intended to underscore the importance of teamwork through this assessment, wanting them to grasp it through the experience of combat. Rin's face was a portrait of astonishment. Huh? Teacher, are you joking? You are a Nin. Even if it's just a shadow clone, it can't be that easy for us to defeat. Minato shook his head. Rin, you are mistaken. Kakashi has already been promoted to a Nin. His strength is by no means inferior. Moreover, according to my investigations, Obito has previously defeated a special Nin from the Uchiha clan. Therefore, your team possesses considerable capabilities. Indeed. Many had witnessed Obito's skirmish with 3 members of the Uchiha clan on the streets. However, to prevent any negative repercussions, Danzo and the 3rd Hokage had intervened and suppressed the incident. Those present were silenced and instructed not to speak of it. As a result, although Rin was aware of Obito's street brawl, she was unaware that one of the 3 opponents was a special Nin. Kakashi, indifferent to such trivial matters, remained oblivious to this as well. A flicker of astonishment crossed Kakashi's typically aloof demeanor as he unconsciously glanced at Obito. He mused internally, is this guy really that strong? Rin, too, was taken aback and reproachfully asked, Obito, is this true? How come I never knew about it? Understanding Rin's concern for him, fearing he might be at a disadvantage, Obito offered an awkward smile and replied, Rin, it's true, but I'll be fine. Don't worry. Kakashi maintained his indifferent expression, pointing at Obito and retorting, Teacher, is this guy really that impressive? Then why has he been stuck in the Ninja Academy without graduating? Obito's lips twitched as he realized that Kakashi had a particularly sharp tongue in his youth, so swiftly grasping the crux. Do you seek to unveil the secrets of my esteemed brother Obito? His inquiries are indeed astute and incisive. This has also been a point of lingering suspicion for individuals like Danzo and the 3rd Hokage regarding Obito's sudden rise in power. What say you, Kakashi? Is it true that you possess such formidable prowess, or shall we put it to the test? Obito mechanically turned to Kakashi, posing the question. Upon uttering these words, he felt a pang of regret. Why should my brother stoop to contest with this individual? He has merely become somewhat devoid of humanity due to the tragic event surrounding his father's demise. Kakashi, however, nodded earnestly. Is that so? I too wish to experience your abilities firsthand. In that moment, neither party was willing to yield. Their gazes clashed, crackling with unspoken tension. Sensing the rising hostility between them, Rin hurriedly stepped forward, placing herself between them. She waved her hands insistently. Kakashi, Obito, Let it go. Didn't Lord Minato assign us a task? Completing our mission takes precedence. Minato observed Rin's figure with a glimmer of relief in his eyes. It became clear that the third Hokage had placed the gentle yet resolute Rin in this class for a reason. With her presence, she could enhance the teamwork between the competitive Kakashi and Obito. Minato quickly concurred. Indeed. Kakashi, Obito, let us focus on my assessment first. We can discuss other matters later. Humph. Kakashi turned away, choosing not to elaborate further. Obito nodded and leaned closer to Rin, whispering something in her ear. The more Rin listened, the more astonished her expression became. Finally, she nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. Kakashi felt a twinge of vexation, curious about their exchange. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. All he needed was to charge forth and defeat Minato's clone. Obito glanced at Minato, grinning. Teacher Minato, we are ready. Minato nodded. Very well. I shall observe your battle from the sidelines and provide ratings for each of you at the end. With that, Minato vanished, appearing atop a large tree at the edge of the forest. Begin. As Minato's words fell, Kakashi drew several kunai from his ninja pouch and hurled them towards Minato's clone. The sound of clashing weapons echoed as the kunai were deftly deflected to the ground by the clone. Seizing this opportunity, Kakashi dashed towards the clone. He retrieved another kunai from his pouch, spinning it skillfully in his hand before thrusting it towards the clone's abdomen. The clone, quick to react, grasped Kakashi's wrist with precision. Subsequently, it executed a swift kick aimed at Kakashi's head. Kakashi bent his knees and crouched to evade the flying kick. In a flash, he drew a short blade from his back, creating a dazzling display of glimmering arcs as he aimed to strike at the clone. Alas, Minato was, after all, an elite jonin. His reaction speed was astonishingly swift, allowing him to anticipate Kakashi's movements. He crouched low and executed a sweeping kick, sending Kakashi sprawling to the ground. Immediately, the shadow clone of Minato seized the kunai that had been wrested from Kakashi's grasp and swung it menacingly toward Kakashi's face. Kakashi watched in horror and despair as the kunai loomed larger in his vision. Is this truly the prowess of Teacher Minato? Indeed. I still fall far short of his capabilities. Just as Kakashi braced himself for capture by Minato's shadow clone, Obito's voice resonated suddenly. Rin, now's the time. Whoosh whoosh, unbeknownst to them, Rin had appeared a few meters behind Kakashi. With her arms crossed before her, she held a multitude of kunai nestled between her fingers. With a swift motion, she hurled the kunai toward Minato's shadow clone, sending them flying through the air. Chapter 25, Team Collaboration at this juncture. If the shadow clone of Minato were to persist in attacking Kakashi, the outcome would inevitably lead to a mutual demise. Thus, the shadow clone decisively relinquished control over Kakashi. It leaped backward repeatedly as an array of kunai struck the ground around its feet, producing a series of hissing sounds. Fire style, great fireball technique. Finally, the shadow clone of Minato retreated a distance of 4 to 5 meters. Yet, scarcely had it landed when Obito's assault arrived in swift succession. As he ran, the hand seals for the great fireball were completed. With one hand positioned before him and his head tilted slightly back, he expelled a torrent of flames from his mouth, coalescing into a massive fireball that rolled menacingly towards the shadow clone of Minato. The shadow clone slid backward several meters upon impact with the ground. Faced with the encroaching fireball, it remained unfazed. Instead, it executed a roll to the side. The fireball passed by, barely half a meter away, scorching the ground and leaving a long, charred mark in its wake. Once stabilized, the shadow clone brushed its waist, revealing 3 uniquely designed kunai in its palm. With a swift motion, it hurled the kunai towards Rin, Kakashi, and Obito. Obito, leave it to me. Rin's expression was serious as she positioned herself centrally between Kakashi and Obito. Swish, swish, swish. Rin grasped her kunai firmly and launched them once more. The tips of the 3 kunai she threw collided with Minato's 3 kunai, sending sparks flying and creating a series of loud clinks. The force of the 6 kunai neutralized each other, ricocheting off to the sides. Obito had quietly relayed to Rin the importance of keeping an eye on Minato's kunai, as they bore the unique flying thunder god markings, preventing him from closing in. The primary offensive would be left to Obito. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. At this moment, Obito had completed his next set of hand seals. With 2 fingers poised before him, He expelled a volley of basketball-sized fireballs from his mouth. The trajectory of the fireballs twisted and turned, accompanied by a cacophony of sound, as they soared directly toward Minato. These two. Kakashi stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the remarkable synergy between Obito and Rin. His keen intellect allowed him to grasp the concept of synergy, 1-1 yielding greater than 2. Although Rin's individual strength was not particularly formidable, her task was to intercept Minato's kunai within her domain, a feat well within her capabilities. Had they just been strategizing such combat tactics? A hint of confusion flickered in Kakashi's gaze. He tightened his grip on the short sword in his hand and charged once more towards the shadow clone of Minato, undeterred. Obito and Kakashi found themselves entangled with Minato's shadow clone. After a fierce exchange of taijutsu, it was Obito who successfully cast an illusion, gaining control over Minato's clone. Kakashi, wielding a short blade, struck decisively, causing the clone to erupt into a cloud of white smoke, thus achieving victory in the assessment. The illusion employed by Obito was not a jinjutsu of the Sharingan, but rather a technique he had copied from Hong, known as the tree-binding death. This hereditary illusion of Hong's was indeed a high-level technique. However, Minato, being quick-witted and possessing extensive knowledge on how to dispel illusions, managed to break free after merely a second of being ensnared by such a powerful technique. Had Obito utilized the jinjutsu of the Sharingan against Minato's shadow clone, the outcome would have been quite different. It would have been far more challenging for Minato to escape its grasp. "You three have performed admirably," Minato exclaimed, leaping down from the tree with a smile directed at the trio. "Obito, were you and Rin just sharing whispers to devise a battle strategy?" Minato had observed the recent skirmish closely. It was evident that Obito and Rin had clearly defined roles, with Rin providing cover while Obito led the assault, indicating a well-crafted plan. "Indeed, Sensei." Obito nodded affirmatively. "Excellent." Minato responded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Rin. "Rin, do share. What did Obito confide in you?" Rin hesitated slightly, glancing at Kakashi before finally revealing, "Obito mentioned that Kakashi would likely charge recklessly into combat with you, and suggested that I find a way to provide cover for him. During the fight, I was to keep an eye on your shadow clone from the periphery and prevent you from using your special kunai for close combat." Minato was increasingly astonished as he listened. Although the proposed strategy seemed straightforward, the fact that Obito could devise a plan so rapidly under limited information, while also recognizing the importance of teamwork, was truly commendable. This young man possesses remarkable leadership potential, Minato mused silently. However, he quickly composed himself and surveyed the trio once more. The central theme of this graduation assessment is, in fact, teamwork. Prior to my arrival, I conducted a thorough investigation into each of your abilities. Both Kakashi and Obito are exceptional, yet in a one-on-one encounter, you would not be able to defeat my shadow clone. Hence, I devised this method to help you grasp the essence of teamwork. As he spoke, Minato's gaze fixed on Kakashi. "Kakashi, you must recognize that your initial solo charge was rather reckless. Engaging without knowledge of the enemy's strength is a perilous endeavor." Although these were not harsh words, Kakashi acknowledged their truth, feeling a slight twinge of annoyance within. I comprehend, Teacher Minato." Kakashi responded with an expressionless demeanor. However, within the depths of his mind, he contemplated that once he fully mastered his new technique, he would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in strength, instilling in him the confidence to emerge victorious on his own. Minato nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Very well, from this moment forth, Team 7 is officially established. You three may return to rest for now. Tomorrow morning at 8, we shall convene by the bridge outside the Ninja Academy to commence our formal ninja mission." "Understood, Teacher Minato." Rin and Obito replied in unison. Kakashi merely nodded indifferently before turning and departing. Minato then vanished in a flash, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Rin turned to Obito and said, "Obito, I truly owe you one. Without you, I would have been utterly helpless." Rin spoke from the heart, recognizing that among the trio, both Kakashi and Obito possessed commendable abilities. Had they charged at Minato's shadow clone together, she might have become a liability. However, with Obito's plan to manage the perimeter, Rin was able to showcase her strengths and advantages, which filled her with immense joy. Obito scratched his head and chuckled. It's nothing, Rin. We're all part of the same team. Teacher Minato emphasized the importance of teamwork. Chapter 26. System Task. Lin leaned her petite face closer to Obito, scrutinizing his features intently. Obito, it seems you have truly changed, she remarked. Obito's cheeks involuntarily flushed, a wave of nervousness washing over him. This little girl certainly knew how to stir one's emotions. He had originally contemplated embarking on a nurturing journey with her. Was Lin perhaps initiating in advance on him? Obito Uchiha? What's different? He stammered. Lin playfully rubbed her mouth, revealing a bright smile. You seem more dependable than before. You used to be so clumsy. But now, not only have your skills improved, but your wits have sharpened as well. Really, Lin? I've always been quite capable, huh? Obito sighed in relief, realizing Lin was merely commenting on his growth, not uncovering any hidden secrets. Yet, this little girl had a knack for being charming. Though Obito had never experienced romance in his past life, he considered himself well-versed in the realm of stories. He never anticipated that he would blush and have his heart race so easily due to her words. Lin pouted slightly, clearly aware that Obito was being playful. She patted his shoulder, adopting a tone of maturity. Is that so, Obito-kun? Then please do maintain it. Obito raised his hand in a salute. Yes, Lin-chan. The pair continued on their way, arriving at the road outside the Uchiha clan's territory. Lin declared that she needed to return home to assist her mother at the store, bidding Obito farewell as she departed. Obito was somewhat familiar with Lin's family background. Her father had also been a ninja, but had perished on the battlefield before Lin's birth. In the world of ninjas, it was not uncommon for children to grow up orphaned. Fortunately, Lin had a wonderful mother who ran a small convenience store to make ends meet, raising Lin single-handedly. Obito had visited her home once before, and her mother had struck him as a warm and kind-hearted person. Perhaps that was why Lin had inherited her mother's admirable qualities. The time was still early, just past 2 in the afternoon. As Obito prepared to head to the training ground for practice, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A special task has been issued to the host. Task content: visit Might Guy's home and enhance your friendly relationship with him. Completing the task will yield the following rewards. Reward 1. 1 opportunity for replication. Reward 2. A volume of the Paradise of Affection series. Obito stood momentarily bewildered. The Paradise of Affection series? It sounded quite intriguing. He wondered whether the novels created by the system might prematurely seize the title rights from Jiraiya. However, based on the timeline, Jiraiya likely hadn't begun writing Paradise of Affection yet. He might not have even finished Tale of Strong Will and Endurance. Lost in thought, Obito arrived at the neighborhood where Might Guy resided. The houses here were mostly dilapidated, inhabited by impoverished families. Knock, knock, knock. Obito rapped on the wooden door. Who is it? A voice called out. I'm coming. A mature man's voice resonated within the room, accompanied by the hurried sound of footsteps as the door swung open. Standing within was a man of approximately 5 feet tall, clad in a form-fitting green outfit, with a hairstyle parted down the middle. Despite his modest stature, his robust physique and the subtle mustache at the corners of his mouth lent him an air of endearing simplicity. This man was none other than Might Guy's father. The perennial genin, Might Guy. Often ridiculed in the village for his sole reliance on taijutsu, he bore the brunt of mockery, deemed as someone destined for mediocrity. Yet, he never felt compelled to defend himself, allowing the whispers to linger. It was only after he unleashed the final gate of the 8 gates, vanquishing several members of the Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen on the battlefield, that he achieved fame. Who are you? Might Guy inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Hello, uncle. I am a classmate of Kai's. My name is Obito Uchiha. Is he home? Obito scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile, politely introducing himself. Although his interactions with Kai at the Ninja Academy were limited, the two shared a certain familiarity. Might Guy momentarily appeared taken aback, but his subsequent reaction left Obito somewhat bewildered. Tears streamed down his face as he grasped Obito's hand and pulled him into the house. So, you are Kai's classmate. Come in, please. My son Kai is not one to easily make friends. It's rare for him to have a classmate visit. You're called Obito, correct? You must visit my son more often. It would ease my worries. Obito, still in a state of mild shock, scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. Hee hee. Don't worry, uncle, I will. The unexpected warmth of Might Dai took him by surprise. Yet he could deeply appreciate the paternal concern emanating from him. Dad, who's here? A figure clad in a similar green outfit emerged from the room, performing a handstand. Upon noticing Obito, he momentarily looked astonished before reverting to a standing position. Obito, what brings you here? Kai asked with a grin. Obito chuckled. Kai, it's nothing much. We just graduated, so I thought I'd come over and check on your class placement. Mike Kai scratched his head, smiling sincerely. Oh, I see. The placements are quite good. Our third team is set to embark on ninja missions starting tomorrow. It was evident that Kai was genuinely pleased by Obito's visit, perhaps reflecting his father's sentiments. As Might Dai had suggested, Kai typically devoted himself to rigorous training in taijutsu and rarely engaged with his peers. In the original narrative, Kai fervently pursued Kakashi, yearning for a lifelong rivalry. Perhaps it was the guidance of his father, Might Dai, that prompted a shift in his mindset. Currently, however, Kai grappled with a sense of inferiority, stemming from the disdain others held towards his father. Kai, please invite your classmates inside to sit down. There is no need to linger outside. I'll go wash some fruit for you all, said Might Dai, hurrying into the inner room. Might Dai nodded and said, Come in, Obito. Obito followed Might Dai into the living room. The decor was quite simple, with several pieces of worn furniture arranged, even less appealing than Obito's own home. Although Might Dai was a lower-ranked ninja, his income from daily tasks was likely limited. Might Dai gestured for Obito to take a seat on the sofa and remarked, Obito, please come in. I'm quite curious about your placement in the same class as Kakashi. Chapter 27. Youth and Fatherhood. Kakashi, having been demoted from Chunin, left an entire class without sustenance today. Upon seeing Obito, Might Dai was immediately reminded of a particular incident. I did not inquire further, as Kakashi tends to be quite aloof, Obito replied. Before long, Might Dai emerged from the inner room, carrying a platter of fruit, which he set down before Obito. Young Obito, please enjoy some fruit. Do come by often to play with my son Akai. When I'm not on a mission, I am generally at home. Might Dai warmly invited. Obito nodded, peeled a couple of oranges, and engaged in conversation with the father and son. Both were exceedingly cordial, perhaps due to the fact that Obito was the first classmate to visit Akai for leisure. Ding! Congratulations, host, for visiting Might Dai's home and completing the task of enhancing friendly relations with him. Rewards are now being issued. Reward 1. 1 replication opportunity. Reward 2. A novel akin to Paradise of Affection. A system notification resonated in Obito's mind. The novel Paradise of Affection was automatically stored in the system's interface. Paradise of Affection? Obito pondered, slightly bewildered. Could it truly be an original work rather than a mere appropriation of Jiraiya's writings? However, the current circumstances were not suitable for delving into Paradise of Affection. Sensing an opportune moment, Obito activated the system's replication ability and directed it towards Might Dai. A shimmering light, visible only to Obito, enveloped Might Dai. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully replicating Might Dai's taijutsu, nunchaku techniques. Nunchaku? Why not the 8 gates? Obito mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment, and activated the replication ability once more. This time, he aimed it at Might Dai, hoping that his closeness with Akai might yield a more favorable outcome. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully replicating Might Dai's taijutsu, the first gate of the 8 gates. Seriously, system? Are you genuinely suggesting that there are 8 gates in total, and I must replicate each one individually? Obito lamented, feeling somewhat exasperated by the system's quirks. Ding! The separate replication is designed with the host's best interests in mind. The 8 gates is not a technique that can be mastered by just anyone without a robust physique. An ordinary person cannot fully cultivate the 8 gates. I already knew that, Obito retorted, feeling somewhat incredulous. Mastering the 8 gates is indeed a formidable challenge. Moreover, with his existing powers, the 8 gates were not of immediate concern. Nonetheless, the prospect of acquiring such a remarkable ability was undeniably enticing. Who would disdain possessing a formidable skill? After all, it was the 8 gates, capable of nearly vanquishing the likes of 6 Paths Madara with a mere kick. With this thought in mind, Obito activated the replication ability once more, directing it towards Might Dai. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully replicating Might Guy's taijutsu. Whip kick. Obito. System. What on earth are you doing? Why is it that this time the copy isn't the second gate? Ding. The process of copying possesses a certain degree of randomness. It is not guaranteed that every attempt will yield the most formidable abilities of the target. You are truly something. Obito found himself at a loss for words. This contraption can even copy in batches? Is that not a classic tactic of prolonging anticipation, akin to a ploy to keep you on edge, preventing a successful collective effort, leaving you yearning? Yet, Obito remained undeterred and once again activated his copying ability towards Might Guy. The probabilities of randomness surely cannot fail each time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully copied Might Guy's physical techniques, the second gate of the 8 gates. At long last, this attempt bore fruit. However, upon inspecting the system panel, Obito noted that only one opportunity for copying remained. He decided not to utilize this final chance, but rather continued to engage in casual conversation with Guy and his son. Guy, Uncle Dai, may I borrow that nunchaku for a moment? Obito pointed to a nunchaku hanging on the wall. Having just acquired the nunchaku technique from Might Guy, he could hardly contain his eagerness to try it out immediately. Upon hearing this, Might Guy's eyes sparkled. Obito, so you also practice with nunchaku? Obito nodded affirmatively. Of course. Not only nunchaku, I am quite versatile in music and dance as well. Might Guy appeared quite pleased, standing up to pat Obito on the shoulder. I never imagined, Obito, that you not only train in physical techniques like us, but also possess musical talent. Obito chuckled, scratching his head. Actually, I'm quite good at basketball too. Might Guy nodded in satisfaction, retrieving the nunchaku from its hook and presenting it to Obito. Little Obito, this nunchaku is a gift for you. It's rare to find someone with such rapport. I hope you and my son Guy can become lifelong friends. Obito promptly stood and accepted the nunchaku with both hands. Thank you, Uncle Dai. I shall not be polite. Might Guy raised his hand in a gesture of approval, his bright white teeth gleaming. Obito, let this nunchaku be the instrument for a youthful duel with my son Guy. Might Guy was exceptionally excited. Clenching his fists, the badge of youth is inseparable from fervor. Come on, Obito. With a flourish, Obito raised the nunchaku. No problem. Let us commence our youthful duel. Consequently, Obito and Might Guy exited the house and stood facing each other in the small courtyard. A gentle breeze swept by as Might Guy planted his foot firmly on the ground, launching himself towards Obito. Here I come, Obito. Leaf whirlwind. Might Guy leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick aimed at Obito's face. Lightning 5-linked whip. Obito leaned back, bracing himself with his palms on the ground, and his feet swept out like lightning. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of their kicks clashing reverberated through the air as Might Guy landed. A radiant light shone in his eyes, truly worthy of the Sharingan. Obito, this must be a technique you copied from your classmate Baowa, right? Once more. Leaf Village's bedrock rising. As he spoke, Might Guy charged forward, his elbow aimed directly at Obito's chest. Iron Mountain crash. Rather than retreating, Obito advanced, his shoulder colliding fiercely with Guy's, leading to a fierce entanglement between the two. They exchanged blows with vigor. Although Obito's martial arts were slightly inferior, his mastery of the nunchaku, combined with the foresight and perception granted by a Sharingan, ensured he did not fall behind, earning the satisfaction and approval of this youthful father-son duo. Might Guy enthusiastically wished to invite Obito for dinner, but Obito skillfully deflected the invitation with various excuses. After more than half an hour of sparring with Akai, drenched in sweat, he decided it would be far more pleasant to return home for a shower. Chapter 28. The Wood-Released Ninja Grandma. I'm back, Obito announced as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. How was the graduation and class division today? His grandmother inquired, bustling in the kitchen preparing dinner. A smile spread across her wrinkled face upon seeing him. It went quite well. My team leader is the legendary Minato Namikaze. You must have heard of him, Obito replied, lifting a glass of chilled tea from the table and gulping it down eagerly. His grandmother's eyes widened in astonishment. Is he the Yellow Flash? She asked. Despite her advanced age, she was certainly aware of such remarkable figures. The title of Yellow Flash had been bestowed upon Minato in recent years within the ninja world, known as the fastest man in existence, victorious through sheer speed in battle. After chatting with his grandmother for a while, Obito retreated to the bathroom to take a shower. Following a refreshing cleanse, he lingered in the bathroom, secretly perusing the alluring literature distributed by the system. However, there was not much of interest to behold. After a couple of hours, following several gentle prompts from his grandmother urging him to hurry for dinner, Obito reluctantly closed the book. In the secluded rear mountains of the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds, within a concealed underground chamber, stood 2 rows of gigantic transparent canisters filled with a verdant liquid. Inside these canisters floated several children, aged around 4 to 5, their bodies ensnared by tubes. Each child bore expressions of agony, their eyes tightly shut, their skin wrinkled from prolonged immersion, resembling those who had long since departed this world. Creak, the heavy iron door of the underground space was pushed open from the outside. 2 figures entered, scanning their surroundings to observe the state of the transparent canisters. One of them leaned on a cane, his right arm wrapped in bandages. He was Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root organization. The other, with long black hair and pallid skin, bore a smile that curled at the corners of his mouth while occasionally extending his long red tongue to lick his lips. He was Orochimaru, one of the disciples of the 3rd Hokage. It appears this endeavor has failed. The first Hokage's cells are far too domineering. Complete transplantation remains unachievable. These children have perished, Orochimaru remarked, disappointment evident in his eyes as he shook his head. Danzo tapped his cane against the ground, his voice low and serious. Orochimaru, you must expedite your research. I care not what methods you employ. You must find a solution swiftly. Sarutobi has already dispatched individuals to investigate this matter. Orochimaru's expression hardened, his gaze slicing through Danzo with an undercurrent of menace. Pressuring me is futile. The cells of the first Hokage are not easily manipulated. If you seek a more refined transplantation, you will simply have to wait. Without allowing Danzo a retort, Orochimaru turned and strode towards the exit. Danzo's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. This man, with his unchanged temperament, had once again tested his patience. As he muttered to himself, Danzo cast one last glance at the transparent canisters. Initially devoid of hope, a glimmer of realization suddenly ignited in his eyes. In the innermost recess of a transparent jar, a verdant liquid was incessantly boiling. The glass of the jar had begun to show fine cracks. Suddenly, several sharp branches pierced through the glass of the jar. With a resounding crash, the transparent jar shattered, scattering glass fragments across the ground. The child within the jar fell to the ground with a splash as the liquid poured out. I am still alive. Help me. The child reached out towards Danzo in a desperate plea, closing his eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness. Was it truly so? The experiment had indeed succeeded. That must have been with release. A smile of triumph graced Danzo's face as he hurried forward to lift the child, examining him closely. At that moment, 2 masked figures emerged from the basement, swiftly leaping into view and kneeling before Danzo. One of the ninjas, adorned with a tiger-faced mask, spoke. Danzo-sama. Uchiha Obito has ultimately chosen not to join Root. He graduated smoothly from school and has been assigned to Minato's class. Danzo frowned slightly, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. So it was true? That brat Obito had been toying with him all along. For 3 whole months, Danzo had intermittently sent people to Obito's home, bestowing gifts upon him. Obito had accepted them all without hesitation, yet consistently declined the invitation to join Root. Danzo had sensed something amiss, realizing that Obito might not join Root after all, but he had clung to a sliver of hope. Upon hearing of Obito's assignment to Minato's class today, Danzo's fury erupted. Minato was a ninja of the 3rd Hokage's faction, something Danzo was acutely aware of. Once Obito joined Minato's class, he would be forever estranged from Root. Had Obito outright rejected joining Root from the start, Danzo might not have been so enraged. However, the feeling of being played with left a bitter taste in his mouth. Danzo commanded, A and B, arrange for personnel, and find a way to make Uchiha Obito disappear. Yes, Danzo-sama. The 2 Root ninjas replied in unison, rising to depart. Just as they had taken a few steps, Danzo's voice rang out again. Wait. Bring me back Obito's Sharingan. Moreover, this matter must be executed with utmost discretion. No one must know. The 2 Root ninjas turned back, bowing once more. Yes, Danzo-sama. The following morning, shortly after 8 o'clock, A few kilometers away from the ninja academy, Kakashi and Rin stood by the railing of an arched wooden bridge, awaiting the arrival of Obito and Minato. Sorry, I'm late," Obito exclaimed, jogging up from the bridge's entrance and waving to Kakashi and Rin. "You, of all people, are late." Kakashi seized the opportunity to tease, seemingly eager to find a moment to poke fun at his capable rival, Obito. Obito patted his chest, steadying his breath, and said, "What's the big deal about being late? I was merely helping an elderly lady cross the street. It was a completely altruistic act." Kakashi replied with indifference. "You've been using that excuse for 4 or 5 years now, and you're still at it." Obito immediately felt dejected and, somewhat irritated, pointed at Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, you seem unusually talkative today. This isn't like you." Rin, noticing that the two were on the verge of an argument, hurriedly ran forward and positioned herself between them. "Obito, Kakashi, let us all refrain from speaking too much. After all, Sensei Minato has arrived yet, so being late for a while doesn't matter." Humph. Kakashi turned his head with a hint of pride, unwilling to say more. It was at this moment that Rin noticed something amiss with Obito and inched closer to inquire. "Obito, did you not rest well last night? You have dark circles under your eyes." Chapter 29, D-Class Mission. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Obito's face. It's nothing. I was merely engrossed in reading last night." Rin looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Reading? You've already graduated from the Ninja Academy. What could you possibly be reading?" "What I read is not something I can disclose," Obito retorted. "Am I to let you, a mere child, know that I spent the night indulging in intimate paradise?" With a tone of feigned seriousness, he declared, "Of course, it was the educational materials from the Ninja Academy. Even after graduation, one must still review, right?" Rin's confusion deepened as she immediately recognized that Obito was fabricating excuses. She was well aware that he had never been diligent in his studies. In class, he was either dozing off or daydreaming, hardly possessing the will to review anything. Fortunately, at that moment, a figure clad in a green vest appeared, landing gracefully atop the support beam of the wooden bridge. It was none other than their tardy instructor, Minato Namikaze. "Apologies. I was delayed by a minor issue on the way," Minato said with a gentle smile, jumping down from the beam. Rin approached him, her anticipation evident. "Teacher Minato, what task are we to complete today?" Minato replied nonchalantly, "Today's mission is quite simple. Assist the villagers in driving away wild boars from their fields." "Wild boars?" Obito, Rin, and Kakashi widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning if they had misheard. "Teacher, this task seems far too easy," Obito complained. Just yesterday, Minato had remarked on their team's commendable abilities. It was surprising that they were still stuck with tedious D-Class missions. Kakashi shot Obito a sidelong glance, responding indifferently. As a ninja, one should not aim too high, but instead accumulate experience through foundational tasks to foster growth. Having long since advanced to a chunin, such low-level tasks held no allure for him. However, upon hearing Obito's remark, Kakashi's competitive spirit flared up, and he began to counter Obito's stance. "Obito, are you intentionally opposing me? I've caught on." Obito raised a middle finger at Kakashi. Kakashi seemed to have genuinely taken a stance against him. Was this what they referred to as a love-hate relationship? Deep down, Kakashi had surely developed genuine feelings for Obito, prompting his relentless teasing to capture Obito's attention. What about Might Guy, though? They were the best of friends. Moreover, Obito had no interest in men, preferring the company of girls. Shaking his head, Obito instinctively distanced himself from Kakashi, pulling Rin's arm in front of himself as a barrier. Rin assumed Obito was merely afraid of further conflict with Kakashi. She quickly interjected. "Enough. Kakashi, Obito, stop arguing and let us hear what Teacher Minato has to say." Minato nodded, affirming Kakashi is correct. Undertaking D-Class missions to accumulate experience is a necessary process every ninja must undergo. During this period, the three of you can become more acquainted with one another. The words of Minato resonated with all, leaving no room for dissent. Under Minato's guidance, the quartet arrived at the residence of a farmer, where they were ushered by a matron to the outskirts of a cornfield. According to her, this area was frequently visited by wild boar. The cornfield could hardly withstand the onslaught of these creatures, as her crops were often left in disarray. The primary objective was to either drive the wild boar away or eliminate them. For the group of ninjas led by Obito, dispatching a wild boar posed little challenge. Minato readily agreed and led Obito and his companions into the mountains, assigning them a competitive task. Minato would operate solo, while Obito, Rin, and Kakashi formed a team. Both teams were tasked with the responsibility of hunting and driving away the wild boar before dusk. They were to regroup outside the cornfield by noon, should Minato emerge victorious. Obito's team would treat him to lunch. Conversely, if Obito's team triumphed, Minato would host the meal. Shadow clone technique. Minato formed the hand sign for the jutsu. With a resounding bang, a white plume of smoke erupted, revealing a perfect replica of Minato. All right, my clone will accompany you. Remember, you are a team and must operate as one. Understood, Sensei. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi chorused in unison. With Minato as command, the trio sprinted forth, leaping over the wooden fence at the mountain's edge and plunging into the thicket. Within this jungle, other beasts dwelled, not solely wild boar. However, wild boar were particularly troublesome, often breaking through barriers to wreak havoc on nearby crops and villagers. Look out, Kakashi. There is movement over there. Let us check it out. Rin's expression was grave as her eyes scanned the surroundings. She was the first to notice the disturbance, alerting Obito and Kakashi. Obito turned to where Rin pointed, observing the dense underbrush rustling ominously. Let us flush them out, Obito declared, drawing 2 kunai from his pouch and hurling them towards the thicket. The kunai sliced through the leaves, embedding themselves within the brush. A sharp, furious grunt echoed as a wild boar, measuring over 1 meter in length, burst forth from the foliage, its blood-red eyes fixed on the trio with wrath. The kunai Obito had thrown moments before now lodged in the boar's rear, only partially piercing its tough hide, a testament to the creature's robust and resilient nature. With a clatter, the scene unfolded. Kakashi unsheathed the short sword from his back and charged directly towards the wild boar, with a swift and precise slice. A dazzling arc of light glinted off the creature's hide. The boar bared its sharp tusks, ready to gore the masked youth before it. Yet, it was felled in an instant, deep gashes marring its body. Ah, Kakashi, you thief of my kill, Obito lamented with frustration. The term thief of my kill struck both Kakashi and Rin with a momentary surprise. However, witnessing Obito's anxious demeanor, Kakashi felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Could it be that he finally had the chance to surpass this fellow named Obito? Enough of your prattle. What's wrong with stealing your kill? If you have the skills, come and take it yourself, Kakashi retorted, resolute as he forged ahead once more. He had made up his mind that today, he would slay more wild boars than Obito. Chapter 30. Selling the summoning beast. The mission of hunting wild boars proceeded remarkably well. Watergate's arrangement of teams indeed served as an excellent means to enhance the bonds and understanding among the squad members. Despite Kakashi's penchant for rivalry with Obito, the three of them had increasingly developed a harmonious collaboration throughout the process of executing the wild boar hunting task. Rin primarily took charge of perceiving and observing the surroundings from the high branches of a grand tree, while Obito and Kakashi followed her commands, collectively striving to secure the maximum number of boars. The expanse of this forest was exceptionally vast. Beyond the wild boars, the deeper recesses of the woods harbored numerous formidable beasts such as tigers and leopards. In the world of ninjas, perhaps influenced by the natural energies of the 3 great sacred lands, these beasts exhibited an instinctive response to absorb such energies. Consequently, the tigers and leopards within these woods were considerably larger than their ordinary counterparts. By the end of the morning, Watergate's quartet had successfully hunted a significant number of large wild boars, driving the smaller ones away to other areas. Ultimately, Watergate emerged victorious in the competition, truly living up to his reputation as the fastest man in the ninja realm. In just one morning, over 400 wild boars met their demise at his hands. While Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, working as a complete unit, managed to hunt fewer than 300. However, Obito had an unexpected gain. As the trio emerged from the forest and returned to the cornfield at noon, a colossal tiger, moving with delicate steps, trailed behind them. This tiger measured over 3 meters in length and stood nearly 2 meters tall. Its fur was predominantly white, adorned with striking black stripes, and its powerful paws left deep imprints on the ground with each step. Yet, its once yellow eyes had now turned a menacing red, with 3 black tomos swirling slowly within its gaze. The appearance of this magnificent beast outside the cornfield sent shockwaves through the local villagers, causing many to abandon their tools and flee in fear. Such a tiger, originating from the depths of the jungle, was rarely seen in the surrounding areas. Obito, this tiger is under the control of your Sharingan, isn't it? Watergate inquired, quickly discerning the situation. Obito nodded affirmatively, yes. Sensei Watergate. This tiger would be perfect as a summoning beast. I intend to bring it back to the village to sell. The prospect of such a magnificent creature, with its size, promised a lucrative return. Rin and Kakashi were already aware of the tiger's presence, and during their journey back, Obito had shared his intentions with them. Rin hurriedly reassured the nearby villagers, exclaiming, "Dear uncles and aunts, there is no need to fear. This tiger has been controlled and will not harm you." The words of Minato lingered in the ears of the villagers. With Rin's assurance, their worries were swiftly alleviated. They began to exchange whispers, casting glances at Obito. That boy must be from the Uchiha clan. How formidable he is, effortlessly controlling such a magnificent beast. The Uchihas are known for overseeing the security department, after all. They are hardly benevolent, treating us villagers with disdain, exuding an air of superiority. As soon as the Uchiha name was mentioned, thoughts of the security department and its notorious enforcement practices arose. The Uchiha clan's unsavory reputation had long permeated the village. Even a child like Obito would inevitably be affected by it, possibly facing scorn from others. Hearing this, Obito could only shake his head in resignation. What does the security department have to do with my brother? I have no desire to stir up conflict. I simply wish to enjoy a leisurely life. Minato, Kakashi, and Rin, of course, overheard the murmurs surrounding them. Yet, there was little they could do. Minato placed a comforting hand on Obito's shoulder, while Rin took his arm, offering words of solace. Soon after, the quartet departed, returning to the village to report to the Hokage's office and collect their rewards. However, Obito chose not to accompany them. Instead, he headed towards the street lined with stores selling ninja tools, dragging along the giant tiger he had captured. Kunai, shuriken, various scrolls, and special weapons were available in abundance at the shops on this street. As long as the price was right, one could procure nearly anything. The trade of ninja tools was highly lucrative. Konoha permitted such a marketplace primarily because over half of the profits made by these vendors were taxed and contributed to the village coffers. Moreover, most of the shops were established in the village's name, with all financial transactions benefiting the village. However, in Obito's case, having captured a summoning beast and opting to sell it from a stall exempted him from the taxation process. This arrangement not only encouraged consumer enthusiasm, but also stimulated foot traffic. Look, that boy is leading such a massive tiger. How foolish. It's clearly his summoning beast. Having such a summoning beast is truly impressive. I want one too. The green-vested ninjas passing by were drawn to the imposing tiger that Obito led. Once he found a spot to sit, set up a sign, and inscribed on it that he was selling summoning beasts. The onlookers quickly realized that the magnificent creature was indeed unclaimed, available for purchase to become their own summoning beast. For a ninja, a summoning beast undoubtedly served as a significant enhancement to their prowess. As long as one forms a pact with a formidable spirit beast, that beast shall unconditionally obey the commands of its master. Naturally, there are various types of contracts. A powerful spirit beast like the Serpent of 10,000 may have a different mode of agreement. It may not fully adhere to the wishes of its summoner. After all, it is a proud offspring of the dragon's cave, and it would not deign to lower its noble head to a mere human. Unless offered 100 or 80 humans as a snack to satisfy its palate, the Serpent of 10,000 would be reluctant to assist. Hello, young man. How much for this spirit beast? A robust man inquired after observing for a while. Not expensive. 100,000 taels of silver will suffice. You can immediately sign the spirit contract with it, replied Date. Chapter 31. Seeking Sunset Red What? 100,000 taels. The burly man looked taken aback. Daitu replied nonchalantly. Uncle, a summoning beast of this size priced at 100,000 taels is not exorbitant. It is indeed a fair price. A creature of such stature would undoubtedly serve as a loyal companion during missions. The robust man could easily perceive this truth. He sighed in resignation. I understand that well. But I only have 20,000 taels on me. The two pointed to the passers-by on the street, saying, Uncle, you see, they are all eyeing this tiger. My summoning beast has no shortage of potential buyers. If you wish to haggle, perhaps you should seek another vendor. The burly man shook his head repeatedly, his expression one of regret. Young brother, please do not rush. I recognize the rarity of this tiger-type summoning beast. I am not attempting to bargain. I merely need to return home to gather the necessary funds before coming back. Might you be able to wait for me? Very well. I shall wait a maximum of half an hour. The two, perceiving the sincerity in the robust man's tone, readily agreed. The burly man's face lit up with joy. As he nodded fervently, rest assured, I will return with the money within half an hour. With that, he dashed away, true to his word. The burly man returned half an hour later, a money pouch in hand. Along the way, numerous individuals inquired about the price, eager to purchase the giant tiger. But Daitu did not entertain their offers. Eventually, the robust man successfully acquired the giant tiger, binding it as his summoning beast. Daitu accepted the money pouch, departing amidst the man's profuse gratitude. For Daitu, 100,000 taels represented a significant sum. His family was exceedingly impoverished. He knew that if he gave half of this amount to his grandmother, it would bring her immense joy. Beep. A special task has been issued to the host. Locate Sunset Red and advance the relationship further. Completing the task will yield rewards. 1. One opportunity for replication. 2. The second volume of Intimate Paradise. Suddenly, a system notification resonated within Daito's mind. The second volume of Intimate Paradise? Daitu paused in surprise. Could it be that the system was aware he had spent an entire night engrossed in the first volume? Thus, it promptly offered the reward of the second volume? Daitu had been eagerly anticipating the unfolding narrative, and with the system being so considerate, how could he decline such a task? However, it must be noted that after 3 months of close interaction with Sunset Red, a certain inexplicable affection had blossomed between them. The system's desire for their relationship to deepen further. Was it implying that Daitu should pursue her romantically? System, how could you be so shameless? We are still just young adolescents. We must not engage in early romance or indulge in indecent matters. System, host, simply express your desires. Daitu, do I desire it? After much internal conflict, Daitu ultimately resolved to complete the task. However, he was certain that his motivation was solely to obtain the task rewards, with no other intentions. Soon, Obito reunited with Minato and another companion. Following a lavish barbecue feast hosted by the wealthy Obito, he bid farewell to his friends and made his way towards the residence of the Yuhi family. Their abode was situated in the heart of Konoha, significantly more spacious and affluent than Might Guy's home. Although the Yuhi clan's territory was modest, its members predominantly resided in close proximity to one another. Obito had visited Yuhi Kurenai's home once before when he accompanied her back, and now he approached with familiarity. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? The door stood ajar, yet Obito courteously rapped on it. I'm home. Who is it? A female voice called from within. Shortly after, a middle-aged woman appeared. She appeared to be in her 30s, donned in a gray dress, and wore an apron. This was Kurenai's mother, Ino, whom Obito had met during his previous visit. Seeing Obito, Ino's face brightened with a smile. Ah, it's Obito. What brings you here today? Obito politely nodded and inquired, Auntie, is Kurenai at home? I came to invite her for some training. Ino replied with a smile, yes, she is home. She went on a mission this morning but returned early. Turning towards the inner room, she called out, Kurenai, come out. Obito is here for you. Oh, I'm coming. Kurenai's voice echoed from upstairs, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs. She emerged, slightly out of breath, and her face lit up upon seeing Obito. Obito, what a surprise. Obito nodded. I haven't seen you in a couple of days and wanted to train together. Are you free this afternoon? A blush crept onto Kurenai's cheeks, betraying her shyness. She instinctively glanced at her mother, and upon receiving an encouraging nod, she replied, I'm free. Then let us go. Obito waved her over. The two walked side by side, exiting the Yuhi clan's territory and heading towards the familiar training grounds in the woods. Inside, Yuhi Jinhong stepped out slowly. Standing beside Ino, and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Watching the pair depart, he remarked with a smile, "It seems my earlier judgment was indeed correct. These two youngsters may truly end up together." Ino shot him a disapproving glance. "You only think about strengthening the clan. I'm not so certain that their union would be a blessing." Jinhong looked puzzled. "Why not?" Ino replied, "Let us not forget, Obito is from the Uchiha clan, which is not well regarded in Konoha. I worry that Kurenai might face repercussions in the future." Jinhong gently patted his wife's back, reassuring her. "Such matters are far off. Whether it is fortune or misfortune depends on Kurenai's own fate. Besides, I believe she has a fondness for that boy." As Daitu and Hong traversed several streets, they soon arrived at the training ground and ventured into the woods. Their relationship with Hong seemed to deepen. Though Daitu pondered how the system defined such progress, was holding hands truly a sign of advancement? With only the two of them in the woods. Daitu swallowed nervously and tentatively extended his hand, yearning to clasp Hong's delicate fingers. "Daitu, why have you been so quiet all along?" Just as he made a move, Hong suddenly inquired, her large eyes blinking curiously as she turned to face him. I was just about to speak." Daitu quickly withdrew his hand, his earlier nervousness now mingled with a sense of embarrassment. What was happening? Daitu, the confident one, feeling so timid in front of a young girl. This was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Chapter 32. Ambush in the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Sunset Hong let out a soft huff, remarking, "What have you to say? You've not sought me out for several days. I thought you had forgotten me." Oblivious to her discontent, Dato hurriedly replied, "We are companions in training. How could I ever forget you? I have come to find you, after all." With a pout, Sunset Hong cast a sidelong glance at Dato. "Who wishes to be your training partner? You are truly as dense as a block of wood." Dato was taken aback. If she did not wish to be his training partner, then what did she desire? Was she hinting at something more? Gathering his courage, Dato boldly took hold of Sunset Hong's delicate hand. Her soft and fragile hand felt like a gentle cloud in his grasp, stirring his heart in a tumult of emotions. Yet, the system's notification of task completion did not arrive as anticipated. Dato felt a wave of frustration. What more did the system desire from him? The sudden warmth of his grip caused Sunset Hong to freeze momentarily. Her heart raced wildly, and her cheeks flushed crimson. However, she did not resist, allowing the young man beside her to lead her forward. Could it be? Dato, that wooden-headed fool, had finally gained some sense. A flicker of joy ignited within Hong as she mused quietly to herself. Meanwhile, Dato was acutely aware of the shift in her emotions, sensing her shyness. He knew he ought to say something to ease the tension. "Hong, I believe." Words danced on the tip of his tongue. Yet he remained uncertain of what to express. Hong's heart raced even more fervently, her face a vivid shade of red. She cast a hopeful glance at Dato, only to quickly withdraw her gaze in bashfulness. Had my foolish boy finally come to his senses? Was he about to confess his feelings? Dato finally managed to articulate his thoughts. "I think the weather is rather gloomy today. It may rain tonight. Remember to drink some warm water when you return home to keep warm, and take care not to catch a chill while you sleep." The spark of anticipation in Hong's eyes dimmed, her previously elated spirit plunging into disappointment. Mechanically, she turned her head, her expression void of emotion as she addressed Dato. "Dato, I dislike drinking warm water." Scratching his head, Dato chuckled awkwardly. "Then perhaps you could have some cold water instead." Hong rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Drink it yourself." Dato shrugged. "Then how about some lava?" Hong. As the notification of task completion lingered in silence, Sunset Hong's cheeks puffed up in frustration, clearly irked. Dato steeled himself, deciding to take decisive action. Without further ado, he pulled Hong toward him, cradling her lovely face in his hands. Before she could comprehend what was unfolding, Dato leaned in and pressed a kiss upon her rosy lips. Hong was caught off guard by the sudden assault. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively began to push against Dato's shoulders. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The task of advancing your relationship with Sunset Hong has been completed." A notification echoed in Obito's mind, announcing the rewards for the host. Reward 1. 1 chance to replicate. Reward 2. Volume 2 of Intimate Kingdom. His mind, momentarily blank, swiftly regained focus. Upon realizing Rin's resistance, Obito hastily released her delicate face and sprinted forward to escape. "You scoundrel, Obito!" Rin's cheeks flushed crimson. Akin to a ripe tomato, her heart racing uncontrollably. As she gazed at Obito's flustered retreating figure, an unexpected smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Stop right there. I'll make you pay for this. You jerk, Obito." Turning back, Obito chuckled and waved. "Come on. If you catch me, there's a reward." The sounds of playful slaps echoed through the air. "Obito, be gentler. You're hurting me." "Rin, I apologize. I shouldn't have been so forceful." In the woods, both were drenched in sweat, breathless from their exertions. The sounds of their playful clashes intensified, their breaths growing more labored. As they exchanged blows, fatigue began to take its toll, painting their faces a rosy hue. "Huff, huff. I can't go on. I'm too exhausted. Let me rest for a moment," Rin said, leaping back a few paces and leaning against a sturdy tree for support. Obito retrieved a bottle of 1982 mineral water from the system's inventory and offered it to Rin. "Here, drink some water. No, wait. Have some cold water to quench your thirst." Rin looked at him, puzzled about the source of the water, yet she refrained from probing further. With a soft hum, she accepted the bottle, twisting off the cap and gulping it down eagerly. After resting against the tree for a while, they resumed their training session. In the shadows of the thicket, 3 men cloaked in black observed the duo from a distance. "What should we do? Uchiha Obito is always accompanied by a young girl. Should we eliminate her too? That girl is from a former clan. We should first find a way to incapacitate her before dealing with Uchiha Obito. Let us act according to the situation. Although we have methods to counter the Uchiha clan Sharingan, we must remain cautious." The trio quietly conferred their strategy. Once their plans were set, they once again concealed themselves among the treetops, vanishing from sight. "Obito, I think we should call it a day. It's getting late." "We should head back," Rin suggested, glancing up at the darkening sky. It was now evening, and after a full day of training, Obito was also feeling hungry. He readily agreed. "All right, let us go. I'll treat you to a feast." "You? Do you have money?" Rin inquired, her face displaying skepticism. After spending time together, she knew Obito to be rather impoverished, often covering most of their outings. Daito nodded affirmatively, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am now a wealthy individual, with a substantial sum of 100,000 taels in my possession." Hong, taken aback, responded, "Is that for real? Where did you acquire such a fortune?" As they conversed, the two began retracing their steps. However, shortly after departing from their previous location, Daito suddenly discerned something peculiar. Between the towering trees ahead, he noticed the ground bore traces of having been recently disturbed. "Wait, stop." Daito urgently grasped Hong's arm, preventing her from advancing further. Hong's face displayed a look of confusion as she inquired, "What is it, Daito?" He explained, "Hong, have you noticed? The soil there has been recently overturned. When we passed through earlier, there was no indication of such a disturbance." Following Daito's gaze, Hong too recognized the anomaly ahead. Her expression shifted to one of surprise as she exclaimed, "Daito, are you suggesting that someone has set a trap?" Chapter 33. The 3 black-clad figures' uncertainty lingered. A mere glance would reveal the truth. Obito shook his head, then summoned his ocular prowess as his eyes shifted from black to crimson, the 3 tomo within swirling rapidly. Indeed, the freshly turned earth flanked by towering trees bore fine threads entwined around their bases. One end of these threads was connected to the disturbed soil, a simplistic trap, likely hastily constructed by its creator who had not expended much effort. "Discovered. Engage." A deep voice resonated through the forest. Instantly, the 3 figures clad in black robes brandished their kunai, severing the threads and snaring the tree trunks before them. The traps meticulously laid out were triggered in an instant. "Red, be cautious. We are under attack." Upon hearing the warning, Obito swiftly drew his kunai, alerting Red. An adept ninja herself, Red required no further prompting. With a brief acknowledgement, she unsheathed her kunai, her expression shifting to one of vigilance. Swish, swish, swish from the front, left, and right. A deluge of kunai and shuriken surged towards Obito and Red. The projectiles fell like rain, piercing through the dense canopy and slicing through leaves and vines in their path. In a flash, the duo danced with their kunai, creating an impenetrable barrier of glinting steel. The clang of metal echoed as shuriken and kunai clattered to the ground around them, while several bound tree stumps hurtled towards them. Fortuitously, Obito's enhanced strength allowed him to evade harm as he and Red nimbly dodged left and right, leaping to safety. Finally, the barrage of traps ceased. Red pressed closely against Obito's back, her face etched with seriousness as she furrowed her brow, asking, "Obito, who are these assailants?" The ferocity of the recent assault had been overwhelming. Red realized that without Obito, her fate could have been dire. She could hardly fathom the audacity of someone attempting assassination within the heart of Konoha. Obito shook his head, his voice grave. "I do not know, Red. Stay close to me." As he spoke, the dense foliage around them quivered, and three figures emerged, encircling Obito and Red from the front, left, and right. Clad entirely in black, their faces obscured by dark cloth, their appearances remained concealed. "Who are you? Why do you seek to assassinate us?" Red's face was pale with anxiety as she watched the three approach menacingly, a flicker of fear in her eyes. It was not due to cowardice, but rather the palpable pressure exuded by the trio, creating an almost suffocating sensation. Even before engaging, Red could surmise the stark disparity in strength between them and their adversaries. Attack. The three black-clad figures had no intention of responding. As one of them waved his hand dramatically, the figure clad in black opposite Hong suddenly thrust his hands forward. Yet, he did not unleash any weapon nor invoke any ninjutsu. Instead, a multitude of densely packed black insects swarmed around his arms, their wings vibrating and producing a chorus of buzzing sounds. Immediately, those black insects surged forth towards Hong and Obito as if they were directed and controlled. "Obito." As the swarm of insects magnified in her vision, Hong's voice trembled with anxiety. The oppressive and suffocating sensation overwhelmed her, as if she had already foreseen the demise of the two on this day. Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito had long since completed the hand seals. Without uttering another word, he turned and unleashed a torrent of flames. The fire erupted from his mouth, swiftly coalescing into a colossal fireball. The fireball crackled as it soared through the air, hurtling towards the oncoming tide of insects. Upon contact, the insects ignited instantly, charred black in an instant. The swarm cascaded down from above, falling to the ground, their lives extinguished. However, the insect wave was merely the initial assault from the trio. Following closely, the three drew their ninja swords and charged towards Obito and Hong. "Hong, you need to rest for a moment." Obito raised his hand, delivering a gentle strike to Hong's neck. She immediately felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed, her eyes fluttering shut. Obito swiftly cradled the unconscious Hong in his arms. Just as the enemy's blades were about to descend upon him, Obito activated his Kamui ability. A swirling distortion of space enveloped them, and Hong was drawn into another dimension. The three black-clad ninjas swung their swords towards Obito, yet their sharp blades passed through him as though he were naught but a mirage. They stumbled forward, their faces transformed by disbelief as they turned to gaze at the mere 9-year-old boy, their expressions akin to that of encountering a ghost. Bang! Seizing the opportunity presented by their missed attack, Obito delivered a powerful kick to one of the black-clad figures' backs. The dull thud echoed as the assailant, caught by surprise, fell to the ground in a heap. "Who are you? Did Shimura Danzo send you? Or was it Toby?" Obito inquired, his hand forming a fist as he summoned his nunchaku from the dimensional space. He scrutinized the three with a calm intensity, his voice low and firm. Hong was a member of a clan from days gone by, and that clan could not possibly harbor animosity towards anyone from Konohagakure. Thus, Obito understood that these individuals were here for him. Apart from his conflict with Shimura Danzo, he had no other grievances with anyone else. "You will soon be a corpse. Go to hell and find out." One of the black-clad figures growled ominously. The other two cautioned, "Wait, this little brat is rather peculiar. Why did our previous attacks pass through him? Where has that little girl gone? Never mind that. Let us just probe him a little further." The twilight envelopes the surroundings, obscuring our vision. The three of them failed to discern the transformation of Toby's eyes, which had assumed the form of windmill shurikens. This was indeed the manifestation of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. They exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and nodded resolutely, charging once more toward Toby. According to their original plan, they should have subdued Toby during the second wave of encirclement and launched their assault. However, the current situation had exceeded their expectations. Yet retreat was not an option. The orders from above were unequivocal. Uchiha Tobi must vanish, and his Sharingan must be reclaimed. Chapter 34. Rest in peace, do not speak. Will you? I possess methods to extract your words. With a cold, indifferent gaze, Obito tightened his grip on the nunchaku and charged towards the trio. The clash ensued once more, the sound of nunchaku colliding with ninja blades resonating sharply in the air. The three adversaries displayed impeccable coordination, their swordsmanship remarkably refined, consistently finding openings to launch lethal strikes at Obito. However, their blades merely passed through him as if devoid of substance, inflicting no tangible harm whatsoever. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Obito retaliated, relentlessly striking the trio with his nunchaku, provoking cries of dismay from them. Curse him. This fellow is too elusive. Engage him at a distance. The leader of the trio swiftly commanded, recalling his comrades as they leaped back, regrouping to confront Obito from three distinct angles, front, left, and right. Yet this time, they began to form hand seals, preparing to unleash ninjutsu against him. Shadow flow, half-moon slash. The black-clad figure at the forefront leaped into the air. His body suspended momentarily. He wielded his ninja blade, crafting a half-circle in front of him. The blade shimmering with a radiant light that shaped itself into a crescent moon in the air. With a decisive swing, a crescent of light, broad as 2 meters, hurtled towards Obito. Leaf flow, thunder shadow dance slash. Another figure ascended into the air, performing a single-handed seal. 3 identical figures materialized amidst 3 clouds of white smoke, each gripping their ninja blades, descending upon Obito with fierce intent. The blades unleashed dazzling arcs of lightning, embodying a force capable of cleaving through anything. Secret technique, insect sphere. The assailant on the right executed a simpler yet formidable attack. With a vigorous wave of his arms, a vast swarm of dark insects swirled around him. The hum of their wings filled the air as the dense tide of insects surged towards Obito, surveying the trio. Obito's eyes glimmered with disdain. I believe the time for play has ended. It is time for you to meet your demise. The menacing aura surrounding the three was palpable, each strike aimed with the intent to kill. Obito, however, was not inclined towards mercy. He had no intention of merely subduing them. As the tomo in his eyes began to rotate, Obito vanished into the ground, disappearing from sight. Boom! The combined assault of the three erupted upon the earth, a cacophony of explosive sounds resonating as the ground was blasted into a massive crater. Dirt and debris flying in all directions, enveloping the area in dust. Be cautious. That fiend evaded our attack. He must be lurking nearby. The ninja who unleashed the swarm of insects was the first to sound the alarm. Despite the obscured visibility, the crater remained shrouded in dust. Yet, through the perception of the insects, he had already sensed the absence of any remains of the deceased in the pit. The warning came too late. Almost simultaneously with the words of the insect-summoning ninja, Obito emerged from beneath the ground at the feet of another dark-clad ninja. His speed was astonishing as he struck the black-clad ninja's abdomen with a powerful punch. In the next moment, his eyes shifted, and the Sharingan Genjutsu was unleashed. Ah! The dark figure let out a dreadful scream, his body curling up like a shrimp. In the blink of an eye, he locked gazes with Obito, only to feel his thoughts stagnate, consciousness slipping away. Kamui. Obito activated his ocular technique once more, warping the space in front of him. The black-clad ninja, already ensnared by the illusion, was drawn into the void and vanished. Cursed be this. What on earth is happening? How can this child devour people in an instant? The other 2 ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. The techniques they had just unleashed were their utmost attacks. Logically, even the 3rd Hokage would struggle to withstand such an assault. Yet this mere 9-year-old was as slippery as an eel, effortlessly evading any attack, as if passing through air. What kind of perversion is this? You leave first. Find a way to relay the message back. I shall hold him off. The 2 black-clad ninjas exchanged glances, a sense of retreat dawning upon them. The ninja controlling the insect swarm shouted to his companion. As the words left his mouth, he commanded the swarm of insects to surge towards Obito. He understood that he lacked the speed to escape. Fleeing would only lead to pursuit. Thus, he abandoned hope for survival, choosing instead to cover for his ally. Very well. The other dark figure, without hesitation, acknowledged and turned to depart. Think you can leave? Having come this far, will I allow your escape? Obito scoffed coldly, intensifying his ocular power as a blue-green radiance enveloped him. Suddenly, a gigantic skeletal hand shot forth, seizing the black-clad ninja who had just leapt onto a tree. Ah! As the skeletal palm gripped tightly, the black-clad ninja's face contorted in agony. A cacophony of cracking bones echoing. I shall grant you another chance. Speak. Who sent you? Obito's voice was low and commanding, wholly disregarding the approaching swarm of insects. As the insects neared within half a meter, Obito's form was enveloped by a barrier of skeletal structure. The insects, upon colliding with the skeletal frame, were mere sacrifices, crashing against it before plummeting to the ground. We will not divulge, for revealing our secrets would ensure our demise. The black-clad ninja, grasped in the skeletal hand, bled from the corners of his mouth, forcing a single sentence through gritted teeth, though he longed to surrender. The terrifying punishments within the organization made death seem a more merciful fate. Very well then, I shall grant your wish. Obito let out a faint grunt, his gaze sharpening momentarily, as the skeletal hand suddenly clenched with great force. The ninja's body was instantly reduced to a withered form, grotesquely contorted to a horrifying degree. Blood gushed forth from his 7 orifices. In an instant, the skeletal arm vanished, and the deformed black-clad ninja collapsed to the ground with a thud. Next. It's your turn. Obito whirled around, casting a fierce glare at another black-clad ninja. How infuriating. How utterly infuriating. Witnessing the tragic demise of his comrade sent the insect-controlling ninja into a frenzy, completely losing his composure. He tore off his black garment, revealing a muscular torso. Then, after forming a hand seal, small holes appeared on his exposed skin. Black insects crawled out from these orifices, flapping their wings as they surged towards Obito. Chapter 35. Let us perform. Obito summoned the great insect. The ninja who commanded the insects issued a thunderous shout from the orifices of his body. An array of insects crawled forth, tumbling to the ground and, as if by magic, expanding in size. Each insect grew to approximately 1 meter in length, their grotesque forms evoking a sense of horror. They scuttled forward with the agility of soldiers charging into battle, advancing toward Obito. Futile. I have already proclaimed this. Obito disdainfully shook his head, ignoring the advancing swarm. He strode directly towards the insect-controlling ninja, passing through the horde of bugs. In the face of the other's widening eyes filled with terror, he reached the ninja with ease. Susanoo. To guard against the venomous insects and the potential desperate counterattack from his adversary, Obito activated his Susanoo. A half-formed azure skeletal figure enveloped and shielded his body. A skeletal hand materialized, effortlessly seizing the insect-controlling ninja and bringing him before Obito. As their gazes locked, Obito's Sharingan activated. The ninja's eyes dulled. His body ceased all resistance, and he limply allowed himself to be held by the skeletal hand. Meanwhile, the insects behind him fell into a state of ungoverned chaos. They flailed their antennae, wandering aimlessly before scattering in all directions. Obito paid no mind to the insects. They posed no threat to him. The Kamui was activated once more, the space in front of him warping and pulsating. The other black-clad individual who had been drawn into the Kamui space tumbled out, landing with a thud on the ground. Obito approached, lifting the black cloth obscuring their faces, only to find that he did not recognize them. He pried open their mouths, discovering the absence of the root's tongue seal. Speak. Who sent you? Obito demanded, delivering a sharp slap across their faces, his voice low and menacing. The depth of the illusion cast could be determined by the power of his ocular techniques. These two were firmly under his control, unlikely to awaken recklessly. I do not know, we do not recognize him, only that he is the leader of the root, do not recognize? Obito's expression shifted to one of confusion. Was the root's structure so rigid? What does this root leader look like? I do not know, he wears a mask. We cannot see his face since it was confirmed to be the root. It was likely that it was that old schemer, Danzo. Obito recalled the gift he had sent, contemplating whether Danzo was so petty as to resort to eliminating him over such a trivial matter. As the clock struck 8, the lights of the houses flickered to life, and the streets bustled with passers-by. The area surrounding the Hokage's office building was equally vibrant. Yet, in the very center of the street stood a young boy, adorned with protective goggles, his body smeared with fresh crimson stains, a length of rope slung over his shoulder. He trudged forward, straining as if he were dragging something heavy behind him. As the pedestrians on the street caught sight of the scene, astonishment washed over their faces, prompting them to part ways and grant passage to the young boy. What was he up to? Covered in blood, he was rather frightening. Look, he was dragging two lifeless bodies with a hemp rope. What could this possibly signify? Adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, he must belong to the Uchiha lineage. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, pointing and speculating. Yet, the boy remained undeterred, gritting his teeth as he struggled to haul the bound corpses forward. With each step, the villagers' curiosity was piqued. Tasks they had been engaged in were momentarily abandoned as they trailed behind the boy, advancing at a slow pace. However, the sight of him, drenched in blood, was genuinely unsettling. Coupled with the infamous reputation of the Uchiha clan, none dared to approach and inquire. Eventually, the boy reached a point not far from the Hokage office building. Hidden in the shadows, members of the Umbu were taken aback, their eyes wide with shock as they observed a sizable crowd following the boy. The situation was utterly perplexing. "Wait, what are you doing, Uchiha Obito?" shouted the two guards stationed at the stairs of the building, who had recognized him from his previous visits. Obito lifted his gaze, tears welling in his eyes as he implored the two ninjas. "Uncles, please help me carry the bodies upstairs. I need to report to the third Hokage." "What? Report?" The guards were bewildered, still struggling to comprehend Obito's intentions. However, bringing two bloodied corpses upstairs, particularly with Obito himself appearing disheveled, was not something they could allow. "Obito, what on earth is happening?" They exchanged glances, cautiously inquiring. "You don't understand. I must see the third Hokage," Obito insisted, tears glistening in his eyes as he sighed in exasperation. "Obito, don't rush. I'll go inform the third Hokage," one of the ninjas, recognizing the gravity of the situation with hundreds of villagers trailing behind, promptly ascended the stairs. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Obito's lips. The first phase of his plan had successfully commenced. Just moments earlier in the woods, Obito had been consumed by rage. His initial instinct was to storm the Root's headquarters and confront that old coot, Danzo. However, the system had issued him a task to humiliate Danzo in order to earn 2 replication opportunities and a random reward. Upon reflection, Obito realized that recklessly charging into the Root's stronghold alone would be imprudent. Although he possessed the power of the Kamui, his youth meant his strength was still maturing. Rather than risk his life seeking vengeance against Danzo, it would be far more gratifying to complete the system's task and witness Danzo's humiliation firsthand. Moreover, Obito found himself unable to ascertain whether this matter was orchestrated by Shimura Danzo's subordinates or if it was indeed the handiwork of Danzo himself. Rather than lingering in uncertainty, it would be more prudent to first claim the rewards from the system. At this moment, the crowd of villagers gathered below had grown increasingly numerous. For merely a few hundred, it now seemed that nearly 1,000 had assembled. The cacophony of discussions intensified, with voices rising in fervor. It was likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen, hearing the commotion from above, hastened down the stairs with urgency. "Obito, what on earth has transpired?" Upon seeing Obito for the first time, Sarutobi's face was etched with confusion and alarm. The young lad was covered in blood. Surely, he must have sustained serious injuries. He was one of the new generation members I intended to nurture with particular care. Chapter 36. The situation escalated. Obito restrained his thoughts and feigned continued tears. "Lord Hokage, I was training in the woods when I unexpectedly fell victim to an assassination attempt." Upon hearing this, the villagers who had been spectating erupted in disbelief. Having followed Obito for a while, their curiosity was piqued, and they were eager to uncover what schemes this young boy harbored. However, upon learning that the new generation of Uchiha ninjas had been targeted for assassination, especially in the peaceful and stable Konoha, expressions of incredulity filled their faces. "The child is named Uchiha Obito," exclaimed one villager. "I've heard of him. He is a gifted genius from the latest graduating class. What on earth could have transpired? Why would anyone wish to harm a child? Who could possess such malice? Perhaps it was due to the Uchiha clan having made too many enemies, resulting in this child being used as a pawn for vengeance. That said, shouldn't the focus be on the fact that this child managed to turn the tables on 2 ninjas?" Following this suggestion, The villagers momentarily fell into contemplation. Soon after, discussions erupted regarding Obito's remarkable ability to confront two adversaries and emerge victorious. Many even began to compare their own children, claiming that if they could achieve even half of Obito's prowess, their futures would be secure, eliminating any worries about sustenance. Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to maintain his benevolent Hokage image and could not simply dismiss the villagers. With a strained smile, he beckoned to Obito, saying, "Obito, why don't you come upstairs with me to discuss the situation? Let the authorities handle those two." He then gestured to the two gatekeeping ninjas to remove the bodies. "No, Lord Hokage, I need the witnesses here for my assurance." Obito continued to feign tears, his face a mask of grievance. Sarutobi's expression darkened at this childish insinuation that he might act unjustly behind closed doors. However, in the interest of preserving his image, he refrained from reacting. With a forced smile, he replied, "Very well, Obito. Please, tell me how you wish to proceed." "Who were those individuals?" "They were sent by Danzo's root organization," Obito stated. "While they were attempting to kill me in the woods, they admitted as much. I seek an explanation from you, if this matter remains unresolved. I fear I will live in constant trepidation. Who knows when I might be attacked while walking down the street." As Obito spoke with increasing fervor, a wicked smile crept into his heart. Did Danzo truly believe he could eliminate me, Obito? He ought to reconsider his capabilities in the next life. Moreover, he had already contemplated the safety of his grandmother. Given her advanced age, her movements were confined to the Uchiha clan's territory. If Danzo wished to send someone to massacre at will within the Uchiha grounds, he would need to rethink his audacity. The Uchiha had long harbored grievances against the people of Konoha. Whenever outsiders enter the Uchiha clan territory, they are invariably subjected to scrutiny, both overt and covert. What? Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed dramatically. Based on his understanding of Danzo, he surmised that this incident was most likely orchestrated by him. Enraged, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, as Hokage, "I value talent. How dare you, old man, resort to assassination without even a modicum of respect for me?" In a fit of fury, he glared and commanded the three Umbu ninjas trailing him, "Go find Danzo immediately." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The Umbu responded, vanishing in an instant. Hiruzen continued, "Bring someone knowledgeable about the root ninjas. I must ascertain the identities of the two deceased." "Understood, Hokage-sama." Another Umbu replied, disappearing as well. Hiruzen was acutely aware that this matter required serious attention. Otherwise, it would not only incite the discontent of the Uchiha clan, but also exacerbate the villagers' fears. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Umbu assigned to find someone familiar with the root ninjas returned first, accompanied by a ninja clad in a green vest. "Hokage-sama." The green-vested ninja bowed respectfully. At Hiruzen's nod, he approached to inspect the faces of the two root ninjas. Upon recognizing the corpses, he gasped in astonishment. He hurried back to Hiruzen, eager to whisper his report. "Speak openly. No need for secrecy." Hiruzen, somewhat displeased, pushed the green-vested ninja away. "My image as Hokage must remain intact. What could possibly warrant the villagers' ignorance? After all, this disgrace is Danzo's doing, not mine." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The green-vested ninja nodded in agreement, then stated, "One of the deceased is a jonin from the Yamanaka clan, named Yamanaka Jigen. The other is a jonin from the Nara clan, known as Nara Wairi. Both were elite members of the root." This green-vested ninja had previously served in the root, where his responsibilities included registering and assessing new members. Thus, he was well acquainted with the names of most elite personnel. As these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding villagers. They gazed incredulously at Obito's silhouette, engaging in animated discussion. This boy, Obito, can't be more than 10 years old, and yet he has defeated two jonin? Is this real? Are our village's jonin so easily overpowered? You misunderstand. I've heard tales of this prodigy, Uchiha Obito. He graduated from the Ninja Academy and awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 9. The relentless comparison among individuals can be quite disheartening. If only my little chubby possessed even a third of the prowess of this young Obito, I would certainly be inclined to pay homage to my ancestors. Unbeknownst to many, Obito has garnered a substantial following among the villagers. However, among them, there remain a number of discerning individuals who recognize the gravity of the situation. They engage in discussions, pondering the true nature of the Root organization and the reason behind its considerable power to orchestrate assassinations at will. The third Hokage is compelled to step forward once more, striving to uphold his image and soothe the populace's anxieties. Fortunately, the principal figure behind this incident has soon arrived at the scene. Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, approaches the crowd, flanked by several masked ninjas from the Root organization. Sarutobi, why the haste in summoning me? Chapter 37. Collusion and Misery this time. Danzo was genuinely unaware of the specifics. Therefore, he approached the third Hokage with an air of confidence, even displaying a hint of arrogance. However, upon witnessing the bloodied figure of Obito and the lifeless bodies of the two Root ninjas on the ground, a look of horror instantly flickered in his eyes. Internally, he was taken aback, muttering to himself, "How can this be? Ka told me that the three he dispatched were elite jonin, capable of countering the Sharingan. How could they have been overpowered by Uchiha Obito?" Danzo's first reaction was disbelief. Yet, the evidence was laid bare before him, compounded by the chaotic surroundings. He began to grasp the gravity of the situation, fearing that the assassination he had orchestrated was thoroughly exposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed toward the deceased ninjas, his expression darkening as he spoke in a somber tone. "I need not elaborate further. You should recognize those too, shouldn't you?" Feigning ignorance, Danzo replied, "Hiruzen, what do you mean? They were my Root operatives. Why are they dead?" Sarutobi scoffed lightly. These two openly attempted to assassinate Obito, yet underestimated their foe, ultimately falling to his hand. "As they were under your command, do you not owe us a reasonable explanation?" Although suspicions had already taken root in Danzo's mind, he was nonetheless shaken upon learning that Obito had turned the tables on the two Root ninjas. He whispered to himself, "So it is indeed that Uchiha Obito. But where is the other one?" Quickly, Danzo concocted a suitable excuse. He calmly stated, "Hiruzen, I am equally perplexed. It must be that brat, Kakashi, who, due to his previous conflict with Obito, has stirred up this trouble." All the surrounding ninjas, including the third Hokage, Obito, and the Umbu members, felt a wave of incredulity. Danzo's audacity was astounding. He had the gall to shift the blame onto his own nephew. Could the young Shimon possess such authority to mobilize the elite ninjas of Root? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reluctant to escalate the matter. Despite their long-standing rivalry, he still held a semblance of fondness for the old coot. Without Danzo, who would manage the shadowy dealings behind the Hokage. Thus, Sarutobi had no intention of taking decisive action against him. By confronting Danzo in such a public manner, he aimed to provide Obito with an explanation, as he was still inclined to win him over. Moreover, he sought to uphold the image of Konoha. Despite the ongoing turmoil outside, the village had maintained a semblance of peace. If the villagers became restless, the third Hokage's credibility would inevitably be compromised. Such a scenario was one he would not permit to unfold. Sarutobi remarked coolly, "So that's the case. Send someone to fetch Kakashi. We need to ascertain the details." Turning to Obito, he inquired, "Obito, what do you think of this approach?" A cold sneer crept across Obito's heart. The two old fellows, engaged in their theatrical banter, are merely attempting to trivialize a significant matter. Aside from the oblivious villagers, it is evident to the surrounding ninjas. You may handle this as you wish. On the surface, Obito remained composed, yet he was profoundly disillusioned with Hiruzen Sarutobi. This old man had recently treated Obito with kindness, and Obito had indeed been somewhat deceived by his amiable demeanor. However, it is clear now that he remains the cunning third Hokage, in league with Danzo. Beep. Congratulations, host. The random system task has been completed. Now, rewards for the host are being distributed. Reward 1. 1 chance to replicate. Reward 2. Explosive tags 10. The system notification echoed in his mind. Obito realized that this matter was likely to fade into obscurity. Obtaining the random rewards from the system was the primary reason for his visit, though the rewards were not particularly lavish. He had no desire to linger and witness the two old men charade any longer. "You may converse at your leisure. I shall take my leave." Obito turned towards the Uchiha clan's territory, and the crowd parted to grant him passage. "Obito, Don't rush off. Aren't you going to clarify the situation? I'll have someone take you to the Konoha hospital to assess your injuries, Hiruzen's voice called from behind. Without looking back, Obito waved dismissively. There's no need for your concern. I'm fine. The blood on me is merely a fade, I applied myself. With those words, he dismissed the notion that any of those individuals could have possibly harmed him. As Obito resolutely departed, the villagers were left bewildered. The ninjas, privy to the circumstances like Obito, comprehended his sentiments. The concealed Umbu ninjas, grouped in pairs, began to whisper amongst themselves. Obito must have realized that the third Hokage is intentionally protecting Danzo. Indeed, he is likely heartbroken and will no longer sincerely seek the third Hokage's favor. Hush! Speak no more. This is a matter for Konoha's higher-ups, not for us to discuss. Returning to the topic, Obito is indeed remarkable, having dispatched 2 elite jonin. Who would have thought? At merely 9 years old, one can only speculate what extraordinary powers he will develop in the future. As Obito approached the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds, he was met by a throng of ninjas clad in green vests, emerging with great urgency from the clan's interior. Leading them was Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader, followed closely by a cadre of elite Uchiha ninjas. Obito, what brings you back? Upon seeing Obito, Fugaku's eyes lit up with joy. He hurried forward, inspecting Obito's injuries with concern. What happened? Where are you hurt? Why is there so much blood? Seeing Fugaku's anxiety stirred a flicker of gratitude within Obito. He shook his head. Leader, I am fine. This blood is not mine. As he spoke, Obito cast a glance at the elders of the Uchiha clan and inquired. Clan leader, what is the matter? Fugaku replied, just now, a member of our clan witnessed the events unfolding beneath the Hokage office and hastened back to inform me. It has come to my attention that you were the target of an assassination during your training. Thus, I have brought some of our Uchiha brethren to assess the situation and lend their support. Upon hearing this, Obito felt an even deeper sense of gratitude. Indeed, it was his own family that he could rely upon. Unlike the duplicitous Hiruzen Sarutobi, who only paid lip service while harboring ulterior motives, the Uchiha clan, often looked down upon in Konoha, demonstrated unwavering loyalty. Fugaku, disregarding the potential accusations of factionalism and unrest in Sarutobi's eyes, resolutely chose to stand by Obito's side. To Obito, this protective sentiment was truly invaluable. What others perceived as the malevolent Uchiha clan, he regarded as far more comforting than the higher-ups of Konoha. Chapter 38 Family Meeting Obito. Come with me. We need to discuss what has transpired, Fugaku urged, grasping Obito's arm and leading him back to the clan grounds. The group of Uchiha elders and high-ranking members that Fugaku had brought along followed closely behind, each expressing their concern and inquiries towards Obito. If Obito recalled correctly, in the original narrative, Uchiha Fugaku had indeed unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan. However, he had willingly allowed Itachi to take his life without resisting. With this in mind, Obito resolved to replicate his abilities once more. He activated his system's copying capability, a white light enveloping Fugaku, followed by the familiar chime of the system echoing in Obito's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have copied Uchiha Fugaku's ocular power. 10 ocular power? This can also be replicated? A flicker of surprise coursed through Obito's thoughts. System, what is the specific function of the ocular power after it increases? Current ocular power of the host is 10,000. When the host's ocular power reaches 1,000, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan can be unlocked. This is truly remarkable. Obito felt a surge of excitement. If this holds true, upon advancing to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, the next level should indeed be the Rinnegan. The system is indeed formidable. Although the requirement of 1,000 units of ocular power is quite substantial, it remains within the realm of possibility. Without further hesitation, Obito decided to utilize the remaining opportunities to replicate from Fugaku. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have copied Uchiha Fugaku's ocular power. 20. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have copied Uchiha Fugaku's ocular power. 10. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have copied Uchiha Fugaku's shuriken throwing technique. Understanding of shuriken throwing 10. Before long, the group arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Uchiha Makoto welcomed Obito and guided him to their bathroom for a much-needed cleansing, as he was covered in blood and grime. If his grandmother were to see him in such a state, she would undoubtedly be alarmed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku and the clan's higher-ups settled into a meeting room, deliberating on the current unfavorable status of the Uchiha clan within the village. They awaited Obito's return to elucidate the day's events in detail. Perhaps we should reconsider our duties with the security department. We've tried to mediate conflicts in the village, yet it often feels like a thankless endeavor, one elder proposed. Indeed, the higher-ups in Konoha are becoming increasingly unreasonable. It is rare for our Uchiha clan to produce a talent like Obito, yet they resort to assassination? Another elder interjected. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. We will wait for Obito to emerge and clarify the situation, Fugaku advised. Having finished his bath, Obito, under Makoto's guidance, arrived at the door of the meeting room and overheard a flurry of discussions within. Knock, knock. Knock. Makoto raised her hand and rapped on the door of the meeting room. Suddenly, she pushed open the sliding door and let Obito inside. The space within was rather spacious, occupied by over a dozen members of the Uchiha clan, each seated on cushions and forming a circle. Obito, come sit with me. Fugaku beckoned. Certainly, clan leader, Obito nodded, showing no reluctance. As soon as he settled down, the high-ranking officials of Konoha could no longer contain their curiosity and began to question him. The eldest elder's son, Uchiha Teiho, asked, Obito, what exactly happened? Why would Root send someone to assassinate you? The third elder, his eyes filled with fury, declared in a deep voice, Obito, you must share everything with us. There is no need for secrecy. We must confront the third Hokage and demand an explanation. Another voice chimed in, indeed. The Uchiha will not stand for such indignities. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tumultuous as the Uchiha leaders echoed one another. Fugaku raised his hand to silence the commotion. Enough. Let us hear the details from Obito. All eyes turned expectantly towards him. Very well. Here is what transpired. Obito nodded and recounted the events in broad strokes. However, he chose to conceal certain details regarding his battle with those three from Root. After all, revealing that he had activated his Manjiki Sharingan was not something he could afford to disclose. It was his trump card, a closely guarded secret. Uchiha Teiho struck the ground in anger, exclaiming, this is utterly shameless. The third Hokage and Danzo are clearly in collusion. Does a member of the Shimura clan truly have the authority to mobilize the elite ninjas of Root? The third elder added solemnly, indeed. They are clearly trying to cover this up. He then turned to Fugaku, clan leader. What shall we do? The Uchiha cannot be treated with such disregard. Obito has a history with Danzo. Who knows what they might do to him next? Fugaku furrowed his brow, sighing deeply. Among the Uchiha leadership, there were indeed many hot-headed individuals like the third elder and Uchiha Teiho. Due to the Uchiha's history of violent enforcement, tensions had nearly escalated into conflict with Konoha's ninjas. Were it not for Fugaku's repeated interventions, they might have suffered grievous losses by now. It wasn't that Fugaku lacked resolve to resist Konoha. Rather, the Uchiha were merely one clan within the village, and engaging in conflict would inevitably lead to their downfall. Fugaku spoke gravely. I trust you all understand that this situation is much like those we have faced before. Although Obito has suffered, fortunately, he remains unharmed. However, we cannot topple Danzo over such scant evidence. We lack sufficient proof to demonstrate that it was indeed Danzo who orchestrated this. Even if we were to confront Konoha, the outcome would likely be inconclusive. The third elder sighed heavily. Are we to simply let this go? Must we endure in silence as we have in the past? I can hardly contain my emotions any longer. Like Elder San, there are many who feel equally aggrieved. However, everyone understands that Fuyue speaks with reason. Without the most compelling evidence or the power capable of shaking the foundations of Konoha's leadership, seeking trouble with others would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. Ultimately, the meeting concluded on a discordant note, leaving everyone perturbed by the matter concerning Obito. Standing outside the door of the Fuyue residence, Obito cast a glance back into the house. It seemed he had resolved something within himself. Gritting his teeth, he silently vowed, "Rest assured, clan leader, I will never allow the Uchiha clan to be driven to extinction. Should Danzo make any further moves against the Uchiha, I will unhesitatingly eliminate him at the root." Chapter 39. The Watergate team, Grandma. I'm back. At the front of the dilapidated wooden house, Obito pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was already past 9 in the evening. Grandma had finished her dinner and was busy with some household chores. Obito, have you eaten? She inquired. Obito nodded. Yes, Grandma. I've eaten. After exchanging a few casual remarks with her, he made his way to his room. From the evening until now, he had kept Rin confined in the Kamui space and wondered if she had awakened yet. He needed to free her as soon as possible. Kamui. Obito's eyes shifted from black to red, and the spiral space before him began to twist and fluctuate. Rin was released from the void, gently descending onto Obito's bed. She lay there, still with her eyes tightly shut, in a state of unconsciousness. Obito leaned closer, scrutinizing Rin. Her beautiful, fair face was adorned with a slight blush. Long eyelashes framed her closed eyes. A delicate nose graced her features, and her cherry-like lips occasionally twitched, stirring something warm within Obito's heart. What a stunning beauty. She was this lovely even as a child, he thought with a chuckle, unconsciously leaning in closer. He puckered his lips, intending to plant a kiss on Rin's small mouth, hoping to savor the taste he had missed earlier that afternoon. Creak, Obito. You need to wash up before going to bed. It's so hot right now. The door swung open, and Grandma peered in. Her words halted abruptly as she caught sight of Obito's puckered lips. Instantly, she erupted in fury. She flung the door wide open, seized a broom from outside, and stormed in, ready to administer her form of discipline. Obito, what on earth are you doing? You're still so young. How could you do this? Whose girl have you brought back here? How can you behave in such a manner? Despite her age, Grandma could clearly see that Rin was unconscious. She mistakenly believed that Obito had deliberately knocked Rin out to bring her home for some unsavory intentions. Grandma, I was wrong. Please let me explain. Now don't hit me. In the 47th year of Konoha, Obito was 10 years old. Over the past year, under the guidance of Minato, he, Kakashi, and Rin had completed 48 D-rank missions and 23 C-rank missions. The D-rank tasks were quite simple, primarily involving catching cats, weeding, or picking up litter from the river. The C-rank missions were slightly more challenging, such as acting as bodyguards for wealthy individuals or escorting them to various locations while being vigilant against potential bandits. Since the incident that had exposed him, Danzo had been considerably more subdued, likely chastised by Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had ceased to trouble the Uchiha clan. Recently, the situation on the front lines had intensified, with various ninja villages stirring unrest and eyeing the land of fire. Danzo had taken command at the front lines of the Rain Village. Finally, the Uchiha clan enjoyed a brief respite. Although in the village, complaints frequently arise due to issues of violent enforcement, the situation has undeniably improved in the absence of Danzo's meddling. Another morning dawns, heralding the commencement of a new ninja mission, as previously communicated by Minato the day before. After enjoying breakfast at home, Obito meticulously organizes his ninja gear and attire, bids farewell to his grandmother, and strides purposefully out the door. Outside the Ninja Academy, a spacious sidewalk witnesses the presence of an elderly woman today. With a heavy burden on her back and a stooped posture, she shuffles forward, muttering to herself. In old age, one becomes rather useless. Even crossing the street feels like a Herculean task. If only a young person could lend me a hand. Beep. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young mission activated. The host is to carry the grandmother in a princess carry to her destination. Completion of the task will yield 1 replication opportunity and a random reward. The system's notification reverberates in Obito's mind. As a youth of commendable virtue, how could he possibly hesitate when the elderly woman requires assistance? Yet, the nature of the task issued by the system poses a slight quandary. A princess carry? Is it not somewhat peculiar to lift an elderly lady in such a manner? Nevertheless, for the sake of the system's reward, Obito resolves not to falter. Grandmother, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you, he declares, swiftly approaching and lifting the elderly woman with ease, darting across the street. Years of experience in aiding grandmothers across roads have rendered Obito adept. He knows precisely how to ensure her comfort during the journey. Upon learning that she is bound for the Konoha hospital, Obito races towards the destination with determination. The grandmother chuckles joyfully throughout the journey, likely reveling in a sensation she has never before experienced. My dear child, you have done splendidly. Here is a little reward from your grandmother, she exclaims, beaming as she produces a handful of candies and places them in Obito's palm. Beep. The mission of respecting the elderly and caring for the young has been completed. The host is now granted rewards. Reward 1. 1 replication opportunity. Reward 2. A complete set of ninja tools. As the system's notification concludes, the rewards materialize within the confines of the system's space. Obito glances at the contents. A complete set of ninja tools, including 20 shurikens, 10 kunai, 5 explosive tags, and 3 wind-style shurikens, all neatly contained within a single backpack. Thank you, grandmother. Wishing you good health. Obito exclaims as he accepts the candies and waves farewell to the elderly woman. Noticing that only 5 minutes remain until the assembly time, he hastens towards the Ninja Academy. A few kilometers from the Ninja Academy, upon a wooden bridge, Kakashi, Rin, and Minato have already arrived punctually at their destination. Kakashi glances back at the road and remarks indifferently, Obito, as expected, is late once again. Lin, with her small hands clasped behind her back, smiled and suggested, "Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps Obito has been delayed by unforeseen circumstances." Minato chimed in, "Indeed, Kakashi, let us wait a while longer. He should be arriving shortly." Kakashi shook his head in resignation. "Lin, Minato-sensei, you both consistently defend him. This bad habit of his will never change." At the corner of the path behind them, a youth clad in a blue tracksuit and sporting goggles appeared. He jogged towards them, waving his hand and exclaiming, "I'm so sorry. I'm late again." Kakashi scoffed. "Hey, you're not going to claim you were helping an elderly lady across the street again, are you?" Obito scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "Kakashi, how did you know? You saw me just now, didn't you? I escorted that elderly lady to the Konoha hospital." Chapter 40. The CH registration. You always tell the same lie. Could you perhaps concoct a different excuse next time? Kakashi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Who says I'm lying, Kakashi? You truly lack empathy," Obito retorted, his frustration evident. "It's not my fault that I have to refresh the old lady at every intersection." The banter between Kakashi and Obito was a daily occurrence, one that Rin and Minato had grown accustomed to. "Obito, perhaps you should say a little less." "I believe in you," Rin said with a gentle smile, playfully tugging at Obito's arm. Obito chuckled. "Indeed, Rin-chan, you are the kindest to me, the best of all." Minato then stepped forward, playfully pressing down on the heads of both Kakashi and Obito, saying, "Enough of your antics, you two. Quiet down. I have some delightful news to share." Kakashi and Obito exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Minato, unaware of the absurdity of disheveling others' hairstyles, continued. Rin's face lit up with anticipation as she inquired, "Minato-sensei, what is this good news?" From his shinobi tool pouch, Minato produced 3 registration forms and handed them to the trio. "The CH exam is about to commence, and I have brought the registration forms for you." He continued, "I know that both Kakashi and Obito have already surpassed the CH level in terms of strength. Rin, I believe you also feel confident about this assessment. The CH exam typically occurs every 3 years, and this year indeed marked the time for evaluations. As Minato indicated, both Obito and Kakashi had long surpassed the requirements for CH. For them, this exam posed no significant challenge. Over the past year, Rin had also been influenced by Kakashi and Obito's dedication, diligently training herself. Her confidence regarding the CH exam was substantial. Upon scrutinizing the forms, Rin's expression turned puzzled as she looked to Minato and asked, "Minato-sensei, hasn't Kakashi already passed the CH exam? Why must he participate again?" Minato explained, "The rules dictate that the CH exam in Konoha must be undertaken as a team of 3. Without one member, the examination cannot proceed. Therefore, to support Obito and you, Kakashi, as a member of Team 7, must also partake in this upcoming CH exam." Obito patted Kakashi on the shoulder, teasingly saying, "Congratulations, my friend, on your retake." Kakashi rolled his eyes. "You're such a bore. Please refrain from sharing such pointless chatter." Obito shook his head, turning to Minato with a complaint. "Minato-sensei, look at him. How can we possibly collaborate as a team and succeed in the CH exam with such a heartless attitude?" Minato was well aware that Obito and Kakashi were merely jesting. Over the past year, Kakashi had indeed transformed from that cold young man into someone considerably more approachable. At the very least, his demeanor towards the trio of Team 7 had undergone a significant change. Despite the playful banter between Kakashi and Obito, their daily interactions reveal a bond that runs quite deep. Minato shook his head and said, "You two stop fooling around. Quickly complete the forms, and I will submit them to Lord Third. Then you can enjoy a break for a while." Rin inquired. "A break? Teacher Minato, are you suggesting that we won't have to undertake any ninja missions in the days leading up to the Chunin exams?" Minato nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I have great faith in your abilities. Obito, are you not always complaining about the monotony of low-level missions? From today onward, you shall be exempt from them." This news brought joy not only to Obito, but also to Kakashi and Rin. After all, tasks such as collecting trash, looking after children, and harvesting watermelons were essentially farm work, and rather tedious at that. With the time saved, they could focus on honing their skills and enhancing their abilities. Yet, these tasks were part of a necessary routine that could not be neglected. Obito took out a pen and swiftly filled in his registration information. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, murmuring to himself, "I wonder if I could replicate something valuable from Teacher Minato." Over the past year, Obito had frequently utilized his replication ability on both Kakashi and Minato. Notably, the system's replication capability was remarkably potent, allowing him not only to replicate ninjutsu, but also chakra attributes. The majority of what Obito had replicated from Kakashi were lightning-based chakra attributes, which, like his Sharingan's ocular power, were copied in measured quantities. Lightning attribute chakra, 115-200. This indicated that Obito currently possessed 115 points of lightning chakra. If he could replicate up to 200 points, he would be able to wield a third nature transformation, specifically lightning release, aside from fire and earth. Glancing at the system panel, Obito noted that he had 3 replication opportunities remaining. Without hesitation, he directed his focus towards Minato. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have replicated the ninjutsu shadow clone technique from Minato Namikaze." "Shadow clone? Not bad. I am even more eager for Flying Thunder God." Obito nodded in satisfaction and activated his replication ability once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have replicated the ninjutsu Rasengan from Minato Namikaze." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a small amount of Earth Attribute Chakra from Minato Namikaze, Earth Attribute Chakra 10. Earth Attribute Chakra?" Obito was momentarily perplexed. After all, he already possessed Earth Attribute Chakra, so why was this necessary? Nevertheless, with the acquisition of Shadow Clone and Rasengan, Obito felt a sense of contentment. "All right, you 3 may disperse," Minato announced as he gathered the completed forms. "Farewell, Teacher Minato." Obito and Rin waved goodbye in unison. Kakashi merely nodded in acknowledgement. Minato then activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight. "Kakashi, Rin, shall we find a place to train?" Obito turned to the 2 individuals beside him and spoke. Kakashi cast a glance at Obito and shook his head. "No, you 2 should train together. I must continue developing my new technique, and I cannot allow you to discover it." Obito rolled his eyes in response. "That so-called new technique of yours is merely Chidori. What is there to conceal? My brother has known about it for quite some time. He simply chose not to expose you." Kakashi, having finished his remarks, departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving no room for Obito and Rin to respond. Obito then addressed Rin. "Rin, shall we proceed?" Rin squinted and smiled. "I apologize, Obito, but I cannot accompany you in training today. I need to return to the shop to assist." Obito's mood soured instantly as he sighed. "Even you 1T join me." Rin leaned closer and playfully pinched Obito's cheek. "Obito, don't say that. It's not that I don't want to train with you. My mother has a hospital appointment today, so I must return to take care of things. Farewell." Realizing her gesture was perhaps too intimate, Rin hastily withdrew her hand, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she turned and hurried away. Watching Rin's retreating figure, a smile spread across Obito's face. The little girl truly was delightful. After teasing him, she unexpectedly shyly dashed off. Chapter 41. The first assessment on the second floor of the Hokage office building. Saratobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, diligently attending to a pile of documents. Suddenly, a figure flashed into view directly before him, with golden hair and blue eyes, clad in a green ninja vest. It was none other than Minato Namikaze. Third Hokage, my 3 students have submitted their applications for the CH-NIN exams, Minato said, slightly bowing as he retrieved the forms from his ninja tool pouch. Hiruzen, as if anticipating Minato's arrival, exhibited no surprise. He lifted his gaze and cast a faint glance at Minato. Minato, what of Obito? Is he still unwilling to join the Umbu? Minato shook his head. Third Hokage, I did not bring up the matter of joining the Umbu with Obito today. As you are aware, ever since the incident with Danzo, Obito has harbored some resistance towards the direct ninja department of the Hokage. Following the assassination attempt on Obito orchestrated by Danzo, Hiruzen had dispatched personnel to investigate the training grounds where Obito practiced, personally examining the battle conditions. The Umbu operatives, through their meticulous reconnaissance, along with Obito's unscathed appearance the following day, reported back that Obito had decisively overwhelmed the 3 root ninjas. Hiruzen had thoroughly investigated the strength of those 3 root ninjas, confirming that each was an elite J-nin. This revelation indicated that Obito possessed the capacity to overpower 3 elite J-nin at merely 9 years of age, perhaps even exhibiting more formidable capabilities. The discovery of such prowess was indeed alarming for both Hiruzen and Danzo. Who would have imagined that this renowned 9-year-old Uchiha harbored such profound strength? However, despite Hiruzen's deployment of numerous skilled Umbu operatives to surveil Obito, they found no unusual behavior. Apart from accompanying Minato's class on various missions, Obito primarily spent his time training with Kakashi, Rin, and Hong, rotating among them. The Umbu's reports on the ninja they monitored yielded little of significance, aside from noting Obito's inclination towards early romance, entangled with the 2 young girls, Rin and Hong. At last, Hiruzen's concerns regarding Obito began to dissipate. Or perhaps, Hiruzen's compassion for Obito led him to desire to incorporate him into his own department. After all, everyone has their privacy. Becoming a genius at 9, while choosing to conceal one's true abilities, is hardly a grave matter. Thus, Hiruzen began to subtly prompt Minato to persuade Obito to join the direct Umbu. Yet, Obito consistently maintained his refusal, showing no desire to leave Team 7. Despite Minato's repeated attempts at encouragement, Obito remained resolute in his decision not to join the Umbu. Saratobi Hiruzen let out a resigned sigh and inquired, Konoha, it is still due to the previous incident where Danzo sent someone to assassinate Obito, and my failure to hold Danzo accountable has left a thorn in Obito's heart. Hasn't it? Minato nodded in agreement, saying, Lord Third, that seems to be the case. That young lad Obito, despite his usual cheerful demeanor, possesses a sensitive nature. Your decision not to support him may have already created a rift in his heart. Saratobi Hiruzen acknowledged this. It sounds like you hold Obito in high regard. It's good that you share a strong bond with him. Allowing him to remain under your guidance is certainly not a negative outcome. Remaining under Minato's tutelage essentially means he is still under my oversight. After all, Minato is a disciple of Jiraiya, which makes him my grand disciple as Hokage. Thus, Obito Uchiha remains within my sphere of influence. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the Chunin exams had arrived. This Chunin exam followed a similar structure to that of Naruto's era, consisting of 3 rounds. The first round was a written test assessing theoretical knowledge. The second round took place in the Forest of Death, where teams competed for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. The third round was an individual competition, where victors would advance to become Chunin. However, there was one significant difference. During Naruto's time, the village was in an era of peace, allowing for an open examination system that welcomed ninjas from other villages to participate. In stark contrast, the current situation was marked by chaotic warfare among the nations. Konoha could not afford to open its gates to ninjas from other villages for the Chunin exams. Consequently, this time, only ninjas from Konoha were eligible to participate. This arrangement ensured that there would be no unnecessary bloodshed among comrades in the Forest of Death, as they belonged to the same village and would refrain from extreme actions. Despite the allowance of such conduct, in a spacious classroom, numerous ninjas adorned with Konoha headbands sat quietly at their desks, awaiting the commencement of the first written examination of the Chunin exam. Obito scanned the room, taking note that most of his graduating classmates were present: Asuma, Kurenai, Might Guy, Rin, Kakashi, Mitarashi Anko, Shizen, Marino Ibiki, Mizuki, and Shikamaru Nara, among others. In addition to these familiar faces, there were several older participants who had either failed to graduate in previous years or had chosen to enter the Chunin exam only after feeling adequately prepared. The eldest among them appeared to be around 20 years old. Kakashi, Rin, and Kurenai occupied the front rows, distanced from Obito, leaving him with only the relatively less familiar Anko at his side. Anko had discreetly stashed a packed box beneath her desk, filled with a generous assortment of dango. Her large eyes scanned the surroundings, and upon discovering that no one was paying attention to her, she leaned over her desk and began to stealthily indulge herself. Oh, the flavors of today's tricolored dumplings are truly delightful. They are simply exquisite. As she savored each bite with such enthusiasm, a wave of hunger surged within Obito. He leaned closer to Akiko and whispered, "Akiko, could you spare me too? I haven't had breakfast yet." Upon hearing this, Akiko quickly cradled the container of dumplings tightly to her chest, as if fearful that Obito might snatch them away. Vigilantly, she replied, "I can't share. This is a new flavor I just bought today, and if I give you some, I won't have enough for myself." Obito pouted and retorted, "You're so stingy. Eating so much. Be careful, or you might turn into a sweet potato." Chapter 42. The Forest of Death. By the time of Boruto's story, it seems that Akamichi had become quite rotund. This is likely due to her excessive indulgence, resulting in middle-aged weight gain. As for sweet potatoes, I must admit I have a fondness for them, hehe. Yet, Akamichi appeared unfazed, wearing a cheerful expression. "Eat, eat, eat, you glutton," Obito mused internally, deriding this heartless woman. "Here, enjoy this. You are the first to share my dumplings," she suddenly said, handing back the box of dumplings. Before long, the examiners for the first assessment entered the arena, signaling the commencement of the first round. The format of the examination mirrored the one Naruto and his peers had participated in. The questions on the test were exceedingly challenging, far beyond the curriculum taught at the Ninja Academy. However, among these candidates were spies dispatched by the teachers, who possessed all the answers. These spies would promptly begin answering, filling in the correct responses. The remaining candidates would have to rely on their own investigative skills to discern and replicate the correct answers. Sharingan. Without hesitation, Obito activated his Sharingan, swiftly locating the spy who held the correct answers. Utilizing the mimetic capabilities of his Sharingan, he began to replicate the strokes of the spy's writing. The moment the spy pinned the correct answers was also when Obito completed his own exam sheet. It was inevitable that some of the ninja participating in the Chunin exam would soon catch on to this cheating scheme. However, they would not immediately grasp the implications of this assessment. Consequently, Obito was the first among the candidates to finish his paper. Yet, he did not submit it right away. Beside him, Akamichi was biting the end of her pen, seemingly at a loss for how to respond. Clearly, this girl, favored by Orochimaru, was somewhat lacking in intellect. Obito hastily scribbled down his correct answers on a piece of crumpled paper and pressed it into Akamichi's hand. With a casual flourish, he strode to the podium, the first to submit his test. The classroom erupted into a mild commotion, as the remaining students gazed at Obito with a mix of envy and astonishment. Might Guy held his head in despair, exclaiming, "These questions are so difficult. How did Obito manage to finish so quickly? What a freak." Kakashi silently resolved to quicken his pace, determined not to be outdone by Obito. Yui Kurenai's cheeks blossomed with a smile as she thought, "Obito, I will strive to do my best as well." Akamichi, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced around to ensure that the proctors were not watching her. Once satisfied, she unfolded the piece of paper Obito had given her. The first line read, "Thank you for your dumplings. They were delicious. Next time, I will treat you." The following lines contained the correct answers to each question. Akamichi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude as she gazed at Obito's departing figure, silently vowing, "Obito, you are truly my savior. Without you, I would certainly hold everyone back." The proctors seated in the corner of the classroom gazed in astonishment at Obito as he departed. What was going on with that little fellow? Could it be that he had submitted a blank paper? The examination had barely commenced for 20 minutes, and he had already finished. Is he a new transfer? That is Uchiha Obito, notorious among the latest graduating class for his extraordinary abilities. Indeed. According to intel my cousin acquired from the Umbu, this individual, Uchiha Obito, once single-handedly confronted 3 elite Genin. Goodness, is that true? Such news is rather sensational. The matter of Obito eliminating 3 elite root ninjas was investigated exclusively by the Umbu. The third Hokage had long since issued orders for this incident to remain confidential. However, there is no wall that does not allow the passage of wind, and as time has elapsed, those in the Umbu who were privy to the information have gradually forgotten, occasionally referencing Obito in casual conversation. This has resulted in many within the Konoha ninja community being aware that Obito is a newly graduated prodigy, though some remain skeptical, doubting that someone so young could possess such formidable strength. The first assessment lasted a full 2 hours. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, apart from Obito, Kakashi, Rin, Kurenai, Asuma, and Guy also successfully passed. In the training ground number 44, also known as the Forest of Death, shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a cluster of ninjas gathered beneath the iron mesh fence, engaged in conversation. These individuals had successfully completed the first written exam and were now awaiting the next round of the scroll competition. Approximately 30 to 40 candidates were eliminated in the first round, leaving fewer than 50 remaining. This was merely an internal Nin selection process for Konoha, so the scale was not excessively large. Obito, Rin, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Guy stood beneath a tree, seeking refuge from the scorching sun. Rin turned to Obito and inquired, "Obito, how were you able to pass the assessment so swiftly?" Guy chimed in, "Exactly. I noticed Obito scored full marks." Obito responded with a mysterious smile. "What else would it be? Naturally, your esteemed Obito is clever and had already grasped the examination rules." Kakashi scoffed, "Obito, your audacity is impressive," seizing the moment to boast. Before Obito could retort, Kurenai, her cheeks flushed with indignation, grasped his arm and positioned herself behind him. She glared at Kakashi, declaring, "You mustn't speak of Obito that way. He is exceptional in my eyes." Obito wrapped an arm around Kurenai's shoulders, grinning mischievously at Kakashi. "Hey, Kakashi, do you see this? If you continue to mock me, I will have someone to stand up for me." Ibi and Shiranui, among others, initially intended to join the gathering and chat with their former classmates. Little did they expect that upon approaching, they would be bombarded with such romantic antics. Asuma, retreating to a corner, silently touched her tears and lit 2 cigarettes, seeking solace in their smoke. It seemed that her classmate, Hinata, was utterly oblivious to her affection, choosing instead to remain with that scoundrel, Obito. "Humph," Kakashi scoffed softly, turning away to disregard both Obito and Hinata, fully aware that he could not out-talk the two of them. Mike Guy, observing from the sidelines, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why was it that Obito, once as unpopular with girls as he had been, now attracted the attention of such a beautiful girl as Hinata? Nevertheless, over the course of the past year, through various contests and challenges with Obito, Mike Guy had also come to know Kakashi quite well. Chapter 43. A reunion with Guy. Mike Guy realized that he ought to forge an everlasting friendship with Kakashi. It seemed as though an invisible force was guiding him toward a lifelong duel with Kakashi. Witnessing his cherished companion Kakashi rendered speechless by Obito's words, Guy promptly approached, gently patting Kakashi's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. He raised his thumb in encouragement, his pearly whites gleaming. "Kakashi, fret not. You still have me. I shall always be your closest friend." Kakashi cast a cold glance at Guy. "I never agreed to be your friend. I hope you do not misinterpret my sentiments." Instantly, Guy felt as if struck by lightning, clutching his head in despair. "No," cursed Kakashi, "why must you be so heartless?" Obito observed from the sidelines, shaking his head with a sigh. It appeared that Guy's pursuit of Kakashi, no, his desire to become Kakashi's dearest friend would require even greater effort. Meanwhile, oblivious to the feelings of Rin behind him, Obito laughed and chatted with her. Rin silently took a few steps back, gazing at Obito and Rin's retreating figures, her eyes briefly flashing with sorrow and loneliness. While the conversation continued merrily, not far away, Three tall ninja competitors were stealthily scanning the surroundings, assessing something intently. Each of these individuals stood around 6 feet tall, seemingly in their 20s. They were evidently veterans of previous Chunin exams, having failed to pass in the past. Among the current candidates, there appeared to be a Hyuga with Byakugan and a Uchiha with Sharingan. Indeed, Lord Raikage had orchestrated their long-term infiltration to seize the Byakugan and Sharingan. This time, success was imperative. Do not be too careless. We will discuss everything once we enter the exam venue. Only within can we act without being detected. Soon, the proctor ninja for the second round arrived and began explaining the rules of the next assessment to the candidates. The details were largely consistent with the original narrative. Each trio would be assigned a scroll, which came in 2 types, heaven and earth. Upon entering the Forest of Death, teams must successfully acquire both scrolls to proceed to the central tower, where the third assessment would commence. Although there were no restrictions on the methods used to obtain the scrolls, the nature of this internal Konoha exam meant that participants would not resort to lethal violence. Injuries would likely be the worst outcome. This aspect distinguished Konoha's internal examination from those involving ninjas from surrounding villages. Furthermore, due to the limited number of participants, the subsequent duels in the central tower would allow the victors to earn their Chunin qualifications. In these times of conflict, proceedings were kept straightforward. Those who passed the Chunin exam would mostly be dispatched to the battlefield for reinforcements. Young ones, the second round of the Chunin exam is about to commence. You may only remain inside for a maximum of 3 days. If, by the 3rd day at this hour, anyone has yet to successfully acquire both scrolls and reach the central tower, they will be eliminated, awaiting the commencement of the next Chunin exam. As the proctor's voice echoed, the green-vested ninjas stationed outside the examination site began to step forward, each leading a team of participants towards the various paths leading to the Death Forest. Entering the arena to undertake their trials, the necessity of dispersing the participants from different entry points was primarily to prevent immediate conflicts upon entry. Otherwise, the essence of survival within the Death Forest would be utterly lost. The preparation time of a full 3 days was warranted due to the expansive area of the forest. Competitors would need to devise strategies to locate their opponents, seize the scrolls, and subsequently reach the central tower, all of which would consume considerable time. Creak as the massive iron gate of the iron mesh fence swung open, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin entered the Death Forest side by side. Kakashi inquired, "Should we formulate a battle strategy?" "There's no need. Those individuals pose no threat to us. We can simply stroll in," Obito replied, shaking his head. Kakashi, momentarily speechless, retorted, "While that may be true, should others overhear you, it would undoubtedly incite public outrage." As they conversed, the trio had already ventured into the woodland. Rin had remained largely silent since their initial entry, her gaze fixed downward as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Obito noticed this and realized that the little girl might be feeling envious due to his connection with Kurenai. After all, over the past year, he and Rin had developed a solid rapport, and it was evident to him that she harbored feelings for him. "Rin, are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" In an attempt to uplift Rin's spirits, Obito initiated a somewhat awkward conversation. Rin shook her head. "I'm not thirsty. You should drink it yourself." Obito persisted with his straightforward inquiries. "Not thirsty? How about a rice ball to replenish your energy?" "No thanks, Obito. I don't wish to talk right now. Please don't bother me." Rin shot him a glance filled with complexity before turning away, effectively placing Kakashi between them. Obito felt helpless. The little girl was clearly upset. However, with Kakashi present, he refrained from overtly attempting to console her. Suddenly, a rustling disturbance emerged from a dense thicket ahead. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of vigilance as he grasped the hilt of his short blade. "Be cautious. Something is amiss." Rin and Obito halted immediately, retrieving shuriken from their ninja tool packs. Without hesitation, Obito hurled a shuriken toward the thicket. The blade sliced through branches and embedded itself into the underbrush. Yet, just moments before the shuriken reached its target, 3 figures sprang forth from the foliage, each wielding shuriken and regarding Obito and the others with wariness. These 3 were familiar faces, Mizuki, Shimizu, and Nara. Upon seeing these 3 individuals, Obito couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. "Oh, I thought who it might be. Isn't this the young master of the Shimura clan, protecting the nation? And here we have the sycophant, Shimizu? Ever since Shimura Bakoku was defeated by Obito, he had harbored a deep-seated grudge. However, when he later summoned his subordinates to confront Obito, he ended up being beaten instead. Even the 3 elite ninjas from his faction met their demise at Obito's hands. Truly, Shimura Bakoku had developed a genuine fear of Obito and had since refrained from provoking him again. With a wary expression, Bakoku regarded Obito, his eyes filled with trepidation. Uchiha Obito, what do you intend? Do not forget the rules of the assessment. One must not resort to lethal force. Chapter 44. Toying with Baowa. It was evident to Obito that both Baowa and Shuemu regarded him with a palpable fear. Moreover, Baowa's words clearly betrayed his anxiety that Obito might eliminate him, though Obito had no intention of taking the lives of these two. Instilling a sense of dread was indeed necessary. With a mocking expression, Obito remarked, "Is that so? Yet, I distinctly recall the instructor stating that all means could be employed to seize the opponent's scroll. The rules did not specify that killing was prohibited." Upon hearing this, the terror on Baowa and Shuemu's faces intensified, prompting them to retreat several steps in haste. Kakashi and Rin exchanged astonished glances, turning towards Obito. However, being astute individuals and familiar with Obito's character, they understood that he was merely attempting to intimidate Baowa and Shuemu. Thus, they refrained from interjecting further. Naruto, overwhelmed with confusion, thought to herself, "Obito, we are all classmates. Even if there were past grievances between you and Baowa, it surely does not necessitate resorting to murder." The sycophantic Shuemu hastily stepped forward, offering a feeble apology. "Indeed, Obito, while we may have erred in the past, we hope you can overlook our faults today." "Spare you? That is out of the question." Obito scoffed. He vividly recalled the time when Shimura Danzo had dispatched assassins after him, ultimately placing the blame squarely on Baowa. As a result, Baowa was inexplicably detained for a period, and the matter was left unresolved. Although Obito had remained patient and refrained from pursuing the issue further, the perilous setting of the Death Forest provided the perfect opportunity for him to investigate the details. As he spoke, Obito charged towards the trio with unwavering resolve. Shadow imitation technique. Naruto clasped her hands together and crouched, invoking her family's secret technique. The shadow at her feet rapidly elongated, reaching out towards Obito. "Suka, hold them off for now. We will support you from behind." Shuemu, fully aware of their inability to contend with Obito, retreated in a panic, turning to plunge into the nearby thicket and sprinting away. "I will keep an eye on that fool Shuemu." Suka, just buy some time. Baowa too, without hesitation, turned and fled. "You too, you wretched cowards." Suka lamented, utterly disheartened by the inadequacy of her teammates. She pondered whether support could truly consist of retreating while claiming to assist. Obito understood that if he were ensnared by her shadow connection, he would be immediately immobilized. Thus, as he deftly dodged and leaped, he hurled several shurikens towards the enemy, each whirling through the air with lethal intent, aimed directly at Naruto's face. At this moment, Suka faced two choices: either abandon her shadow imitation and allow Obito to advance unimpeded. Another stood still as a target, risking severe injury from shurikens to buy time for Bakuo and Shuemu to escape. Any person with a sound mind would undoubtedly make the first choice. Naruto immediately relinquished her control over shadow imitation, retreating swiftly while drawing a kunai, which she wielded defensively in front of her. The metallic clashing of weapons resonated as she deflected the incoming shurikens. Once she was out of danger, she willingly cleared a path for Obito, exclaiming, "I know you have a score to settle with those two. Go, deal with those scoundrels." Miku's anger flared. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for the two traitors. She never anticipated finding herself in the same group as such shameless individuals. "All right, thanks." Obito chuckled, continuing his pursuit in the direction where Bakuo and Shuemu had fled. Miku's shadow imitation training was still inadequate, posing minimal hindrance for Obito. However, he had no intention of harming her. Witnessing the escape of the two disgraceful individuals brought him a sense of amusement. "Hurry, Bakuo. Run. Obito is coming. He is right behind us." Shuemu sprinted desperately. Nonetheless, fear of Obito gripped him deeply, causing him to glance over his shoulder intermittently. Upon realizing that Obito was less than 10 meters away, terror propelled him to run even faster, cursing his own lack of speed. "Stop talking. Just help me hold him off for a moment." "He after me, not you." Bakuo was acutely aware of the deep-seated animosity between himself and Obito, understanding that Obito's true target was indeed him, Shimizu Bakuo. Thus, he shamelessly resorted to betrayal once more, forcefully grabbing Shuemu's arm and hurling him towards Obito. "You bastard! Shimizu Bakuo! You wretched traitor! I will forever despise you." In mid-air, Shuemu raised his middle finger at Bakuo, cursing his despicable treachery. Suddenly, a powerful force struck Shuemu's back, nearly knocking him unconscious and causing blood to spew from his mouth. "Get lost. I'm not interested in you." Obito kicked Shuemu aside, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Bakuo. "Ha ha ha ha, Bakuo. I'm coming. Feel the fear, the dread, the fury. You cannot escape my grasp." Ha 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 ha. Obito deliberately closed the distance to Bakuo, laughing maniacally and intimidating him. Since replicating Gaia's 8 gates, Obito had significantly enhanced his physical prowess, with his body now capable of opening the 3rd gate. He was far beyond Bakuo's meager abilities. Bakuo panted heavily, utterly terrified by Obito's relentless pursuit. While exerting every ounce of strength to flee in a frantic sprint, he shouted fervently, attempting to dispel the anger he harbored towards Obito. "Begone! Uchiha Obito! You fiend! You are no human. Do not approach me. Keep your distance." The scene unfolded with a dramatic chase through the woods, creating quite a commotion. Instantly, the previously concealed participating ninjas were left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Are those two treating this place as a playground? Wait, is that Uchiha Obito and Shimura Kankoku? Let us follow them and witness the spectacle. I've heard that Shimura Kankoku had previously offended Obito. Surely, he's in for a terrible fate this time. Chapter 45. No more fighting. The forest lay close to the outskirts. Kakashi and Rin remained, their faces clouded with melancholy. The voices of Obito and Pakunita echoed through the woods from afar. Given their familiarity with Obito, Kakashi and Rin instinctively understood that he was merely toying with Pakunita, treating him as a source of amusement. "Kakashi, let's hurry and see what's happening. We mustn't let Obito cause any real trouble," Rin called to Kakashi, hastening to follow the trail towards Obito. "All right," Kakashi nodded, matching Rin's pace. Nara Shizun lingered in place, uncertain whether to pursue Pakunita and Mizuki or to withdraw from the contest entirely. Ultimately, she decided to follow closely behind Kakashi and Rin. "Hey, wait for me." Meanwhile, Obito was playfully chasing after Pakunita, who was trembling in fear. As Pakunita stumbled and fell repeatedly, desperately attempting to escape, Obito, feeling a twinge of pity, resolved to cease his teasing. With a swift motion, Obito accelerated, delivering a forceful kick to Pakunita's back. "Ah!" Pakunita yelped, tumbling to the ground. Yet, he was indeed a remarkable talent among the younger generation of the Nara clan. Instead of crying out in pain, he immediately rolled over and sprang to his feet, striking a pose for the lightning whip technique, ready to retaliate against Obito. However, in that fleeting instant, his gaze locked with Obito's crimson eyes. The Sharingan. As the Tomo began to spin, the Jinjutsu was activated. Pakunita stood frozen, his expression blank, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Speak. Tell me the reason you were imprisoned a year ago, in full detail," Obito commanded coldly. Pakunita, in a daze, nodded and responded like a simpleton, "Yes. I was imprisoned because Uncle Danzo told me to take some responsibility for the route and help calm certain matters down." "What matters specifically?" Obito inquired, furrowing his brow. "I don't know. Uncle Danzo didn't disclose that to me. He only mentioned that after I got out. He would teach me some advanced ninjutsu and personally guide my training." Upon hearing this, Obito realized that questioning Pakunita would yield no fruitful information. Danzo was indeed meticulous, revealing not a shred of information regarding the assassination plot against Obito. Nevertheless, Pakunita's statements alone were sufficient to demonstrate that Danzo was the orchestrator of those events, with no connection to Pakunita. The notion that there was a conflict between Obito and Pakunita, or that Pakunita had instructed root members to eliminate Obito, was utterly absurd. It was merely an excuse fabricated by Danzo to evade accountability. Obito had ample reason to believe that, given the power and status of the third Hokage at that time, he could not possibly be oblivious to the crux of the matter. His conjecture bore truth. The third Hokage was indeed in cahoots with that old scoundrel, Danzo. How shameless. Indeed, were these two elderly men. A cold smile spread across Obito's face. Did they truly expect him to join the Umbu? If the third Hokage could not even treat others with sincerity, how could he expect Obito to wholeheartedly serve him? It was best to keep his distance from such individuals and avoid entanglements. Seeing that he could no longer extract anything from Kaguo, Obito began to rummage through his belongings and retrieve the scroll distributed upon entry. Kaguo's scroll was of the earth, identical to the one Obito possessed. However, Obito took it back without hesitation, having no intention of allowing this shameless wretch to keep it. With a series of resounding strikes, Obito unleashed his pent-up frustrations upon Kaguo, delivering blows with little regard. After enduring the initial ferocious punch, Kaguo awoke from the illusion but found himself utterly powerless against Obito, reduced to a pitiful figure on the ground, howling in agony. Stop. Please, I beg you, no more. Don't hit me again. Behind them, the spectators, fellow ninjas who had come to witness the spectacle, were taken aback by Kaguo's battered visage, his face bruised and contorted. They could not help but grimace and shake their heads in disbelief. How ruthless. Obito Uchiha is truly a monster, not only stealing the scroll, but also beating him to such a pulp. Enough. We should leave at once. Can't you see he's in a berserk state? We might end up as his next targets. As the audience felt the thrill of the unfolding drama dwindle, they discreetly retreated into the foliage, not wishing to provoke the formidable Uchiha Obito. Should he turn his attention to them, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, from the treetops, several figures leaped into view, landing behind Obito. They were none other than Kakashi and Rin, who had hastened to the scene. At the rear, Nara Shikaku was supporting Mizuki, moving slowly towards them. Mizuki, who had been lamenting in a feeble state, was so frightened upon spotting Obito that he clung to a large tree trunk, too terrified to approach. Kakashi, observing Kaguo's pitiful condition, quipped, "You really went overboard there." Obito merely snorted. A beating like that is a mercy, considering he collaborated with that old villain, Danzo. Kakashi and Rin were well aware of the Danzo Obito referred to. The trio spent their days in each other's company, and the experiences that Obito had endured were known to Kakashi and Rin, unless they were matters that were deemed necessary to keep secret. Rin stepped forward and pulled Obito back, saying, "Enough. Come on, Obito, stop causing a ruckus." Obito leaned closer to Rin, gazing into her large eyes. And with a mischievous grin, he asked, "Rin-chan, are you no longer angry with me?" As she beheld Obito's face so close to hers, a blush crept onto Rin's cheeks, and with a hint of embarrassment, she pushed his shoulder away. With a playful huff, she retorted, "Who said I was angry? You certainly have a thick skin." Obito understood that the little girl had mostly calmed down. Although he hadn't gone out of his way to appease her, he could still sense her emotions. Chapter 46. 3 Spies. Let us proceed in our quest for the scrolls we seek. With that, Obito draped one arm over Kakashi's shoulder and the other over Rin's, propelling the trio forward through the woods. "Obito, please release me," Rin protested, her voice tinged with embarrassment as they vanished into the foliage. The Death Forest sprawled endlessly. Although they had encountered several competing ninjas near the periphery while Obito chased after Biguwa deeper into the forest, they found themselves increasingly isolated. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the light waned, prompting the trio to halt by a small stream and prepare for their evening encampment. In previous missions alongside Minato, each camping experience was marked by clearly delineated roles. Rin primarily organized the sleeping bags and gear, while Obito gathered firewood, and Kakashi ventured out to hunt for provisions. "Today, I shall catch some fish." Given the favorable geography, Kakashi remarked, glancing at the stream and beckoning to Obito and Rin. Indeed, the waters teemed with lively fish, joyfully leaping above the surface. It seemed their dinner was assured. "Rin, I will also collect some firewood and see if I can procure a wild game to enhance our meal," Obito called to Rin. "All right, be careful," Rin nodded, busying herself with her tasks. "Fear not, though this place may appear perilous, it poses no threat to me," Obito chuckled, leaping onto a nearby tree trunk and dashing off in a particular direction. Within the Death Forest, formidable beasts such as tigers and leopards roamed in abundance. The trio had encountered several during their afternoon journey, given that it was the period of the CH9 exams. It was plausible that a group of ninjas lay in ambush, poised to strike. However, Obito held an unwavering confidence in his abilities, dismissing any concerns. Moreover, with Rin and Kakashi together, he felt assured of their safety, leaving him free from worry. As Obito bounded forward, he scanned the underbrush for any signs of wild rabbits or other small creatures. Before long, he had traversed a considerable distance and faintly heard the sounds of a skirmish ahead. What is happening? Is there a battle for the scrolls taking place? Obito furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. The team possessed 2 Earth Scrolls, yet they required 1 more Celestial Scroll to successfully complete the second phase of the CH9 exams. Thus, unable to quell his curiosity, Obito pressed onward toward the source of the commotion. As he hurried along, the clash grew ever clearer. At last, Obito arrived at his destination, pausing behind a large tree to peer through the foliage at the unfolding scene below. The resonating clang of weapons echoed continuously. In a spacious area below, 6 ninjas were engaged in an intense battle. All 6 wore ninja headbands, unmistakably indicating their allegiance to the Hidden Leaf Village. However, they were distinctly divided by height, with 3 towering figures and 3 shorter ones, revealing a considerable age disparity. The shorter trio was immediately recognized by Obito. They were his classmates. 2 boys, Yamakasle Aoi and Izuka Raid, had once served as bodyguards for Minato, having been taught the Flying Thunder God technique, although they had failed to master it. Together, they could only perform a technique known as the Flying Thunder Array. The third member of their group was a girl named Hige Yko, a member of the Hige clan, who bore a striking resemblance to Hinata, exuding an adorable charm. The 3 taller ninjas appeared to be around 20 years old, each muscular and wielding a ninja katana. Their swordsmanship was remarkably sharp, forcing Yko and her companions to retreat without any means of defense. At that moment, Aoi and Raid had already sustained several wounds, blood seeping from their injuries, yet they persevered. Haha. Today, the Byakugan of the Hige will finally be ours. Little girl, surrender, and you may spare yourselves some pain, one of the muscular men jeered. Indeed, if you hand over the Byakugan willingly, we might consider letting you 3 live. The 3 burly figures had cornered Yko and her friends, encircling them in a crescent formation, drawing closer as they laughed ominously. Aoi gritted his teeth, pressing a hand to his bleeding wound, seething, damn it. Their target is Yko's Byakugan. Yko, these 3 must be spies hiding in the leaf. Aoi and I will try to hold them off. You need to escape and fetch help, Raid urged. Yko's delicate face was etched with worry as she shook her head vigorously. No, you're already injured. If I leave, you 2 will die. Yko, don't you understand? If you don't leave now, we'll all perish here. We must find a way to report these spies. Otherwise, our sacrifices will be in vain. The 3 muscular men exchanged glances, their laughter echoing again. Having infiltrated the leaf for years, they lived in constant anxiety, careful to conceal their identities. Now, if they could successfully seize the Byakugan from this young girl, they would accomplish their mission and escape back to the Hidden Cloud Village. Ah, how touching. The spirit of sacrifice among these young leaf ninjas is truly admirable, one of them mocked. No more time to waste. Eliminate all 3 of them. Grab the Byakugan and leave immediately. Tears welled in Yko's eyes, her emotions swirling in turmoil. She had not anticipated that these 2 teammates would go to such lengths for her, even though their primary motivation was the spirit of sacrifice for Konoha. It still moved Yoko's heart. With a firm nod, Yoko made up her mind. She turned and leaped backward, stepping onto the trunk of a millennia-old tree, intending to climb and escape. Futile. Little girl, how could we allow your escape? One of the 3 muscular men shouted, a bald man among them. Immediately, he leaped into the air, brandishing his ninja sword, and swung it toward Hinata Yoko. Lightning release. Lightning binding. The blade in the bald man's hand shimmered with electric light. The lightning surged forth like a serpent, swiftly extending ahead and ensnaring Hinata Yoko in a tight embrace. Chapter 47. Do you wish to escape? Lightning release. Lightning bind. Electricity surged forth, ensnaring Hinata Yoko. In an instant, Yoko's body became paralyzed, rendering her immobile as she fell heavily to the ground. Take action. Eliminate those three. The trio of muscular men advanced menacingly, each wielding a ninja blade, selecting their target with malicious intent as they brought their weapons down upon Yoko and her companions. Shadow clone technique. Suddenly, a figure wearing goggles leapt gracefully from the treetops. As he descended through the air, he formed hand seals, and 2 puffs of white smoke erupted. In an instant, 2 identical shadow clones appeared, resulting in 3 Uchiha Obitos standing before Yoko and her companions. With a sharp clang, the 3 Obitos brandished kunai before them, successfully intercepting the descending ninja blades. The muscular men exchanged glances of astonishment, their strength exerted in vain against Obito's defense. Sharingan. Obito's eyes transformed from black to crimson, 3 tomos swirling rapidly within. Simultaneously, he locked eyes with one of the muscular men, activating the Genjutsu of the Sharingan. The man immediately succumbed to dizziness, losing control of his body. The ninja blade slipped from his grasp as he crumpled to the ground. Damn it! It's the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The remaining 2 muscular men finally perceived the danger, but it was too late. Obito, crouched low, plunged his kunai with ferocity. The entranced ninja was pierced through the heart, meeting his demise on the spot. Immediately, the last 2, one bald and the other sporting a bushy beard, retreated hastily, creating distance between themselves and Obito, brandishing their ninja blades defensively while eyeing him warily. Obito, what brings you here? Yoko, tears glistening in her eyes, lay on the ground, just recovering from the paralysis. She gazed at Obito's silhouette, filled with gratitude and astonishment, perceiving him as remarkably heroic in this moment. Obito glanced back at his 3 classmates, a smile gracing his lips. Yoko, Aoi, are you all right? Yoko nodded vigorously, hands clasped before her chest, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yes, Obito. We owe you our lives. Thank you, Obito. Aoi removed his sunglasses, his eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and complexity as he gazed at Obito. He exclaimed, Obito, we must not let those 2 escape. They're undoubtedly spies from another village, intent on seizing Yoko's Byakugan. As the 3 expressed their relief at being saved, their hearts swelled with an indescribable gratitude towards Obito, acutely aware of how close they had come to death at the hands of the 3 ninjas. It could be said that they had traversed the gates of the underworld, only to be forcibly pulled back by Obito. Fear not, for these 2 individuals are unlikely to stir any significant turmoil. Obito nodded slightly and turned to scrutinize the 2 bewildered, burly ninjas standing nearby. All 3 bore the forehead protectors of Konohagakure, and their skin tone bore no substantial difference from that of the villagers. However, it was evident that since they sought to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, they must be spies from another village embedded within Konoha. Yet, Obito could not ascertain the village they represented at that moment. Speak. From whence do you hail? Obito inquired, gripping his kunai and advancing deliberately towards the 2 men. The muscular duo exchanged glances but remained silent, maintaining a vigilant watch on Obito as they slowly retreated. One of the bearded men queried, It's the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. What should we do? The bald man replied, Let us retreat for now. We must find a way to escape. This kid is not to be trifled with. Although Obito's reputation in Konoha was still burgeoning, these 3 ninjas were unfamiliar with him. Nevertheless, the ease with which he had dispatched one of their comrades revealed that this young Uchiha was undoubtedly far superior in strength. No sooner had the bald man spoken than both men produced black iron balls from their persons and hurled them forcefully to the ground. With 2 resounding blasts, the iron spheres detonated upon impact, releasing a thick cloud of purple smoke that quickly enveloped the vicinity. The acrid scent of the smoke permeated the air, and the 2 muscular men turned and leapt back into the forest, fleeing with reckless abandon. Alert! The host has triggered a temporary mission. Apprehend the remaining 2 spies and deliver them to the central tower of the Death Forest for Konoha ninjas to handle. Completion of the mission will yield the following rewards. Reward 1, 2 opportunities for replication. Reward 2, a random item reward. Obito, quickly intercept those 2. We cannot allow them to escape. They are spies. The anxious companion called out, witnessing their flight. Obito glanced back at him. realizing that this individual had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the will of fire, placing the village's safety above his own. While Obito did not possess such lofty ideals, the system had issued a task. It was one he must undertake to reap the rewards. With a swift glance over the three individuals, Obito noted that only Hinata Yoko remained unscathed. He instructed, "Yoko, please attend to their injuries briefly. Once I have captured those two, I will return to you." At that moment, Hinata Yoko was still starry-eyed, gazing dreamily at Obito. She nodded vigorously, her voice softer than usual. "Yes. Obito-kun, leave it to me." Without hesitation, Obito turned and leaped in the direction the two ninjas had fled, pursuing them with determination. It had been said that Hinata Yoko had a penchant for infatuation, a notion Obito had merely heard of before. Now, he personally experienced the truth. Indeed, this little girl was utterly besotted. It was all due to my overwhelming charm, which captivated countless blossoming maidens. Ahem. Over the past year, Obito had diligently focused on honing his physical skills. Consequently, he moved with remarkable speed. Although he was a step behind the two robust ninjas, it was not long before he matched their pace, closing the distance to less than 10 meters. Chapter 48. Confrontation with two opponents. Damn it. That brat is on my tail. The bald man, while sprinting over the fallen tree trunk, occasionally glanced back. Upon noticing that Obito had caught up, a look of panic flashed across his eyes. "Leave this to me." The bearded man suddenly halted. He swiftly formed a series of hand signs with one hand, and the blade of his ninja sword shimmered with a brilliant electric glow. Lightning release, lightning strike. With both hands gripping the sword, he swung forcefully. The lightning on the blade flared even brighter, transforming into a serpentine form that surged forward. The serpent's head lunged toward Obito. However, much to his dismay, it failed to make contact, passing straight through Obito's form. With a thunderous roar, the serpent's head collided with a nearby tree trunk, causing it to explode into splinters. The massive tree toppled over, perfectly obstructing Obito's path. "Damn it! What is going on with this guy?" The bearded man's expression turned to one of astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers. He had never witnessed such an unbelievable phenomenon. His attack had seemingly no effect on the enemy. Just moments ago, it had appeared to strike the boy with the Sharingan. Is it an illusion? He quickly dismissed that notion. Illusions could not be so convincingly real, and his mind remained clear. Was it an afterimage? No. For the Sharingan boy had not evaded. He had simply ignored the attack and accelerated his pursuit. Damn it. A flicker of fear began to rise within the bearded man. This fear stemmed from the unknown capabilities of the boy with the Sharingan and the overwhelming pressure he exuded. Despite being merely around 10 years old, the bearded man could distinctly sense that the child's strength far surpassed that of both him and his companion. Lightning release, lightning strike. The bearded man unleashed his signature technique once more. He brandished the ninja sword, aiming a slash at Obito. The blade crackled with electricity, morphing into a roaring serpent as it lunged toward him. This time, Obito did not charge forward in a straight line. Just before the lightning serpent could strike, he channeled chakra into his feet, leaping onto the treetops. He bounded from branch to branch, swiftly closing the distance to the two ninjas below. A deafening explosion echoed behind him. Another tree was struck by the lightning serpent, while Obito positioned himself directly above the two ninjas. "He is above us. Be careful." The bearded man's face was a mask of tension, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He gripped his ninja sword tightly, staring intently upwards. The bald man halted his escape, standing back to back with the bearded man, both bracing for an impending ambush from Obito. Suddenly, the dense canopy overhead began to rustle violently. A figure, clad in a cloak, descended from the foliage of the trees, hanging upside down. With arms crossed before him, he held several shuriken tightly between his fingers. As he flicked his wrist, the shuriken whistled through the air, hurtling towards the two ninjas. The sound of clashing metal echoed as a burly man with a bushy beard wielded his ninja sword, expertly deflecting each incoming projectile. As the shuriken fell scattered to the ground, another bald, muscular man, gripping his blade with both hands, assumed a peculiar stance. Cloud flow, breaking face slash. As the cloaked figure descended upon the two, ready to strike, the bald man tightened his grip on his sword and spun it before him, creating an impenetrable wall of blades. The glimmering edges of the sword shone brightly, and the descending figure found himself unable to evade. He was struck multiple times. However, before the two burly ninjas could celebrate their apparent victory, a loud bang resounded. A white smoke erupted, and the figure that had been knocked to the ground vanished into thin air. "Damn, it's a shadow clone," the bald man exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Unbeknownst to them, the cloaked figure had already emerged from behind a large tree, 5 meters away. In an instant, he had completed his hand seals. With one hand raised before him and his head tilted slightly back, he exhaled forcefully, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. The flames coalesced into a massive fireball, crackling as it surged through the air towards the two ninjas. "Watch out!" The bald man shouted in alarm, warning his companion. The two swiftly leaped into the air, climbing the nearby tree to evade the impending fireball. The fireball collided with the trunk of an ancient tree, erupting into a shower of flames that spread outward. Yet, almost simultaneously as the two men ascended, the bearded ninja launched his counterattack. Lightning release, lightning strike. He unleashed his lightning technique once more. As his sword sliced through the air, the lightning on its blade transformed into a serpentine bolt, extending towards the cloaked figure. "Humph, you're finished." At this close range, "There's no way to escape my lightning release." The bearded man smirked, confident that this battle was theirs to win. The cloaked figure, having just executed his fire technique, was still in a vulnerable state. The swift nature of the lightning attack meant the serpentine bolt could obliterate its target in an instant. As anticipated, the cloaked figure, having just retracted his hands, was unable to react in time. His pupils dilated in terror as he beheld the oncoming lightning, his body frozen in shock. Zzz at last. The lightning bolt struck the figure, piercing through his abdomen. Yet, the anticipated spray of blood did not follow. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted, and the figure of Obito, who had just unleashed a fire-style ninjutsu, vanished once more into a cloud of white mist. "What? How can this be?" The bearded man's face contorted in shock, his eyes widening to an alarming degree. "That phrase is returned to you verbatim. You are doomed. With an attack at such close range, there is no means of evasion." Obito's voice resonated from behind the bearded ninja, with a slight elevation of his right palm. A swirling blue chakra sphere had coalesced within it unbeknownst to the man. The sphere, surrounded by a vortex of air currents, emanated an unmistakable aura of formidable power. Rasengan. Obito forcefully thrust his right palm forward, and the Rasengan crashed against the back of the bearded ninja. A resounding explosion echoed. The bearded man let out a pain scream, blood gushing forth from his mouth as he was struck. Chapter 49. This is youth. The tumultuous energy of the spiraling sphere scorched a colossal crater into the back of the burly man. Subsequently, his body was hurled into the air, spinning wildly in tandem with the spiraling sphere. Ming Tian, cursed be this fate. The bald giant, witnessing his companion suffer a devastating blow, was instantly engulfed in panic, casting a terrified glance at Obito. This mere 10-year-old boy possessed an unfathomable might. The proficiency exhibited by the shadow clone was beyond imagination. Not only did it deftly deceive its adversary, but its offensive tactics were also exceedingly formidable. Upon seeing Ming Tian crash into several massive trees before finally coming to a halt, the bald giant felt a wave of dread wash over him. However, he realized that his speed paled in comparison to Obito's, leaving him no opportunity for escape. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his ninja sword and launched an attack on Obito. "You seem weaker than the two of them," Obito chuckled, leisurely defending against the bald ninja's strikes. With deft maneuvers, he effortlessly evaded each swing of the ninja sword. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to him, he had produced a pair of nunchaku, which he twirled with dazzling skill, each strike finding its mark in the fleeting openings of the bald giant's defense. Oh, that hurts." The forest echoed with the cries of the bald giant, who was left battered and bruised, his face swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and numerous contusions adorning his body. "No more. Please, I surrender." At long last, the bald giant could no longer bear the torment. He tossed aside his ninja sword and raised his hands in surrender. It was not that he lacked courage. Rather, he realized he was utterly outmatched by Obito. Whether in swordsmanship or ninjutsu, he found himself completely at a loss against Obito. Instead, Obito seemed to be toying with him. As the nunchaku struck him, a smile danced on his lips, his expression one of mockery. The bald giant's mental defenses crumbled entirely, leaving him no choice but to capitulate. "Both hands on your head. Stand still," Obito commanded, pointing his nunchaku at the giant. "Yes, this little adult," the bald giant replied, his face a mask of despair, on the verge of tears. In his heart, he lamented, wondering how he had never realized such a freak existed in Konoha. Had he known a character like Obito would participate in the CH9 exams, their plan to seize the Byakugan would not have been executed during this very exam. They should have postponed it by 3 years to avoid this anomaly. Now, it seemed that out of 3, 2 had perished, leaving him to be captured as a prisoner, uncertain of his fate, wondering if he would face execution in the end. "Well, you are relatively obedient. Bind yourself," Obito remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he gently tapped the bald giant's head with the tip of his nunchaku. Startled, the bald, muscular man recoiled, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at Dato, exclaiming, "Wah, little adult, I recognize my mistakes, but I have yet to master the skill of tying myself up." Dato, resting his chin on his hand, suddenly comprehended, "Ah, indeed, you have not learned it yet." With a gesture, he pointed to a short distance away at the burly man with a beard, who had been sent flying by a spiraling orb, and declared, "Let us do this. You shall bind that fellow and carry him along with me." "Yes, little adult." The bald man, tears still streaming, felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why was this situation so peculiar? It seemed as though he was being treated as a slave. Yet, he dared not retort to Dato, fearing another onslaught from the nunchaku. After retrieving a length of rope from his ninja tool pouch, he approached the bearded man and nudged his body. To his relief, he discovered the man was still breathing, merely unconscious from his severe injuries. Dato urged, "Rest assured, I was careful not to kill him. Hurry and tie him up so we can be on our way." The system mission explicitly required the capture of both individuals. If Dato's actions proved too brutal and resulted in their demise, the mission might very well be declared a failure. Thus, he had indeed restrained much of his strength during the earlier spiraling orb attack. At present, both spies had been successfully captured. It seemed that as long as they were delivered to the central tower of the Death Forest, the mission would surely be accomplished. Understood, understood. The bald man nodded vigorously in agreement. He promptly secured the bearded man and hoisted him onto his back. Under Dato's urging, he trudged towards Hinata Yoko and her companions. When Dato arrived in the vicinity of the ongoing battle involving Hinata Yoko and her allies, he discovered that the situation had changed somewhat. Yamashiro Aoi and Aoi Raiden had been tendentiously bandaged, leaning against a nearby tree with their eyes closed, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Hinata Yoko, however, appeared unscathed, gazing expectantly in the direction Dato had departed, as if awaiting his return. Beside Hinata Yoko stood 3 familiar figures, Might Guy, Shizen, and Shimuragata. The trio stood vigilantly behind Hinata Yoko, attentively observing their surroundings. Dato, upon spotting him, Hinata Yoko's face lit up with joy, and she called out loudly, waving as she approached him. "Is everything all right over here?" Dato replied, making small talk, though the situation was already quite apparent. Might Guy and Shizun had evidently been nearby and rushed over upon hearing the commotion. With their presence, it was clear that no trouble would arise here. "Yes, we are all fine." "Dato, were you injured in any way?" Hinata Yoko even forgot to inquire how Dato had managed to capture the 2 burly men. She approached Obito with an infatuated expression, incessantly rubbing against him. While Hinata Yoko was rather oblivious, Might Guy, Shizun, and Shimura Jinta exchanged incredulous glances as they slowly made their way toward Obito. Upon their arrival, they had already heard Yoko's account of the formidable strength possessed by the 3 foreign spies. In just a few exchanges, those 3 had managed to bring Yoko and her companions to the ground. Yet, the current scene was perplexing. It appeared as though the 2 fleeing individuals included one who was gravely injured and another who looked utterly dejected, sporting a bruised and battered visage, reluctantly trudging ahead. Shizen and Shimura Jinta locked eyes, both reflecting confusion and astonishment. Shizen's lips twitched. What on earth did Obito do to that bald uncle? Why does he seem so pitiful? Shimura Jinta swallowed hard. I believe he must be terrified of Obito. Indeed, Obito lives up to his reputation as a pervert. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up, his pearly whites gleaming. Truly, you are one of my eternal rivals, Obito. This is what youth is meant to embody. Chapter 50, The Infatuated Yoko with a Cheerful Wave. Obito greeted Akai, Shizen, and the others. After a brief exchange, he recounted the circumstances surrounding the capture of the spy. Night had descended, casting a gentle moonlight upon the earth, yet the dense foliage of the forest rendered visibility poor. For safety's sake, Obito decided to lead everyone back to the temporary encampment to reunite with Kakashi and Rin. Shitamura carried the unconscious Rado, while Akai hoisted the fainted Aoyama. He gestured to Obito, urging him to proceed. "Let us go," he said. Obito nodded in agreement. However, just as he intended to take a step forward, he felt an unexpected weight on his arm. It was Yoko, the love-struck Hinata, nuzzling her cheek against him. Slightly exasperated, Obito remarked, "Yoko, what are you doing?" This could easily lead to misunderstandings. With stars in her eyes, Yoko clung tighter to his arm. "I don't care. I only feel safe when I'm beside you. And your handsome appearance and unique charm deeply captivate me. I don't want to leave your side so easily." Obito, taken aback, pushed her forehead away gently. "While I cannot deny the qualities you admire, we need to move. Look, Akai and the others are already quite far ahead." Yoko giggled playfully. "That is even better. Let them go, and we can enjoy our own little world." Frustrated, Obito called out to the distant figures of Akai and Shizen. "Hey, is anyone going to manage her? Someone here has lost their mind." Yet, Akai and Shizen merely waved back, encouraging him to catch up. Reluctantly, Obito raised his hand and struck Yoko on the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. He then tossed her over his shoulder. "Let us go, big guy," he urged the waiting captive, pushing forward. The burly bald man, seemingly intimidated by Obito, remained silent and compliant, his face displaying a look of resigned distress. Soon, the group, cloaked in darkness, successfully arrived at Kakashi and Rin's temporary camp by the stream. At that moment, Kakashi, having caught several fish and gathered firewood, had set up a campfire. The aroma of the 3 fish he had grilled wafted through the air, indicating they were nearly ready to eat. Upon hearing rustling in the nearby thicket, both Kakashi and Rin instinctively tensed. However, their anxiety dissipated when they recognized the voices of Obito and the others. "Obito, is that you?" Rin exclaimed, rising to jog towards the source of the sound. Just a moment ago, Obito mentioned he was going to gather firewood, yet he has been absent for an extended period, causing Lin considerable distress. Kakashi, placing the skewer of grilled fish into the ground, rose to his feet and followed the direction of the sound. "Lin, it's me. I'm back." Obito naturally heard Lin's call. In response, he, along with Guy, Shizen, and others, emerged from the thicket, appearing by the creek. "Obito, where have you been? We were just about to search for you." Lin's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed. "Lin, I told you before, this guy is fine," Kakashi remarked, crossing his arms. However, the fleeting concern in his eyes was keenly perceived by Obito. "Lin, I'm sorry for making you worry," Obito said, lowering the unconscious Hinata Yoko from his shoulder and handing her to Kakashi. Kakashi, momentarily bewildered, instinctively cradled the unconscious Yoko. Before he could respond, Obito patted his shoulder, saying, "Kakashi, just say if you're worried about me. Stop pretending to be indifferent." "TCH. You really are as thick-skinned as ever," Kakashi retorted, turning his head away in a huff. My guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Kakashi, it's great to see you again, one of my lifelong rivals." Kakashi shot a cold glance at Guy, muttering, "Why is it always you? That tight green jumpsuit is truly an eyesore." Instantly, my guy appeared deflated. Yet soon, a fierce fire ignited in his eyes as he roared at Kakashi, "How dare you? Kakashi, this outfit symbolizes my youth, representing my boiling spirit. It is not as disgraceful as you claim." Everyone stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Guy's melodramatic outburst. Shizen stepped forward, suggesting, "Everyone, let us not linger here. Can we find a place to sit and discuss?" Kakashi and Guy exchanged a few seconds of indifferent eye contact before Kakashi nodded. Yes, your boiling youth is indeed true, but it is somewhat unappealing." "No." My guy was struck down again, clutching his head in despair. However, the burden he had been carrying, Yamashiro Aoi, fell to the ground with a thud. Already injured, Aoi's condition worsened from the fall, Awakening in pain, he grimaced, "Guy, can you not treat me like this? I'm an injured person." The farcical dialogue eventually came to a close. Lin pulled Kakashi, the sharp-tongued fellow, aside for a little heart-to-heart. Shizune, along with Guy, helped Yamashiro Aoi to his feet, heading toward the campfire. Meanwhile, Obito turned back to bind the burly man with a shaved head. In fact, Obito had already tied up the burly man on his way here. It was merely not bound so tightly, as he still needed to travel on his own. At present, having brought this individual to the campsite, Obito naturally had to remain vigilant, lest the thought of escape cross his mind. The return of Obito with such a large entourage, along with a multitude of injured, left Rin and Kakashi somewhat bewildered. However, they refrained from inquiring too much at that moment. After Rin's enlightening discourse, Kakashi retrieved a source of illumination from his belongings and proceeded to the stream to catch fish. With so many returning, 3 grilled fish would undoubtedly be insufficient for dinner. Chapter 51. Arrival at the Central Tower. Lin was summoned by Obito to assist. After all, both Yamashiro Aoi and Ninjutsu Rai were severely injured. Over the past few days, Lin had made remarkable progress in her medical ninjutsu. It was no trouble for her to perform basic wound treatment and promote healing. "Lin, please help me treat that guy over there. He is gravely injured, and I fear he may not survive the night," Obito said, gesturing towards the bearded ninja lying on the ground. Lin nodded. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." "Thank you, Lin-chan. You're the best," Obito chuckled. Noticing Lin was sweating profusely from her efforts, Obito leaned in closer and gently wiped her brow with his sleeve, brushing away the beads of sweat. Lin's cheeks flushed crimson at his affectionate gesture, yet she did not shy away, feeling a delightful warmth in her heart, perhaps to divert the conversation and alleviate the awkwardness. Lin quickly inquired, "By the way, Obito, you haven't told me what happened. Where were you for so long?" Obito shook his head. "It's nothing. It's just that Yoko and Aoi were ambushed." He pointed to the bald man bound on the ground. "That guy, along with the one you're treating, seemed to be spies from another village." Lin gasped in surprise. "What? Spies?" "Yes," Obito affirmed, then recounted the entire incident to Lin. After hearing his account, Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "How could this be? There are spies in the village, and 3 of them at that. I wonder who they are." Obito replied, "Based on their combat techniques and ninjutsu, they appear to be from the Cloud Village." He vividly recalled that among the 3, 2 were adept at lightning techniques, while only the bald man had not employed any. Nevertheless, his cloud flow swordsmanship was indeed mesmerizing. Had it not been for Obito's recent advancements in taijutsu and his mastery of Might Guy's dual nunchaku techniques, he might have struggled to subdue the bald man. "Cloud Village? The situation is indeed complicated," Lin remarked with a shake of her head. With that, she formed hand seals, green lights swirling between her palms as she began treating the bearded man. His back bore a large, gruesome spiral wound, still a bloody mess, indicating the severity of his injuries. Obito checked for breath at the man's nose. He had a faint pulse, though it was weak. Fortunately, Lin's medical ninjutsu was quite proficient. After she completed the treatment, the man's complexion improved significantly. At that moment, Kakashi and Might Guy returned with an ample catch, setting about roasting their spoils by the campfire. Upon rejoining the group, Obito and Lin began to eat and converse with everyone, sharing stories and laughter as they gathered around the flickering flames. Tobirama inquired with several individuals and discovered that among the 3 teams present, Might Guy, Shino Aburame, and Shikamaru Nara had successfully obtained the scrolls of both heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Tobirama, Rin, and Kakashi's group, although they had not gathered both scrolls, had not forgotten that the earth scroll belonging to Kaku had been seized back by Tobirama. Thus, Tobirama possessed 2 earth scrolls. The bald, muscular trio had acquired the heaven scroll, as did Hinata Yoko's team. Consequently, Tobirama, Shino, and Hinata Yoko's groups had all the necessary scrolls, signifying that there was no longer a need for competition over scrolls. They could simply wait until they had eaten and rested before setting off towards the central tower at dawn. The following morning, Tobirama led his group, urging the 2 muscular men forward towards the central tower. Along the way, they encountered numerous ambushes set by lurking teams. Yet the large contingent accompanying Tobirama deterred any would-be attackers. Even those bold enough to emerge quickly retreated upon realizing Tobirama was at the helm. After a full day of travel, as the sun began to set, Tobirama and his companions finally arrived at the outskirts of the central tower. What a vast area! Who would have thought it would be so expansive? I'm utterly exhausted from the journey, Shino remarked, shading his eyes as he gazed at the towering structure in the distance. His face illuminated with joy. Let us proceed. Once inside the tower, we should be able to rest peacefully for a day. Tobirama waved to the group, urging the two muscular men to advance. As Tobirama indicated, upon entering the Forest of Death, the time allocated to reach the central tower and complete the assessment was 3 days. Yesterday counted as the first day, and today as the second. This meant that the entire following day would be available for Tobirama's group to rest within the tower, free from the anxiety of the impending competition. Kakashi ran, and the others said little, silently following in Tobirama's wake. Shino and Hinata Yoko walked side by side, with Yoko still exhibiting a starry-eyed admiration for Tobirama, though her behavior had moderated under his stern admonition. Might Guy, carrying the injured Aoyama, shouted exuberantly about youth as he dashed towards the central tower in pursuit of first place. Aoyama, jostled and distressed, was in tears. Although Rin's earlier treatment had significantly improved Aoyama's condition, the rough handling by Guy had exacerbated the injuries. It seemed imperative for him to seek medical attention upon reaching the tower and to distance himself from Might Guy thereafter. The periphery of the central tower was guarded by numerous vigilant ninjas, standing tall at intervals. Might Guy, with Aoyama on his back, swiftly dashed through the entrance. However, when Tobirama and the two muscular men arrived at the entrance to the central tower, two ninjas clad in green vests stood guard at the entrance, raising their hands to obstruct the path of Obito and his companions. Perhaps due to the peculiar appearance of the two bound men, one of the green-vested ninjas inquired, "Wait, what is the meaning of this?" Obito cast a brief glance at the duo and offered no elaborate explanation, stating simply, "They are spies infiltrating Konoha, seeking to acquire the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Please escort these two away." After all, the mission assigned by the system was for Obito to capture these spies and deliver them alive to the central tower. At this moment, Obito and his group had successfully arrived at the central tower. By handing over these two individuals to the Konoha ninjas, Obito alleviated his burdens, and the mission was likely to be accomplished. Chapter 52. The Arrival of the Three Generations. What? The two gatekeeping ninjas in green vests displayed expressions of shock, exchanging incredulous glances. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. However, the name Obito had recently echoed throughout the ninja circles of Konohagakure. Thus, they recognized Obito. Understanding that this was no jest, the surrounding green-vested ninjas, upon hearing of a spy, cast bewildered looks in their direction. "We understand. You may hand them over to us. You can enter first," one of the gatekeepers stated. Nodding in agreement, the two green-vested ninjas each apprehended one of the suspects, clearing a path for Obito and his entourage. Ding! The host has successfully captured two spies and delivered them to the central tower of the Death Forest for the Konohagakure ninjas to handle as a temporary mission. You are now awarded mission rewards. Reward 1, 2 opportunities for duplication. Reward 2, 50 military rations. Leading his group into the tower, Obito simultaneously heard the system's notification echo in his mind. Military rations? Obito grimaced slightly. Although this item was essential for expeditions, boosting stamina and chakra, its taste was utterly unpalatable, lacking any flavor whatsoever. Nonetheless, receiving 50 military rations as an additional reward was still quite commendable. What Obito truly coveted were those 2 duplication opportunities. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed the newly acquired duplication chance at Kakashi. With a whoosh of white light, visible only to Obito, enveloped Kakashi. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully duplicated Kakashi's Lightning Release Chakra attribute. Lightning Release Chakra 15. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully duplicated Kakashi's Lightning Release Chakra attribute. Lightning Release Chakra 15. Obito glanced at the virtual panel displayed by the system. Lightning Release Chakra, 140-200. With a total of 140 points in Lightning Release Chakra, Obito realized that if he continued to extract additional points from Kakashi, Amassing another 60 points would enable him to master a new ninjutsu, lightning release. Noticing an unusual aura, Kakashi turned to Obito with a puzzled expression. "Why are you staring at me?" Obito scoffed. "Who is staring at you? Do you think I'm as interested in you as Guy is?" As he spoke, Obito tugged Rin closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "See, it's only adorable girls like Rin who capture my interest." "Humph, you're truly neurotic," Kakashi huffed, lifting his chin defiantly as he strode into the tower. He was well aware that Obito was merely jesting. In the past, Obito had proclaimed that he and Might Guy would remain eternal comrades. Initially, Kakashi was oblivious to the meaning of the novel term comrade. However, after witnessing the peculiar glances Obito cast at him and Guy, he quickly grasped the nature of Obito's impure thoughts, categorizing such notions as neurotic behavior. "Obito, please don't do this." Rin, embraced by Obito, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She wriggled free from his arm and dashed into the tower. "Why be so shy? What's wrong with a little hug, heh?" Obito smirked mischievously, teasingly watching Rin's retreating figure. At that moment, Hinata Yoko approached and boldly took hold of Obito's arm, draping it over her shoulder. "Hug me, Obito. I wouldn't mind being embraced by you." "You go away." Obito playfully pushed her forehead away, escaping her playful advances, and hurried after Rin. "My brother Obito enjoys teasing girls, but being teased by a girl feels rather strange. Hence, it's best to flee for now." "Obito, I hate you." Yoko pouted, stomping her feet and pretending to wipe away tears. After receiving no response from Obito, she reluctantly pulled Shizune along and headed towards the tower. Outside the central tower, at the entrance, the guarding ninjas did not immediately depart after receiving the two captured spies from Obito. The ninja in the green vest on the left waved to a nearby comrade. "Hey, let's escort these two inside for detention, and you hurry to inform the third Hokage." "Understood." The two other green-vested ninjas nodded in agreement. They then sprinted towards the forest. Originally, the third Hokage was supposed to make time to observe the third round of the Chunin exams. However, as there was still a day and a half until the conclusion of the second round, the third Hokage remained in the Hokage office and had yet to arrive at the forest. During the examination period, aside from such significant matters, it was imperative to report to the third Hokage as soon as possible. Thus, the green-vested ninjas stationed at the central tower had no choice but to leave the Death Forest and head to the office to inform the third Hokage. Meanwhile, the ninjas participating in the second round of the scroll competition were still striving within the forest. Obito and his group were among the first to successfully reach the central tower. After they had entered the tower and rested for a short while, a designated ninja arrived to escort them to the dining hall for dinner. One could not deny that the central tower, with its expansive area and towering structure, served a purpose. Inside, there were dedicated chefs preparing meals. After dinner, there were also specific rooms available for rest. The rooms were well equipped with daily necessities and even had bathing facilities. In the deep of night, after Obito and his companions had eaten their fill, bathed, and drifted into slumber, a dozen ninjas rushed towards the tower entrance. Leading the group was a figure clad in a gray robe, wearing a conical hat adorned with a large fire symbol. This man, around 60 years of age, was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Beside him, there stood a strikingly handsome man with blue eyes and golden hair, who was none other than the most capable aide of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato. Following Minato and Sarutobi, a group of covert ninjas clad in silver vests and adorned with various masks trailed behind them. They hastily arrived at the entrance of the tower before coming to a halt. Lord Third, the green-vested ninjas stationed around the tower bowed deeply in greeting to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi nodded. What of the two individuals captured by Obito? Where are they now? The two sentinels at the entrance gestured toward the interior of the tower and respectfully replied, "Lord Third, they're inside, already detained. Please, follow us." Chapter 53. The third Hokage's interrogation. Minato. "Let us proceed," Sarutobi Hiruzen called to his side, taking the lead behind the two gatekeeping ninjas. "Yes, Lord Third," Minato replied, following closely behind along with the Umbu ninjas. As they walked, Saratobi Hiruzen inquired about the situation from the two green-vested gate ninjas. The specifics were unclear, as no detailed questioning had been conducted with Obito. However, during dinner earlier, the guard ninjas stationed at the central tower had sought confirmation from Obito and others regarding the general circumstances. What was known was that two of the three individuals were adept in lightning release techniques, while the third wielded the cloud flow swordsmanship. Hence, it was highly probable that they hailed from the village hidden in the clouds. Furthermore, these three had infiltrated the village for years with the intention of seizing the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. At last, they had found a suitable opportunity to act, planning to escape amidst the chaos following the second graduation examination. It was during their assault on Hinata Yoko's team that they were encountered by Obito, who first eliminated one of them and then severely injured the other two, bringing them back to the central tower. Having gathered this information, Saratobi Hiruzen entered a sealed room and took a seat. Minato and the Umbu ninjas stood attentively nearby. Before long, the two injured infiltrators were brought in. They were shackled and appeared utterly defeated. The burly man with a beard was particularly pale, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Although Rin had administered first aid in the Forest of Death, it was merely a temporary measure to preserve his life. After a full day of travel, his injuries had flared up again, and the pain in his back became unbearable. Just as Saratobi Hiruzen was about to utter his first question, the bearded man could no longer endure and, with eyes closed, collapsed to the ground. What is happening? Quickly, check on him. Saratobi Hiruzen commanded. Yes, Lord Third. The two green-vested gate ninjas hurriedly knelt to examine the condition of the bearded man. Meanwhile, Minato and the Umbu ninjas stood by, their expressions filled with astonishment. Incredulity evident in their eyes as they gazed at the grievous wound on the man's back. The injury was horrifyingly severe, a large spiral-shaped gash that was gruesomely mangled. Despite some rudimentary medical treatment, the man's spine was distinctly visible through the carnage. The Umbu ninjas exchanged glances, their expressions nearly identical beneath their masks. What kind of attack could inflict such a wound? Could it truly have been Obito? It appears to me that this injury resembles a Rasengan created by Lord Minato. They murmured softly among themselves. The words reached the ears of both Minato and Saratobi Hiruzen, who exchanged a glance, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment and complexity. The third Hokage. This individual had already succumbed to death. The severity of his injuries was such that it was miraculous he had managed to endure until this moment. At this juncture, the green-vested ninja responsible for the inspection lifted his gaze to report to Saratobi Hiruzen. Understood, Hiruzen nodded, then turned to signal Minato. Minato comprehended immediately. Approaching the corpse of the bearded man and conducting a meticulous examination, he then turned back towards Hiruzen and stated, Third Hokage. These injuries are indeed the result of the Rasengan. Only the Rasengan could inflict such wounds. Saratobi Hiruzen expressed his surprise. Oh? Minato, have you already taught Obito the Rasengan? Minato shook his head. No, Third Hokage. Hiruzen's brow furrowed in confusion. What? You have not taught him. So how does he possess this capability? Minato mirrored the confusion. I am uncertain as well. Let us first attend to other matters and inquire with Obito tomorrow. Tomorrow? Am I to wait until the morrow to question Amir Genin? A barely perceptible disdain flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. Even at this late hour, he deemed it necessary to rouse Obito from his slumber for clarification. You too, summon Obito and anyone else pertinent to this matter. There are many suspicious elements that require thorough inquiry, he instructed the two green-vested gatekeepers. Yes, Hokage-sama. They bowed respectfully before swiftly exiting the room. At Hiruzen's gesture, two Umbu ninjas stepped forward, escorting a bald, burly ninja to the side for interrogation. The sounds of a whip cracking echoed within, accompanied by the Umbu's relentless questioning. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and Minato awaited Obito's arrival in silence. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Obito has arrived. Shortly thereafter, an announcement resonated from outside. Upon Hiruzen's acknowledgement, the door swung open. Obito entered, accompanied by Hinata Yoko. Obito, what is the purpose of this? Hinata Yoko tugged at Obito's arm, fear evident in her demeanor. For this was the interrogation room, and the third Hokage loomed as an almost unattainable figure in her eyes. Fear not, Yoko. Just answer their questions truthfully. You will be fine, Obito reassured her with a comforting glance. That old man Hiruzen is truly something. It is late. And though my friend has yet to sleep, interrupting someone engrossed in a late-night viewing of Loving Heaven is rather vexing, Obito mused. Ah, Obito, come here. Aha. Sarutobi Hiruzen removed the pipe from his mouth, greeting them with a somewhat disingenuous smile. Indeed, in his heart, Obito harbored a grievance against the old man and merely responded with a dismissive remark. He exchanged a glance with Minato, nodding slightly as a form of greeting. Obito, the injuries on him must have been inflicted by you, correct? Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured towards the lifeless body of the bearded man sprawled on the ground. Obito glanced back, affirming. Indeed, I am responsible. Were they not spies from an enemy nation? What is there to question? Sarutobi shook his head. Obito, that is not my intent. What I meant to convey is that the wounds on his back were likely caused by the Rasengan. How did you come to master Minato's Rasengan? Chapter 54. Learning with ease. How did I master the Rasengan? Indeed, Obito had forgotten about this matter. He had been so focused on perfecting his ninjutsu that he overlooked this detail. The injuries inflicted by the Rasengan are unique. Anyone familiar with this technique can discern it instantly. Moreover, Minato never taught Obito how to practice the Rasengan. This raises suspicions. Obito scanned the room, taking in the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, and the various Umbu ninjas, all awaiting his response. However, he remained remarkably composed. His subsequent answer left everyone in the room utterly astonished. Oh, it's nothing. Teacher Minato used this technique before, and I picked it up casually. So I learned it quite easily. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato exchanged incredulous glances, and the Umbu ninjas behind their masks shared similar expressions of disbelief. Their lips twitched, unsure of how to articulate their bewilderment. What does it mean to casually learn something? Come on, it's the Rasengan. Minato spent over 3 years developing this technique before achieving success. In recent years, through various battles in the ninja world, he garnered fame as the Yellow Flash, thanks to the combination of the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, Minato had previously attempted to teach the Rasengan to his trusted allies. Yet, this ninjutsu is notoriously difficult to master, demanding exceptional chakra control and innate talent. Otherwise, one simply cannot learn it. Yet now, Obito claims that he casually learned this A-rank jutsu. Does he truly consider an A-rank technique as trivial as a cabbage, something to be grasped with little effort? What's wrong? Is there an issue? Obito feigned confusion at their reactions. Of course, he could not reveal to them that he possessed the ability to replicate ninjutsu. However, he was confident that his lie would remain unexposed. After all, there was no evidence to suggest that his ninjutsu was anything but self-taught. During their missions, Minato had indeed demonstrated the Rasengan in front of Obito. Additionally, they could never fathom that Obito possessed a system. Ultimately, they could only attribute it to Obito's extraordinary talent. Obito, are you certain that that's the case? Sarutobi Hiruzen, still somewhat incredulous, asked, lowering his chin. Obito crossed his arms and slightly pouted in annoyance. Third Hokage, your question lacks substance. If the Rasengan is only known to teacher Minato, why not ask him if he ever taught me? And you called me here at this late hour just to inquire about this? The astonishment in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes was undeniable. He turned to Minato, silently seeking his thoughts on the matter. Minato nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, Indeed, Master Third, Obito speaks the truth. I have not instructed him in the mastery of the Rasengan. If he has managed to learn this technique, it is undoubtedly a testament to his exceptional talent. With a smile, Minato turned his gaze towards Obito, his eyes brimming with pride. Obito, your aptitude is truly astonishing. Well done. Thank you, Minato-sensei, but you flatter me. I must confess, I learned your technique without your knowledge, which was indeed improper on my part. Obito replied sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. In his dealings with Minato, Obito felt a sense of sincerity, as Minato had always treated him with genuine care. Moreover, Obito's bashfulness was entirely sincere. The Rasengan was a product of the system's replication ability, a skill he had acquired through observation. As for the talent Minato spoke of, Obito considered it rather ordinary. At that moment, the Ambu ninjas standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but murmur among themselves. Obito Uchiha is truly remarkable. He managed to self-learn such a technique as the Rasengan. Indeed, Lord Minato has taken on an exceptional apprentice. He is destined to become an extraordinary individual in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen, receiving Minato's affirming response, felt a tumult of emotions within him. This Obito was not merely talented, he was extraordinarily gifted. At the age of 9, he awakened his three-tomo Sharingan and, having observed Minato's use of the Rasengan, learned to wield it independently. While it was well known that the Sharingan possessed formidable copying capabilities, not all who bore the Sharingan were endowed with such prodigious talent. If that were the case, wouldn't every Uchiha capable of awakening their eyes be a formidable force to reckon with? Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted his earlier insistence on supporting Danzo, disregarding Obito's feelings. Now, he found himself subtly attempting to persuade Minato to encourage Obito to join the AMBU. However, Obito had consistently declined with various excuses. With Obito now before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and resolved to make one final attempt, personally extending an invitation to convey his earnest regard for Obito. He donned his characteristic benevolent smile and said, "Obito, there is no need for modesty. Minato is right. You possess exceptionally outstanding talent. Therefore, I propose this. You need not continue with the Chunin exams. I will grant you a special exception, bestowing upon you the rank of Jonin, allowing you to serve in the ENBU. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the individuals in the room were momentarily taken aback. Such exceptions had never been made before. Although it was true that Obito had the capability to assume the role of Jonin, the third Hokage's actions were undeniably an open invitation extended to Obito. "Obito, congratulations. You should accept Lord Third's offer," Yoko Hyuga exclaimed, her face reflecting disbelief, though she quickly regained her composure and expressed her joy to Obito. Minato also chimed in, eager to support the third Hokage's proposition. "Yes, Obito, this is indeed a favorable opportunity. The situation ahead is urgent. If all proceeds as anticipated, following your participation in the Chunin exams, you may soon find yourselves alongside me on the battlefield. Remaining in proximity to Lord Third would spare you from undertaking perilous missions at the front lines. You are still quite young, and this stage of life is far more suitable for growth and development." What Minato has said is indeed the truth. Conditions on the battlefield shift in an instant, and the level of danger is exponentially greater than that faced while executing tasks in Konoha. However, that old man, the third Hokage, often presents one facade in person while maintaining another behind the scenes. Obito harbors little fondness for him. Should Obito truly consent to join the AMBU, it is likely that he will be subjected to the Third's directives on a daily basis. Chapter 55. Through the assessment, the mere thought of having to face the third Hokage with utmost respect every day filled Obito with a sense of resistance. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and politely said, "Third Hokage, Lord Minato, I believe it would be best to decline. I feel quite content with my current situation, and my qualifications are insufficient to join the AMBU. Furthermore, I have no objections to heading to the battlefield after the Chunin exams. I harbor no grievances." Upon hearing this, the others in the room were taken aback, astonished by Obito's audacity to openly reject the third Hokage. The opportunity presented by Hiruzen was one that many would dream of. Yet Obito seemed indifferent to the honor. Sarutobi's smile faltered, and he felt a sting of embarrassment at Obito's outright refusal, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Nevertheless, he was determined to maintain the benevolent image of the Hokage and refrained from expressing his ire. He managed a forced smile and replied, "Obito, it's perfectly fine. Remaining by Minato's side is also commendable. You should work together with him to contribute to Konoha. Thank you for your understanding, third Hokage." Obito nodded, expressing his gratitude politely. Subsequently, Sarutobi and Minato inquired further about the incident involving the spy, seeking clarity on the matter. Once all details were elucidated, Obito and Hinata Yoko took their leave, while Sarutobi and Minato awaited the interrogation results of the bald, muscular man. "Obito, why did you not accept such a favorable offer from the Hokage?" "It is the AMBU." After all, Yoko queried, tilting her head in confusion as they walked back. As a member of the Hyuga clan's main family, she was well aware of the AMBU's significance. A department known not only for its generous rewards but also as a direct branch under the Hokage's command. Most of the exceptional ninjas who served closely with the Hokage had emerged from the AMBU. Obito shook his head. Yoko, you wouldn't understand. Women often fail to grasp a man's perspective. At this, Yoko's infatuation ignited once more. Her eyes sparkling with admiration, she grasped Obito's arm and dreamily remarked, "No wonder you're the man I admire. Even your words are so extraordinary. Though I may not comprehend what you mean, it feels undeniably cool." Obito withdrew his arm from her grasp. "Could you perhaps exercise a bit of restraint? Such behavior can easily lead to misunderstandings." Undeterred, Yoko clung to his arm again. "But when I see you, I simply can't help myself. It's impossible to remain composed or rational." Obito found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that infatuation was devoid of principles. While being admired was undeniably gratifying, experiencing it firsthand proved to be rather troublesome for him. As Obito entered his abode, Hinata Yoko surprisingly refused to relent, attempting to join him inside for the night. However, Obito resolutely rebuffed her, shutting the door firmly in her face. "Humph, Obito, you heartless man, I despise you." After a series of knocks on the door yielded no response, she could only mutter a huffy remark before retreating to her own quarters. This girl truly was adorably infatuated to an almost endearing degree. Lying on his bed, Obito sighed in exasperation. "Come on. Though I, Obito, am not the epitome of a pure-hearted gentleman, I certainly would not stoop to lewd acts with a young girl. Moreover, given our ages, sharing a bed would lead to nothing inappropriate. Ahem. The affection she shows is something I shall indulge in at a later time." The matter of the 3 spies from the Cloud Village was merely a minor incident in the Chunin exam, failing to impede the proceedings of the test. As another day passed, the participants of the evaluation competition arrived at the central tower without incident. Although many bore severe injuries from their quest for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, due to the nature of the exam involving fellow villagers, there were no casualties. Notably, Shimura H. Koku, Mizuki, and Naramabuki managed to secure 2 types of scrolls and arrived at the central tower just in time for the 3rd round of the competition. However, their luck did not hold in the subsequent rounds. Shimura H. Koku was particularly unfortunate, as his randomly assigned opponent was none other than Obito, who had already left him battered and bruised. In the short span of 2 days, H. Koku's injuries had yet to heal. When Obito leaped down from the 2nd floor railing, beckoning H. Koku to join the match, fear filled the latter's eyes, and he lacked the courage to descend, promptly raising his hand to concede from the 2nd floor. Mizuki and Naramabuki followed suit, both succumbing in succession and losing their chance to advance to Chunin status. In other matches, Kakashi triumphed over Might Guy, while Noara Rin also emerged victorious against a fellow commoner. The likes of Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, Mitarashi Anko, Shizune, Marino Ibiki, Hinata Yoko, and others similarly succeeded in advancing to Chunin. During this period's Chunin exam, the standards were not as stringent as those faced by Naruto and his peers. In Naruto's exam, even after defeating his opponent, various comprehensive factors were considered before one could be promoted to Chunin. In contrast, this year's cohort saw a significant number of participants successfully passing the Chunin exam, largely due to the ongoing strife within the ninja world, which led to fewer demands and concerns. The Land of Fire was regarded as a coveted prize among the great nations. Although the Third Great Ninja War had yet to erupt entirely, skirmishes at the front lines were a constant occurrence. The high-ranking ninjas of Konoha are predominantly stationed on the front lines, vigilantly guarding against any potential invasions by the enemy. In the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander has already engaged in fierce combat with the Konoha forces led by Danzo. Under such circumstances, despite Konoha's status as the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages, there remains a significant shortage of personnel. Consequently, the CH Nin exams are largely a mere formality. Adhering to a simplified format, those who exhibit the capability to attain CH Nin rank are typically dispatched to the battlefield to assist at the front. As for the Genin, due to their insufficient strength, their presence on the battlefield would serve little purpose beyond merely adding numbers. Therefore, they are seldom sent to the front lines unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 56. The reserved Kakashi the Chunin examination has officially concluded. Obito and the others who successfully passed the graduation assessment have all exited the Death Forest. After registering their information with the relevant departments in Konoha, they each received their Chunin certificates and were bestowed with the distinctive green vests. This green vest is a privilege reserved solely for those who have attained the rank of Chunin in Konoha. Holding this vest signifies that Obito and his fellow newly graduated genin have officially advanced to become independent ninjas. Outside the entrance of a building, Yuhi Kurenai joyfully tossed her green vest and paperwork into the air, celebrating her successful promotion to Chunin. The examination is finally over. I never anticipated that I could achieve the rank of Chunin so smoothly. Obito, Kakashi, Rin, Asuma, Might Guy, Hinata Yoko, Shino, and Nara Shikamaru were all present. They, too, could hardly conceal the excitement radiating from their faces, mirroring Kurenai's exuberance as they tossed their green vests and papers skyward. During their previous tenure as genin, they required the guidance of their instructors to execute tasks and familiarize themselves with the ninja system. However, the situation has transformed. Chunins are now regarded as squad leaders. They possess the autonomy to lead teams and participate in formal missions based on team structures. In simpler terms, the commissions earned from missions would significantly surpass their previous earnings, granting them greater freedom and elevating their status beyond that of mere children. Although they were still around the tender age of 10, the rebellious spirit of youth inevitably flourished within them, igniting a desire to break free from their parents' protective wings and truly spread their wings in freedom. Kakashi, however, remained the most composed, standing quietly to the side with his arms crossed, gazing silently at the others. After all, he had already experienced this moment once before, and the thrill of excitement that once coursed through him had long since faded. This time, participating in the Chunin examination was merely a matter of accompanying his friends. Kakashi, you've adopted that aloof demeanor again, haven't you? Obito remarked, playfully patting Kakashi on the shoulder, attempting to coax him into being more sociable. Maintaining such a distant, cool guy persona would ultimately leave him with nothing but his bond with Might Guy as a lifelong friend. It has been proven that a cold exterior does not guarantee the affection of others. Reserved? What does that mean? Kakashi inquired, turning his head with a look of skepticism, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Obito with caution. From Obito's mischievous expression, Kakashi sensed that this newfangled term might not be a compliment. Obito, with utmost seriousness, explained, reserved means that on the surface, one appears to be a reticent person, not particularly talkative, yet inwardly possesses an intriguing allure. Upon hearing this, Kurenai, Shino, Rin, and other girls could not help but burst into laughter. Asuma and Nara Shikamaru shared a knowing glance, feeling that Obito's description was remarkably apt for Kakashi. Although Kakashi seldom engages with others, he is always willing to lend a helping hand when someone is in need. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up, his pearly white teeth glinting with a golden shimmer. Kakashi, you really are quite the enigmatic character, aren't you? Is that why you're reluctant to accept my challenges? Kakashi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his masked face reddening under the collective teasing. Guy, if you wish to avoid a beating, you'd best keep quiet. Kakashi rigidly turned his head, shooting a glare at Might Guy. In a swift motion, he reached for the hilt of his short blade, directing a murderous gaze at Obito. Obito, your tongue is far too sharp. I'll settle this with you. Obito hastily ducked behind a group of girls, awkwardly scratching his head as he stammered, Kakashi, please, don't be so worked up. I was just joking. I meant to compliment you. Kakashi, now furious and humiliated, brandished his short blade and charged forward. I'd be a fool to believe your nonsense. But before he could close the distance, Kurenai and Hinata stood their ground, hands on their hips, glaring at Kakashi. Kakashi, you shall not bully Obito, or else I will take you on, Kurenai declared. Exactly. I will ensure Obito's safety. If you wish to fight him, you must go through me first, Hinata added. Kurenai shot a sidelong glance at Hinata, feeling an inexplicable rivalry brewing within her. What's up with Hinata? Is she vying to be a romantic rival? Kurenai turned her attention back to Hinata, demanding, why do you want to protect Obito? Hinata puffed out her modest chest, responding with pride, need you ask? Obito is my idol now, so I must protect him. Kurenai's irritation flared, and she turned to Obito, inquiring, Obito, what is going on between you and her? Obito looked thoroughly bewildered, the smile on his face vanishing as he sensed several hostile glares directed at him. Kurenai's eyes burned with anger, waiting for Obito's response. Rin, with a hint of sadness in her eyes, stole glances at Obito, clearly affected by the situation. Kakashi, still grappling with his earlier embarrassment, shared the same fury. Only Hinata seemed to revert to her love-struck demeanor, her eyes filled with heart-shaped admiration for Obito. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Obito quickly waved his hands in a futile attempt to clarify, "I have no relationship with Hinata. It's just that earlier in the Forest of Death, ouch." Before he could finish, Kakashi lunged at him, seeking retribution. He tackled Obito to the ground, binding him with hands and feet like a constricting rope. "Don't hurt him," Kurenai and Hinata cried out in unison, rushing to intervene. "Obito, Kakashi, stop this ruckus," Rin exclaimed, hurrying forward in a bid to halt the chaos. Truly, Kakashi and Obito are destined rivals. Such fervent battles cannot be devoid of my presence. Might Guy's eyes blazed with fervent fire as he charged forward, lifting a foot to deliver a swift kick towards Obito's head. "Damn it, Akai, you scoundrel. If you're seeking revenge for the last time I pummeled you, just say so." Obito's expression turned to one of astonishment. Ever since Obito visited Akai's home, this fellow had incessantly sought to challenge him to a duel, pestering him day in and day out. Who could possibly endure such relentless pursuit? My dear Obito, however, had aspirations of wooing the ladies and nurturing his bonds with Rin and Konoha. How could he possibly spend every day entangled with a green-clad youth? If that were to transpire, wouldn't he end up resembling Kakashi? Would his youthful days be solely filled with camaraderie, devoid of any tender, innocent memories of young love? Chapter 57. Akai is beaten in an effort to evade the persistent entanglement of Might Guy. Obito resolutely dealt a severe blow to Might Guy, subsequently devising a plan to introduce Kakashi to him. This strategic maneuver ultimately led Akai to shift his focus towards Kakashi. When confronted with a kick from Might Guy, Obito remained remarkably composed, merely tilting his head slightly to evade the strike. With a resounding thud, the kick landed squarely on Kakashi's face, leaving a prominent shoe print as a testament to its force. "Kakashi, are you seeking your own demise?" Kakashi's eyes ignited with fury, though it was a blaze of anger rather than youthful exuberance. "Haha, youth is all about embracing this fervor. Here I come." Might Guy, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, lunged forward, eager to join the fray between Obito and Kakashi. "Get lost." Kakashi and Obito synchronously raised their feet to deliver a kick. Akai let out a pained cry, propelled 3 meters away by the force. "You are being excessively ruthless. Do you truly need to exert such force?" As he descended, tears and snot streaming down his face, he landed pitifully on the ground. "Kakashi, you scoundrel." Kakashi wiped the shoe print from his face, genuinely enraged and intent on not letting Might Guy off so easily. Even Obito, who typically mocked him for being reserved, was cast aside as he scrambled to his feet and charged towards Might Guy. "Why, hi, Rin. We must leave." As Kakashi's ire shifted, Obito hastily grasped the hands of Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin, pulling them towards the street corner. "Obito, wait for me. I'm coming too." Hygyko waved her hands from behind, chasing after them. "You must not follow. Hurry home. Don't you realize how perilous it is outside?" Obito shouted back at YKO, his frustration palpable. Honestly, managing 2 little girls is already taxing enough. Adding a lovesick girl into the mix would only complicate matters further. YKO appeared taken aback by Obito's outburst, her steps freezing in place. Tears welled in her eyes as she pouted. "Wah, how could you be so mean? Obito, I despise you." Witnessing YKO's sorrowful demeanor, Kurenai felt a twinge of compassion. "Obito, why are you being so harsh? Look how pitiful she is when she cries." Obito was momentarily flustered. The thoughts of girls were indeed ever-changing. Just moments ago, Kurenai had shown considerable hostility towards YKO. Rin, aware of the deepening bond between Obito and Kurenai, felt awkward being pulled into their dynamic. "Obito, where are we headed?" she inquired softly, glancing at Rin. Obito continued to tug the 2 girls forward. "We're going to eat. Aren't you both hungry?" After yesterday's Nin exam, aside from the 3rd Hokage and Minato Namikaze, who were preoccupied with official duties and hastily departed, the majority of the remaining individuals rested for another night within the central tower of the Forest of Death. At dawn the following day, Obito led Hong and the others as they made their way out of the forest, hastening towards the building for their Nin registration. It had long since passed noon, and indeed, everyone was still famished. "Of course I'm hungry." I haven't even had breakfast yet. The mere mention of food brightened Hong's demeanor, causing her to momentarily forget the earlier events. Rin swallowed hard, allowing Obito to pull her along without further resistance. Grandma, I've gone on a mission and might not return for several days. At the breakfast table the next morning, Obito explained the situation to his grandmother while he ate. Minato had already briefed him the day before. Today, Team 7 would embark on a rather significant mission, escorting an official from the Land of Fire to a remote hot spring. Given the distance involved, the round trip was expected to take approximately 6 days, thus Obito and his companions would be away from home for quite some time. It was only proper to inform his grandmother in advance. How long will you be gone? Obito, you must be careful. Safety comes first, understand? His grandmother gently ruffled his hair. Obito nodded. It should be about a week, Grandma. Don't worry, nothing will happen. After breakfast, he helped wash the dishes before organizing his belongings, slinging his backpack over his shoulders as he stepped outside. The meeting point was at the entrance of Konohagakure, and they needed to arrive by 8 a.m. With less than half an hour until the gathering, Obito hurriedly jogged forward. However, just as he left the Uchiha compound and traversed a few streets, he encountered an elderly lady at a fork in the road. She hobbled along, murmuring to herself, "When one grows old, one becomes useless. If only a young person would lend me a hand." Obito scratched his head, confusion etched on his face. Although the locations of the elderly lady varied each time, why was it that their lines remained identical? It was indeed peculiar. Beep. Task. Respect for the elderly activated. Please escort the old lady to her destination. Completing the task will yield rewards. Reward 1. 1 opportunity to copy. Reward 2. 1 random reward. The system's notification echoed in Obito's mind. He scoffed, muttering internally, "System, do you think I need such incentives to be a good person? I, Obito, am a model youth. I won't neglect the old lady's plight. System, host, could you please just express whether you desire the rewards or not, lest I rescind them?" Obito quickly waved his hands. No, I want them, of course I do. The system remarked, "Those who are petty are simply being dramatic." Obito replied, "What did you say? How dare you accuse me in such a manner? Am I no longer your master?" After the system's retort, it fell into silence, disregarding Obito's presence. As the gathering time approached swiftly, Obito realized that if he were to assist the elderly lady to her destination, he would inevitably be late. Yet, he remained unfazed and began to weave hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing an identical Obito beside him. The shadow clone of Obito quickly jogged forward, courteously greeting the elderly lady before assisting her towards their destination. Chapter 58. Escorting officials. The system did not prohibit the shadow clone technique from completing tasks. The shadow clone was originally a ninjutsu of Obito, specifically designed for such purposes. Thus it naturally falls under Obito's jurisdiction. "Obito, hurry up," Rin exclaimed, waving her hand at Obito at the entrance of Konoha village. "I'm coming," Obito responded, quickening his pace. "You, really, every time you either arrive late or just in time," Kakashi remarked coolly from the side, arms crossed, casting a disdainful glance at Obito. Standing behind them were Minato, and the 3 of them were laden with baggage. "Rin, Minato-sensei, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," Obito said, scratching his head with a smile, then turned to Kakashi and smirked. "You always undermine me, so I want to greet you today." Kakashi turned his head away. Immature. Minato, placing a hand on each of their heads, wore a gentle smile. "Obito, Kakashi, let us keep the chatter to a minimum. I have something important to discuss with you." Obito quickly brushed off Minato's hand. "Minato-sensei, don't mess up my hairstyle. I just styled it this morning." My apologies," Minato replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He then became serious. "Obito, Kakashi, Rin, unfortunately, I want to be able to accompany you on this mission. I've received an urgent assignment from the front lines that I must attend to." Rin's face displayed confusion as she inquired, "Minato-sensei, are you saying we will be separated and that we 3 will carry out this mission alone?" Minato nodded. "Exactly, that is my intention. You 3 are already nin, each capable of handling your own responsibilities. I trust you will be able to complete this mission independently." Obito raised his hand, giving a thumbs up to Minato. Don't worry. Minato-sensei, we will certainly accomplish the task. Minato smiled in satisfaction, based on your previous experiences in carrying out missions. I would like Obito to temporarily take the role of team leader for the three of you. Kakashi, Rin, do you both find that suitable? Ah, that's fine. Just as long as this guy can overcome his habit of being late, Kakashi replied indifferently, nodding. Though he often clashed with Obito, he still respected his strength and leadership skills. During past missions, Obito had often thought of solutions that even Minato had overlooked. This is frustrating. Obito thought, feeling a vein throb on his forehead. Kakashi had latched onto this point and wouldn't let it go. He had no other weaknesses to exploit for teasing. Rin smiled gently. Of course, I believe in Obito. Minato handed a scroll he was holding to Obito. Obito, this contains the details of this mission. Please review it carefully on your journey. I must part ways with you now. Obito accepted the scroll, nodding. Yes, Minato-sensei, you can rest assured. Escorting officials to a hot spring is hardly a formidable task. Although the journey is lengthy, it lies within the borders of the Land of Fire. At present, the turmoil of the ninja world has yet to intensify, thus posing minimal danger. Farewell, little ones. Do your best. Minato waved goodbye and promptly dashed off in a certain direction. Let's be on our way, Rin, Kakashi. Obito beckoned the two and also headed towards the residence of the Land of Fire's daimyo. The daimyo's mansion is not located in Konoha. It is quite a distance away. Traveling at full speed would likely require over half a day's journey. Naturally, the officials under the daimyo reside in the same vicinity. The daimyo is the supreme leader of a nation, commanding numerous ordinary samurai, while the ninjas are assigned by their respective villages, operating under an entirely different system. Let me have a look. Kakashi casually snatched the scroll from Obito's hands. He seemed quite intrigued by its contents and immediately began to peruse it. What does it say? Obito inquired. Kakashi glanced at the scroll's contents, shaking his head in bemusement before returning it to Obito. The scroll detailed the mission, including the route to the Ryunzen hot springs, and marked potential bandit hideouts along the way. Obito stowed the scroll in his backpack, remarking, well, that's nothing unusual. It's just like any regular mission scroll. Kakashi replied, indeed, I had expected that escorting a high-ranking official might present a greater challenge. But it appears to be no different from previous assignments. Obito shot Kakashi a surprised glance, not anticipating that this seemingly stoic individual harbored such thoughts. The desire for more challenging tasks suggested a penchant for excitement. Initially, Obito had assumed that Kakashi, with his calm demeanor, would be indifferent to such matters. It seems the earlier characterization of Kakashi as reserved yet passionate was indeed accurate. Rin, with a puzzled expression, posed a question to the two. Why do the daimyo's officials travel all the way to Ryunzen for a hot spring? There are plenty of hot springs throughout the Land of Fire, and numerous inns near the daimyo's residence. Surely they are sufficient for their needs. Obito shook his head. I have no idea. Perhaps they simply enjoy the thrill of adventure. Kakashi interjected. It's not quite like that. It seems there is a rumor that the Ryunzen hot springs possess a unique efficacy. What efficacy? Obito and Rin both turned to Kakashi, bewildered. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, it nourishes the kidneys. What? Obito exclaimed, while Rin's face flushed crimson. Hastily turning her head away, too shy to continue the conversation, Obito asked, Kakashi, where did you hear all this? Kakashi responded, I heard it from my former teammates. Is there anything wrong with that? After their discussion, the three swiftly resumed their journey. At noon, the trio led by Obito arrived at the residence of the official. This official, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, was portly with a round face and a genial demeanor. Upon learning that Obito and his companions were the ninjas tasked with escorting him to the Longyun Mountain hot springs, he welcomed them warmly and hosted them for a meal at his estate. After lunch, the group set off on their journey. The official was carried in a bamboo chair, lifted by 4 robust men. Flanking the bamboo palanquin were 2 squads of armored soldiers, 5 on the left and 5 on the right, presenting an imposing sight. Meanwhile, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin brought up the rear, leisurely following the bamboo chair as they made their way along the path. Chapter 59, guided by Longyun Mountain. Situated in the eastern region of the Land of Fire, rises to a considerable elevation. After a journey spanning 2.5 days, The destination is finally within reach, reportedly just a few dozen kilometers away. However, accompanying such a wealthy employer on a mission brings forth the greatest advantage. The provisions during the journey are vastly superior to what one would typically expect. Previously, when Minato led Obito and the others on missions, their accommodations were often nothing more than camping in the wilderness, and their meals consisted primarily of the rations they carried, barely enough to stave off hunger. Finding a modest inn for a night was considered a great fortune. Yet, traveling alongside this portly official has certainly bestowed upon Obito and his companions an abundance of comforts, with luxurious hotels and sumptuous seafood dinners gracing their journey. It is true that this escort mission lacks the urgency of others, allowing them to settle in towns before nightfall. Encountering such a leisurely and relatively safe task lifts one's spirits considerably. The Land of Fire, blessed with a favorable geographical position, boasts numerous natural hot springs. However, the hot spring at Longan Mountain, which Kakashi claims is beneficial for kidney health, is something Obito has never heard of before. But observing the plump official, who sits in a bamboo sedan chair with an expression of sheer delight, perhaps he is indeed drawn by that very allure. Longan Mountain, I must remember this. Obito mused to himself. Despite being merely 10 years old, he was resolute in his ambition to experience the beauty of all the enchanting women in the ninja world. Without 2 exceptional kidneys, how could he achieve greatness? What did you say, Obito? Rin inquired, having caught a glimpse of his murmurs but failing to discern the words. Embarrassed, Obito shook his head and replied, "Nothing, I was just commenting on how these officials truly know how to indulge themselves. Traveling so far just to soak in a hot spring." Unbeknownst to Obito, his slip of volume allowed the rotund official to overhear. The official turned to glance at Obito, chuckling softly but offering no further comment. Suddenly, Kakashi's expression shifted. He detected a strong scent of blood wafting through the air. "What? Blood? I can't smell anything," Obito responded, puzzled, taking a few deep breaths. Aside from a faint floral fragrance from the nearby thickets, he could discern nothing unusual. Rin, too, sniffed the air, her small face reflecting confusion. "Kakashi, are you sure? I can't smell it either." Kakashi shook his head. "You don't understand. Due to my contract with the Inuzuka clan, my sense of smell is far more acute than that of ordinary people. If there is something amiss, I'll know after I employ my technique." As he spoke, Kakashi bit his thumb, drawing blood, and proceeded to make a series of hand seals. Summoning technique. As Kakashi crouched down and struck the ground with a single palm, a black circular pattern began to spread. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a wrinkled-faced bulldog that emerged from the mist. Panting heavily, the bulldog addressed Kakashi. "Hey, Kakashi." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. "Pommy, could you check if there's any unusual activity around? I just caught a whiff of blood." Obito, wearing a puzzled expression, muttered to himself, "Pommy? Shouldn't it be Parker?" He scrutinized Pommy's appearance. Although both were bulldogs, there were subtle differences in their fur and features. Could it be that Pommy is Parker's progenitor? "Don't worry, leave it to me," Pommy replied, immediately beginning to sniff the air. The keen sense of smell possessed by dogs proved invaluable. In an instant, Pommy detected something amiss. There was indeed a strong scent of blood ahead, presumably emanating from a human. The expressions of Obito and the others shifted to one of alarm. It appeared Kakashi's intuition was spot on. Something had likely transpired up ahead. "What should we do, Obito?" Kakashi turned his gaze towards him. As the leader of their trio, the decision naturally fell to Obito. After a moment of contemplation, Obito suggested solemnly, "How about this? We should be nearing that hot spring. Let us halt the team for now. Kakashi, you and Rin stay back to protect that official. I'll venture ahead alone to assess the situation, and I will return to inform you." Kakashi nodded in agreement. "I have no objections." Rin tugged at Obito's arm, her face etched with concern. "Obito, please be careful. I know you're strong, but don't push yourself. No matter what happens, come back first. We'll face it together." Obito felt warmth in his heart at Rin's concern. He grasped her small hand and nodded reassuringly. "Yes, Rin, don't worry. I'll be fine." Rin's cheeks flushed, and she quickly withdrew her hand, nodding vigorously. Obito turned to the armored soldiers, raising his voice. "Everyone, halt." There may be danger ahead. Upon hearing of potential danger, the bearers of the palanquin and the 10 armored soldiers immediately stopped in their tracks, turning to look back. Even the portly official, startled, lifted himself from his bamboo chair and inquired, "What is going on, young ninjas?" Rin promptly explained, "Sir, my companion has detected something unusual ahead. Let us pause here for now." Rin and Kakashi stepped forward to elucidate the situation to the official. "Pami, let us go. Lead the way," Obito called out, not wishing to waste any time. "Follow me." Pami raised a paw and gestured forward, then bounded ahead with all fours. Obito followed closely behind. They were now at the base of Longan Mountain, mere moments away from their destination, the hot spring. A gentle breeze swept through the tree-lined path. As Dato followed Pami, the pungent scent of blood became increasingly pronounced. Even Dato, an ordinary individual, could distinctly perceive the repulsive odor. "We've arrived," exclaimed Pami, halting before a grand stone archway. Atop the archway hung a massive plaque emblazoned with the striking characters, "The First Hot Spring of Longhu Mountain." Flanking the archway were 2 guards, originally clad in resplendent garments. However, at this moment, both guards lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies surrounded by a pool of blood that trickled across the earth. Chapter 60. Strange blood patterns. The demise of the 2 individuals was exceedingly horrifying. Their bodies bore numerous deep puncture wounds, suggesting they had recently met their end. Pami lifted a paw to cover its nose, overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood that was particularly acrid to its sensitive canine senses. "Let us go. Let us take a look inside," Date urged, his brow furrowed as he sprinted towards the interior of the hot spring. Who could possibly commit such an atrocity in a place like this? Could it be that bandits, drawn by the remote terrain, had chosen to raid this locale? Pami hurried to catch up with Date, cautioning, "I am not a combat-type ninja dog. You must ensure my safety once we enter." "Do not worry." Date glanced back at Pami and nodded reassuringly. However, as he dashed through the doorway, he abruptly halted, his face a mask of disbelief. Pami, following too closely, collided headfirst into Date's hind leg. "What are you doing, you brat?" Pami yelped, slightly dazed. "I've just seen something extraordinary," Date exclaimed, ignoring Pami, his gaze fixed intently on the ground ahead. "What is it?" Pami inquired, its expression conveying a human-like curiosity. As it approached Date, it noticed a large pool of fresh crimson blood several meters away. Beside the blood, there was a peculiar circle, within which a triangular pattern had been drawn in blood. "What on earth is this?" "It resembles some sort of sacrificial design," Pami pondered aloud, studying the pattern closely. It was evident to Pami that Date seemed to have some inkling of its significance. "You can deduce that this is a sacrificial symbol. It appears you possess some knowledge," Date remarked gravely, nodding in acknowledgement. "Let us hurry and investigate further." With that, he charged ahead once more. Indeed, this pattern was a sacrificial emblem, one that Date recognized immediately. It was reminiscent of the curse ritual used by the cult of the evil deity in the original narrative. However, considering the timeline, Haydn was significantly younger than Date and his companions. Haydn was only a few years older than Dateara. Why then? Was there evidence of such malevolent practices in the Land of Fire at this time? A colossal mystery stirred within Date's mind as he quickened his pace. They were in an area developed at the foot of the mountain, resembling a vast estate. Several interconnected buildings, adorned with a somewhat antiquated design, stood at the center. The entrance of the estate was embellished with an abundance of flowers and greenery, interspersed with numerous concrete pathways leading to various locations. The ultimate destination must be the various hot spring baths at the foot of the mountain. After all, these baths come in a multitude of types, some natural, some medicinal, and others uniquely specialized. Although Dato has never ventured to such places, he has certainly heard tales of them. As he hastened along, the ground was strewn with bodies, most clad in the attire of servants, likely the attendants of these hot springs. While not all had succumbed to the same curse, one thing was certain: each met a most tragic end. Several bore the horrific marks of severed arms and thighs, injuries clearly inflicted by a blunt instrument. "Ah, help! You scoundrel! Stay away from me!" Dato and Pami had reached the exterior of a hot spring bath. Inside, a cacophony of terrified screams echoed, a tumult of chaos. It was unmistakably a bath designated for women. "Pami, quickly!" Dato called out, hastening his pace as he charged inside. The duo raced through the corridor until they arrived at the entrance of the bath. The door had been broken, leaning askew on the ground, and the shrieks of women emanated from within. Accompanying the women's cries was a coarse male voice, laced with lewd laughter. He, lovely ladies, do not be shy. Come and serve your lord properly. I shan't kill you until I've had my fill. Upon hearing this, Dato's fury ignited. Beast! How dare he commit such atrocities in broad daylight? Without hesitation, he stormed in. Brute! Release that girl. Let me know. Release her. Die. Inside the hot spring bath, steam rose gently from the warm waters. By the pool's edge lay several young women, their bodies slick and marred by multiple wounds, sprawled in pools of blood. Crimson flowed freely, mingling with the once pristine waters. A group of terrified, naked women huddled in a corner, their screams echoing as they cast fearful glances at a man clad in black nearby. He sported a slicked-back hairstyle, robust in stature, and most of his black kimono lay discarded. His bare torso bore numerous fatal wounds, gaping holes in his chest, abdomen, thighs, and shoulders. Yet, astonishingly, he moved with ease, seemingly unfazed by his own grievous injuries. With a lascivious grin, he shed the remainder of his clothing, advancing towards the defenseless women. Dato understood that anyone capable of surviving such mortal wounds was likely affiliated with the cult of the dark gods. However, this individual was not Phaeton. He appeared to be around 40 years of age, significantly more rugged than Phaeton. When Dato unleashed such a loud shout, the volume was indeed considerable. This immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Simultaneously, the group of women huddled in the corner ceased their weeping, their faces alight with hope. Just as they believed salvation was at hand, the sight of a mere child rushing in extinguished their smiles, plunging their eyes back into despair. The burly man, incensed by Dato's outburst, turned his gaze towards him and disdainfully shouted, "Where did this little brat come from? Do you truly wish for death? Huh? How dare you ruin my plans?" Chapter 61. Cult of the Evil Deity. With a contemptuous curl of his lips, Obito declared, "Humph. Not only will I ruin your plans, but today I shall also pronounce your death sentence." Despite his harsh words, his gaze remained fixated on the group of naked women. Goodness! This was far more exhilarating than observing the delights of the heavenly kingdom. Obito's eyes widened as he scrutinized the stunning women with their impressive figures. Instantly, he noticed that the women, who had initially been consumed by despair, were now sinking deeper into hopelessness. Woe is me, it seems there is truly no salvation this time. What is with that child's lecherous gaze? How can such a tiny child possess such lasciviousness? It appears that all men share this nature. If that child could save me from being trampled by that murderous fiend, I would willingly serve him. Indeed, although he is a bit young, I could wait a few more years for him to mature. As the women wept with their faces covered, they chattered amongst themselves. They were genuinely grateful to Obito for diverting that merciless killer's attention. Obito's lips twitched in irritation. What do they mean by saying the child is a bit young? My brother, Obito, has yet to fully develop. Just wait until I do, and you'll see how small I am. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from a man with a prominent pompadour as he charged towards Obito, brandishing a massive cleaver. You want me dead? I doubt you possess the capability. Unperturbed, Obito activated the power of his eyes, instinctively unlocking his Sharingan before the battle commenced. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the pompadour man. In a fit of rage, the man swung his cleaver down towards Obito's face. Obito deftly sidestepped to avoid the strike. The cleaver crashed against the edge of the hot spring, sending sparks flying as it carved a deep groove into the concrete. However, the cleaver remained unscathed, indicating its exceptional quality. Fool! The pompadour man, enraged by his failure, gripped the cleaver with both hands and swung horizontally towards Obito's side. In response, Obito leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the blade. Using the momentum of his jump, he executed a powerful kick forward. With a resounding thud, the sole of Obito's shoe made contact with the man's cheek. Stumbling back several steps, the pompadour man was left with an imprint of a shoe on his face, blood streaming from his nose. Is that all you've got? Come at me again. Obito landed gracefully, tauntingly beckoning the man with a flick of his fingers. Although this opponent was immortal, his strength seemed comparable to that of Haydn. He focused on physical combat, wielding a massive weapon merely to inflict a minor wound and draw blood from his adversary. Thus, He could complete the cursed ritual and have the opportunity to vanquish his foe. The audacious scoundrel, provoked by the taunts. The man with the slicked-back hair became even more enraged. Gripping his massive cleaver tightly, he charged directly at the provocateur. This time, while his attack still lacked finesse. He evidently unleashed his full might, his speed and power surpassing that of moments prior. Each swing of the cleaver produced a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. The provocateur harbored no doubts. Should he be struck by this brute, the least he would suffer would be the loss of limbs, and at worst, he could be cleaved in two. Nevertheless, such an onslaught was hardly sufficient to intimidate him. After all, he wielded the dual powers of the Sharingan, rendering him immune to physical assaults. Against an opponent like the slick-back man, he need not even resort to the full extent of his abilities. With a simple gesture, he summoned his nunchaku from the depths of the system's space into his grasp. Utilizing his adept skill with the nunchaku, he pressed the brute back relentlessly. Minutes passed, and the man with the slicked-back hair found himself not only unable to lay a finger on the provocateur, but also battered and bruised beyond recognition. Look, this young lad seems quite formidable. He should be able to best that murderous fiend. Indeed, are today's youngsters truly this powerful? Once we emerge from this ordeal, I must reward him handsomely. Humph, who permits you, you lecherous fox, to do so? Have you forgotten your age? You're well into your 30s. And yet you seek to reward a child? That privilege should rightfully belong to me. Crouched in the corner, a group of women observed as the provocateur toyed with the brute, their despair transforming into hope. The earlier terror faded, and they began to cheer him on. Yet, their hands had previously shielded their sensitive areas. As they raised them in encouragement, their alluring curves were laid bare to the air. The provocateur was momentarily captivated by the sight, nearly losing control of himself, and even his evasive maneuvers against the brute's attack slowed. Meanwhile, hidden away, Kamui, though not engaged in the fray, keenly observed the entire battle. His canine eyes widened in astonishment as he remarked, "This lad named Obito is undeniably stronger than Kakashi by a significant margin." The slicked-back man, enduring his injuries, felt a surge of disbelief. This young fighter was as slippery as an eel, evading him effortlessly. Yet, despite his astonishment, fear did not grip him, though he bore the marks of a thorough beating. Such injuries were trivial to him. A cultist of the undying god, unafraid of death, would never submit to a mere child wielding nunchaku. That was utterly inconceivable. "You scoundrel! Die!" The man with the slick-back hair let out an enraged roar. He rummaged through the side of his trousers and withdrew a long iron rod. One end of the rod was remarkably sharp, stained with dried blood. However, rather than using this iron rod as a weapon, he ingeniously combined it with a large cleaver, twisting it until the cleaver boasted an elongated handle. In an instant, the man with the slicked-back hair swung the cleaver once more, charging directly at Dato. "Huh, a scoundrel like you can only boast and bully the defenseless." Dato scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. If it were an ordinary ninja facing this man, the encounter would undoubtedly be excruciating. The brute would disregard any harm, relentlessly pursuing his target with the singular aim of slaying them. Even a mere scratch from him could prove fatal. Yet Dato remained unfazed, for he was acutely aware of the man's vulnerabilities. Chapter 62. Severing the head, you wretched fiend. The malevolent deity shall bestow upon you the most severe punishment. The man with the slick-back hair had exerted all his strength, yet he found no advantage against Obito. His attacks became increasingly erratic, rife with openings. After once again evading the swing of the man's massive blade, Obito swiftly maneuvered behind him. With a slight elevation of his right palm, chakra swirled within his grasp. In the blink of an eye, a spiraling blue chakra sphere materialized. Without hesitation, Obito hurled it towards the man's back. Rasengan. A thunderous boom echoed as the man was struck with tremendous force, emitting a piercing scream. The violent energy of the Rasengan created a bloodied cavity adorned with spirals upon his back. The sheer impact sent the masked adversary soaring forward, causing his great blade to clatter to the ground. With a resounding splash, the man plunged into the hot spring, sending waves of water cascading. Blood streamed from his grievous wound, staining the previously pristine waters crimson. Yet, despite such a devastating blow, the slick-back man remained undeterred. While cursing and lamenting his pain, He raged about seeking retribution against Obito. Obito, disdainful, scoffed, "You, a mere weakling, are no match for me." As he spoke, he produced a rope, which he deftly flung outwards. The loop ensnared the man's neck, and with a powerful tug, Obito began to drag him towards the shore. "Beast, release me," the man gasped, struggling for breath, yet powerless in the water. Obito's strength was formidable, forcing him to float helplessly on the surface. At last, he was pulled to the edge of the hot spring. As the constricting rope slackened, he braced himself against the pool's edge, preparing to retaliate. However, as he turned to locate Obito, he found him standing ominously behind. Obito had already retrieved the colossal blade, and in the moment the man glanced back, the blade was raised, poised to strike his neck. "Curse you!" The edge of the blade loomed larger in his vision. He barely managed to utter a curse before feeling his world spin. His head was severed, rolling away with a ghastly thud. Blood erupted from the neck's severed end like a fountain, creating a horrifying spectacle. The women hiding in the corners, many of them timid, shrieked in terror, covering their faces. A few even succumbed to the nausea, vomiting at the sight. Yet, among them were those who remained resolute, undeterred by fear. That little one must be a ninja from Konoha, truly remarkable, such prowess at such a young age. Indeed, in the face of such malevolence, such methods are warranted for punishment. There must be no trace of mercy. You shall not dispute with me. I am determined to first make the acquaintance of that charming young man. Enough talk. Let us hasten to don our garments. This state is rather embarrassing." The figure of the man with the slicked-back hair exhibited no further signs of resistance. However, the followers of the evil cult possess immortality, even with his head severed. The slicked-back man merely lost his capacity for movement. He continued to threaten Obito. "You scoundrel! You have truly angered me. How dare you treat me this way?" Despite the dire situation, he still dared to issue threats. Obito scoffed, pulling the slicked-back man's body from the water and securely binding him with rope. Futile. Even if you sever my head, I shall not perish. I will surely creep into your bed while you slumber and bite through your throat, allowing you to die in dread and terror." The slicked-back man roared in fury, hurling insults. Bang! Obito delivered a powerful kick to the slicked-back man's face. His head rolled and bounced across the ground, ultimately falling into the hot spring waters, sinking to the bottom. How noisy! This should ensure a bit more tranquility. As Obito completed this series of actions, the group of women hiding in the corner happened to pass by him. Instantly, the scene stirred, their voluptuous forms swaying, leaving Obito momentarily dazed. A few audacious women even brazenly cast flirtatious glances his way. "Hey, handsome, don't leave. I'll come find you shortly." No. The tension that Obito had already endured reached a breaking point, and he suddenly felt a rush of blood from his nose, his vision dimming, nearly collapsing on the spot. Kamui, the dog, approached, a stream of black lines visible above its head, nudging Obito's ankle with its paw to regain his attention. "Hey, you, Obito. Do not be ensnared by their allure. Quickly look around. Are there others committing misdeeds? I shall return to inform Kakashi and the others." All right, Kamui." It was only then that Obito regained his senses. He and Kamui dashed out of the women's hot spring. As they hurried through the changing area, the women were still dressing. Upon realizing that Obito intended to leave, a commotion erupted among them. "Handsome, don't go. Will you not stay to protect us? Come back. We need you, big brother. You cannot leave us like this." Obito dared not look back, pressing forward with determination. It felt akin to entering a den of seductive sirens, where a throng of exposed enchantresses cast their alluring glances. One misstep, and he could easily fall into their trap. Kamui hurriedly dashed out of the hot spring mountain, racing down towards the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, Obito took a different route, heading towards several other hot springs to assess the situation. Fortunately, the first place that the man with the slicked-back hair discovered was the women's bathing area. Driven by his lascivious desires, he sought to take advantage of the women, which ultimately delayed his actions. Among the remaining distinctive hot springs, no incidents of murder transpired. Due to the unique geographical location of this hot spring resort, its scale of construction is quite grand, although numerous attendants were slain outside, and several lives were lost in the women's bathing area due to the invasion. The patrons in the other distinctive hot springs remained blissfully unaware. leisurely soaking in the warm waters, oblivious to the commotion occurring outside. Chapter 63. The tenacity of the will in the northwestern region of the Land of Fire. Amidst a forest near the border, the valiant Minato Namikaze was en route to the front line to offer reinforcement. Though he had received his mission, he had yet to reach his destination. He leapt over fallen branches, traversing the woods with an expression of utmost seriousness. Suddenly, a tall figure leapt towards him from ahead, bearing a massive scroll on his back and adorned with long white hair. The forehead protector he wore bore the prominent kanji for oil. Upon catching sight of this individual, a smile instinctively graced Minato's face. He waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Jiraiya-sensei." "Oh, Minato, what a surprise to encounter you here." Jiraiya halted in his tracks, and the two stood upon the trunk of a great tree. "Are you heading to the front line, Minato?" Jiraiya inquired, his pride evident in his voice. He was quite pleased with this disciple, not only for his remarkable talent, but also for his considerable prowess. More importantly, Minato possessed a strong sense of integrity, earning the admiration of his peers. At such a young age, he had already garnered a loyal following of subordinates. Scratching his head with a sheepish grin, Minato replied, "Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. The third Hokage has tasked me with a mission at the front line. By the way, where are you headed, Jiraiya-sensei?" Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by the question. Where was he headed? The truth was, he had grown weary of staying on the front line with that old codger, Danzo. Not only did he have to endure the man's bureaucratic jargon, but he also had to comply with his unreasonable orders. Fortunately, a temporary truce had been established between the Hidden Rain Village and Konohagakure, allowing Jiraiya a reprieve from the front lines. Having gone without his usual indulgences for many days, Jiraiya was positively famished for excitement. Moreover, the hot springs in Konoha awaited, filled with numerous young women yearning for his attention. No, that is not right. He meant to say, for his observational studies. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Yet, in front of Minato, Jiraiya felt compelled to maintain a semblance of decorum. A faint blush crept to his cheeks as he cleared his throat and said, "I have some important matters to attend to as well, Minato. Make sure to give it your all." Minato, inspired by his mentor's words, nodded vigorously, "Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall continue on my way. Farewell, Jiraiya-sensei." Minato bowed respectfully before preparing to depart. However, before he could take a step, Jiraiya called out to him once more. "Wait, Minato. What is it, Jiraiya-sensei?" Minato asked, puzzled. From the ninja tool pouch on his back, Jiraiya produced a book and presented it to Minato. "Here, Minato. This is the book you requested from me last time." Minato's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief flickering across his face as he gazed at the book. "The tenacity of the will. Have you finally completed it, Jiraiya-sensei?" In the eyes of Minato, there was an unmistakable glimmer of joy. His gaze reluctant to part from the book before him. Long before, when Jiraiya was still penning this very work, Minato had glimpsed a few excerpts. Even then, he found himself deeply captivated and wished to receive a copy as a gift from Jiraiya. Regrettably, at that time, Jiraiya had yet to complete his manuscript, and the matter was postponed. Now, having finally acquired this long-coveted novel, Minato's elation was palpable. Jiraiya, basking in the admiration of his disciple, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. With a demeanor befitting a mentor, he gently patted Minato's shoulder and said with a smile, "Minato, you must keep up the good work. This book has yet to be published. The one you hold is merely a copy I wrote." Upon hearing this, Minato was beside himself with excitement. "Really? Thank you so much, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya-sensei, next time, you must come to my home for dinner. Kushina and I will ensure you are well treated." Before Minato could finish his sentence, a loud bang erupted, and a cloud of white smoke engulfed the space, leaving Jiraiya nowhere to be seen. Minato stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. What happened? Why did Jiraiya-sensei leave so suddenly? In Mayaboku Mountain, enormous mushrooms of red and blue hues sprouted abundantly. Towering peaks pierced the swirling clouds above. Butterflies flitted through the woods, while birds sang sweetly in the trees. This place resembled a celestial paradise, too beautiful to believe. Beneath one of the mountains lay a colossal toad, its skin a reddish brown. adorned with a long scar across its face, and a massive pipe held firmly in its mouth. As it exhaled, great puffs of smoke spiraled lazily into the sky. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a burst of white smoke erupted, and a man with flowing white hair materialized before the toad. This was none other than Jiraiya, who had just vanished from Minato's presence. Bewildered by his sudden arrival, Jiraiya surveyed his surroundings and, upon spotting the enormous toad, quickly grasped the situation. What is going on? Did you summon me here, Fukasaku? The toad, Fukasaku, rolled its eyes and glanced at Jiraiya. Of course. Otherwise, how would you have ended up here? The old man wishes to see you. It seems he has something of great importance to discuss. Jiraiya understood that the old man referred to the eldest and most venerable toad in Myaboka Mountain, known as Gamamaru. It was said that Gamamaru had survived since the era of the Sage of Six Paths, though the veracity of such claims was uncertain. What could prompt him to summon me? This has never happened before. Fukasaku replied, I cannot say for certain, but I've heard that he had a dream. And it likely pertains to you. Oh, I see. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. Soon, accompanied by the venerable Frosh, Jiraiya arrived deep within Mount Myaboku, following the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, into a grand hall. Within the hall, to one side, sat an immense stone chair upon which rested a toad of colossal proportions. This toad, in comparison to Frosh, was magnitudes larger, yet its visage bore an even greater age. The toad's face was adorned with countless wrinkles, its lips etched with deep lines, all bearing the indelible marks of time's passage. This was none other than the ancestral toad of Myaboku, a venerable creature that had lived for countless years, known as Froshmaru. Reclining against the chair, Froshmaru's eyes were tightly shut, as if he had long since succumbed to slumber. Chapter 64. The Prophecy of the Great Toad Sage Great-Grandfather. Please awaken. Jiraiya has come at your summons. The sage Fukasaku waved his toad-like hand, attempting to rouse the slumbering Fukasaku. However, the only response he received was the deep, resonant sound of snoring. Fukasaku showed no inclination to awaken. Jiraiya, with exasperation evident, thought to himself, is this how great-grandfather usually is? Fukasaku, with an awkward chuckle, replied, Ah, yes, young Jiraiya. After all, great-grandfather is advanced in years, somewhat hard of hearing, and prone to slumber. Such things are to be expected. Fear not, young Jiraiya. I shall awaken him forthwith. With that, Fukasaku inhaled deeply, his belly swelling as he placed his toad-like claws near his mouth and bellowed, his voice resonating with palpable waves of sound. Great-grandfather, Jiraiya has come at your summons. Please awaken. His voice echoed throughout the hall, causing discomfort to the ears of those present. A gust of wind swept across Fukasaku's face, finally prompting him to open his eyes and behold the figures of Fukasaku and Jiraiya standing below. Oh, young Jiraiya has arrived. How fortuitous. I had a dream last night concerning you. You shall wander the ninja world, pinning tails as you seek the prophesied child destined to save the entire realm of ninjas. Jiraiya swallowed nervously, a sense of trepidation creeping in. He had heard from Fukasaku on the journey here that great-grandfather's dreams were prophetic in nature, destined to come true. What could this vision entail, and how might it relate to his future? Yet, just as great-grandfather began to elaborate, his voice abruptly faded. He closed his eyes, and once more, the familiar sound of snoring filled the air. Jiraiya stood there, utterly confounded, turning to Fukasaku with a perplexed expression. Ah, young Jiraiya, do not take offense. Great-grandfather is simply getting on in years. I shall summon him again. Fukasaku, his face flushed with embarrassment, took another deep breath, forming a trumpet shape with his claws, and shouted once more, Great-grandfather, how can you be asleep? Please awaken. Young Jiraiya awaits your prophecy. Fukasaku, still in a daze, opened his eyes again, somewhat disoriented as he looked down at Fukasaku and Jiraiya. Oh, yes. Young Jiraiya has come to hear my prophetic dream. Where was I? Let me start over. Both Fukasaku and Jiraiya felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths, nearly collapsing in exasperation. This was truly torturous. Would he repeat himself again, only to fall asleep midway through? Fortunately, this time, Fukasaku remained awake. Little Jiraiya wandered through the ninja world, penning a novel along the way while seeking the whereabouts of the prophesied child destined to save the entire realm. A future filled with turmoil and chaos loomed over the ninja world, yet he envisioned a boy, fond of wearing goggles, who quelled the insurrections and emerged as a hero in the eyes of all, standing atop the world. Oh, little Jiraiya, your duty is to become that boy's mentor, guiding him on the right path and setting an exemplary standard for his journey as a ninja. The more Jiraiya listened, the more he was taken aback. Who would have thought that his great-uncle, the sage, would entrust him with such a formidable task? A hero destined to save the world? Becoming his master sounds rather appealing. The more he contemplated, the more he realized that although this task was daunting, it bore immense significance and challenge. Yet, the thought of the prophesied child's information caused him a headache. Great Uncle Sage, is there truly no more precise information about the prophesied child? Just this vague reference to goggles? It leaves me utterly perplexed. Frogmaru mused. There might be more information about the prophesied child. Let me think. It seems he possesses something akin to a ping-pong paddle. At this point, Frogmaru closed his eyes once more, and the hall was once again filled with snoring sounds. Why do you only speak half the truth? A ping-pong paddle? What could that possibly be? Jiraiya sighed deeply. Still wearing a befuddled expression, Sage Shinsaku comforted him, saying, "Little Jiraiya, let it be. The road ahead is long. Focus on completing your own path. The sage's prophecy is never wrong." I understand, brother, but great Uncle Sage. In the land of fire, at the foot of Longyan Mountain, within a hot spring inn, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were seated in a private room. The three sat cross-legged on cushions, savoring the sumptuous dinner laid out before them. When Kakashi and Rin arrived at the inn, Obito had already conducted a thorough inspection of the premises, confirming there were no further anomalies. He approached the innkeeper to explain the situation in detail. The innkeeper, horrified at the sight of so many gruesomely slain individuals in his establishment, was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Obito offered a solution. First, evacuate the remaining guests from the hot springs, and then send someone to report the bodies to the nearest official in the land of fire. Before long, officials arrived to confirm and handle the bodies. As for the mastermind behind the evil cult, the officials initially intended to take him back for processing. However, Obito suggested that such a dangerous individual should be left to Konoha for proper management. The officials, having witnessed the decapitated figure still moving, felt a sense of trepidation towards this individual. Upon learning that Obito and his companions were all ninjas from Konoha, they naturally had no objections and readily agreed. As for the compensation for the families of the deceased guests, that matter was beyond the consideration of Obito and his companions. In any case, the proprietor of the hot spring inn was immensely grateful to Obito, almost to the point of bowing down in gratitude. Had it not been for Obito's timely arrival, not only would the hot spring inn have been lost, but it is feared that everyone present would have met with a tragic fate. Ultimately, the innkeeper decided to keep Obito and his party, bestowing upon them a generous reward. Furthermore, the official who had come to enjoy the hot springs also benefited from Obito's intervention, continuing to indulge in the long-desired, kidney-rejuvenating springs within the inn that had been on the verge of closing. Chapter 65. Soaking in the hot springs within the private room. The trio, led by Obito, reclined contentedly on the tatami mats after their satisfying meal. "Ah, how delightful," Obito remarked, patting his pleasantly rounded belly with evident satisfaction. Kakashi and Rin had also indulged considerably, particularly since the owner of the hot spring had specially arranged for the finest ingredients to be prepared for their dinner as a token of gratitude. Rin, her face marked with curiosity, inquired, "Why is that murderer so peculiar? Even after having his head severed, he remains alive." Kakashi turned his gaze towards Obito. Having noted earlier in the day that Obito had assisted the hot spring owner with a matter, indicating he might possess some insight into the situation, Obito lifted his cup of tea and took a sip, shaking his head. "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps he has a unique physiological makeup that transcends normal human limitations. However, he incessantly raves about the cult of the evil god, which you might surmise could be related to the special abilities of his faith." Rin nodded, recalling the arrogant demeanor of the man with the slicked-back hair earlier that afternoon, a sight that left her feeling somewhat repulsed. The cult of the evil god indeed seemed an enigmatic and unpredictable sect. Kakashi remarked, the secrets surrounding that fellow should be reported to the third Hokage. And I'm sure some revelations will surface. It's getting late. I shall return to my quarters. As he spoke, Kakashi rose and opened the sliding door of the private room. It's barely 8 o'clock. Why are you heading back so soon? Obito questioned, eyeing Kakashi with suspicion, wondering if he truly intended to retire for the night at such an early hour. Kakashi paused in the corridor, rummaging through the pouch at his waist before producing a book with a yellow cover. To read, he exclaimed, turning to display the book to Obito before continuing on his way to his room. When did he develop a passion for reading? Obito pondered, recalling that Kakashi had never shown such interest in literature before. Though the cover was yellow, Obito was certain it was not of an inappropriate nature. It appeared to bear the title of some sort of ninja hero biography. Rin chuckled and shook her head. Kakashi has picked up this new hobby after observing that Sensei Minato loves reading. Obito knew of Minato's fondness for books during missions or while supervising their training. Minato often immersed himself in a novel whenever time permitted. The genres Minato favored were not of the scholarly kind. He simply enjoyed fiction, particularly narratives chronicling the journeys of fictional ninja characters. These tales typically depicted a protagonist's rise from humble beginnings to ultimate strength, culminating in their ascendance as a hero within the ninja world. Obito quipped, Kakashi is truly something else. He even imitates Sensei Minato's interests. Lin rose to her feet, squinting with a smile, and remarked, there is nothing wrong with having a few little hobbies. After all, if one were to remain perpetually tense or solely focus on cultivation, wouldn't life become exceedingly dull? Obito nodded in agreement, giving her a thumbs up. Lin-chan, you are truly wise to extract such profound truths from such a trivial matter. Lin giggled at Obito's praise. She stepped forward, grasping his arm and pulling him up from the cushion. Obito, let us go. It's still early, and we rarely find ourselves in such an opulent place. Let us enjoy a soak in the hot springs together. Obito's heart leaped with joy. Had they arrived? The thought of a mixed-gender bathing experience, with Lin opening her heart to him, was indeed tantalizing. Yet, he hesitated. Lin, I'm not quite ready for that. We are still quite young. Surely, we don't need to partake in a mixed bath. Realizing Obito had misconstrued her words, Lin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shot him a playful glare. Obito, what on earth are you thinking? I merely suggested we enjoy the hot springs together, not anything related to mixed bathing. Besides, the proprietor here has been exceedingly courteous. I doubt he would charge us. Obito chuckled awkwardly. Ah, Lin, so that is what you meant. In that case, there is no issue at all. The two departed from the private room. Together, they first called Kakashi, then approached the owner of the hot spring establishment to discuss their plans for a soak. The owner was more than delighted and had no objections. With a cheerful demeanor, he insisted that they need not stand on ceremony and even arranged for each of them to have their own massage therapist. Initially, the women's bathing area had been tainted with blood due to the presence of a certain burly man. Although the spring water was flowing, it would have been disconcerting for Lin to bathe there. Fortunately, the hot spring had ceased operations for the day. Aside from the official brought by Obito and Lin, there were no other patrons. With an array of different types of baths available, Lin could easily choose one for herself to enjoy in solitude. The owner demonstrated his finesse and hospitality by selecting 3 young, beautiful female massage therapists, all of whom possessed remarkable skills. Had Obito and Kakashi not been so young, Obito would have suspected that the owner had ulterior motives for bribery or perhaps offered some undisclosed services. It was Kakashi's first experience being unclothed in the presence of women. Throughout the massage, his face flushed a deep crimson, prompting Obito to stifle his laughter. It was quite amusing to discover that the once innocent Kakashi had retained such purity in his youth, although it was also Obito's first experience with such services. His travels as a time traveler had made him less fazed by the notion of women providing him with massages. What does it matter if one is seen in a state of undress? My sister is so beautiful. We certainly do not suffer in comparison. For 3 days, Obito and his companions luxuriated in the hot springs, indulging in the exceptional hospitality provided by the establishment. Their days were indeed comfortable. It was not that Obito and his comrades wished to linger, nor was it solely the allure of the hot springs that captivated them. Their mission was to safely escort a certain official from the Land of Fire. The official showed no inclination to depart, leaving the trio reluctant to press for a hasty exit. On the fourth morning, Obito and his group escorted a cultist of the evil god, accompanying the official as they set forth on their return journey. After successfully delivering the official to his residence, Obito and his companions finally made their way back to Kanehagakure. In the heart of the village, along a central street, the cultist bore numerous wounds he had inflicted upon himself. Although these injuries had since healed and scabbed over, the extensive and ghastly scars continued to provoke murmurs among the passing villagers. Chapter 66. An unexpected encounter with Jiraiya, Kakashi, Rin. You two should go and report to the third Hokage to receive your mission. I will not be accompanying you, said Obito as he handed over the rope binding the cultist to Kakashi. Kakashi accepted the rope, a look of skepticism etched on his face. Why do you always avoid these mission handovers? It's nothing. I simply wish to avoid that old man, the third Hokage. You two go ahead, Obito replied candidly, revealing his true feelings. Since he had declined the third Hokage's invitation to join the Umbu in front of everyone at the center tower of the Forest of Death, the third Hokage had always regarded him with a certain disdain. Although he never voiced it, Obito could sense the underlying prejudice. Likewise, he held no fondness for the third Hokage and preferred to minimize their encounters. As for the mission's remuneration, he entrusted Kakashi and Rin to collect it on his behalf. Goodbye, Rin, Kakashi. Obito waved farewell to the two before swiftly departing. It had been quite some time since he had last seen Rin. He wondered if she was still in the village. After such a long separation, it would be nice to reconnect with the little girl. It was just past noon, around 2 p.m., and the trio had not had the opportunity to eat lunch amid their hurried return. Vendors on the streets shouted energetically, advertising their wares. Obito paused at a dumpling stall, purchasing 20 skewers of dumplings. Holding them in his hands, he nibbled as he continued on his way. After enjoying a couple of skewers at Red Bean's place, he had gradually developed a taste for dumplings, though he did not obsess over them as Red Bean did. In Obito's heart, the dumplings of Konoha held a place of equal importance to Ichiraku ramen. Both were equally delicious. As Obito turned the corner, his gaze swept across the street, and he suddenly spotted a vaguely familiar figure atop a building on the right. The figure was tall, with long white hair, clad in a dark red kimono, and carrying a massive scroll on his back. Despite having only seen him once, Obito instantly recognized him as Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. At that moment, Jiraiya was holding a cylindrical telescope, peering down with a rather lewd expression, erupting in hearty laughter, his shoulders shaking with mirth. What a pervert! Surely he isn't spying on the women's bathhouse, Obito thought, bemused. Just a few dozen meters ahead, there stood a women's bathhouse, marked by a large blue sign depicting a half-naked beauty, with the words Hot Springs inscribed above her. Without a doubt, Obito could ascertain that Jiraiya was indeed spying on women bathing. Ding! The host has triggered a special mission, disrupt Jiraiya's voyeurism at the women's bathhouse. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Obito's mind. Completing the task will yield the following rewards. 1. 2 chances to copy. 2. Random task rewards. Obito paused for a moment, but soon a smile graced his face. After all, this was in the middle of the street, and completing such a task would prove to be rather simple. Resolute in his decision, he hastened to finish the dumpling he held in his hand. With a quickened pace, Obito sprinted upward, his feet scaling the wall until he reached the edge of the rooftop on the 3rd floor. There! He pointed at Jiraiya's back and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, come quick. There's a pervert spying on the girls in the bath. Is this a distortion of human nature or a collapse of morality? It's utterly lawless." Given Jiraiya's strength, he had already sensed Obito's presence while he was climbing the wall. However, preoccupied with thoughts of the girl in the hot spring, he found it hard to divert his gaze. Moreover, with Konoha's generally good security, Jiraiya had no reason to be concerned about who Obito was. But once Obito shouted so loudly, not only could Jiraiya no longer continue his peeping, but the villagers passing below also turned their eyes toward the rooftop. The women in the neighboring bathhouse heard Obito's loud outcry as well. They peered in the direction of the sound and spotted an old lecherous man with binoculars on the adjacent rooftop. Instantly, they shrieked, covering their vital areas and submerging themselves in the water, hurling curses at Jiraiya. On the street below, the villagers, realizing what was happening, began to criticize Jiraiya. Look at him. He is not a young man anymore. How could he engage in such disgraceful behavior? What a shame. They remarked on his attire, speculating he must be a ninja, and lamented, who knew there was such a lecher among Konoha's ninjas. This is truly shocking. Jiraiya, of course, overheard the villagers' murmurs. He felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in, wildly gesturing to the villagers in an attempt to explain, "Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, please don't misunderstand. I'm merely conducting a research experiment here, not what that boy claimed." His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. A surge of anger welled up within him as he turned to Obito, exclaiming, "Hey, kid, why are you ruining my good deed?" Obito wore a mischievous grin, shrugging nonchalantly. What is there to explain? I'm merely standing up for the female patrons in the bathhouse. Without waiting for Jiraiya's response, he leapt off the edge of the third floor, parting the crowd of onlookers below as he dashed towards the direction of Yuhi Kurenai's home. Ding! Congratulations, host. The task of disrupting Jiraiya's peeping has been completed. Rewards are being granted. Reward 1. 2 chances to copy. Reward 2. Explosive tag 60. Wait, that kid with the goggles. Jiraiya fumed in humiliation, initially intending to teach Obito a lesson. However, he did not anticipate that Obito was so astute. Upon sensing the unfavorable circumstances, he immediately fled. As Obito's figure receded into the distance, Jiraiya also wished to hastily depart from this place of turmoil. For being denounced as a lecher by a multitude was indeed quite humiliating. Yet, as he gazed at Obito's retreating silhouette, something seemed to dawn upon him. Wait. The characteristics of the prophesied child spoken of by his revered ancestor, the sage, why did they so closely align with this young rascal? It was only then that Jiraiya realized the boy described by Gamamaru, the one wearing goggles, bore a striking resemblance to the impudent child who had disrupted his endeavors. As for that so-called ping-pong paddle, the Uchiha clan emblem on the back of the boy truly did resemble a ping-pong paddle. Chapter 67. Kakashi's Mischief Soga, with his protective goggles and the Uchiha clan emblem. Could it be that this young lad is truly the prophesied child spoken of by the esteemed elder sage? Jiraiya felt an exhilarating thrill as his thoughts spiraled deeper into contemplation. He had not anticipated such swift progress. The visage of Obito was indelibly etched in Jiraiya's mind. Yet, he remained unaware of Obito's identity or name. After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya resolved to visit the Hokage office to consult the third Hokage. With his decision made, Jiraiya pressed his palms together and formed a seal. With a resounding poof, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and Jiraiya vanished from the rooftop. In the ancestral grounds of old, Obito effortlessly approached the home of Yuhi Kurenai. The gate stood ajar, inviting him in. He stepped inside and immediately spotted Kurenai practicing in her front yard. Her hands danced gracefully, as if she were mastering a specific ninjutsu hand sign. "Kurenai," Obito called out, waving his hand. Kurenai, deeply engrossed in her training, only noticed his presence when he called her name. A smile blossomed on her face as she jogged over to him. "Obito, have you finally returned from your mission?" Obito nodded, teasingly replying, "Yes, I just got back to see you." "Did you miss me?" Kurenai halted in front of him, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. She shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "Why would I miss a fool like you?" Obito chuckled, "Even if I am a fool, you still seem to like me, don't you?" Kurenai blushed deeper, playfully shoving him away. "You're insufferable." "Who said I liked you? I never uttered such a thing." Her adorable, bashful demeanor was undeniably charming. Obito gazed at her luscious red lips, yearning to pull her close for a kiss. Yet, considering they were at her home, where her parents might still be present, he restrained himself. Such conduct at their young age might be deemed inappropriate by others. "Let us head to our usual training spot together," Obito suggested. Kurenai cast a shy glance at him, offering a soft agreement. Memories of Obito's earlier kiss in the woods flooded her mind, leaving her feeling bashful. Nevertheless, being treated in such a manner by the boy she admired was a source of great delight. "Wait for me a moment. I need to tell my mother," she said, dashing into the house. A few minutes later, she returned, seemingly changed into a different outfit. Obito's eyes brightened at the sight of her in a vibrant orange dress. Why the sudden change of clothes? We're merely going to train, he inquired. Kurenai pouted, giving a light huff. Why do you care? My previous outfit got soaked with sweat during training, so I changed. But we're still going to train now. Won't you just get sweaty again? Obito pressed. Hong rolled her eyes and remarked, Toby, this is precisely why I consider you to be a blockhead. You truly are quite foolish. It is entirely reasonable for a girl to wish to appear a bit more attractive before the boy she likes, striving to maintain an impeccable image. However, Hong would never express such sentiments in Toby's presence. After all, girls also have their pride. Hong, please do not be upset. I shall refrain from inquiring further, Toby said, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Although he was puzzled by Hong's self-deprecating comment, Toby understood that she bore no ill intent. She had often uttered similar phrases in the past. Before long, the two emerged from the ancestral grounds of their clan and arrived at the training field's periphery. Following the path leading to the training area, they entered the forest. Noticing that they were now alone, Toby seized the opportunity without hesitation. Clasping Hong's small hand in his own, Hong's body stiffened momentarily, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Yet, she did not resist. Instead, she tightened her grip on Toby's hand, which was considerably larger than hers. The warmth radiating from his palm sent an inexplicable thrill through her heart, filling her with a joy she could scarcely articulate. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Hong, Toby began, his words trailing off. Huh, Hong instinctively replied, turning to face him. She found Toby gazing back, his eyes ablaze with an intensity that suggested he had come to some realization. They halted in their tracks. Toby placed his hands on Hong's shoulders, his gaze locked onto hers, as he slowly leaned in. A wave of anxiety washed over her, and she instinctively clutched her skirt tighter, her breathing quickening, her heart racing in tandem. As Toby's face drew nearer, Hong gently closed her eyes, seemingly acquiescing to his intentions. However, just as their lips were a mere 10 centimeters apart, Kakashi's voice rang out. What are you two doing? Startled, both Toby and Hong instinctively recoiled several steps. Hong's face turned as red as a ripe persimmon, the blush creeping down to her neck. She felt an overwhelming urge to hide, casting a furtive glance at Kakashi, who stood a short distance away. Ultimately, she looked back at Toby, her words caught in her throat, unable to articulate her thoughts. Toby's heart brimmed with frustration as he silently cursed, Damn Kakashi, why did he have to show up now of all times? He glared at Kakashi with an expression that could kill, demanding, What are you doing here? Although Kakashi had not intended to interrupt their moment, he was astute enough to glean from their reactions what had transpired. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, he replied in a serious tone. The third Hokage is looking for you. He wants you to come immediately. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother coming to find you. The third Hokage is looking for me? What does he want? Toby asked, his face a mask of confusion, uncertain of what scheme the third might be concocting. Kakashi shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. I have no idea, but while Rin and I were exchanging our tasks, a certain individual with a shock of white hair barged into the office. He must have spoken to the third Hokage about something. A man with white hair? Could it be Jiraiya? Obito pondered, feeling a wave of frustration. Surely, Jiraiya could not be that petty. Was he truly going to report to the third just because Obito had disrupted his covert escapade at the women's bathhouse? Though a flicker of apprehension lingered in his heart, Obito resolved to investigate further. He turned to Rin, reassuring her, Rin, you should head to our usual training spot. I will join you shortly. Rin, her cheeks still flushed with a rosy hue, nodded in agreement and swiftly made her way deeper into the forest. Chapter 68. The Affectionate Kingdom Shall We Go, Kakashi? Itachi called out, preparing to accompany Kakashi to the Hokage's office building. Kakashi responded with a slight hum, walking alongside Itachi. Here, this is the commission for completing the mission. As he spoke, Kakashi pulled a thick stack of silver coins from his pocket and offered it to Itachi. Why so much? Itachi asked, somewhat astonished as he accepted the coins. This was merely a C-rank mission. The commission for such tasks was not typically this high. Kakashi replied. Have you forgotten? It was that official from the Land of Fire who proposed upgrading the mission level from C to B. Lord Third mentioned that the remaining payment would be delivered by that official later. Itachi tucked the coins into his pocket and nodded. He recalled that the official had indeed mentioned this during their farewell. However, at that time, the raucous antics of the large-headed cultist had distracted him, and he had not paid much attention. The elevation of the mission's rank had been primarily coordinated between Lin and Kakashi, and Itachi had only vaguely overheard parts of their conversation. It seemed that the official from the Land of Fire was considerate and not short of funds. Recognizing the difficulty of subduing the large-headed cultist and thus providing a generous fee for their efforts. Itachi, what does it feel like? As they strolled side by side, Kakashi suddenly glanced at Itachi and awkwardly inquired, "What feeling?" Itachi replied, puzzled, turning to look at Kakashi. "Well, you and Lin," just now Kakashi stammered, a slight flush creeping onto his cheeks. He fumbled with his thumbs, mimicking a gesture akin to a kiss. Itachi was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Kakashi to ask such a question. Could it be that Kakashi had been influenced by my brother and was now yearning for romance? Indeed. Children in the world of ninjas often mature early, and this notion seemed to hold true. However, how was he to respond to the matter of kissing? Although Itachi had indeed kissed Lin once before, at that moment, his mind had gone completely blank, leaving him devoid of any true experience. Is it difficult to answer? Then just pretend I never asked, Kakashi said, his face filled with embarrassment as he noticed Itachi's prolonged silence. He realized that this topic was rather peculiar, especially discussing feelings of affection with another male. Reflecting on it, Kakashi couldn't help but shiver at the thought, finding it increasingly strange. Actually, it's not that complicated. Perhaps it's just an inexplicable attraction between each other when you're together. That's what they call the allure of the opposite sex, Itachi explained, scratching his head. The allure of the opposite sex? Kakashi continued to look bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend. Moreover, Itachi's response seemed to describe the essence of love. Yet it slightly deviated from the question posed. Obito's eyes glimmered with mischief as he suddenly seemed to recall something, a sly grin spreading across his face. Without hesitation, he produced a yellow-covered book from his belongings and presented it to Kakashi. Here, perhaps this tome holds the answers you seek. Consider it a gift. What? Kakashi replied, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he accepted the book. Upon seeing the bold characters spelling out intimate paradise on the cover, an unsettling premonition washed over him. The possibility of dubious content made his cheeks flush with embarrassment, and he hastily returned the book to Obito. Obito, really now? How can you indulge in such material? It's utterly inappropriate. Obito cast a skeptical glance at Kakashi. Are you sure you don't want it? It contains illustrations, you know. Nanny! Kakashi exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of shock as his eyes widened. A fierce internal struggle between desire and restraint raged within him, yet in less than a second. He withdrew his hand. Ahem, well, I suppose I could borrow it for just a moment. I'm merely curious about what nonsense you delve into daily. Obito smirked, mercilessly exposing Kakashi's facade of aloofness. TCH, you stubborn duck. If you want it, just admit it. I want to mock you. Kakashi's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and he reluctantly stowed the book in his ninja tool pouch. This marked the first occasion in over a year that Kakashi conceded in their playful banter, refraining from countering Obito's jibes. Historically, he had always managed to retort with unrelenting sharpness, yet today, he wished to abandon the subject. For a sense of guilt lingered within him. Obito, perceptive as ever, noted Kakashi's discomfort and chose not to press further. His mind wandered back to the 2 replication opportunities he had acquired from Jiraiya and the 2 more gained while assisting an elderly lady outside the village, totaling 4 chances. He glanced at Kakashi, a wicked smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The lightning release chakra was nearly at capacity. He intended to extract a few more benefits from Kakashi. Suddenly, a bright light enveloped Kakashi, and the system's voice resonated in Obito's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated the Lightning Release Chakra attribute, Lightning Release Chakra 15. Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated the Lightning Release Chakra attribute, Lightning Release Chakra 20. Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated the Lightning Release Chakra attribute, Lightning Release Chakra 20. Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated Kakashi's Earth Release technique, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The notifications continued in rapid succession, culminating in the final message that signified Obito could now officially utilize lightning release techniques. Previously, his attributes included fire and earth. Now, with the addition of lightning, he had amassed 3 elemental affinities, steadily enhancing his prowess. I shall not ascend any further. The task has been duly handed over, and the ensuing matters bear little relevance to me. At the base of the Hokage office building, Kakashi halted his steps and addressed Obito. Well then, farewell. Obito nodded, waved his hand in parting, and proceeded directly towards the staircase. Obito, you've arrived. The 2 sentinels stationed at the stairs, upon seeing Obito approach, immediately broke into smiles and greeted him warmly. After all, within the current ninja community, it is well known that Obito possesses exceptional talent. He has even self-taught himself the unique jutsu of Minato, the Rasengan. With such remarkable aptitude, it is certain that Obito will one day rank among the elite, akin to Minato himself. Thus, there exists an unspoken understanding among everyone that fostering a good relationship with such a prodigious talent as Obito is undoubtedly a wise endeavor. Chapter 69. Recognizing your talents. Good day to you, esteemed seniors. With a courteous nod, Obito greeted the 2 before hastily ascending the stairs. On the 2nd floor, as he ambled along the corridor, Obito soon spotted the office door ajar, from which occasional snippets of conversation wafted. Jiraiya, why is it that upon your return, you inquire about that kid Obito? What do you intend to do with him? The voice, tinged with age, was unmistakably that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Following this, Jiraiya's voice resonated. Haha, 3rd Hokage, do not be so wary. You will understand once he arrives. From the 3rd S-tone, it was evident that Jiraiya had gleaned considerable information about Obito, such as his awakening of the 3-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 9, his recent graduation, and his current assignments under Minato. Remarkably, he had managed to self-learn the Rasengan after witnessing it only once. Yet, despite this praise, the 3rd S brow was furrowed with an unmistakable hint of worry, occasionally accompanied by a sigh. Observing these nuances, Jiraiya mused inwardly that the prophecy spoken of by the great sage might indeed align closely with this youth known as Uchiha Obito. With a smile, Jiraiya reflected that to be the prophesied child destined to save the ninja world would surely entail possessing extraordinary abilities or innate talent, something he had always believed. Knock, knock. Knock. Upon reaching the entrance, Obito raised his hand and rapped on the door. 3rd Hokage, I have arrived. Inside, both Jiraiya and the 3rd turned their gazes towards the door. Kid, how fortunate you are that I managed to find you. Jiraiya grinned mischievously, pointing at Obito with an air of triumph. Feigning surprise, Obito covered his mouth and exclaimed, What a surprise. You, that lecherous old man, what do you want with me? At this, Jiraiya's smile faltered, his lips twitching in dismay. Hey, kid, what do you mean by lecherous old man? Take a good look. I am not yet 40. Is it not rather impolite to address someone in such a manner? Oh, right. You haven't aged at all, Obito responded, somewhat astonished. Indeed, Jiraiya appeared far from old. Despite his white hair, it seemed to be a natural trait. Even Sarutobi's hair had not yet turned completely white, as he was only in his 50s. Jiraiya's lips twitched once more. What do you mean I haven't aged? Are you eagerly anticipating my old age? Scratching his head, Obito chuckled awkwardly. No. I was merely curious why you asked the 3rd to summon me. It's not about my earlier mishap of peeking at the girls in the bathhouse, is it? Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. Indeed, Obito had a knack for bringing up sensitive issues at the most inopportune times, once again referencing a rather embarrassing incident. Fortunately, only Master Sarutobi is present here, and he is somewhat of a lecher himself. However, compared to Jiraiya, Master Sarutobi is more restrained and introspective. In the past, he even expressed a desire for Jiraiya to teach him the art of using a telescope to spy on girls while bathing. Reflecting on this, Jiraiya couldn't suppress a chuckle. Noticing the moment had turned awkward, Sarutobi quickly stepped in with a jovial demeanor to ease the tension. He also momentarily set aside his previous grievances regarding Obito's refusal to join the Umbu, silently noting it in his mind. Haha, Obito, do not be afraid. Jiraiya seeks you out not for any trivial matters, he said, turning his gaze towards Jiraiya and inquiring, Jiraiya, can you now reveal what you intend to discuss with Obito? Jiraiya turned to Obito, a confident smile gracing his face. He bit his thumb, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. Crouching down, he slapped the floor with one palm. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a large toad, about a meter tall, at Jiraiya's feet. The toad leaped around, playfully stomping its foot on its head, while Jiraiya recited a lengthy introduction. Young man, it appears I must reintroduce myself. I am one of the legendary Sannin, famously known as Jiraiya, the white-haired sage of Mount Myaboku. Wow, what an exceedingly long name. Obito interrupted before Jiraiya could finish. He rolled his eyes. Did this guy really need to recite such an elaborate introduction every time he met someone? Didn't he feel embarrassed? With a thud, Jiraiya toppled off the toad's head, his cheek pressing against the ground, half of his body dangling awkwardly. How rude it is to interrupt someone mid-sentence. Young man, Jiraiya grumbled, feeling particularly unlucky that day. It seemed fate had conspired against him with this Uchiha Obito. What is it that you want from me? Can you please get to the point? I am rather busy. Obito replied nonchalantly, crossing his arms, unfazed by Jiraiya's rebuke. My little loli, Hinata, is waiting for me to return for our date. I cannot afford to waste time with you two old lechers. With a resigned sigh, Jiraiya got back on his feet. Despite his apparent incompatibility with Obito, he recalled the prophecy of the great sage Toad, believing that Obito was indeed the prophesied child, the future savior. Reluctantly, he swallowed his frustrations and looked at Obito, asking, All right then, I shall speak plainly. Uchiha Obito, are you willing to become my apprentice and learn the ways of ninjutsu? Obito's first reaction was one of confusion. He could not comprehend Jiraiya's intentions. Why would he want to take him on as a disciple after their first encounter? Why do you wish to teach me ninjutsu? However, is not my teacher the illustrious Minato? Jiraiya sighed softly, stating, Consider it a recognition of your exceptional talent. You are indeed a gifted individual, a fact well known among many in the village. As he spoke, Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, saying, Third Hokage, although Obito is Minato's disciple, I have also taken him under my wing to teach him ninjutsu. This should not be deemed a violation, correct? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's heart blossomed with joy. Initially, he had been somewhat disheartened due to a strained relationship with Obito, which had cost him the loyalty of such a promising talent. Thus, he had felt quite troubled. However, with Jiraiya now making such a proposal, he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Chapter 70, The Graduation of Stagnation. After all, Jiraiya was indeed his mentor. Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Jiraiya could take Obito as his disciple, the bond between them would deepen significantly. This would make it all the more natural to reconcile with Obito in the future. Reflecting on this, Hiruzen nodded firmly, affirming that there was no reason this could not happen. With that thought, he turned his gaze towards Obito, displaying his signature smile as he inquired, Obito, Jiraiya is an exceptionally skilled ninja in our village. Even Minato was taught by him. I believe Minato would have no objections to Jiraiya imparting his ninjutsu to you. Would you be willing to learn under him and heed his guidance? Obito glanced at the third Hokage and then at Jiraiya, his mind racing with contemplation. Jiraiya's claim of valuing Obito's talent seemed somewhat unfounded, considering he had only seen Obito once before hastily requesting the third Hokage to summon him. Now, the prospect of taking him as a disciple surely concealed ulterior motives. However, as someone familiar with the original narrative, Obito had some insight into Jiraiya's character. His greatest flaw was his lecherous nature, yet in all other respects, he was an exceptionally competent and outstanding ninja, capable of guiding the younger generation along the right path and possessing remarkable strength. Most importantly, Jiraiya had a kind heart, unlike the third Hokage, who often pretended to be noble while secretly colluding with Danzo. Furthermore, Jiraiya was adept in the sage arts of Mount Myaboku, which rendered the prospect of learning sage techniques quite appealing to Obito. Nodding in agreement, Obito replied, All right, I accept. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief, relieved that Obito did not dismiss him outright, which he had feared. After all, from the moment he first laid eyes on Obito, this young lad had consistently undermined him, causing him considerable embarrassment. acknowledging that his proposal to take Obito as a disciple was somewhat abrupt and perhaps overly eager. Jiraiya was nonetheless compelled to establish a mentor-student relationship with Obito as quickly as possible, in light of the prophecy from the great sage Toad. Suddenly, he recalled that his great-uncle Sage had mentioned that he should write novels during his journey while training the prophesied child. However, he hesitated to share this with Obito, as the suddenness of the proposal had already been overwhelming, and he did not wish to jeopardize the fragile bond they had just begun to form. Meanwhile, Obito, preoccupied with thoughts of Rin and yearning to find her to continue their unfinished kiss, engaged in brief conversation with Jiraiya and the third Hokage before taking his leave. Yet, upon arriving at the familiar grove, he discovered that Rin had already departed. At the base of the grand tree where they often rested together, a kunai was lodged in the trunk. At the end of the kunai, a piece of cloth was tied, inscribed with a line of text, Obito. The teacher has assigned us a temporary task to execute. I will depart first. We shall train together another time. The signature at the bottom read, Sunset Red. A wave of frustration washed over Obito. It was all due to that rascal Jiraiya, who had thwarted his plans. What was meant to be a delightful rendezvous with Red had been abruptly interrupted. He tucked the cloth into his backpack, and noticing that there was little to occupy his time, Obito commenced his solitary training. He engaged in physical exercises such as push-ups, striking a wooden stump, and performing pull-ups. Each practiced over 1,000 times. Only afterward did he begin his ninjutsu training, despite possessing the power of Kamui. Obito was acutely aware of the risks involved in overusing it without the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Excessive reliance on Kamui could lead to deteriorating vision, with the peril of losing his sight altogether. Consequently, he refrained from employing his ocular abilities unless absolutely necessary, as this power was his greatest trump card, one he was not inclined to reveal to outsiders. The afternoon swiftly faded, the sun sinking behind the mountains, casting the sky into a dim twilight. Obito understood that nightfall was imminent, and it was nearly time to conclude his training for the day. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and retrieved all the kunai and shuriken lodged in the trunk of a large tree. Turning away from the woods, he made his way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Obito, let us spar for a moment. As Obito reached his home within the Uchiha district, a small figure blocked the entrance to his wooden abode. Shursui, what brings you here? Were you waiting for me? The individual at the door was none other than Shursui. Upon seeing him, Obito felt a twinge of surprise. After all, he had only just returned today. He hadn't even reached the clan's grounds, and his grandmother was unaware of his return. Yet, Shusui's confident smile suggested he had anticipated Obito's arrival, as if he had been waiting there specifically for him. Shursui nodded. Yes, Obito, I received special permission to graduate from the Ninja Academy today. The third Hokage informed me that you had returned, so I decided to wait for you. Special permission? To graduate? Obito was taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. Is this a joke? Shursui, you're only 5 years old. Indeed, this little fellow was proving to be exceptionally talented, much like Kakashi. A proud smile graced Shursui's lips as he affirmed, yes. I successfully passed all the assessments for graduation. Obito, I will surely catch up to you soon. Had those words come from anyone else, Obito would have scoffed. Yet, given Shursui's potential, he found himself inclined to believe them. After all, in the original narrative, Shursui had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan at a remarkably young age, making a name for himself amidst the tumult of the ninja world, earning the title Shursui of the Body Flicker. In the realm of ninjas, there existed a few extraordinary rules. Encountering the formidable yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, one could opt for retreat. When faced with the instantaneous prowess of Shursui Uchiha, one could abandon their mission without fear of reprimand from superiors. These two simple statements encapsulate the immense strength and unparalleled nature of these two individuals. Shursui, congratulations on your early graduation. Obito stepped forward, gently ruffling Shursui's hair with a tender gesture of camaraderie. Shursui squinted and smiled, seemingly delighted by Obito's affectionate touch. Subsequently, Obito feigned rummaging through his ninja tool pouch. With a surge of intent, he summoned a previously drawn ninja tool kit from his system's inventory and presented it before Shursui. Shursui, Congratulations, this is a gift for your early graduation. Chapter 71. The duel with Shursui. Acquiring such a comprehensive set of ninja tools would require a substantial expenditure in the marketplace. Naturally, Shursui was aware of the considerable value of this equipment. Although his eyes sparkled with joy, he hesitated momentarily, retracting his small hand. Is this truly acceptable? Brother Obito, I shouldn't take this. Obito gently pressed the ninja tool pouch into Shursui's hand and affectionately ruffled his hair. What is wrong with it? Did I not tell you? This is a gift for you, to celebrate your early graduation. Yes. A radiant smile illuminated Shursui's face as he clutched the pouch tightly to his chest, nodding vigorously. Brother Obito, let us have a match. It's been quite a while since we last sparred, and I will soon begin undertaking missions, which means our opportunities to meet will diminish. Obito hesitated slightly. Really? It's already dark outside, and you wish to duel now? I would prefer to return and reassure Grandma first. Ding. The host has activated a special mission. Accept Uchiha Shursui's challenge and defeat him to complete the task and earn rewards. Reward 1. 2 chances to copy. Reward 2. An increase of 0.02 to the total chakra capacity. As soon as Obito finished speaking, an electronic system notification echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the enticing rewards, Obito promptly resolved to accept Shursui's challenge. The opportunity for 2 copies was too valuable to overlook. Though 0.02 chakra may seem modest, it nonetheless contributed to the overall enhancement of Obito's strength. At that moment, Shursui had already secured the ninja tool pouch and pointed to the expansive road before them. Brother Obito, let us duel right here. We can be cautious and avoid causing any trouble to the nearby residences. Obito sighed in resignation, shaking his head. Very well. If I don't acquiesce to your request, it appears you will not relent. Shursui chuckled mischievously and swiftly leaped to the center of the road. Obito took a few steps back, positioning himself several meters away from Shursui, and the two faced each other. Fortunately, it was mealtime, and this road within the Uchiha district was devoid of pedestrians. Shursui retrieved a brand new kunai from his pouch, spinning it skillfully on his fingertips. His eyes sharpened, pupils shifting from black to red, as the two tomo within them whirled rapidly. He dashed toward Obito, exclaiming, Brother Obito, here I come. What a remarkable child. You've already awakened your eyes. Obito was slightly taken aback. Shursui, at the tender age of 5, had activated his Sharingan, and his first awakening featured the double tomo. Such talent was indeed extraordinary. As Shursui charged forward with his kunai, Obito did not retreat. He neither activated his Sharingan nor attempted to block with his own kunai. Instead, he simply tilted his body slightly, evading Shursui's kunai thrust. In an instant, Obito seized Shursui's wrist with swift precision. Looking at Shursui with a playful grin, Obito remarked, Shursui, recklessly approaching an opponent without understanding their strength is quite rash, you know. Jisue was taken aback. Just a few months prior, Obito had not been able to so effortlessly dominate him. It seemed that Obito had been diligently honing his skills of late. While Jisue felt a surge of apprehension, he clenched his left hand into a fist and aimed a strike at Obito's abdomen, attempting to compel him to relinquish his grip on Jisue's wrist. The impact of his punch met Obito's palm with a resounding smack. Once again, Jisue's small fist was ensnared in Obito's grasp. Although Obito could clearly sense the considerable force behind the blow, Jisue's strength was still insufficient in the face of Obito's prowess. Obito, watch out. Jisue's assault showed no signs of faltering. Noticing that his hands were firmly captured, he slightly bent his knees and leapt into the air, aiming his feet toward Obito's face. Oh, you little monkey, quite nimble, aren't you? Obito chuckled heartily, forced to release Jisue's hands and retreat a couple of steps to evade the incoming kick. However, before Obito could fully withdraw, Jisue's kunai had been seized from his grasp by Obito. Obito, behold my might. Though their engagement had been brief, Jisue was acutely aware that he was no match for Obito in martial prowess. He executed several agile flips backward, creating a significant distance between them. As his feet touched the ground, Jisue began to weave a series of hand signs for a jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. With one hand positioned before him, he puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a torrent of flames that erupted from his mouth. The flames crackled as they ignited the air, rapidly coalescing into a massive fireball with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. The fireball scorched the cobblestones of the street, rolling ominously toward Obito. Simultaneously, Obito was also forming hand signs. Although he began his signs after Jisue, the flames that burst forth from his mouth ignited mere moments later. The fire before Obito roared to life, quickly gathering into a grand fireball that surged toward Jisue's approaching inferno. However, Obito's fireball was significantly larger, measuring approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter, nearly occupying half the street. With a thunderous crash, the two fireballs collided, erupting into a vast explosion of flames that radiated outward. A wave of fire surged skyward, resembling a blooming mushroom cloud, casting a vibrant glow against the encroaching darkness of night. Yet, as Jisue and Obito continued to unleash their chakra, the flames erupting from their mouths did not wane. Rather, they intensified their fiery onslaught. Ultimately, Jisue's fireball proved inferior, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Obito's, which pressed relentlessly forward, forcing Jisue to retreat. Jisue understood all too well that in a contest of chakra, he was no match for Obito. In his heart, he once again felt a deep admiration for Obito, simultaneously relinquishing his attempts to release and control the great fireball technique. He swiftly leaped backward, perching atop the wall of a nearby residence. Obito, in turn, hurriedly retracted his chakra. The fireball, which had previously surged forward, diminished in size as it lost the support of chakra. It continued to roll for approximately 5 to 6 meters in the center of the street before finally extinguishing. Meanwhile, standing atop the wall, Shirzue had completed the hand seals for his next jutsu. Fire style, peony technique. Shirzue slightly bent his knees, raising one hand before him. As he exhaled, basketball-sized fireballs coalesced, each resembling a blooming peony in the air, crackling with sound as they surged toward Obito in a myriad of attacking trajectories. Chapter 72. Receiving the reward well done. Young lad, your hand seals are impressively swift, and your timing in releasing jutsu is commendable. Obito laughed heartily. While praising Shirzue, he did not retreat to evade the oncoming barrage of phoenix fire, but rather charged directly towards the fireballs. As he dodged and leaped to the left and right, the fiery orbs whizzed past him. However, Shirzue was not one to sit idly by. He awaited the opportune moment to strike as Obito crossed the defensive line. Obito, be careful, Shirzue shouted, producing a multitude of shurikens from his person, expertly positioning them between his fingers. With a flourish of his hands, the hexagonal shurikens were sent soaring through the air, spinning and hurtling towards Obito. Obito was compelled to brandish the kunai he had recently snatched from Shirzue, swinging it defensively in front of him. The sound of clashing metal resonated repeatedly as the shurikens were deftly deflected to the ground. Meanwhile, onlookers from the neighboring houses, initially engrossed in their own affairs, were drawn out by the commotion stirred by the duel between Obito and Shirzue. As the neighbors gathered, a murmur of admiration arose, particularly from the children of similar age to Obito, their eyes sparkling with awe. Isn't that Obito? Why is he sparring with that little guy? It seems less like a fight and more like a friendly match. Obito is truly remarkable, having awakened the three Tomo Sharingan at such a young age. Indeed, I shall take Obito as my inspiration and commit to my training from this day forth. But the child sparring with him appears quite formidable as well. On the other side, Obito and Shirzue were wholly absorbed in their battle, undistracted by the comments of their neighbors. As Obito closed in, Shirzue gritted his teeth and drew forth a ninja sword from his back, which was almost as tall as he was. Yet, with the sword in hand, he exuded an air of a master swordsman. Obito, here I come, Shirzue declared, gripping the hilt of the ninja sword tightly as he leaped down from the wall. Utilizing the momentum of his descent, he swung down fiercely towards Obito's face. Unfazed, Obito met the attack with his kunai. The clash produced a sharp spark and a resonant sound. Realizing his initial strike had failed, Shirzue began to swing his sword in front of him once more, launching another assault on Obito. In response, Obito wielded his kunai to parry the blows, engaging in a fierce exchange of strikes. The sounds of metal colliding filled the air once again, yet it was evident that Obito was adept in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, especially in the past year. After acquiring the 8 Gates of Heaven from Akai, My training in physical techniques has significantly intensified. At such a young age, Shirsue's prowess in martial arts is still worlds apart from that of Obito. As Obito once again blocked Shirsue's sweeping strike with his katana, he seized the opportunity to move in closer, swiftly grasping Shirsue's wrist. Ouch! Shirsue winced as his wrist was painfully squeezed, causing his hand to instinctively release the ninja katana, which clattered to the ground. In the fleeting moment after Shirsue closed his eyes in pain and reopened them, Obito had already positioned a kunai against Shirsue's neck. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have accepted Shirsue Uchiha's challenge and successfully defeated him. Task complete. Here are your rewards. Reward 1. 2 replication opportunities. Reward 2 o'clock. 2 chakra units. Shirsue, your timing in releasing ninjutsu was commendable, but your physical skills still require enhancement, Obito chuckled. Brother Obito, I concede defeat. I will strive to improve and catch up to you, Shirsue said with an awkward smile, scratching his head in embarrassment. He was well aware that Obito's words held truth. His training in martial arts was indeed insufficient. Just then, the door of the wooden house belonging to the Uchiha family creaked open. Grandmother stepped out and immediately witnessed the scene of Obito holding a kunai against Shirsue's neck. Instantly, her displeasure was palpable. Obito, what are you two doing? Brothers should not be fighting. And using ninja tools? As she spoke, she began to shuffle forward, determined to intervene. Obito knew all too well that when his grandmother exhibited such a demeanor, he was in for a reprimand. Grandma, you've misunderstood. Shirsue and I were merely sparring, not fighting. He quickly retracted the kunai and handed it back to Shirsue, offering an awkward smile while scratching his head. However, grandmother was not inclined to let Obito off the hook so easily. Without hesitation, she grasped his ear and chastised him. A spar is one thing, but how can you resort to using ninja tools, especially placing a kunai against your brother's neck? Surely, you know better. Ouch! I was wrong, Grandma, Obito pleaded, wincing as she tugged at his ear. Shirsue quickly stepped forward, grasping grandmother's arm in a bid to defend Obito. Grandma, please let brother Obito go. We truly were just sparring. He never intended to harm me. Grandmother shot Obito another stern look before she took hold of both of their hands. I understand, but I still hope you brothers can live harmoniously and refrain from resorting to violence. With that, she led them both back into the house. Come on. Let us go inside for a meal. Feeling the warmth radiating from his grandmother's wrinkled hand, Obito felt a gentle warmth in his heart. She always had a way of educating him with a firm hand, yet beneath that firmness lay an abundance of tenderness and care. Little did she know that Obito was returning home. Even the arrival of Jishue, who came to block the door, went unnoticed by Grandma. Thus, she prepared only a single portion of food, having grown accustomed to frugality, and even resorted to the remnants of the midday meal. After ushering her 2 grandsons into the house, Grandma cheerfully scurried back to the kitchen to tend to her tasks. Observing her hunched figure, Dai too felt a surge of compassion and hurriedly urged Jishue to join him in assisting Grandma. By the time the 3 of them finished their dinner, the clock had already struck nearly 9 in the deep of night. After finishing his meal, Jishue bid farewell and returned home. Dai too, on the other hand, lingered to engage in pleasant conversation with Grandma for a while before heading off to take a bath in preparation for bedtime. Chapter 73. A night of reading. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Obito bid farewell to his grandmother and made his way to the usual gathering spot for Team 7. Just yesterday, they had returned from a mission. Under normal circumstances, after completing a mission, ninja typically enjoyed a respite of 2 to 3 days before being assigned another task by the 3rd Hokage. After all, ninjas are human too. They require rest and the companionship of family. Thus, today's assembly was not for the purpose of receiving a new mission, but rather to meet up with Kakashi and Rin for training. Every small team requires a sufficient level of synergy, which can only be achieved through familiarity with one another. Once this rapport is established, the efficiency of their endeavors during missions is greatly enhanced. Since the inception of Team 7 over a year ago, Minato had emphasized the importance of teamwork and cohesion during their assignments. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi had all excelled in this regard, often training together during their spare time to further strengthen their mutual understanding. A few kilometers away from the Ninja Academy, On a wooden bridge, Rin leaned against the railing, gazing intently down the path. As the time for their gathering approached, a look of perplexity crossed her youthful face. It was unusual for Obito to be late, and today, Kakashi was also absent. Just as Rin pondered aloud, a figure sporting goggles came into view, jogging towards her and waving energetically. Sorry, Rin. I'm late. Upon seeing Obito, Rin's face brightened with a gentle smile. It's all right, Obito. Today, since Minato-sensei is away, we don't have a mission anyway. Minato had gone to the front lines, and it was uncertain when he would return. Obito nodded, and, once he had come to a halt before Rin, scanned the surroundings. Where's Kakashi? Rin's expression mirrored his confusion as she shook her head. I don't know. Kakashi has never been late before. Could something have delayed him? Obito didn't believe that Kakashi had anything of great importance to attend to. Since the death of White Fang, Kakashi had been alone. If he were to form any close bonds within Konoha, it would be with Obito, Rin, and Minato from Team 7. In this tumultuous and complex world of ninjas, many children found themselves orphaned. The camaraderie forged in their assigned teams, through years of missions and training, often transcended the boundaries of mere friendship, evolving into familial ties. At present, with Minato away on a mission and neither Obito nor Rin having received any new assignments, it was improbable that Kakashi was undertaking a mission alone. Given his understanding of Kakashi, Obito suspected that the reason for his tardiness was likely due to having stayed up late watching Paradise of Affection the previous night. At this moment, Rin stood before Obito, who seized the opportunity to tease the little girl. He leaned closer to her, nudging her with his shoulder. Rin, since Kakashi hasn't arrived, why don't we create our own little world together? Upon hearing this, Rin's cheeks flushed crimson. With a playful pout, she lightly punched Obito, exclaiming, What do you mean by our little world? Don't say such things, Obito. Obito chuckled mischievously. I'm not saying anything unreasonable. Training together is indeed our own world. Rin's face grew even redder. How can you say that? You should be the one to join Red in such a world. Obito was momentarily taken aback by Rin's mention of Red, unsure how to respond. It was evident that Rin felt a tinge of jealousy, aware of Obito's close bond with Red. Fortunately, at that moment, Kakashi finally arrived, waving from a distance. Obito, Rin, you're late today. I've caught you. Obito shot Kakashi a disdainful gesture, as he had often been the target of Kakashi's teasing whenever he was late. Today, however, he relished the chance to turn the tables. Kakashi jogged across the wooden bridge and stopped before them, scratching his head awkwardly. Sorry, I stayed up too late last night. Today, Kakashi appeared somewhat different, looking rather fatigued with prominent dark circles under his eyes. Rin, ever perceptive, noticed this and inquired, What's wrong, Kakashi? Did you not sleep well last night? Kakashi shook his head. No, it's nothing, just trained too late. Rin was even more surprised. Really? While we should be diligent when Teacher Minato is away, you shouldn't push yourself to the point of exhaustion. Obito wore an amused grin, instantly recognizing Kakashi's fib. Training late at night? More likely. He had been tucked under the covers reading something inappropriate. Ahem, Kakashi, how was that book? You must have stayed up all night reading it. Caught off guard, Kakashi wore a look of shock, his heart racing at the thought of Obito revealing the truth. If Rin learned about his late-night escapades with an adult book, it would be utterly embarrassing. Rin turned to Obito, her face a mask of confusion. What do you mean by an adult book? Obito, what book is that? It sounds rather dubious. Seeing Kakashi's flustered expression, Obito struggled to contain his laughter, but had no intention of disclosing the nature of the book. After all, it was Obito who had gifted it to Kakashi. If Kakashi were to spill everything, Obito would lose face in front of Rin. Oh, it's nothing. The land of affection is merely a tale from another realm. I was just joking. Let us not dwell on this, and start our training for today. As they spoke, Obito led Rin and Kakashi towards the opposite end of the wooden bridge. After crossing the bridge and walking a few kilometers further, they would arrive at a grove. This was the very place where Minato had first conducted the division assessment with Obito and the others. Since that occasion, it had become the training ground for Minato's trio. Whenever they were unoccupied by missions, the three would gather here for their training. However, as Obito guided Rin and Kakashi to the grass outside the grove, they discovered a figure already standing there. The individual was tall, with a shock of white spiky hair. clad in a dark red cloak. He stood with his arms crossed, his back turned to Obito and the others, exuding an air of mystery. Who is that man? Rin wondered, her small face reflecting her confusion as she gazed at Jiraiya's silhouette. Chapter 74. Jiraiya's teachings. With an air of self-assured charm, Jiraiya turned dramatically, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Before he could launch into his customary lengthy self-introduction, Obito interjected, "Lin, just think of him as a lecherous old man. As a woman, you must be a bit cautious around him." Lin's face contorted in horror, disbelief clouding her eyes. Jiraiya's expression soured as veins bulged on his forehead. His smile vanished, replaced by a mix of anger and frustration. He turned sharply to Obito, exclaiming, "You brat! What nonsense are you spouting?" "I, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, the white-haired sage and toad summoner, am only interested in mature women. Please do not tarnish my reputation." Jiraiya felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was the same Obito who had caused him such humiliation the last time. Just as they met again, Obito was at it once more. Oblivious to Jiraiya's ire, Obito clumsily steered the conversation away. So why are you here, Jiraiya-sensei? Isn't it obvious?" "I am here to find you," Jiraiya sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. If it weren't for the great sage Toad's directive that this boy, Uchiha Obito, was the prophesied child, he would have preferred not to endure such embarrassment in Obito's presence. Yesterday, he had already discussed this with the third Hokage. With Minato still on the front lines, it fell upon him to temporarily instruct Obito, along with Kakashi and Lin, to engage in training for a time. "Me? You want to start training me so soon?" Obito pointed to himself, confusion evident in his eyes. Jiraiya nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have come to instruct the three of you. Not just you alone. The third Hokage has informed me that Minato has trained you exceptionally well. Today, I wish to assess the levels you three have attained." Meanwhile, Kakashi and Lin had initially been puzzled, but as they listened to the exchange between Obito and Jiraiya, they gradually came to recognize who this white-haired sage was. Jiraiya's reputation in Konoha was quite illustrious. During the Second Great Ninja War, the legendary Sannin had made a name for themselves in the ninja world. The ninjas in the village held a certain reverence for the Sannin, even though they seldom made public appearances. Thus, when Jiraiya was caught peeping at the women's bathhouse a few days prior, the villagers failed to recognize him. "Wait, Obito, is that man truly Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin?" Lin gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, and tugged at Obito's arm. Obito nodded. "Indeed, that's him." "What of it?" Kakashi stepped forward, his eyes wide with astonishment. "The legendary Jiraiya of the Sannin is a remarkable figure in Konoha. Even Minato-sensei is a disciple of Jiraiya. I never expected that Jiraiya would come to teach us." Upon witnessing the sight of Kakashi and Rin, Jiraiya immediately crossed his arms, a proud smile blossoming on his face. Indeed, this was the attitude that the little ones should exhibit upon encountering him: admiration, respect, and envy. Unlike that boy Obito, who seemed intent on undermining him at every meeting. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, addressing the youngsters. "There's no need for such excitement. I will simply take some time to teach you before Minato returns. After his arrival, I must take my leave." He then turned to the two children, aside from Uchiha Obito, and encouraged them to introduce themselves so that they might become acquainted. According to the great Toad Sage's intent, Jiraiya was to travel and write his novels while instructing Obito along the way. His primary objective for this visit was to foster a closer bond with Obito. Ultimately, he envisioned departing from Konoha with Obito to embark on an adventure together after Minato's return. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Rin and Kakashi appeared somewhat taken aback. "How wonderful! I understand now, Jiraiya-sensei," Rin exclaimed, waving her small hands in excitement, and eagerly began her introduction. "My name is Noera Rin, and I am currently a Nin. My interests include earning money, with the hope of providing a better life for my mother in the future." Jiraiya nodded in approval. "Ah, very commendable, Rin. You are indeed a dutiful child." Rin giggled shyly, her hands clasped behind her back. Jiraiya then shifted his gaze to Kakashi, who merely nodded indifferently. "My name is Hatake Kakashi, and like the two of them, I am also a Nin. When I am not on missions or training, I prefer to find a quiet place to read." At the mention of reading, Obito could not suppress a chuckle. Kakashi had previously indulged in heroic biographies, but now he was engrossed in Ika Ika Paradise. One could only wonder how Jiraiya would react if he discovered that Kakashi possessed the first volume of Ika Ika Paradise. Would his eyes light up with excitement as he attempted to snatch it away? Just as Obito was lost in his musings, Jiraiya reminded him, "Kid, it's your turn." Obito, somewhat bewildered, replied, "Huh? Aren't we already acquainted? Must we go through this tedious formality?" Jiraiya's lips twitched in exasperation. As a member of the team, you cannot indulge in special treatment. Hurry and introduce yourself. Reluctantly, Obito acquiesced. "Fine, my name is Uchiha Obito, and I am a CHNI. As for dreams, I don't have any concrete aspirations at the moment. If ensuring the Uchiha clan's stable foundation in Konoha counts, then that would be my dream." The other three present exchanged glances, slightly taken aback by Obito's statement. His notion of establishing the Uchiha clan's stability in Konoha was somewhat of a fallacy, for the Uchiha clan had already settled alongside the Shinja clan during Konoha's inception. Obito's remark stemmed from the historical discord between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. In recent years, the turmoil surrounding the security department has led to a continuous stream of conflicts. The reputation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha has deteriorated significantly, and their status has become increasingly precarious. Jiraiya, Rin, and Kakashi all comprehend the underlying message in Obito's words, which is to encourage the Uchiha to extricate themselves from their current predicaments. Rin gently tugged at Obito's arm, offering comfort. "Obito, do not worry. I believe everything will turn out well, and you will certainly succeed." Obito grasped Rin's delicate hand and nodded appreciatively. "Yes, thank you, Rin." This time, although Rin's cheeks flushed crimson from the warmth of Obito's hold, she did not withdraw her hand immediately. Instead, she gazed at Obito with a tender smile. Her eyes narrowed in encouragement. Chapter 75. Frontline situation. All right, my little ones. Let us return to the matter at hand. Allow me to test your true capabilities. Jiraiya clapped his hands, drawing everyone's thoughts back to focus. He then performed a series of hand seals. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a perfect clone of Jiraiya beside him. "Now, you three shall join forces to attack my shadow clone. If you manage to defeat it, you will have passed my first examination." Huh? Obito, Rin, and Kakashi exchanged bewildered glances. Was it not the same routine Jiraiya had employed during their first encounter? It occurred to them that Minato, being Jiraiya's pupil, might have adopted this very method to assess his own students through shadow clones. Jiraiya, noticing their expressions of confusion, inquired, "What is the matter? Do you have a problem with my approach?" Obito shook his head, replying, "Teacher Jiraiya, are you certain that having us three attack just one shadow clone poses a challenge? This seems rather trivial for us." Rin stifled a giggle, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, during our graduation assessments, Teacher Minato employed the same technique, and we passed with ease." "Oh, is that so? Ha." Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head sheepishly. It appeared that Minato had indeed borrowed this method from him, summoning a shadow clone to evaluate students without having to exert himself or think too deeply about the assessment process. While this method was undeniably effective, it also seemed rather simplistic and lacking in sophistication. Clearing his throat twice to regain composure, Jiraiya declared solemnly, "Enough. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, is not as easily dealt with as you might presume. Even a mere shadow clone demands your utmost effort. Prepare yourselves." Obito and Kakashi exchanged glances, both confident in their abilities, convinced that together they could easily overcome a single shadow clone. Rin, however, displayed a more modest demeanor, nodding earnestly, "Yes, Teacher Jiraiya." Stepping aside, Jiraiya retrieved a pen and paper, intending to commence the writing of his next book. Although he recognized that Obito and his companions were indeed formidable, he held unwavering confidence in his shadow clone's capabilities. While Minato was undoubtedly powerful, Jiraiya believed that, in terms of overall prowess, he surpassed him. However, the outcome of the encounter far exceeded Jiraiya's expectations. After producing his writing materials, his thoughts began to flow, but before he could pen even a few lines, the shadow clone was swiftly engulfed in a cloud of white smoke, vanishing under the relentless assault of Obito and his friends. At this moment, Jiraiya found himself genuinely unsettled, hastily stowing away his writing tools. His expression was one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "You three have done remarkably well." In the following months, Jiraiya refrained from heading to the front lines to offer assistance. The trio, led by Obito, primarily engaged in training or undertaking various ninja missions. They frequently executed C and B rank tasks, such as escorting gold shipments and eliminating notorious bandit hideouts. During these assignments, Jiraiya grew increasingly familiar with Obito and his companions, leading to frequent excursions to gather materials and, rather mischievously, to clandestinely observe girls bathing. When discovered by Obito's group, Rin, with a countenance of maturity beyond her years, scolded Jiraiya sternly. Fortunately, Jiraiya possessed a thick skin. He simply laughed off Rin's reprimands and continued his pursuits, for he was compelled to exhaust his creativity in pinning his work on the paradise of affection, without the opportunity for research or indulging in less reputable establishments. He feared he would be devoid of inspiration. During this period, Tsunade had returned from the front lines to recuperate in Konoha. The loss of Dan and SHZ had instilled within her a fear of blood, causing her to shy away from the battlefield. However, due to her status as Princess Tsunade of Konoha, she chose to remain during the village's most challenging times. Yet, this woman lingered in the anguish of her relative's demise for years, engaging in nothing but drunkenness and gambling. Through Jiraiya's connections, Obito and his companions occasionally crossed paths with Tsunade at restaurants and other venues. Although they were not intimately acquainted, they recognized one another. Tsunade was rarely seen without Shizen, who had assumed the responsibility of caring for her from a young age, often urging her to drink less and gamble more judiciously. Months later, as Jiraiya prepared to leave Konoha, he expressed his desire to take Obito with him during a discussion with Minato. Ultimately, however, Obito declined the offer. This rejection was not born from disdain for Jiraiya or a reluctance to venture into the world. Rather, it was due to the unique nature of his copying ability. Each time a mission concluded, he needed to replicate the abilities of those close to him. Naturally, remaining in Konoha was more advantageous for Obito, as mastering the evolution of his Manjiki Sharingan required him to copy ocular techniques from members of the Uchiha clan. Individuals like Shursui, Fugaku, and Makoto, along with the elders, were ideal candidates who held him in high regard. By the end of the 48th year of Konoha, Obito was 11, on the cusp of turning 12. At this point, the Third Great Ninja War had erupted in full force. The IWA Ninja Army, aiming to assault Konoha, traversed the land of grass, overpowering its ninja forces with devastating casualties. The infamous Hanzo of the Salamander led the Rain Village's army, clashing fiercely with the Leaf Village forces commanded by Danzo at the borders of the Land of Rain. The ninja army of Awagakure, having traversed the territory of the Land of Grass, directly entered the fray of the conflict involving Amigakure. The situation evolved into a chaotic melee among the three factions, Amigakure, Konohagakure, and Awagakure. Another morning dawned, a few kilometers away from the Konohagakure Ninja Academy. On a wooden bridge, Rin and Kakashi arrived early. Obito, punctual as ever, reached the destination precisely at 8 o'clock. After exchanging greetings with the two, it wasn't long before Minato Namikaze also made his appearance. Teacher Minato, Rin, Obito, and Kakashi greeted him in unison. Minato nodded. Yet the gentle smile that usually adorned his face had vanished, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. Chapter 76. The task of the Bridge of the Gods Watergate spoke solemnly. Obito, Rin, Kakashi, I trust you are all aware of the urgent situation at the front lines. We must hasten our journey to offer support. Curiously, Obito inquired, Sensei Watergate, what exactly is the situation at the front lines? Could you enlighten us? The three had gathered that a fierce conflict had erupted among Konoha, IWA, and AIM, with the forces of the Rain Village led by Danzo engaged in battle, while a Konoha Jonin named Makurayek led the charge against the enemy on the IWA front. Beyond this, their knowledge was limited. Watergate nodded gravely, stating, last night, the esteemed Makurayek, responsible for defending IWA Village, sent urgent news from the front lines. IWA has launched a full-scale invasion into our fire country, spearheaded by a Jonin known as East Dead, with an exceptionally aggressive advance. Konoha has been compelled to retreat, now guarding its final bastion. Upon hearing this, the faces of Obito, Rin, and Kakashi were filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated the ferocity and directness of Iwa's assault. Rin asked, "Sensei Watergate, are we the only ones being sent to reinforce the defensive forces at the front lines?" Watergate confirmed, "Indeed, the situation in Konoha is exceedingly complex. We must remain vigilant against potential attacks from several other major ninja villages while mobilizing a majority of our ninjas to engage in battle at the front lines. We have no surplus personnel available to support Mikura yet." The trio understood the gravity of Watergate's words. Danzo, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were all stationed at the Rain Village, preparing for potential confrontations with Hanzo the Salamander. Skirmishes and battles had been relentless. Meanwhile, Might Guy, Might Die, Yuhi Kurinai, Asuma, and Akamichi Choji were stationed at the western border of the Fire Country, guarding against incursions from the Rain Village. Notably, Might Die was still regarded merely as a low-ranking ninja, lacking significant renown, though he and his son were indeed present on that battlefield. Additionally, there were other Konoha Jonin commanding troops at two other borders of the Fire Country, defending against the Lightning Country's Kumogakure and the Wind Country's Sunagakure. Watergate's mission to the front lines was primarily to engage with IWA forces since the defensive troops stationed there had already been defeated. Seeing the concern etched on the faces of Obito and the others, Watergate understood the importance of bolstering their morale at this critical juncture. He stepped forward, gently placing a hand on each of their shoulders, and smiled reassuringly. "Do not fret, my dear trio. Our purpose in this mission is not to engage directly with the enemy on the front lines. Instead, we are tasked with severing the enemy's supply route via a major bridge. Only when the enemy's supply lines are severed does our army stand a chance of victory, reclaiming the territory of the Land of Fire from the rock-hidden village." A bridge? Hearing this from Minato, Obito's heart was filled with astonishment. Was Minato referring to the Canopy Bridge? Upon careful reflection, it seemed that the battle at the Canopy Bridge was about to commence. In the original narrative, Rin was captured by the Rock Ninjas, prompting Obito and Kakashi to rush to her rescue. Obito fell victim to Uchiha Madara's scheme, suffering grave injuries, losing one eye which he entrusted to Kakashi, along with the responsibility of safeguarding Rin's well-being. Minato nodded and reiterated, "Indeed, our mission is to destroy the Canopy Bridge and disrupt the enemy's supply routes." His words confirmed Obito's suspicions. It was indeed the battle at the Canopy Bridge. However, Obito had long since awakened his double Mangekyou Sharingan, and his strength was far greater than that of his former self in the original story. Even Kakashi and Rin had, over the years, greatly improved their abilities under the tutelage of Jiraiya and Minato. Obito and Kakashi had completed their Jonin examinations a month prior, successfully advancing to the rank of Jonin. Rin, too, had distinguished herself with her exceptional medical ninjutsu, rising to the esteemed rank of Special Jonin. Thus, Obito was almost entirely certain that the tragedies of the original story could not possibly recur. With the alterations brought forth by Obito's soul as a time traveler, everything had shifted ever so slightly. "Obito, rest assured, we will accomplish our mission," Rin said, tugging gently at his arm, her eyes crinkling into a smile as she offered him comfort. The gentle-hearted girl believed Obito was merely feeling anxious about heading to the front lines, burdened by psychological stress. "Yeah, Rin, I'm fine," Obito replied with a nod. "All right, Obito, Rin, Kakashi, you three must return home immediately to pack your belongings. We will regroup at the entrance of Konoha Village in 1 hour," Minato instructed. "Yes, Minato-sensei," the trio responded in unison before dashing off, their forms blurring as they leaped towards their respective homes. With Obito's speed, he reached the Uchiha clan's compound in under 20 minutes. Along the way, he encountered 2 elderly women in need of assistance and utilized the shadow clone technique to send his clones to aid them. Beep. A temporary mission has been issued for the host. Visit Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Completing the mission will yield rewards. 1. 2 copying opportunities. 2. An increase of 0.03 to the total chakra capacity. As Obito raced through the streets, the Uchiha clan members he passed became mere fleeting glimpses. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. What is this? A visit at this moment? Obito was bewildered, unable to comprehend why the system would issue such a seemingly neurotic task. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the system's rewards, he seized the opportunity, making a sharp turn and sprinting towards another street. A few minutes later, Obito arrived at the doorstep of Uchiha Fugaku's residence. The gate stood ajar, unlatched. Knock, knock, knock. Is the clan leader home? Obito called out, rapping 3 times on the gate before stepping inside uninvited. He was well acquainted with Fugaku, having been summoned on several occasions to participate in clan meetings, sitting alongside him despite his lack of interest in such matters. The discussions typically revolved around the Uchiha clan's grievances regarding the enforcement actions of the security division, often leading to unjust accusations and grievances. Consequently, the clan members harbored a sense of indignation. Time and again, Fugaku would patiently counsel and organize the subsequent arrangements. At times, Obito found himself genuinely admiring Fugaku's ability to maintain such composure. Having only attended a few meetings, he found the management of these issues to be rather exasperating. Yet, Fugaku had persevered for many years, diligently addressing the clan's myriad disputes, which was truly remarkable. Chapter 77. The Flustered Villagers. Who is it? A female voice echoed from within the house, and Obito recognized it as Mikoto's voice. Following the sound, Obito made his way towards its source. Moments later, a woman emerged from behind the door, leading a small child, no more than a year old, with a head of black hair and large, curious eyes that gazed at Obito with wonder. "Obito, what a pleasant surprise to see you here today," the woman exclaimed, her face lighting up with a warm smile upon realizing who it was. Obito nodded in acknowledgement, scanning the room as he stepped inside. "Aunt Mikoto, I just wanted to visit since it has been quite some time since I last saw you all. Is Uncle Fugaku not at home?" Upon hearing this, Mikoto's smile widened, appreciating Obito's thoughtful nature. Fugaku went to the front lines with the ninja forces a few days ago." "I see," Obito replied, nodding in understanding. It seemed that the situation was as Minato had described. The primary strength of Konoha had been dispatched to the front lines, and the Uchiha clan's security personnel had likely diminished significantly along with Fugaku's departure. Obito glanced at the little one Mikoto was holding and inquired, "Aunt Mikoto, this must be Itachi, who has grown so much in just a few months." "Yes, he has even started to speak now," Mikoto confirmed with a nod. She gently tugged at Itachi's arm, encouraging him. "Itachi, this is your brother Obito. Say hello." "Hello, brother Obito," Itachi responded, nodding his small head and gazing up at Obito with innocent eyes. Obito crouched down, pinching Itachi's cheek affectionately. "Well, hello there, little Itachi. You are truly adorable." He chuckled, pondering how no one could foresee that the future Itachi, a prodigious genius, would be so endearing as a child. Itachi's obedient demeanor was evident, a testament to his thoughtful nature even at such a tender age. Mikoto then invited, "Obito, please come in and sit. It seems Itachi really enjoys your company." Obito quickly shook his head. "No, thank you, Aunt Mikoto. I must head out of the village to carry out a mission. Minato-sensei and the others are waiting for me." He had come merely to pay a visit and bid them farewell. Mikoto's expression shifted to one of surprise, laced with concern. "I see. Well, if you have a mission, I want to keep you. However, Obito, the situation at the front lines is complex and perilous. Regardless of the nature of your task, please be exceedingly careful and prioritize your safety." Mikoto exemplified the virtues of a devoted wife and mother, and Obito felt deeply the sincerity of her concern. Ding. The host has completed the task of visiting Uchiha clan leader Fugaku's home. Here is your task reward. 1. 2 replication opportunities. 2. A 0.03 increase in total chakra capacity. "Don't worry, Aunt Mikoto, I will," Obito assured her. Tobirama nodded in agreement, as the system's task completion notification echoed in his mind. Mikoto took Itachi's small hand and instructed, "Itachi, quickly say goodbye to Brother Tobirama." "Goodbye, Brother Tobirama," came Itachi's sweet, childish voice. In response to the two, Tobirama began utilizing the 2 newly acquired replication opportunities on Mikoto. A radiant white light enveloped her, and soon, several dark red orbs of energy emerged from the virtual interface of the system, wrapping around Tobirama's eyes. "Congratulations, host. You have replicated the ocular abilities of the Uchiha clan. Total ocular value increased by 15. Congratulations, host. You have replicated the ocular abilities of the Uchiha clan. Total ocular value increased by 20. In her youth, Uchiha Makoto had attended the Ninja Academy alongside figures like Kushina and Minato. She was regarded as one of the top talents within the Uchiha clan. However, after marrying Fugaku, Makoto devoted herself to familial duties, largely stepping away from active ninja missions. Thus, Tobirama's choice to replicate ocular value from her was entirely fitting. Current Sharingan ocular value, 550-1000. Tobirama glanced at the system's virtual panel. His total ocular value had reached 550 points. Once he achieved 1,000 points, he would unlock the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Based on the frequency of tasks dispensed by the system, he estimated that within less than 3 years, he could complete the next upgrade of his Sharingan. Goodbye, Aunt Makoto and Itachi. After bidding farewell to Makoto and her son, Tobirama dashed towards his home. He briefed his grandmother on the situation, packed a few garments, and headed straight for the gates of Konohagakure. Having lingered at Makoto's home for quite some time, he realized there was only about 20 minutes left before the 1-hour assembly time. Tobirama, over here, Rin called out, waving beneath a large pine tree outside the village gates. Coming. Tobirama responded, sprinting to Rin's side at a speed of 80 miles per hour. Today, Kakashi did not make any sarcastic remarks about Tobirama. All right, let us set off, Minato declared, his face serious. Once everyone had gathered, Minato led the group into a brisk run in a specific direction. The Land of Fire is vast, and reaching the frontline battlefield at maximum speed would require a full 2 days. As they traveled, the quartet from Minato's team noticed a growing unease among the villagers in the towns they passed. The townspeople appeared frantic, with many seen hastily packing their belongings as if preparing to flee the city. Sensei Minato, what is going on with these people? Are they trying to leave the city for refuge? Rin observed the hurried villagers with a puzzled expression on her face. It is currently midday, and there remains less than a day's journey to the front lines. The 4 members of the Watergate team slow their pace, meandering through the city. Their sole purpose is to procure supplies, seeking to replenish their stock of provisions and water. After all, subsisting on the hard, unyielding military rations day after day is quite a torment. Seizing the opportunity to hydrate, they also aim to acquire some sustenance. Watergate nodded, his expression grave, remarking, Indeed. They are all preparing for a long journey to seek refuge with relatives. Given the proximity to the battlefield, none can predict whether the enemy's ninja forces might surge forth and plunder these urban areas. Chapter 78. Ambush in the Forest. Kakashi remarked, the situation is indeed quite intricate. It is the common folk who bear the brunt of the wars between nations. Minato nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a sight no one wishes to witness. However, the continuous conflicts in the shinobi world render such outcomes unavoidable. Obito furrowed his brow and said, Sensei Minato, I believe that the smaller nations, caught in the crossfire of great powers, suffer the most. When battles erupt between the great nations, these smaller states are forced to partake in the chaos. Given their lack of military strength, they stand little chance against the larger powers. The recent invasion of the Land of Fire by 1,000 Iwagakure shinobi, having trampled through the Land of Grass, likely inflicted considerable suffering on its ninjas and civilians. In truth, the Land of Grass is merely a casualty in this conflict. They harbored no intentions of attacking anyone, nor did they provoke any hostilities. Yet, inexplicably, their territory was ravaged by Iwagakure shinobi. The Land of Grass serves as but one example. Countless other small nations undoubtedly endure similar fates amidst the turmoil of war. Among these smaller countries, only the Land of Rain possesses the capacity to instigate conflict and challenge the authority of the great powers. This audacity stems from the presence of Hanzo of the Salamander, a figure who has instilled fear in the hearts of many since the Second Shinobi World War. Without him, the Land of Rain would likely crumble in an instant. Upon hearing Obito's profound observation, Minato's eyes sparkled with admiration. Previously, Minato had merely been embroiled in the war, focused on achieving military accomplishments to alleviate the burdens on the third Hokage, safeguarding the territory of the Land of Fire. He had yet to contemplate the broader implications of the situation as Obito had articulated. He reached out and affectionately ruffled Obito's hair, smiling, "Obito, your perspective on these matters is quite astonishing. Indeed, as you pointed out, smaller nations are predominantly victims of war. Yet, such circumstances are regrettably beyond our control. Born into this chaotic era, we must exert every effort to protect our homeland and ensure the safety of our loved ones. Each person's fate is inherently different, and we cannot effect substantial change for others." Rin and Kakashi were equally astonished, turning to Obito with incredulous expressions. They had not anticipated that Obito's analytical approach would be so comprehensive, surpassing even that of Sensei Minato. Sensing the surprise in their eyes, Obito awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "What is the matter? Why do you gaze at me like that? Are you captivated by my charm?" Kakashi turned away with a scoff. As expected, some individuals can't handle flattery. Once praised, their true, shameless nature is immediately revealed. With a disgruntled pout, Obito pointed at Kakashi and exclaimed, "Kakashi, your penchant for provoking others, coupled with your sharp tongue and inflated ego, has been thoroughly exposed." As the two engaged in their playful banter, Rin could not suppress a giggle, refraining from her usual instinct to intervene. After years of interaction, she was well aware that beneath their seemingly antagonistic exchanges, Kakashi and Obito shared a strong bond. Minato then interjected, urging, "All right, Obito, Kakashi, Rin, have we gathered all the necessary supplies? It's time for us to set off." "Yes, Sensei Minato." The trio responded in unison. Shortly thereafter, the four of them leaped onto a nearby rooftop and proceeded forward. Their choice to traverse the rooftops was not merely a display of bravado, but rather a practical decision to avoid the throngs of hurried pedestrians obstructing the main road. The following afternoon, as dusk approached, Minato's team halted at the edge of a forest. Holding a map, Minato surveyed the surroundings, seemingly comparing the terrain to ascertain their distance from the mission's objective. The precise location of the Kamizakigawa Bridge. "If we continue forward for several more kilometers, we will reach our destination," Minato declared as he folded the map. Kakashi responded, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set out immediately." "Wait." Both Minato and Obito exclaimed simultaneously, each grasping a shoulder of Kakashi. They exchanged a serious glance, silently acknowledging their mutual understanding. Earlier, when Minato had paused to examine the map, Obito had activated his Sharingan to survey their surroundings. To his astonishment, he discerned approximately 30 to 40 figures concealed within the trees ahead, each radiating a significant amount of chakra, indicative of formidable ninja. This revelation was the impetus for Obito's intervention with Kakashi. Minato, a master of the Flying Thunder God technique, possessed an exceptional sense of perception. Thus, he had already sensed the unusual presence in the forest when he halted the team under the pretense of consulting the map. "What is going on?" Kakashi inquired, glancing back in confusion. Both Obito and Minato shook their heads, leading Kakashi to realize that something was amiss. Although Rin was a sensory-type ninja, she had not activated her technique at such a distance and had overlooked the earlier anomaly. However, she now noticed the unusual expressions on her companions' faces. Through years of synchronized teamwork, she instinctively understood the situation. Leaning closer to Obito, she whispered, "Sensei Minato, there are enemies ahead, aren't there?" Minato nodded and turned to Obito, asking, "Obito, can the Sharingan ascertain the number of adversaries?" Obito replied, "Yes, there are approximately 30 to 40 individuals. However, it remains uncertain if there are further enemies concealed deeper within." In the midst of a forest, atop the trunk of a great tree, stood a tall ninja clad in crimson armor, his head adorned with a red scarf. Prominently displayed on his forehead was the forehead protector of the hidden rock village. Through the intricate lattice of leaves, he discerned the unusual behavior of Obito and his companions. With a grave expression, he remarked, "These Konoha ninjas exhibit remarkable vigilance. They have detected us without even stepping into our encirclement." Beside the red-scarfed ninja, a slender figure crouched, whispering, "Captain, what should we do? The enemy has discovered our presence. Should we charge out and eliminate them?" Chapter 79. Into the trap, the red-scarfed ninja, known as the captain, gently shook his head. "No, we cannot act recklessly without knowing the enemy's true strength. Instruct everyone to remain concealed and hold their positions. The enemy must pass through here. We shall continue our ambush." "Understood, Captain," replied the slender ninja, nodding in agreement. He then quietly withdrew, stealthily approaching the other ninjas. Meanwhile, Obito and Minato exchanged glances, contemplating strategies to counter the enemy. Rin stood beside Obito, closely following him, having discreetly drawn her kunai, her expression grave as she focused on the forest ahead. Kakashi, upon hearing that enemies lurked within the woods, felt his eyes gleam with excitement. Breaking free from the constraints of Obito and Minato, he declared, "There's no need for hesitation. With my new technique, I can handle a mere few dozen enemies in one strike." As he spoke, Kakashi completed the hand seals. Grasping his right wrist with his left hand, he summoned a dazzling sphere of electricity in his palm. Raikiri, without waiting for a response from his comrades, Kakashi charged toward the forest, his hand crackling with brilliant lightning, leaving a long streak on the ground. "Wait, Kakashi!" Minato called out urgently, but it was too late. Kakashi was now less than 10 meters from the forest, closing in on the enemy. "Obito, Rin, move forward and cover Kakashi. Find a way to deal with the enemy." Minato, with no other choice, urged his other two disciples and followed Kakashi into the woods. "Understood." Obito and Rin replied in unison, quickly trailing behind. Within the forest, as Kakashi recklessly surged ahead, the concealed Awagakure ninjas revealed triumphant smiles. Despite the masked boy's formidable jutsu, they had long since set traps and ambushes in these woods. Once the four intruders stepped into their domain, victory would undoubtedly belong to them. From behind a large tree, two Awagakure ninjas clad in red armor stepped forward, each wielding a kunai. With a swift motion, they sliced through two thick ropes, and a large net descended from above, sweeping toward Kakashi. Kakashi, ever resolute and few of words, immediately sensed the impending danger. He understood that retreat was no longer an option, or perhaps he had no intention of retreating at all. Instead, he slightly bent his knees and leaped into the air, charging toward the descending net. Raikiri, Kakashi thrust his electrified hand, piercing straight through the massive net above him. After a massive net was torn open, Kakashi propelled himself forward using the trunk of a great tree, charging directly at the two Awagakure ninjas clad in red armor. "You little brat, don't get cocky." The two Awagakure ninjas cursed as they swung their kunai once more, severing the rope and triggering their next trap. In that instant, the branches above began to sway violently. A thick tree stump, tethered by the rope, swung down from above, hurtling towards Kakashi, rather than evade. Kakashi's lips curled into a confident smile beneath his mask. Once more, he wielded lightning and struck towards the oncoming stump. Raikiri, crack. The stout stump was obliterated by the electric force, splintering into pieces that rolled away. Kakashi's momentum remained unyielding. As his feet touched the ground, his hand pierced through one of the Awagakure ninja's chest. His hand drove straight through, the residual lightning crackling, causing the dimly lit forest to flicker in and out of brightness. Bastard! The second Awagakure ninja, witnessing his comrade's demise, erupted in fury. Armed with a kunai, he seized the moment to strike at Kakashi's face. With a swift tilt of his head, Kakashi dodged the attack and yanked his hand back. Before the electric glow dissipated, he delivered another thrust, piercing the second ninja's abdomen. However, at that moment, the remaining Awagakure ninjas lurking in the shadows observed that Minato's team had entered the forest, stepping into their ambush. The Awagakure captain, his head wrapped in a red scarf, began to issue orders loudly. Commence the attack. Exterminate them without mercy. As his voice echoed through the forest, the remaining Awagakure ninjas, concealed behind the trees, brandished their kunai and severed the ropes nearby. With the ropes cut, the traps they had set in place were unleashed upon Minato's team. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of kunai and shuriken rained down like droplets of rain. Simultaneously, more tree stumps, suspended by ropes, charged towards Minato's team. "Everyone, be careful," Minato shouted, drawing two specially crafted kunai from his waist, positioning himself to shield Obito and Rin. Sensing the impending danger, Obito and Rin instinctively grasped a kunai in each hand, bending their knees in readiness. Clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons rang out incessantly. The kunai in the hands of Minato, Obito, and Rin danced before them, intercepting countless shuriken and kunai. Yet, the enemy's onslaught was far from over. The initial wave of shurikens and kunai launched were merely the triggers of a common trap. However, in the subsequent waves, many of the kunai bore explosive tags affixed to their tails. Kakashi-sensei. Rin. Be cautious. Obito had already activated his three-tomo Sharingan. With the keen perception granted by the Sharingan, he immediately discerned the igniting explosive tags on the tails of the kunai. Boom. Boom. As the explosive tags detonated, Obito swiftly grasped Rin's arm and leaped upward. While continuing to wield his weapons to deflect and knock down the oncoming kunai, he guided Rin to leap from one tumbling tree stump to another, dodging the incessant barrage of explosions. The enemy's most ruthless tactic was to affix numerous explosive tags to the tree stumps that were suspended by ropes and set to fall. The moment Obito and Rin's feet made contact with the stumps, the triggering mechanism would activate, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Chapter 80, Kakashi's Injury in the Forest. Obito grasped Rin's hand, deftly maneuvering over the fallen tree stumps, ascending to the higher branches to evade the ambush. At the moment Obito issued his warning, Minato had already sensed the imminent danger. As the explosive tags detonated, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. His disregard for Obito and Rin stemmed from his unwavering faith in Obito's abilities to safeguard her. Kakashi sprinted ahead, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters from Obito and Rin. The area ahead was rife with traps, and as Kakashi unsheathed his short blade, he skillfully parried the incoming shurikens and kunai. However, amidst the chaos, he was taken by surprise by the explosive tags. Despite evading the initial waves of explosions, he was ultimately caught off guard by a fiery blast that hurled him through the air. Kakashi cried out in anguish as a kunai pierced his shoulder and 3 shurikens embedded themselves deeply in his thigh. In the tumultuous moment, his mind clouded, leaving him no time to think or react. He saw another barrage of kunai and shurikens hurtling towards him. A sense of despair washed over him as his pupils dilated. Was this the end? Damn it! Suddenly, a flash of yellow light appeared behind him. Just before the next wave of kunai and shurikens reached him, Minato seized Kakashi in his arms and activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, disappearing from the danger. Meanwhile, Obito had leaped onto the trunk of a tall tree with Rin. Those shurikens and kunai continued to rain down below, and the explosions persisted. Their elevated position kept them safely out of the enemy's range, effectively shielding them from harm. Obito, thank you. If it weren't for your quick reflexes, I might have been hit, Rin said, her heart still racing as she patted her chest, calming herself. Obito, his Sharingan spinning as he surveyed the battlefield, replied, No need to thank me, Rin. I will never let anything happen to you. His casual words caused a slight blush to rise on Rin's cheeks. Could it be that I hold such significance in Obito's heart? She pondered, momentarily distracted as she glanced at his profile. She noted the seriousness etched on his face, which only heightened his charm and provided a profound sense of security. Rin, when I unleash a fire technique over there, follow my rhythm and throw the explosive tags, Obito suddenly instructed. Huh? Rin was jolted back to reality, momentarily taken aback, but she quickly composed herself and nodded in agreement. Although she didn't fully understand Obito's reasoning, she sensed that his words were imbued with purpose. In the past, during every mission, Obito consistently devised the most effective strategies while commanding operations. This time would be no exception, and Rin held an unwavering belief in Obito. Under the gaze of Obito's Sharingan, he discerned several hidden ninjas lurking behind a large tree just a few meters to the right. Although the Sharingan could not see through objects, it could perceive the flow of chakra. Thus, the expertly concealed rock ninjas were utterly exposed to Obito's keen sight. Beyond the large tree on the right, dozens of other ninjas were stealthily advancing towards Obito and Rin, indicating that, at the very moment the trap attack ceased, the enemy had begun to constrict their formation and encircle them. Some were closer to Obito than others, which prompted him to direct Rin to launch an assault on the nearest 4 ninjas first. Fire style, great fireball technique. As the words left his lips, Obito's hands moved in a swift, intricate dance. The hand seals for the fire technique were completed in an instant. with his head slightly tilted back. He forcefully expelled a torrent of flames from his mouth, which coalesced mid-air into a massive fireball. The fireball rolled and crackled through the air, surging towards the space between the two large trees just a few meters away. "Be careful. That guy has spotted us." The rock ninjas, hidden behind the tree, instinctively sought refuge behind it to evade the impending inferno. With the ancient trees of the forest providing ample cover, they hoped to shield themselves from the flames. Crash! The fireball collided with the trunk of the tree, erupting in a fiery explosion that sprayed flames in all directions. TCH. Is he a fool? Knowing we're behind the tree, yet he attacks with a fire technique. What can that accomplish? A smirk graced the lips of the four rock ninjas as they huddled behind the tree, using its robust trunk as a defensive barrier. The waves of fire surged past them, and though they felt the searing heat uncomfortably close to their skin, they managed to endure. However, in the next instant, as Rin hurled a multitude of kunai towards their direction, they sensed imminent danger. Following the trajectory of the flames, the kunai flew past the large trees, igniting the explosive tags attached to their ends. Boom, boom. The explosive tags detonated in rapid succession, the cacophony of explosions ringing in their ears. The rock ninjas were caught off guard, their bodies mangled and thrown into the air by the force of the blasts. Eventually, they rolled across the ground, coming to a halt, transformed into charred corpses. "Obito, that was amazing," Rin exclaimed, her face illuminating with joy. In the fleeting moment before the shuriken was cast, Rin was enveloped in uncertainty. It was only upon witnessing several Rock Village ninjas being propelled through the air that she comprehended the true intent behind Obito's fire technique. It was not aimed at inflicting harm upon the enemy, but rather to confine the four adversaries behind the trees, forcing them to evade the flames while rendering their escape nearly impossible. The shuriken she had launched, coupled with the explosive tags, constituted the real offensive maneuver. Even the most agile jonin would find it too late to react upon realizing the impending threat of the explosive tags. In previous instances, had Rin displayed such a demeanor, Obito would have undoubtedly teased her, reveling in a playful banter. However, amidst the dense forest below, Obito noticed a multitude of afterimages darting towards them. "Rin, be cautious. Do not stray from my side." Chapter 81. Facing the enemy with Obito and Rin with a grave expression, Obito cautioned Rin. Although she currently held the rank of Special Jonin, she was, after all, primarily a medical ninja, and combat remained her weak point. To ensure her absolute safety, she had to remain within Obito's line of sight. "I understand, Obito." Rin tightened her grip on the kunai, her expression once again turning serious as she sensed the unusual activity below. "We should descend." Without further ado, Obito grasped Rin's small hand and leaped from the high branches of the tree. They had initially ascended to evade the traps, but with the traps now eliminated and the enemy closing in, remaining atop the tree would render them targets for concentrated fire. Conversely, dropping to the ground and utilizing the trees below for cover would allow them to engage the enemy in a more advantageous manner. "They're over there. Eliminate them." As soon as Obito and Rin landed, 5 or 6 Rock Village ninjas approached from a distance of about 10 meters. Among them were 2 strikingly similar figures, tall with ruddy noses. The duo swiftly performed the hand seals for their jutsu, their movements nearly identical, with little variation in timing or technique. Water release, water barrier, water release, water barrier. Simultaneously, they completed their seals, placing one hand in front of them and unleashed torrents of water from their mouths. Typically, ninjas from the land of Earth excelled in earth release techniques, yet these 2 brothers were exceptions, both proficient in water release. Their combined assault created a surging wave of water before them, approximately 5 meters wide and 2.5 meters high, resembling a flood rushing forth toward Obito and Rin. Earth release, earth flow wall. Without hesitation, Obito began to weave hand seals. Crouching low, he struck the ground with both palms. A wall, roughly 5 meters wide, erupted from the earth, standing resolutely before Rin and Obito. The wall towered at about 3 meters, adorned with several canine insignias. The roaring flood of the water barrier crashed against the earth flow wall with a tremendous sound. However, the wall exhibited remarkable resilience, sustaining no damage. Water splashed and surged upward, while more flowed alongside the wall, harmlessly cascading past Obito and Rin. At that moment, as the two rock ninjas unleashed their water release, the remaining 4 rock ninjas surged forward in a straight line, following the water's path. Observing Obito's use of the earth flow wall, they exchanged knowing smirks, as if to say that employing earth release techniques in front of Rock Village ninjas was akin to performing a grand display of weaponry before a warrior. Prepare. Use that technique. One of the elder rock shinobi called out, and then began to weave intricate hand signs with his hands. The other 3 remained silent, already immersed in forming their seals. Earth release, rock splitting technique. The 4 stood in a horizontal line, executing identical hand signs for the ninjutsu. Upon completion of their seals, they simultaneously thrust their palms outward, striking the expansive earthen wall before them. The massive earthen wall trembled noticeably, but did not shatter immediately. Instead, a substantial chunk of rock, roughly the size of a door, was cleaved from its center. As the 4 pressed their palms against the wall, the hefty rock barrier surged forward with an overwhelming force, crashing backward and soaring away. Along its trajectory, countless branches and even some moderately sized trees were snapped with a resounding crack. Should someone have been positioned behind the earthen wall, they would assuredly have met a gruesome fate, blood gushing forth as their bones were shattered. This was a certainty beyond doubt. However, as the 4 peered through the opening left by the missing section of the wall, they were met with an unexpected sight. Neither Obito nor Rin was visible, let alone any sign of them being struck down. Confusion clouded their eyes. "Here I am, you fools." Obito's voice resonated from above, causing the 4 to look up in shock. They found Obito, unbeknownst to them, standing atop the earthen wall alongside Rin. To be precise, there were now 2 Obitos, one on the right and one on the left, with the serious-faced Rin by their side. The left Obito was a shadow clone, his palm slightly raised, a swirling blue chakra sphere coalescing in his grasp. The right Obito was the original. He too raised his palms outward, each gathering a swirling blue chakra sphere. Just as the 4 rock shinobi looked up, the 3 atop the earthen wall leaped down. "This is bad. Retreat quickly." The leading rock shinobi's face turned pale with alarm, urging his comrades to escape. Rasengan. Unfortunately, the attack was instantaneous. As the rock shinobi turned, the original Obito thrust both palms forward, and 2 Rasengan struck the backs of 2 of them. "Ah!" They screamed in agony, blood spewing from their mouths. The spiraling force of the Rasengan burned a gaping hole into their backs, sending them spiraling away uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the shadow clone of Obito similarly landed a decisive blow, sending another rock shinobi flying. He soared 5 or 6 meters before crashing against a large tree, blood gushing forth, before he crashed heavily to the ground, rolling away into silence. Rin also contributed her fair share, fulfilling her role in the fray. Before the enemy could react, Rin tightly gripped her kunai and plunged it fiercely into the heart of the rock-hidden ninja. "You 2 bastards." The rock ninja, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, turned his head to cast a resentful glance at Rin before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, after Minato and Kakashi activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the trap, the scene shifted to a grassy area on the outskirts of the forest. Minato gently placed Kakashi on the ground, his eyes filled with concern. "Kakashi, how are you?" Kakashi, bewildered, looked at Minato, his face etched with pain. "I'm sorry, sensei. It was my recklessness." Chapter 82. Victory. "Kakashi, are you hurt severely?" "Let me see," Minato said with evident concern, hastily crouching down to examine Kakashi's injuries. "I'm fine, sensei," Kakashi replied, despite having just been thrown back by an explosive tag's fiery blast. In that critical moment, he had curled his body, effectively shielding his vital areas with his arms and legs. The explosive tag had merely scorched large patches of his arms and calves. As for the kunai embedded in his shoulder and the shuriken lodged in his thigh, they could only be deemed minor injuries for a ninja. Kakashi, being as tenacious as he was, did not wish to become a burden to his comrades. He already felt enough guilt for having disregarded their warnings and recklessly charged in, putting everyone in danger. "Sensei, Rin and Obito are still inside. You must hurry to assist them. Rest assured, I have faith in Obito. They will be fine," Minato said, patting Kakashi's shoulder in reassurance. Over the course of the past 2.5 years, Minato had come to trust Obito's abilities and his level-headedness. Although Obito often appeared carefree and playful when with Kakashi and Rin, he proved to be reliable during critical moments, especially when faced with formidable foes. "Sensei, please go. I'm truly all right. I can handle these injuries myself," Kakashi insisted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as his complexion paled slightly. The searing pain radiating from his arm and thigh was almost unbearable. In an effort to alleviate Minato's worries, Kakashi gritted his teeth and forcefully pulled out the kunai and shuriken embedded in his shoulder and thigh. With a few soft sounds, blood spurted forth, causing Kakashi to grimace in pain. "Very well, take care of yourself. We will return shortly." Minato understood Kakashi's concern for his teammates, and, without further hesitation, he once again activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing beside Rin. Long before Obito, Kakashi, and Rin had successfully ascended to the rank of Jonin, Minato had gifted each of them a specially made kunai for the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, whenever Minato wished, he could readily reach his 3 students. As Minato materialized next to Rin, she and Obito were engaged in combat, with 2 rather intoxicated-looking ninja. These adversaries were merely chunin, making it rather effortless for Obito and Rin to deal with them. With a swift motion, Rin evaded a powerful punch from her foe and thrust her kunai deep into his body. Blood splattered, a portion staining Rin's attire, yet her serious expression remained undaunted. Despite her kind heart, Rin would not show mercy to her enemies amidst the brutality of war. With a thud, the drunken ninja's eyes widened in disbelief before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The other drunken ninja, witnessing the demise of his comrade, was instantly thrown into a state of panic. As he was struck by a kunai wielded by Obito, he met his demise, collapsing beside his brother. "Lin, Obito, are you unharmed?" Minato inquired, gripping the kunai tightly, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings for enemy movements while checking on his 2 students. Upon seeing Minato, Lin's face brightened with joy. "Minato-sensei, we're fine. What about Kakashi?" "Kakashi is all right. Do not worry. He only sustained minor injuries." With a hint of relief in his tone, Minato added, "Obito, well done. Now, let us together eliminate these foes in one fell swoop." He was referring to the fact that Obito had managed to keep Lin safe amidst the perilous ambush. The chaotic scene around them, littered with the corpses of red-armored ninjas, clearly indicated that a fierce battle had just unfolded. Obito chuckled lightly. "It's nothing, Minato-sensei. The main course hasn't even been served yet. I won't let a single one of these fellows escape." Indeed, Minato nodded in agreement. At this moment, aside from the 2 enemies Kakashi had initially dispatched, and the 12 that Obito and Lin had just taken down together, there remained a total of 28 ninjas. They had split into 2 groups, rapidly advancing toward Obito and the others. It was not that their speed was lacking. Rather, the skirmish had only lasted for a few fleeting minutes. The loss of their comrades had momentarily stunned them, as they had not anticipated the ferocity with which Obito and Lin would strike. However, this was a battlefield where survival was paramount. They had no time for lamentations or awe. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly reorganized, charging towards Obito's group. The transition from their initial scattered assault to a coordinated 2-pronged attack was a testament to the acknowledgement of Obito and Lin's formidable strength. Yet, the outcome of the battle was not particularly surprising. The yellow flash of Minato Namikaze, utilizing his Flying Thunder God technique, darted between the enemies, leaving them bewildered as he swiftly dispatched them from behind with his kunai. In under 2 minutes, the 10 or so rock-hidden ninjas on the right had all succumbed to Minato's kunai. The battle on Obito and Lin's front continued unabated. Obito, wishing to conceal his true strength, refrained from employing the powers of his Manjiki Sharingan. Nevertheless, with just his physical prowess and the devastating power of the Rasengan, he, along with his multiple clones, charged forward, unleashing the Rasengan upon their foes. The 10 or so rock-hidden ninjas on the left met the same fate, with 2 of them falling to Lin's kunai, while the remaining majority were vanquished by Obito's Rasengan. However, the time it took for Obito and Rin to eliminate their foes was somewhat longer than that of Minato, approximately 4 to 5 minutes. What could they do? After all, Minato was known as the fastest man alive. There was no need to compare speeds with him, having accomplished their task. Obito casually discarded the bloodied kunai onto the ground and wiped his hands, stained with crimson. "Obito, are you all right?" Rin stepped forward with a note of concern in her voice. Although she was well aware that Obito wasn't scathed, her heart was heavy with worry, prompting her to voice her concern. This was also Rin's first genuine encounter with an adversary, and she had personally taken the lives of several enemies. Her cheeks flushed slightly, betraying a mix of excitement and exhilaration. Chapter 83, Healing Kakashi. "I'm fine, Rin." Obito replied with a smile, shaking his head. Minato spoke in a serious tone. "All right, Obito. Rin, we should return now. Kakashi is severely injured and requires immediate medical attention." "Understood." Obito and Rin nodded in unison. Subsequently, Minato grasped their arms firmly. With a swift motion, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and the three vanished from the forest, leaving behind a scene littered with corpses, a grim reminder of the recent battle. At that moment, Kakashi sat on the ground, gritting his teeth, leaning against a large rock. His face was pale, and he was using his severely burned hands to bandage his thigh and shoulder. Upon noticing Minato and the other's sudden appearance, Kakashi tilted his head in their direction, exhibiting little surprise. After all, Minato had approached them in this manner countless times over the years, and Obito's team had long since adapted to it. Few possessed such swift teleportation techniques to suddenly appear beside them. "Kakashi, stop. You can't bandage yourself like that. The wounds haven't been properly treated, and they'll surely become infected," Rin exclaimed, her small face expressing deep concern as she quickly crouched down and snatched the bandages from Kakashi's hands. She unwrapped the portions he had already tended to on his shoulder. "Kakashi, you mustn't move. Allow me to treat you," Rin instructed with a serious expression. Almost immediately, she began to weave her hands, channeling her medical ninjutsu. Her palms came together, igniting a soft green chakra that emitted a subtle humming sound. As her hands slowly approached Kakashi's wounds, it became evident to all that a small section of the bleeding injury on his shoulder had begun to staunch. "Kakashi, you were rather reckless charging in like that," Obito remarked. A complex emotion flickered in Kakashi's eyes, and surprisingly, he did not retort Obito's words this time. He nodded faintly, admitting, "Indeed, I was at fault this time. I have hindered everyone. I apologize." Seeing the typically strong-willed Kakashi display such vulnerability surprised Obito. His earlier comment had been made in jest, aiming to tease Kakashi as usual. However, witnessing Kakashi's significant plight, Obito struggled to suppress his amusement. To his astonishment, Kakashi's steadfast psychological defenses had crumbled so easily this time. Minato crouched down, his eyes narrowing as he offered a gentle smile to Kakashi. "Kakashi, do not dwell on it. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is that you learn from them and proceed with caution next time." Rin, maintaining her healing efforts, smiled and added, "Yes, Kakashi, don't take it to heart. Our Team 7 consists of the finest ninjas." Kakashi's voice quivered with emotion. Initially, he presumed that the situation would lead to some reproach from others. Yet, instead of blame, they offered him comfort, warming his heart and stirring a complex wave of gratitude within him. He cast a grateful glance at Rin and Minato. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Obito, extending a gesture of solace and a glimmer of hope. This setback was significant. He would exercise greater caution in the future. Obito had just wiped the remnants of enemy blood from his hands. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, he clasped his hands behind his head, responding with a carefree grin. "Humph." Kakashi huffed in a haughty manner, turning his head away. Obito certainly lacked the finesse for consolation. His words carried an unmistakable hint of admonition. Minato interjected, "Kakashi, there is something I wonder if you have noticed. Your new technique is still not fully refined and possesses certain vulnerabilities. The power and force of Chidori are indeed formidable, comparable to my Rasengan. However, the lightning it generates is excessively glaring. As the creator of this lightning, you find yourself ensnared within its blinding radiance. This obscures your vision and impedes your ability to accurately gauge the enemy's movements." Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Minato's incisive observation, pinpointing the flaw in his technique. Indeed, during the recent confrontation, he had narrowly avoided a strike from an enemy kunai. largely due to the overwhelming brightness of Chidori that had compromised his situational awareness. Minato, recognizing Kakashi's dawning comprehension, spoke gravely, "Kakashi, I do not speak lightly. It would be prudent to refrain from using Chidori too frequently in the future. Should you encounter a more formidable foe, this technique could very well become your own undoing." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression dimmed, his head bowed in acknowledgement. "I understand, Minato-sensei." Kakashi had spent 3 years developing Chidori, culminating in its current formidable power. Yet, Minato's assessment was indeed accurate. The technique still bore significant flaws. Soon, Kakashi steeled himself, forcing a smile. "I will find a solution to rectify Chidori's shortcomings. I am certain of it." The others could discern that Kakashi's words lacked confidence. He was merely comforting himself, attempting to assuage their concerns. Obito shook his head in resignation, silently reflecting, this flaw likely cannot be resolved in the short term. Chidori must be used in conjunction with the Sharingan. Otherwise, it possesses power without the requisite accuracy. This was an undeniable truth that Obito, having read the original narrative, fully understood. Now, as Obito's strength had grown, the storyline had diverged significantly. The Sharingan would no longer be an option for Kakashi. Without the Sharingan, Kakashi cannot perfect his Chidori, rendering it but a half-finished technique. Alas, perhaps in the future, there will be an opportunity. I, Obito, shall devise a plan to infiltrate Danzo's lair and see if that old rascal has hidden away any Sharingan to procure for Kakashi. Obito resolved this in his heart. Although the Uchiha clan's demise is not yet upon us, Obito is acutely aware that Danzo has already undergone the transplantation of Sharingan. The bandages wrapped around his right hand and the heavy metal clasp serve as irrefutable evidence of this. Chapter 84. Rest Danzo, that cunning old man, has harbored sinister intentions towards the Uchiha clan's Sharingan abilities for quite some time. From the era of the Second Great Ninja War until now, during countless skirmishes and battles, he has undoubtedly dispatched ninjas to confront enemies, among whom were Uchiha clan members who had awakened their Sharingan. The news of those Uchiha perishing on the battlefield must also be numerous. With Danzo's authority, erasing the bodies of the fallen Uchiha and seizing their Sharingan would be a trivial task. Thus, at this juncture, he has already possessed the 10 Sharingan embedded in his right arm. It is even likely that he has acquired knowledge of the Izanagi technique through various means. Years later, Danzo would again expend considerable effort, collaborating with Sarutobi Hiruzen and several high-ranking officials, to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan. The reasons behind this may partially stem from the Uchiha's alleged treason, posing a threat to Konoha. However, it is more probable that Danzo's actions were driven by his own selfish desires to seize more Sharingan. Although he could only accommodate 10 Sharingan in his right arm, he could certainly hoard additional ones as reserves. Due to the numerous injuries on Kakashi's body, particularly the severe burns, which are notoriously difficult to treat, by the time Rin tended to his wounds, the sky had plunged into darkness. The pale moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the earth, revealing the shadows lurking within the dense woods. The only sounds were the chirping of insects and the soft rustle of the wind. Minato spoke in a low voice. "All right. Let us retreat 1 kilometer for now and rest in the rocky area we just passed to avoid encountering any enemies here again." Everyone understood that Minato's arrangement was the most prudent choice. The presence of Rock Village ninjas in that wooded area indicated that it had already been claimed by the enemy. The closer they ventured, the greater the danger. Therefore, in the inky darkness of the night, ensuring their safety was paramount. "Yes, Minato-sensei." Obito and the others responded in unison. Minato then stepped forward, hoisting Kakashi onto his back, and the 4 of them retraced their steps. They squeezed between the crevices of the large boulders in the rocky area, settling down as their makeshift campsite. Each of them retrieved their bags of rations and canteens of water, first using the meager supply of drinking water to clean the dirt from their hands before beginning to nibble on the hard, cold rations. "If only we could start a fire to warm this flatbread," Rin lamented as she bit into her piece. Minato replied, "That is not an option, Rin. We are too close to the enemy's main forces. We cannot risk making a fire, or we will draw attention." Rin smiled knowingly. "I understand, Minato-sensei. I was merely speaking out loud." Such a simple matter was well understood by Dato and the others. However, as they found themselves on the battlefield, every action necessitated caution. Not only was it impractical to start a fire, but their clothing was also stained with blood and sweat from previous skirmishes, rendering washing impossible. This state of discomfort was quite unbearable. While the heat of battle had somewhat masked the unpleasantness, now, as they paused, the acrid odor emanating from their garments became increasingly unbearable, making breathing difficult. The four of them shared some dry rations and a bit of water. Dato took out a packet of insect repellent powder and sprinkled it around the crevices of the rocks to deter mosquitoes during the night. They exchanged a few words, fatigue evident from their continuous journey and battles, before each found a stone to lean against and succumbed to sleep. Everyone, wake up. In a haze, Dato was still lost in slumber when he suddenly heard a voice calling out, seemingly from Minato, tinged with urgency. Blinking his drowsy eyes open, Dato noticed the faint light of dawn breaking, indicating the early morning had just arrived. Minato stood at the edge of the rock crevice, holding a white carrier pigeon in his left hand and a piece of cloth marked with writing in his right. What is it, Minato-sensei? Rin, stirred by the commotion, awoke and groggily scanned their surroundings. Only Kakashi remained in deep slumber, which was unusual given his typical vigilance. His unresponsiveness could only suggest that his injuries were severe, plunging him into a restorative sleep, compounded by his unwavering trust in Dato and the others. Minato gently tossed the pigeon into the air, and it flapped its wings, soaring into the sky. Turning back to Dato and the others, Minato's expression turned grave. Dato, Rin, the situation has changed. I must depart immediately. Rin's face reflected her shock. Huh? Minato-sensei, what is happening? Dato suddenly recalled something, his intuition stirring with a sense of foreboding. It was evident that the narrative was unfolding much like the original story. At this moment, Minato needed to rush elsewhere for reinforcements. Minato spoke solemnly. The elder Mei from the village of Rain has been unable to withstand the enemy's assault. 1,000 ninjas from the Rock Village, all adept in earth release techniques, have breached our final line of defense. Elder Mei and her team are currently besieged and fleeing. I must go at once to provide aid and halt the enemy's advance. Should those rock ninjas penetrate deep into the land of fire, the consequences would be dire. The ramifications Minato spoke of extended beyond potential harm to the villagers of the land of fire or widespread destruction of properties. The greater concern lay in the likelihood of those rock ninjas navigating through the territory of the land of fire, only to flank the forces of Konoha from other regions. It is imperative to acknowledge that the Konoha ninja forces have now fragmented into multiple factions, each stationed to defend against the onslaught of the enemy. Should the Iwagakure infiltrate our rear, it would pose a grave threat to any segment of the Konoha forces. Under the duress of a pincer attack, the Konoha ninjas would inevitably face defeat. Furthermore, should such a scenario unfold, it would signify a catastrophic collapse for Konoha, leading to severe repercussions for other defending units scattered across various locations. Rin's countenance was etched with concern as she grasped the gravity of the situation. She hastily inquired, Sensei Minato, what shall we do now? Shall we accompany you to provide reinforcements, or should we continue onward? At that moment, Kakashi also rose from the ground, his expression mirroring the same gravity, likely having fully comprehended Minato's earlier remarks. Chapter 85, Group Operations. Has Kakashi awakened? Minato inquired, casting a serious glance at Kakashi. I am now officially assigning you 3. The reinforcements from the Hidden Leaf, led by the esteemed Obito, will solely be my responsibility. However, I trust you all understand that merely repelling the enemy is far from sufficient. Therefore, the mission at hand, to obliterate the Kamikaze Bridge and disrupt the enemy's supply lines, must not be abandoned. Kakashi inquired solemnly, Minato-sensei, you intend for the 3 of us to proceed and demolish Kamikaze Bridge, correct? Minato nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Yet, this is an exceptionally arduous task. We have already reached the outskirts of the battlefield, and advancing further may lead us into encounters with the enemy. The target, Kamikaze Bridge, lies deep within enemy territory, making this mission exceedingly perilous. Turning his gaze towards Obito, Minato continued, this is the situation, Obito. You are to assume the role of team leader once more and guide them on this mission. Remember, safety is paramount. Do not act recklessly in the face of danger. Rest assured, Minato-sensei, we will accomplish our task, Obito replied with a solemn nod. Possessing formidable strength, Obito would lead Rin and Kakashi safely around the Owagakure ninja forces to demolish a bridge, a feat not beyond his capabilities. Rin and Kakashi held unwavering trust in Obito. Over the past 2.5 years, they had jointly undertaken numerous missions, and in Minato's absence, Obito had consistently been the core of their team. Very well. I shall set off first. You should eat something and rest for a while. Since it is still early, you can hasten your journey afterward. Minato surveyed his 3 disciples once more before activating the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in an instant. Can you still move, Kakashi? Obito turned to Kakashi, inquiring. Of course. I am perfectly fine, Kakashi affirmed, nodding while attempting to stretch his limbs to prove his readiness. However, his movements were too vigorous, inadvertently aggravating his already healing wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Kakashi. Rin's face bore a grave expression as she shot a concerned glance at him. As the medical ninja responsible for treating Kakashi's injuries, Rin was acutely aware of his condition. Although she had tended to his wounds thoroughly the previous night, a single night's rest was insufficient for complete recovery. Excessive movement posed a significant risk of reopening his wounds. I apologize, Rin. I assure you, I am fine now and will be able to move freely shortly, Kakashi said, casting a somewhat apologetic look towards Rin. He then shifted the conversation, pulling out a few soldier pills from his belongings and crunching them down with vigor. He urged, all right. Rin, Obito, quickly eat something to regain your strength. Sensei Minato has instructed us to hurry along. However, Rin's face remained serious, her heart burdened with concern for Kakashi, who had not fully recovered from his injuries, and she yearned to check on him. Rin, please eat something, Obito implored, grasping her arm and placing a pouch of military rations into her hand. Simultaneously, he communicated with a glance, shaking his head slightly. Obito's meaning was clear. Kakashi was a determined individual, and after the reckless incident of intruding into the forest yesterday, he already felt a sense of guilt. Given the urgency of their mission, Kakashi was even less inclined to be a burden to the group, hence his stubbornness. Well, all right then. Having known Obito for many years, Rin instantly understood his sentiment without him needing to elaborate. She ceased her protests and sat down beside Obito against a stone. Together, they chewed on the bitter military rations and took a few sips from their water flasks before rising, gathering their belongings, and preparing to set off once more. Let us go. Kakashi ran. Obito took the lead, hands clasped behind his back, his body slightly leaning forward as he dashed ahead. This was the quintessential posture of a ninja in motion. Obito himself did not comprehend why he instinctively adopted such a stance. Perhaps it was merely a matter of following the crowd. Kakashi responded, his complexion still somewhat pale, yet he resolutely kept pace with Obito despite his lingering fatigue. Rin followed closely behind, her gaze filled with concern as she watched Kakashi's retreating figure. Before long, the trio advanced 2 miles, returning to the grove from the previous night. Upon entering the forest, they found the bodies of dozens of rock ninjas still lying cold upon the ground. Numerous snakes, insects, and rodents had begun to appear, scuttling around the corpses, likely seeking a feast. After death, a body becomes yet another form of energy within nature. Creatures, driven by hunger, naturally turn to the fallen humans for sustenance. War is a dreadful affair. Why must people continuously harm one another in the pursuit of territory? As they traversed the branches of a great tree, Rin caught sight of the lifeless forms below, a flicker of compassion crossing her features as she sighed softly. Obito glanced at her with a wry smile, aware that her empathy was stirred by the sight of the deceased. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for their suffering even in death. Rin, he reassured, have you forgotten what Sensei Minato said? We were born into chaotic times. And while we may not be able to alter this tumultuous landscape, we must do our utmost to defend our territory and ensure the safety of those around us. Rin perceived the concern in Obito's words, and her heart warmed slightly. She nodded in acknowledgement, offering him a gentle smile, without further comment. The 3 of them had been on the road since morning. To attend to Kakashi's injuries, the 3 of them paused amidst a concealed thicket around noon. After a brief respite to replenish their strength, they resumed their journey. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Obito and his companions continued their trek through the woods, only to encounter a small stream ahead. Wait! Obito halted his steps, raising his hand to signal the others to stop. Confusion etched on Kakashi and Rin's faces. Rin inquired, "What is it, Obito?" Obito did not respond immediately, for he had already caught a faint whiff of danger in the air. Focusing his gaze, he activated his Sharingan, the three tomos swirling in his eyes. Through the insight afforded by the Sharingan, he discerned several humanoid chakra signatures lurking behind the large tree on the opposite bank of the stream. Even on their side of the stream, several chakra presences were concealed behind trees over 10 meters away. Chapter 87. Camouflage and Concealment. Kakashi. Rin, nothing to worry about. Let us continue our journey. Obito turned to his two companions and said. Though his words suggested calmness, his eyes conveyed to them the presence of movement ahead. Rin and Kakashi, having collaborated with Obito for many years, instantly understood his silent cue. They nodded in unison, their hands gradually moving towards their ninja tool pouches. Let us go. Upon Obito's call, the three leapt from the trunk of a towering tree and stepped forward. Splash, splash, their feet skimmed across the water's surface, creating gentle ripples. The expressions on Obito, Rin, and Kakashi were serious, their vigilance heightened as they closely monitored their surroundings. Behind the small creek, in the thicket to the right, two ninjas clad in crimson armor exchanged sinister smiles. One of them, a man with shoulder-length hair, whispered to his companion, "They have entered our trap area. Commence the attack immediately." Understood, Captain Oishi. Without uttering another word, Oishi began to weave hand seals with swift fingers. Ninjutsu, camouflage, and concealment. As Oishi completed his seals, a colorful energy aura enveloped him. As the vibrant energy intensified, his form gradually became ethereal, eventually vanishing from sight. This was an exceedingly advanced stealth technique, rivaling even the Moonlight Gale's transparent escape, making it difficult for adversaries to detect. Oishi had already executed silent assassinations of over 60 leaf ninjas using this technique on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Obito and his companions formed a triangular formation, advancing cautiously through the flowing stream. Obito led, with Kakashi flanking him on either side. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the thicket across the creek. The Rock Village ninjas, seeing that Obito and his companions had stepped into the heart of their trap, promptly activated it. Whoosh whoosh, a barrage of bamboo poles, sharpened to a point, hurtled through the foliage ahead. Forewarned, Obito swiftly performed a series of hand seals for a fire release technique. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Obito tilted his head back slightly, his cheeks puffing as he unleashed a massive inferno from his mouth. The flames coalesced into a colossal fireball, surging forth to engulf the incoming bamboo. In midair, the bamboo was charred black by the searing heat of the fireball, instantly transforming into charcoal. The now weightless bamboo lost its forward momentum and fell, crashing into the creek below and splashing water everywhere. However, this bamboo trap was merely the initial wave of their assault. Following closely behind was a large array of bound wooden stakes. The sharpened tips of these stakes were also aimed directly at Obito and his companions, and if struck head-on, they could surely pierce through with lethal force. However, standing behind Obito, Kakashi took the initiative to step forward this time. He moved his hands gracefully, forming several hand seals for his jutsu. With his left hand gripping his right wrist, a brilliant mass of lightning coalesced in his right palm. Chidori. Kakashi leaped into the air, thrusting his right arm with tremendous force. The sharpness of the lightning struck the wooden raft, cleaving it effortlessly in two. The severed halves of the raft, no longer supported by their ropes, were cast aside, plummeting with a resounding splash into the water. Yet, before Obito and the others could catch their breath, the leader of the ambushing Iwagakure team, Daisher, stealthily approached Rin from behind, relying on his invisibility technique. The surface of the nearby stream rippled with the disturbance of his footsteps. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Daisher reached Rin's back, his kunai poised as he crept closer to her neck. However, just as he raised the kunai, the water beneath him began to churn violently. A pair of seemingly youthful hands emerged from the depths, grasping his ankles. "Oh no!" Daisher exclaimed, realizing the dire situation as he transformed into a colorful, translucent figure. The camouflage technique had one significant weakness. The moment the body made contact with an enemy or was touched by one, the chakra maintaining the invisibility would become chaotic, rendering him visible. Now, With his ankles seized, Daisher's camouflage was instantly undone. "Hey, come down." The owner of the hands that had seized Daisher's ankles surfaced, wearing goggles and grinning triumphantly as he looked up at Daisher. At the same time, he exerted a powerful pull on Daisher's legs, yanking him downward. Splash! Daisher lost his balance, his feet plunging into the water. Nevertheless, as a Jainin, he was not easily subdued. In that moment of descent, he thrust his kunai toward the head of the young boy beneath the water. The kunai embedded deep into Obito's skull, yet no blood flowed forth. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and the Obito submerged underwater vanished. A shadow clone? How infuriating. When did this happen? Daisher was filled with dread. Unable to comprehend how the boy in goggles had concealed a shadow clone beneath the water. Did he anticipate the ambush and traps, intentionally allowing the three to reveal their vulnerabilities? If that were the case, these mere children, no older than 10, were indeed formidable. In Daisher's moment of astonishment, Obito's true self began to act. "Rin!" Obito shouted, turning around as a swirling blue chakra sphere formed in his palm. Rin immediately understood, her expression turning grave as she responded affirmatively. She slightly bent her knees and leaped forward, positioning herself beside Kakashi, as they both stood guard against any impending danger. Meanwhile, Obito had also sprung into action, launching a swirling blue chakra sphere toward the boulder's face with great force. Alas, the synergy among Obito and his companions was impeccable, and everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as the boulder became aware of the imminent threat, the Rasengan was rapidly enlarging in his line of sight. Ultimately, the sphere made intimate contact with the boulder's visage. He let out a final cry as his face was brutally mangled, his features distorted, and blood erupted forth. Enduring such a ferocious assault, survival was utterly impossible. The boulder met his demise on the spot, collapsing into the water, staining the once crystal-clear stream with patches of crimson. Chapter 87. Rin's Progress. Dashi. How infuriating. Witnessing their comrade being slain before their eyes, the late-arriving rock-hidden ninjas were instantly filled with rage. Dashi was not only their squad leader, but also a cherished companion and ally. Immediately, the remaining rock-hidden ninjas concealed along the banks revealed themselves, dashing forth like fleeting shadows. 4 in the front, 3 in the rear, all donned in dark crimson armor, the standard attire of rock-hidden ninjas. Shadow clone technique. Obito deftly moved his hands, forming the hand seals for the technique. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and an identical Obito materialized beside him. The moment the clone appeared, it comprehended the intent of its original. Turning swiftly, it dashed towards Rin's side, tasked with ensuring her safety. "You brat, die!" A red-haired rock-hidden ninja roared, leaping high into the air, aiming directly at the masked Kakashi. As the red-haired ninja activated the mechanism on the backs of his hands, sharp claws extended from his palms, each approximately 50 centimeters long. In an instant, he descended, closing in on Kakashi. With rapid strikes, the red-haired ninja unleashed a flurry of sharp white slashes towards Kakashi, initiating a fierce assault. Unyielding, Kakashi had already unsheathed his short blade from his back. Engaging in combat with the red-haired ninja, the clashing of weapons echoed fiercely as Kakashi fought valiantly, utilizing the techniques passed down from the legendary White Fang of Konoha, gaining a slight advantage. However, the red-haired ninja was also a jonin of considerable skill and did not fall easily. Yet, charging in were 4 rock-hidden ninjas. Kakashi, unable to defeat his opponent swiftly, lost the opportune moment. Among the other 3 rock ninjas, 2 began to encircle Kakashi. Meanwhile, the seemingly weaker Rin, despite having an Obito clone by her side, could only spare one to confront the advancing threat. This individual was a large, rotund ninja, who kept his gaze fixed on Rin and Obito's clone, halting his advance 5 meters away, refraining from approaching any closer. The enemy's strategy was straightforward: concentrate their firepower to eliminate Kakashi first. The bulky ninja's role was merely to serve as a distraction from the sidelines. "Obito, go assist Kakashi. I will handle this one." Rin's small face was serious as she instructed Obito's clone beside her. The simplicity of the enemy's strategy was evident to Rin without hesitation. "However, Obito, I was sent by the original to ensure your safety. The clone scratched its head, hesitating in place. Rin, with her hands moving swiftly, began forming seals, preparing to unleash her jutsu. Simultaneously, she glanced at Obito's clone, her expression grave as she spoke. Obito, I understand your concern for my safety. You have always prioritized my well-being. However, please have faith in my capabilities. Beyond being a medical ninja, I also possess formidable combat skills. I am not merely a frail girl in need of shelter beneath your wings. As I spoke, Lin had already completed a series of hand seals. Her hands positioned before her. Water release, water trumpet. Lin stepped onto the surface of the water before her. A vast torrent surged forth like a fountain, coalescing into a column of water as thick as a barrel, hurtling directly towards the plump rock ninja opposite her. Earth release, rock barrier. The rotund rock ninja's expression flickered with surprise, yet he remained composed. In the limited time for thought, he waved his hefty hands, forming a series of earth-style seals. He then opened his mouth and forcefully expelled a deluge of mud and stone, which quickly settled upon the water's surface, solidifying into a robust wall that shielded him. Splash! The water column collided with the wall, failing to inflict any damage. After all, this was merely a standard water technique, devoid of any offensive potency. Lin, be careful. Beside her, Obito's shadow clone, upon hearing Lin's warning, wasted no time and turned to dash towards Kakashi. Indeed, as Lin had stated, while she served as a medical ninja, she was also a special jonin, though her combat prowess paled in comparison to Obito and Kakashi. The Lin of now was no longer the frail medical ninja of the original story. She possessed commendable fighting abilities. At the brook's rear, Obito faced 4 oncoming rock ninjas, not retreating in defense, but instead propelling himself forward with determination. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. While running, Obito formed a set of seals, coming to a halt. He puffed out fireballs the size of basketballs from his mouth, each following a distinct trajectory as they soared towards the 4 adversaries. These 4, clearly formidable in their own right, exhibited remarkable speed and acute combat awareness. They evaded the oncoming fireballs with agile movements, even managing to retrieve an array of shuriken from their persons to retaliate against Obito. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of shurikens spun through the air, hurtling towards him. Forced to cease his Phoenix fire technique, Obito brandished kunai, deftly parrying the incoming shuriken. Simultaneously, he glanced back to assess the battle between Lin and Kakashi. Kakashi, initially engaged with 3 jonin, appeared somewhat strained. He could not employ the Chidori technique, rendering him somewhat hindered in combat. However, with the addition of the shadow clone, the pressure on Kakashi significantly eased, and in conjunction with his clone, they gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, Lin's struggle against the hefty ninja was equally intense, as he relentlessly sought to close the distance and inflict damage upon her. However, Kellen was remarkably astute, leveraging the advantage of her surroundings to unleash a series of water-based techniques in rapid succession. This forced the rotund ninja to retreat after only a few steps forward. Although this method of combat demanded a significant expenditure of chakra, she was undeterred, resolutely intent on using this strategy to stall her adversary and alleviate the pressure on Obito and Kakashi. It appeared that the time had come to expedite the resolution of the battle, as prolonging it was not an option. Obito furrowed his brow slightly, muttering to himself. They were situated deep within enemy territory, and such a cacophony of combat would inevitably attract the attention of the nearby Iwagakure ninjas. Chapter 88. Slaying 4 if the delay prolongs, and if the other rock shinobi arrive, our group will inevitably fall into peril. Brat, engaging with us while your mind wanders. You must truly have a death wish. 3 meters away from Obito, the 4 rock shinobi charged forward. They all leaped into the air, hands firmly gripping their kunai, and aimed to strike Obito fiercely. A cold smirk crept across Obito's lips. Without deploying his true strength, these fools genuinely believed they could overpower him. In an instant, he summoned his ocular prowess, his gaze sharpening. The 3 tomo in his eyes whirled rapidly, transforming into the form of a windmill shuriken. Susanoo, he exclaimed softly, as a torrent of azure energy surged outward, enveloping him in a skeletal frame. Clang, clang. At the moment the skeleton emerged, the 4 rock shinobi's attacks crashed down, The kunai struck the skeletal body, producing a resounding metallic clash. The blades shattered, breaking apart into two pieces. What? How could this be? What is this brat capable of? The four rock shinobi were taken aback. Having failed their assault, their bodies instinctively lost weight, plummeting toward the water's surface. They had never before encountered such a skeleton encapsulating a young man, nor had they even heard of it. However, Obito was not about to let such a prime opportunity for counterattack slip away. Intensifying his ocular power, he manifested two skeletal hands on either side of the skeletal body. These skeletal hands, stretching 3 to 4 meters, swung outward, reaching for the four rock shinobi before him. Watch out. One bearded shinobi sensed the impending danger and shouted a warning to his comrades. As he yelled, he propelled himself off the skeleton's body, using the force to leap backwards. Another frail shinobi mimicked his actions, pushing off the skeletal frame to roll several meters back. He fell awkwardly into the stream, but was fortunate enough to escape with his life. However, the other two rock shinobi, reacting a fraction too slowly, were not so fortunate. The colossal skeletal hands ensnared them tightly. With a sudden, forceful grip, an excruciating crunch of bone echoed. The two rock shinobi emitted a chilling scream, blood spewing from their mouths, their bodies grotesquely twisted and deformed. As the skeletal hands released their hold, the two fell directly into the water below. The sight of their tragic demise left no doubt. Their innards were likely pulverized, evidenced by their blood-red faces swollen from internal pressure. Damn it, Ryohei. The remaining two rock-hidden ninjas, witnessing their companion's immediate demise, were engulfed in a fiery rage, their eyes ablaze. Yet, they refrained from recklessly launching another attack. Standing upon the water's surface, their expressions a mixture of terror and bewilderment as they gazed at Obito. The slender ninja's legs trembled faintly, overwhelmed by a deep-seated fear of Obito's bizarre and ruthless methods. What is happening? Wasn't it said that I was seeking death? Come and take my life, then. If you do not approach, I shall be the one to come for you. A cold smirk crept across Obito's lips as his gaze swept mockingly over the two. At that moment, the azure energy enveloping Obito dimmed, and the skeletal framework that surrounded him vanished without a trace. Slowly, his feet sank into the flowing stream, causing not a single ripple or obstruction in the water's movement. It was not until his head disappeared beneath the surface that the two rock-hidden ninjas snapped back to reality, exchanging bewildered glances. What just happened? What kind of ninjutsu was that? An illusion? The slender ninja inquired, turning to his bearded companion. Shaking his head, the bearded ninja replied, I don't know. But it is certainly not an illusion. Look closely at our surroundings. Nothing has changed. The slender ninja finally comprehended, scanning the area around him. Indeed, his teammates were still entangled with the masked youth and the girl a dozen meters ahead, and the trees along the bank remained unchanged. This could only imply one thing. They were not ensnared in an illusion. However, the reason behind the goggle-wearing boy's ability to submerge into the water remained a perplexing mystery. Be careful. Watch the water. That boy could reappear at any moment. The slender ninja grasped his kunai tightly, his expression grave as he focused intently on the flowing water before him. Unbeknownst to him, a head was slowly rising from the water's surface behind him, appearing as a specter, silent and undetected. Looking for me. Obito's voice suddenly resonated from behind, startling the slender ninja. Instinctively, he swung his kunai and turned to strike. But his movements were a heartbeat too late. Obito's hand pressed against his back, and with a distortion of space, the slender ninja's form twisted and was drawn into an alternate dimension, disappearing without a trace. Damn it! The bearded ninja, noticing the anomaly, turned just in time to witness his companion being swallowed by the void. Fear crept deeper into his eyes as the last vestiges of his resolve crumbled. He hurled his kunai at Obito and fled frantically toward the nearby woods. With a swift motion, the kunai struck directly at Obito's forehead, yet no blood emerged. Nor was there any obstruction. It simply passed through his head unimpeded. Have you truly abandoned your comrade to flee? It seems that you stone ninjas are not as united as one might have imagined. Obito let out a cold chuckle, striding forward to pursue the bearded ninja. Get away! The bearded ninja exclaimed, casting a wary glance over his shoulder as he sprinted. Upon realizing that Obito was closing in on him, panic surged within him, propelling him to run with all his might. Unfortunately, his lack of speed, coupled with his robust physique, hindered his escape, and soon Obito caught up to him. Rasengan. Without a hint of mercy, Obito gathered a swirling sphere of chakra in his palm and struck it forcefully against the back of the ninja's head. Chapter 89. Lin's Injury. The man with the scruffy beard let out a harrowing scream as the back of his head was left a gruesome mess. With a severe blow to his skull, his body lost all momentum and he collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound, and after a few convulsions, he lay still, devoid of any further movement. Obito turned to glance back at the battlefield. At this moment, Kakashi and Obito's shadow clone had gained the upper hand. The shadow clone, using his own body as a shield, fought fiercely against the enemy, providing Kakashi with the perfect opportunity to launch an attack. Kakashi unleashed his Chidori, his right hand crackling with lightning. Seizing the moment, he thrust his arm forward, piercing through the chest of two rock ninjas with a single, flawless strike. The cost of such a magnificent assault was merely the disappearance of Obito's shadow clone, dissipating into thin air like smoke. Meanwhile, Lin, utilizing the advantageous terrain and her adept water release techniques, had been entangled with the rotund ninja for quite some time. However, the prolonged usage of her water release was draining her chakra significantly. At this juncture, Lin was left breathless, her chest heaving with exertion. The plump ninja finally seized the opportunity to counterattack. Earth release, rock cannon. With rapid hand movements, he completed a series of hand seals. And from his mouth erupted a barrage of fist-sized, hard rocks hurtling toward Lin. Panic-stricken, Lin hurriedly dodged left and right over the water's surface. Yet, due to her extensive chakra depletion and waning stamina, she ultimately could not evade the final strike. A large rock slammed into her shoulder, breaking through her fair skin and drawing forth blood. Lin emitted a cry of agony as she fell backward, her eyes squeezed shut, her face contorted in pain, bracing herself for a plunge into the water. However, to her astonishment, she did not plunge into the depths. Instead, her body was caught by a pair of strong arms. Instinctively opening her eyes, she found herself cradled in Obito's embrace. Obito, a warmth spread through her heart. In countless perilous moments during their missions, he had always stepped in to shield her from danger. This time, she had insisted on facing the enemy alone, only to find herself injured. A sense of disappointment washed over her. Was she truly that ineffectual? Yet, being protected by Obito filled her with warmth, a blend of gratitude and joy. Lin, are you all right? Obito lowered his head, his gaze falling upon the gaping wound on her shoulder, his eyes filled with concern. Lin gripped her shoulder, gritting her teeth to feign calmness, and managed a faint smile. Obito, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Even after all this, you still claim to be fine? Toby gently adjusted Rin's body, raising his hand to softly caress her cheek. This young girl was perpetually kind-hearted, choosing to bear her burdens alone rather than cause others concern. Toby. His affectionate gesture caused Rin's pallid face, marked by pain, to flush slightly. She lowered her head, her gaze shyly evading his, yet she did not turn away, allowing his hand to rest against her face. A few meters away, a rotund ninja from the rock village, upon witnessing Toby's arrival, sensed that something was amiss and glanced back. As his eyes surveyed the scene, astonishment washed over his features. The once crystal-clear waters of the stream had turned a dark crimson, with several lifeless bodies floating upon the surface. It was not difficult for him to deduce that his four companions had fallen victim to this Konoha ninja. Yet, he was acutely aware of their prowess. All were elite jonin, with the weakest among them being a special jonin. How could they have been so effortlessly slain in a 4-on-1 confrontation? This was inconceivable. What have you done? The rotund ninja looked at Toby, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Having been preoccupied with Rin's water techniques, he had failed to notice the events unfolding behind him. Toby turned his head, casting a gaze akin to that of a reaper upon the corpulent ninja. What I have done is of no concern to you. All you need to understand is that I shall send you to hell, where you will reunite with your comrades. As he spoke, Toby surged forward, charging at the rotund ninja. How dare you? You arrogant brat. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? The rotund ninja was immediately incensed, unfazed by the terrifying potential of Susanoo. He remained blindly confident in his own abilities. Earth-style rock arm. He began weaving hand signs with fervor. As the final sign was completed, he clasped his arms before him, then opened his mouth wide to unleash a torrent of mud, which cascaded down onto his hefty arms, swiftly coalescing around them. In an instant, his hands transformed into two massive stone pillars, the fists resembling the size of basketballs. As Toby approached, the ninja swung his stone arms, creating a gust of wind as he aimed for Toby. Unfortunately, such a slow and cumbersome attack appeared as trivial as ants crawling before the Sharingan-esque gaze. Toby did not even need to utilize the predictive abilities of his Sharingan. He effortlessly evaded the two heavy punches. With a slight bend of his knees, Toby leaped into the air, lightly stepping on the rotund ninja's stone fists to propel himself. With a resounding thud, Toby's shoe made contact with the ninja's chin, resulting in a violent clash. The rotund ninja's teeth clashed together, and he bit down on his tongue. Blood sprang from his mouth as his hefty form was sent reeling backward. With a loud splash, he fell heavily into the stream. Water filled his eyes, ears, mouth, rendering him unable to open his eyes. In the moment when Obito descended through the air, his right hand was already slightly raised, with a swirling chakra flow encompassing his palm, coalescing into a rotating blue sphere of chakra. Spiraling sphere. The hefty figure instinctively sought to raise his head above the water's surface, but as soon as his head emerged, a luminous sphere struck him head-on. His pupils dilated in shock, and in the next instant, he was brutally impacted, blood gushing forth, leading to his immediate demise. After eliminating the hefty adversary, Obito turned to glance at Rin, who was simultaneously employing medical ninjutsu to heal him while quietly observing him. Unable to restrain himself, Obito offered her a gentle smile. Chapter 90. Cave camping on the other side. After Kakashi had dispatched two foes with a swift Chidori, he found himself facing but a single adversary. Free from any further pressure, grasping the cherished short blade passed down through the Hatake lineage, his swordsmanship was elusive, leaving only fleeting shadows in his wake. Before long, he had vanquished the lone ninja from the rock village, leaving his opponent lifeless at his feet. Kakashi regarded his fallen foe with an impassive demeanor, his expression betraying little emotion. He crouched down, rinsing the blade in the water with a casual simplicity before sheathing it at his back and turning his gaze towards Obito. "I still lag behind you," he remarked. Obito chuckled softly. "You've fallen behind by quite a few steps, my young friend. Keep striving." Kakashi's implication was clear. He had been slower to eliminate the enemy than Obito. The latter had not anticipated such a comparison, prompting a smirk at his friend's sharp tongue. As they spoke, both Obito and Kakashi silently approached Rin, their eyes scanning the surroundings, remaining vigilant to any lurking dangers. Rin bore significant injuries, though not critical. They required time for proper treatment. She understood the intentions of her companions and, after staunching the bleeding, retrieved a roll of bandages to tend to her wounds. "Obito, could you lend me a hand?" Rin extended the bandages towards him. Obito glanced at her injury. "It's not fully treated yet. Why the rush to bandage?" Rin replied. The commotion from the fight was considerable. "There are surely other rock ninjas nearby. We must depart swiftly, or we may draw unwanted attention." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Rin is correct. I share her concerns. Nevertheless, Obito remained unperturbed. "Don't panic. We have the rare fortune of a water source here. We could wash off in this stream, and with nightfall approaching, we ought to find a place to camp. Traveling at night is perilous." "Dear?" Rin and Kakashi exclaimed in unison, bewildered. They had not anticipated Obito's audacity to suggest camping in such a battleground. Would they not be inviting another confrontation should the rock ninjas arrive? Obito shook his head. "Not here, of course. We can move upstream or downstream, maintaining a distance of 3 or 4 kilometers. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in skepticism. 3 or 4 kilometers? And the enemy want to discover us? If they trace our path, we could easily find ourselves encircled. Patience, my friends. I have a plan," Obito replied with a mysterious grin. With that, he began to weave a series of hand signs. As he completed the sequence, a flurry of white smoke erupted around him. One by one, identical copies of Obito materialized from the mist. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3 dozen shadow clones stood ready. "Go forth," Obito commanded, and the clones responded in unison before scattering in all directions. Given the intelligence of Kakashi and Rin, they quickly comprehended the situation upon witnessing Obito's actions. Rin's face lit up with excitement as she inquired, "Obito, are you suggesting that we disperse the shadow clones in various directions to deliberately leave traces along the way, thereby obscuring the enemy's pursuit?" Obito nodded in affirmation. "Precisely. As you mentioned earlier, the commotion from our battle is quite loud, and it won't be long before someone arrives. Since we have already revealed our presence, it would be better to create a bit more chaos. The enemy is unaware of our true objective, which is the Kamui Bridge." Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Obito, you're truly brilliant. You certainly have a knack for clever ideas." Kakashi regarded Obito with a detached expression, yet a hint of approval flickered in his gaze. Obito chuckled, scratching his head. "Please, don't flatter me too much. I might blush." Kakashi let out a scoff and turned his head away. "Your skin is thicker than a city wall. Do you even know what it means to blush?" Rin stifled a giggle as she witnessed their playful banter. Soon, Obito tended to Rin's wound with a simple bandage, and the trio sped off towards the upstream of the creek. After approximately 20 minutes of running, they had distanced themselves about 5 kilometers from the earlier battleground. The three found a cave by the creek, where they took refuge to rest and recuperate. As night fell, the moon graced the sky, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the dark forest, offering a semblance of light. One by one, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi washed in the creek, changing out of their soiled garments before returning to the cave to find a suitable spot to rest. However, the forest was fraught with dangers, and they were acutely aware that a squad of rock shinobi could emerge at any moment. Thus, they set a series of traps outside the cave. Obito then created 2 shadow clones to guard a concealed position at the entrance, allowing the three to finally drift into a secure slumber. The night passed swiftly. When dawn broke, Obito awoke to find Kakashi and Rin still peacefully resting against the stone beside him. Kakashi, still recovering from his injuries, had not yet fully healed, while Rin, having been wounded just the night before, required ample sleep to recuperate. Reluctant to wake them, Obito first stepped outside the cave to dismantle the traps he had set. Afterward, he fetched some fresh water from the creek to wash his face. As the clock approached 7:30, he returned to the cave to rouse his companions. Obito, is it morning?" Rin murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes and sitting up in a daze. Obito nodded with a smile. "Yes, hurry and wash your face to wake up. We must continue our journey." Rin responded with a soft stretching her limbs. However, due to her restless sleep the previous night, the buttons of her shirt were slightly undone. As she stretched forward, a generous expanse of fair skin was inadvertently revealed to Obito's gaze. In that instant, Obito was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Although Rin was still young, her figure had begun to develop, and her proud little bosom was quite impressive. As Rin opened her eyes, she seemed to notice that Obito's gaze was somewhat inappropriate. Lowering her head to glance at her chest, she was taken aback by the revealing sight, her face flushing crimson as she hastily covered herself with her hands. "Obito, you!" Rin, both embarrassed and indignant, shot Obito a glare before shyly bowing her head. "Ahem. Kakashi, why are you still lying down? Hurry up and get moving." Obito stammered, awkwardly redirecting his attention to Kakashi. Noticing that Kakashi had yet to rise, Obito approached and shook his shoulder vigorously. Chapter 91. The Watergate Rescue. "What are you doing, Obito? Have you lost your mind?" Kakashi exclaimed, bewildered. He had never expressed any reluctance to rise. He merely wished to rest for a couple of minutes. However, he did not anticipate being subjected to such a brusque treatment by Obito. "Enough with the nonsense. Get up quickly. We need to have breakfast and hit the road," Obito insisted, pulling Kakashi up from the ground without further ado. Kakashi, with an expression of resigned exasperation, rolled his eyes and walked towards the mouth of the cave. Rin's face remained flushed, still affected by the earlier incident. Yet, she understood the urgency of their mission and recognized that they could not afford to linger any longer. She rose and followed Kakashi outside to the stream to wash her face. Obito, meanwhile, retrieved a map and assessed the distance to their destination, the Kamui Bridge. Based on their current location, the Kamui Bridge lay deep within enemy territory, and through their journey over the past few days, the trio had penetrated significantly into the heart of the enemy's domain. They needed only to traverse this wooded area and continue for several dozen kilometers to reach their objective. The Kamui Bridge. In the southeastern border of the Land of Fire, the Leaf's defensive ninja forces, led by Mai Murakumo, were being relentlessly pushed back by the rock-hidden ninja. As the leader, Mai Murakumo had already fallen to the enemy's assault. Presently, only 4 members of the Leaf's defense team remained, huddled in a dirt pit, their faces ashen and hearts heavy with despair. They had scarcely escaped one peril, only to find themselves ensnared once more by the enemy. The adversaries were now a mere 100 meters away, conducting a meticulous search of the area. It would not be long before they met their demise at the hands of their foes. "What do we do? We are surrounded again," one exclaimed, frustration evident. "Damn it, let's fight back. If we must die, we shall take a few of them with us. Indeed, we cannot perish in this pit without a fight." Just as the 4 Leaf ninjas steeled themselves for a desperate charge, a flash of golden light appeared beside them, revealing a figure unexpectedly. This individual sported golden hair and a strikingly handsome visage, clad in the standard green Leaf ninja vest. It was none other than Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, who had rushed to their aid upon receiving a message from a carrier pigeon. As Minato materialized, he swiftly grasped the arms of 2 of the Leaf ninjas. The 4 ninjas looked up in surprise, their expressions shifting to relief upon recognizing him. "It's Minato. You nearly gave us a heart attack," one of them exclaimed. "Minato, are you the only reinforcements that have arrived?" Minato's expression was grave as he nodded. "Indeed. What is the situation here on the battlefield?" Among the 4 ninjas, one with a distinctive mustache quickly replied, "Our captain has fallen. The Leaf's defense has suffered a complete defeat. Only the 4 of us remain." Upon hearing this, Minato's heart sank slightly. The elite guard led by Yajuan Mei Village comprises nearly 1,000 skilled ninja warriors. It is astonishing that within just a few days, they have inflicted such heavy casualties on the rock-hidden ninja. According to the intelligence gathered from the battlefield, the enemy's forces consist of merely 1,000 ninjas. Given that the numbers on both sides are comparable, the complete defeat of Konoha can only indicate the formidable strength of the adversary. Minato inquired gravely, "How many of the enemy remain? Approximately how many ninjas are surrounding you?" The mustachioed ninja responded, "I am uncertain of the exact number left, but from my recent estimation, there are roughly 50 enemy ninjas encircling the 4 of us." Minato nodded thoughtfully. If it is only about 50, it should not pose a significant challenge. With that, he reached into his ninja tool pouch and retrieved a substantial number of kunai, placing them before the 4 companions. These kunai differed from the ordinary ones. Each was notably longer and inscribed with unique black runes on the handle. Minato instructed, "You 4 need not engage in combat. Your sole task is to assist me by throwing these kunai at the enemy." The mustachioed ninja's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? You intend to face over 50 foes alone?" Minato affirmed, "Trust my judgment, it will be fine." Although still somewhat taken aback, the 4 companions refrained from voicing any further objections, recognizing Minato's unwavering determination. As the rock-hidden ninjas approached within mere dozens of meters, Minato sprang into action, rising to his feet and hurling a kunai at one of the enemy ninjas. "Now, throw all the kunai," he bellowed. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. The specially crafted kunai, imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, was narrowly dodged by the rock-hidden ninja. However, he could not escape the inevitability of death. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato reappeared behind the ninja, grasping the kunai soaring through the air and swiftly slashing at the ninja's throat. With a thud, the rock-hidden ninja collapsed, clutching his throat as he fell into a pool of blood. Meanwhile, the 4 Konoha ninjas, who had been hiding in a pit, poked their heads out and hurled their own handfuls of kunai at the group of rock-hidden ninjas. They did not concern themselves with accuracy, simply following Minato's orders and indiscriminately tossing them out. Minato, on the other hand, continued to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, deftly weaving through the ranks of the enemy. In less than 3 minutes, all 50-plus rock-hidden ninjas lay defeated at his feet. The 4 Konoha ninjas witnessed this spectacle with wide eyes and agape mouths, their astonishment palpable. Is this what they call the Yellow Flash? It is utterly terrifying. It turns out that his intention behind compelling us to throw kunai was for this very purpose. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed terrifying. In the past, Minato had certainly made a name for himself. Even during the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War, Minato was highly regarded by the upper echelons of Konoha due to his remarkable achievements on the battlefield. However, Minato was still quite young during the war, and at that time, he had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique. By the time he acquired this jutsu, the war was nearing its conclusion. Thus, despite the resounding reputation of the Yellow Flash within the shinobi world, there remained a subset of individuals who were not particularly familiar with him. These four belonged to that group of unfamiliarity, and upon witnessing Minato's astonishing prowess, their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Chapter 92. Uchiha Obito in a swift motion. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing beside the four-leaf village ninjas. My friends, I have already sent out a call for reinforcements to Konoha and nearby allies. Let us depart together and seek a position to set traps and impede the enemy's advance. Understood. They responded in unison. Their previous doubts about Minato dissipating in light of his demonstrated prowess. At the border of the Land of Fire, nestled within a somewhat shadowy ravine, lay a cavern. The interior of this cavern was surprisingly spacious, yet devoid of visible entrances. The flickering light was solely provided by red candles affixed to the stone walls. At the innermost part of the cave stood a grotesque humanoid stone statue, protruding from the wall. Its enormous face bore 10 eyes, all tightly shut, yet they occasionally twitched, resembling a living creature. Beneath the statue sat a large stone chair, occupied by a frail old man, his skin a tapestry of wrinkles and his hair streaked with gray, appearing as though he might draw his last breath at any moment. Nevertheless, his eyes remained sharp and piercing, glowing with a hint of malevolence. As 3 tomos slowly revolved within his crimson irises, where could that fool be? He has been gone for far too long, the old man murmured, glancing at the cavern's entrance with a furrowed brow. No sooner had he spoken than the stone wall at the cave's entrance began to writhe. A figure, half black and half white, emerged from the wall and knelt before the old man. Madara-sama, the plan has failed. Oh, how could this be? The elder, referred to as Madara, appeared taken aback. Uchiha Obito had been meticulously chosen to inherit his will and continue the Eye of the Moon plan. The news unsettled him. That boy, Uchiha Obito, has undergone a remarkable transformation in strength since a few years ago, Zetsu reported solemnly. It seems he has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, and our traps set by the Iwagakure shinobi were utterly ineffective. He eliminated them instead. I witnessed the battle near the stream myself. He utilized his affinity with the earth, remaining concealed among the distant foliage, unseen by anyone. Madara's brow furrowed deeper. At merely 12 years of age, he has already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? What an impressive child. Let us hope he does not become an obstacle in the path of the Eye of the Moon plan. After a moment of contemplation, Madara inquired, Zetsu, since the first plan has failed, do we have immediate arrangements for the second plan? Ju nodded slightly. Of course, she is another hidden genius of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yumi. Her father was brutally slain by enemies on the battlefield, and her mother was subjected to humiliation by them. Uchiha Yumi witnessed all of this, and the trauma she endured has awakened her from the double Tomo Sharingan to the Manjiki Sharingan. Oh. Upon hearing this, Madara could not help but slightly turn his gaze, a hint of delight appearing on his face. How does this Uchiha Yumi compare to that boy named Uchiha Obito? The low, hoarse voice of Black Zetsu responded, rest assured. Lord Madara, Uchiha Yumi's Manjiki Sharingan techniques can only be described as exquisite. White Zetsu echoed, indeed, Lord Madara. My clone is currently escorting Uchiha Yumi here, and we returned first to report to you. Madara said little more, contentedly closing his eyes. After all, his current body had reached its limit. Even with the supply of the outer path, it could no longer endure. He needed to rest and conserve his energy. After a while, the ground in the cave trembled. A somewhat peculiar white Zetsu emerged from the earth. The body of this white Zetsu had grown significantly. As it surfaced, its entire form expanded like a plant, suddenly unfurling outward. Wrapped within was a girl, who tumbled out of white Zetsu's body. The girl appeared to be around 14, with long, jet-black hair tied in a simple ponytail and large, expressive eyes, though her cheeks bore traces of recent tears, suggesting she had been crying not long before. She wore a light purple short skirt, her long legs exposed to the air, with skin remarkably fair. Ugh, why did I have to be brought in this way? It's utterly revolting. The first thing the girl did after being expelled from White Zetsu was to glance back disdainfully at its clone. The White Zetsu clone's body shrank back to its original form, explaining, "Yumi, it was unavoidable. The cave entrance is protected by a defensive barrier. Without my assistance, you would not have been able to enter." Yumi pouted in dissatisfaction, and as she turned, she finally noticed Madara seated upon a stone chair. Seeing his frail appearance startled her. "Well, why have you brought me here? Who is this old man? Is he perhaps the Grim Reaper?" Madara had been observing Yumi intently. After appraising her, he nodded with satisfaction, sensing a strong fluctuation of ocular power emanating from her. "Child, do not be afraid. I am Uchiha Madara. I have brought you here to help me fulfill an unfinished desire." Yumi's expression turned wary. "Desire? Why should I help this old man fulfill his wish?" Madara replied solemnly. "Your name is Yumi, correct? The death of your parents must be your greatest regret. The task I have requested of you serves not only to assist me, but also to benefit yourself, for I possess the ability to resurrect your parents." Meanwhile, Obito is leading Kakashi and Rin, having replenished their strength with military rations, and they have set forth once more. This journey has unfolded with remarkable ease. Although they encountered several waves of Awagakure ninjas along the way, Obito and his companions swiftly and efficiently dealt with their adversaries, encountering no impediments in their path. When faced with a formidable group of enemies, they chose to avoid confrontation and opted to take a detour to continue their advance. By midday on the following day, they successfully reached the Kanabi Bridge. Chapter 93, The Destruction of the Divine Bridge. Upon the arrival of the three individuals, they discovered that the structure of the bridge was remarkably robust. It would likely require several hundred to 1,000 explosive tags to utterly obliterate it. Fortunately, through years of systematic missions, Obito had amassed a collection of over 1,000 explosive tags. Thus, he felt no remorse in utilizing them for this demolition task. With his feet firmly planted on the ground beneath the bridge, Obito hung upside down from the bridge structure, diligently affixing explosive tags to its surface. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Rin stood vigil above the bridge, their expressions tense as they remained alert for any potential appearance of rock-hidden ninjas. "Obito, are you ready? Hurry up if you are," Kakashi called back, noticing that Obito had not yet ascended. In a swift series of movements, Obito leaped back to Kakashi and Rin's side, clapping his hands together with a relaxed smile. "All set. Let us move back and activate the explosive tags to bring this place crashing down." "Understood." Kakashi and Rin replied in unison. The trio swiftly retreated several dozen meters before Obito formed a hand seal, igniting the chakra remaining on the explosive tags. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed in succession, with waves of roaring flames leaping skyward. The three, separated by a distance of several dozen meters, felt the shock waves of the explosion. Their bodies propelled forward by the force. The immense power of the combined explosive tags was evident. Fortunately, the trio had previously identified suitable positions for cover. Though they were buffeted by the explosive aftermath, they rolled into a large pit a few meters ahead, successfully evading the blast. As the cacophony of explosions subsided, Obito and his companions cautiously emerged from their shelter to survey the remnants of the Divine Bridge. They were met with the sight of the bridge shattered beyond recognition, its former structure entirely obliterated. The surrounding rocks were also pockmarked with deep craters, rendering any future transport of supplies from this location exceedingly difficult. Mission accomplished. Let us go. Kakashi, Rin, Obito called to his companions, leaping from the pit. Kakashi and Rin followed closely behind as the three plunged into the dense woods. Excellent. With this, the supply chain for the rock-hidden ninjas has been severed, complicating their ability to launch an assault on the Land of Fire, Rin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as they sprinted and leaped over the tree trunks. Obito nodded in agreement. Indeed, the mission was a success. We can now proceed to the next location. At his words, Kakashi and Rin exchanged puzzled glances. Before leaving, Minato had merely instructed them to destroy the bridge without mentioning any subsequent tasks. Yet, Obito's tone suggested they were already preparing to move on to their next objective. Kakashi tilted his head and inquired, "Obito, where are we headed next?" Toby raised his hand and pointed forward. "Of course we must go to the front lines. Minato-sensei is undoubtedly still engaged in battle at this very moment. Now that we have completed our tasks here, we should immediately proceed to provide reinforcement." Kakashi and Rin suddenly realized that Toby had already formulated a plan. Indeed, events unfolded precisely as Toby had predicted. On the battlefield at the border of the Land of Fire, the situation had grown exceedingly complex over the past few days. Following the failure of the defensive position, the ninja guarding the front lines under the leadership of Mei Village's Yekawa were overwhelmed by more than 1,000 invading rock-hidden ninjas who relentlessly pressed forward. Minato had indeed arrived just in time to rescue the four-leaf ninjas. However, relying solely on Minato and those four individuals was insufficient to hold the front lines. Even if Minato Namikaze possessed extraordinary prowess and could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse effortlessly among his foes, eliminating them one by one, the rock-hidden ninjas would inevitably adapt their strategies upon realizing they could not contend with Minato. They could disperse and break through without engaging him directly, sending their main forces deep into the Land of Fire's rear, where they would set traps to counter Minato. They could also call for reinforcements, summoning additional rock-hidden ninjas to assist against him. After all, even though only a little over 1,000 rock-hidden ninjas were currently attacking, it did not imply that this was the entirety of their forces. The true might of the rock-hidden ninja army was engaged elsewhere in fierce combat against the Land of Lightning. In an effort to halt the enemy's advance, Minato, accompanied by the four-leaf ninjas, continuously set traps along their path to impede the enemy's progress. As he had previously stated, he had sent word to the nearby leaf ninja forces, urging them to rush to provide support. The reinforcements on their way happened to be the contingent of leaf ninjas tasked with guarding the cloud-hidden village. Upon receiving Minato's message, the captain of the leaf ninja team responsible for protecting the cloud-hidden forces responded promptly, dispatching a portion of their own ninjas to reinforce Minato. However, the cloud-hidden ninjas were not oblivious. They also possessed their own scouts on the front lines who could easily detect the mass movement of leaf ninjas heading towards other locations. The skirmishes between the cloud and rock-hidden ninjas were merely minor conflicts. Their true aim was to seize territory from the Land of Fire and launch a full-scale offensive. Consequently, the cloud-hidden side resolved to have the Third Raikage personally oversee the defense. The Third Raikage's son, along with his adoptive brother, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, led the main forces of the Cloud Village in a fierce attack against the Leaf's defenses. The dynamics of the conflict among the five great nations, initially fueled by the ambition of the other four to seize territory from the Land of Fire, gradually devolved into a cycle of mutual aggression. As soon as one side perceived the other's forces as inferior, they would seize the opportunity to bully them, intent on swallowing them whole. You harbor an aversion towards me, yet yearn for confrontation. Thus, the current situation is one of utter chaos. When Obito, accompanied by Kakashi and Rin, arrived on the battlefield where Minato was engaged in fierce combat with the Iwagakure ninja army, it was precisely at that moment Minato, alongside a multitude of Konoha shinobi, was embroiled in a brutal struggle. The trio of Obito swiftly joined the fray, fighting side by side with Minato. The four of them, as a master and disciples, executed their tactics with remarkable synergy, bolstered by the arrival of over 1,000 Konoha reinforcements. With such a numerical advantage, complemented by the formidable prowess of Minato and Obito, they maneuvered through the ranks of the Iwagakure shinobi with relentless efficiency.